told myself the worst thing in our house was a bottle of pills with a scary label. The suitcase sat on the dresser like it had seen things it wasn't ready to talk about. I unzipped it to help. Fresh scrubs, travel bottles, the sun hat she bought on clearance. Underneath, I found a gold-foiled VIP pass with Pacific Relief Gala, Donor Appreciation Weekend, in fancy letters. My stomach did that slow elevator drop. I told myself hospitals throw parties, even for good causes. Then I found the guest list. 30 names, nice pen, little check marks beside half of them, like a waiter tracking tables. I've seen clipboards like that outside ORs. Somebody decides who gets in. I set everything down and listened to the apartment breathe. Refrigerator hum, pipe tick, the sound a building makes when it's holding its tongue. Out the window, the neighbor's flag hung limp in August heat. I wanted to fold the past back where I found it and choose a different day. I wanted to be the guy who fixes things without asking why they broke. The photo was buried under her scrubs, like the truth always knows to hide where you won't look. Olivia in a tight cherry red dress, the kind that steals light from the room. Around her, 6 men in tuxedos, all with the practiced grin of people who never wait in line. Their hands sat easy on her waist, like they'd already paid the cover charge. I tried to be reasonable. Fundraisers need pictures. Nurses pose with donors. That's how hospitals eat. But I've worked too many years with machines to miss certain sounds. Something in my chest made the noise a motor makes when the lubricant runs out. I flipped the photo over. Blank. No date, no event tag, no "wish you were here." Just the kind of silence that hangs after a bad story ends and before anyone admits it. I slid the picture into my back pocket and felt the edge bite when I breathed. The truth had corners. They were starting to cut. "Jack, water?" she called, sweet as Sunday pie. I tucked the photo deeper than secrets deserve and walked to the kitchen like my boots weighed 50 pounds apiece. I filled a glass and watched the tap shiver, steady stream pressed thin by air in the line. Old buildings telegraph what's coming if you listen. Upstairs, floorboards creaked in that patient rhythm of someone pretending to be helpless. I brought the water in. Olivia's hair was messy, college t-shirt big enough to hide a story. "You're an angel," she said, taking a careful sip, avoiding my eyes like they were bright lights at sobriety checkpoints. I set the glass down and smiled the way you do at church when the sermon cuts close. "How was the mission?" I asked. She told me about remote clinics and grateful families, and never once said gala. Every word landed like a screw being turned. When she closed her eyes, I walked back downstairs, hand on my pocket, pulse like a hammer. My phone lit up with a number I knew from appointment reminders and flu shot season. "Mr. Miller, this is Dr. Martinez." Her voice had that polite cushion doctors put between you and impact. "Good news. It's not malaria." Time slowed. Refrigerator hum, the tick of the hallway clock, my own breath scraping past my teeth. "Bad news. It's chlamydia. We'll start antibiotics. It's treatable, but you should also get tested." I thanked her because manners are muscle memory, even when everything inside you is falling off the shelves. She paused. "Did Olivia tell you she was tested yesterday?" Yesterday. I stared at the ceiling, where pipes run like honest truth. No surprises, just roots. "She mentioned side effects," I said. "Right," the doctor answered softly. The call ended. I set the phone down like it might explode and looked at my hands. Men my age fix decks, coach Little League, pay off used cars. No one hands you a script for this. The silence after bad news is heavier than any wrench. There are words that change the paint on your walls. Chlamydia is one of them. It echoed around our kitchen like the first crack of a summer storm, and every memory I had tried to run for cover. The mission photos she posted, the careful texting, the way she turned her face when she kissed me goodbye before that flight. I wanted to be the man I grew up watching, my old man fixing a transmission at dusk, wiping his hands saying, "We'll figure it out." But there's no gasket you can replace for trust. A good house hides its wiring. When something arcs, you smell it before you see smoke. I stood there, phone cooling in my palm, and felt the heat creep up my neck. Upstairs, Olivia coughed for effect. I thought about Sunday dinners at her parents' place, about vows spoken in a church that smelled like lemon oil. Lightning never asks permission to strike. It just finds the tallest thing and splits it clean. The glass slipped. Maybe my hand shook. Maybe gravity decided to throw an elbow. It hit the tile and spidered into a mess that reflected the whole kitchen in crooked pieces. Water ran everywhere, chasing grout lines like rivers finding old maps. I grabbed a towel and did the thing I know how to do: contain, control, clean. The shop towels in my truck smell like oil and solvency. This one smelled like lemon dish soap and something I couldn't name. I kept thinking, this is what happens. Pressure builds, seams give, the weak point fails. You don't blame the water for running downhill. You blame the crack. Upstairs, the floor creaked again. She wanted that water. I wrung the towel, stared at my distorted face in a shard, and understood why men my age take long drives after dinner. You can't fix what refuses to admit it's broken. I tossed the glass in the trash and decided for once to let the mess sit and speak. I took the stairs slow, each step a count. One for the lie, one for the gala, one for the call. By the door, I rehearsed the version of me that gets folks through emergencies. Calm voice, steady hands, no blame until the fire's out. Olivia looked small against our pillows, a picture of need. She thanked me for the water she hadn't received yet. I set the glass on the nightstand and sat on the edge of the bed like you do when a mechanic explains what failed and how much it'll cost. Tell me about the mission, I said, easy as a weatherman. She talked about remote villages, long roads, mosquitoes. Not a word about sequins, music, or men who don't wait in lines. I nodded in the right places and kept my breathing even. Inside, something unspooled. At Mercy, I carry a folder for worst-case parts. In my head, I opened it. I wasn't sure yet which fix this was. I only knew it wasn't temporary. I carried the water upstairs like it weighed more than it should. Olivia had stacked pillows behind her, hair in a messy knot, college t-shirt one size too big, the picture of a good patient resting after doing good things. She gave me that soft smile I used to believe like gospel. "You're the best," she whispered, like I'd just fixed a leak behind the wall. I set the glass down and watched the condensation ring grow on the nightstand, a small, patient flood waiting for permission. "Any better?" I asked, the way you talk to a stranger's mother in an ER waiting room. "A bit," she said, eyes sliding off mine like skates on bad ice. "Those pills are nasty." I nodded, because men my age learn to pick our moments. Downstairs, the kitchen still smelled like broken glass and lemon soap. In my pocket, the photograph pressed a sharp corner into my thigh. I could play nurse, or I could play honest. I chose the next thing. "Tell me about the mission," I said, easy voice, hands quiet on my knees. Olivia stared past me, found a spot on the wall where the paint needed a touch-up. "Long hours," she said. "Heat, bugs. We set up clinics in places with no roads. People lined up before sunrise. We ran out of gloves twice." It was the kind of story you can't argue with without sounding small. I pictured my dad telling me about a busted carburetor. Lots of detail, not much heart. "Any time to rest?" I asked. "Barely," she said, and found a cough. "We did what we could." I glanced at her suitcase, closed now, as if that could keep its secrets quiet. Folks our age know the difference between tired and guilty. One sinks into a chair, the other keeps moving. Olivia's tired had too much choreography. I reached for the nightstand, lifted the water, and let it catch the light. "There's something else we should talk about," I said. "Something I found." I pulled the photo from my back pocket and laid it down like a mechanic sets a cracked belt on the counter, not to shame you, but to show you what failed. Olivia in a tight cherry red dress, 6 tuxedos orbiting her like money has gravity. No caption, no date, just a moment that didn't need one. Her breath hitched, barely, the sound a pipe makes when air gets in the line. "What's this?" I asked, though the question answered itself. She swallowed. "A fundraiser," she said. "We take pictures. It's how hospitals keep donors engaged." I nodded. "Sure," I said, and tapped the edge. "Tell me about the hands." Silence thickened. Older folks know that kind of quiet. It's the same hush that falls at Thanksgiving when someone says the thing nobody's supposed to say. I let the moment stretch until it hummed. "Okay," I said, standing. "Let's try another approach." I slid the photo closer, close enough that the cherry dress lit up the room. Color left her face the way lights drop during a power test. "It's not what you think," she said. "First card in a deck I've seen before. Deny, minimize, reframe. Those men, donors, everyone takes those photos. It's theater." She forced a laugh that didn't know where to sit. "You know how these events are." "I do, actually. Floors that scuff, lights that buzz, garbage that doubles after speeches." "And the guest list?" I asked. "The check marks?" She blinked, recalculating. "Attendance," she said. "I helped with seating, that's all." The air in the room felt like late July, thick, buzzing, waiting for lightning. I could hear my neighbor's TV through the wall, canned laughter timed for people who need help knowing when to laugh. "Okay," I said, softer than I felt. "One more question." She nodded, grateful for anything but the truth. I picked up the water and set it in her hands like a prop. "When were you going to tell me about yesterday's test at Dr. Martinez's office?" The word hung between us like a dropped wrench ringing on concrete. "Chlamydia," I said, plain as a road sign. "Not malaria. That's what the doctor told me." Olivia flinched the way folks flinch when a car door slams too loud. "Jack, please." "I'll keep it simple," I said. "Either you were unfaithful, or science changed while I was at work." I've learned to explain bad news kindly. You don't blame the family when the compressor dies. You show them the burnt windings and the scorch on your knuckles. "It's treatable," she said fast. "It doesn't mean—" "It means enough," I said. The room pressed in. Down the block, a siren started and faded, the long exhale of a city that's seen worse. I looked at the photo, then at her. 2 pictures of my wife, neither telling a story I could live with. Somewhere deep, a pressure valve groaned. "I'm going to ask you one time," I said. "Is there something you want to tell me before I decide my next step?" She broke the way people break when the story won't carry their weight. Tears, quick as summer storms, mascara tracking south. "I never meant to hurt you," she said, reaching for my hand like it could prop up a roof. "It was complicated. The mission needed contacts. The hospital expects networking. I got in over my head." She squeezed, the way couples do in church when the preacher hits close. "We can fix this. Counseling. I'll quit committees. I'll block numbers. Whatever you need." I thought about the men I know, guys who sell a truck to pay a medical bill, who work overtime because the mortgage doesn't care. We fix what we can, and we don't pretend about what we can't. "It's not a clogged drain, Liv," I said. "It's the main line." Her tears sharpened into anger for a blink and softened again. "Please," she whispered. Somewhere in the building a door slammed and the frame shivered. My decision did too, but not the way she hoped. I stood, walked to the closet, and grabbed my old duffel. It's the one I've used for hurricane calls and overnight boiler failures. Big, honest, ready. I folded shirts the way my mother taught me and stacked jeans like shingles against rain. Olivia watched, tears drying in streaks. "What are you doing?" she asked, like the answer might still be different if she found the right tone. "Creating space," I said. Men my age know the ritual. Tools in their case, keys in a dish, wallet, ring, breath. I took my razor, my toothbrush, my steel-toed boots, the pieces of a life that moves under its own power. The photograph sat on the dresser, red dress daring me to look again. I didn't. Instead, I zipped the bag slow, the sound long enough to register. There's a kind of quiet that follows a zipper, the quiet of decisions landing. Olivia reached for the duffel, fingers soft against canvas. "You don't have to do this," she said. "You can stay. You can—" For once, I didn't fix the moment. "Typical," she snapped, grief curdling into contempt. "When it gets hard, you run. You always run." It's funny what people rewrite when the ink's still wet. "From what?" I asked. "Kids," she said. "A house. Promotions. You never wanted more." That old saw again, the one where steady becomes small, where reliable means unambitious. I thought about the men on my crew, guys who hold flashlights for each other under leaking ceilings at 2 a.m., who show up anyway when backs ache and knees complain. "I didn't run," I said. "I paused boondoggles we couldn't afford. I stayed late so you could take classes. I kept our lights on. Her mouth tightened. You're scared of bettering yourself. I laughed once, no humor in it. I'm scared of lies, I said. The air felt cold, like a door was open somewhere. You want to talk about running? I nodded toward the photograph. Let's start with who ran where. Her eyes flashed. The next thing out of my bag wasn't clothes. I set the duffel on the bed and opened a different ledger, the kind older folks keep in their heads. 8 years, I said. Double shifts, canceled fishing trips, the busted AC in July I fixed with a box fan, and hoped so we wouldn't dip into savings. I took the late calls so you could sleep before early shifts. I learned to make your mother's pot roast, and I learned to keep quiet when it never tasted like hers. I let that sit. I skipped a promotion because it would have moved us across town and away from your parents. I sold my dad's old Chevy to cover your certification courses. I didn't run, Liv. I rooted. Her chin trembled. I was trying to grow, she said. So was I answered. Just in a direction you could live in. The room narrowed to the space between us. The past spread out like receipts. I took a breath and reached for the drawer where I kept the thing I never wanted to use. The manila folder had lived under socks in ordinary days, a quiet insurance policy against the storm I prayed would blow past. I took it out and set it on the bed between the water ring and the photograph. What is that? Olivia asked, voice small again. Backup plan, I said. I slid the first page toward her. Names, dates, the language of endings written by someone who doesn't know your jokes. I'd had them drawn up months back after midnight texts that smelled wrong, after a second phone, after my gut stopped sleeping. No, she whispered, as if the paper could unwrite itself. This isn't you. I wanted that to be true, wanted to be the man who never needs a parachute, but I've seen roofs cave under one snow too many. I'm not filing tonight, I said, but I'm done pretending there isn't a fire. The building creaked, settling or warning. I zipped the folder shut. Her eyes chased me to the door. Downstairs, the kitchen waited for the next sound. I slung the duffel over my shoulder and walked past the photos on our hallway wall. Birthdays in bad lighting, a beach trip where the wind did all the hairstyling. Olivia's voice cracked behind me, sharp, pleading, then angry, then small again. I've heard alarms like that at Mercy. Some you answer, some you silence because the problem isn't the beeping, it's the fire. I paused at the door, hand on the knob, wondering if 8 years fits through a 3-inch deadbolt. Don't do this, she said. We can fix it. I pictured the cherry red dress, the guest list, my name missing from every line. I stepped onto the landing and let the door click shut, the quiet kind that feels louder than a slam. Outside, the evening smelled like cut grass and warm asphalt. I set the duffel in the truck, sat for 1 breath, 2, and started the engine. The check engine light blinked once, then went out, like even the truck knew I was past the point of tune-ups. The Riverside Motel sits between a pawn shop and a diner that swears its coffee is famous since '82. The neon R flickers, so at night it just says, I've, like a dare. I've worked in places with this smell, disinfectant, stale smoke, the kind of clean that earns its keep. The clerk slid a key at me on a ring big enough to wrangle cattle. Weekly rates cheaper, he said, eyes doing inventory on the man with a duffel and no smile. Room 112 had a bedspread loud enough to wake the dead and a bathroom fan that whined like a kid asked to share toys. But the door locked, the AC blew cold, and nothing in the room pretended to be what it wasn't. I set my bag down, washed my face in water that ran rusty for a second, and stared at myself in the mirror. Men my age measure nights like this by how quiet the phone stays. Mine didn't. It lit up like a bad idea. By day 3, the motel TV had taught me every lawyer in town and half the used car lots. I ate from the vending machine because decisions felt heavy and chips don't argue. That afternoon, a knock I recognized. 2 quick, 1 patient. Mike Kowalski, night shift security at Mercy, leaned in with a 6-pack and a face that's seen people at their worst without making them feel it. Heard you relocated, he said, the kind of joke that lets a guy keep his dignity. We sat, him in the chair, me on the bed that squeaked like it had opinions. He didn't push. That's Mike's gift. He points his face at you and waits until the truth gets uncomfortable keeping quiet. How bad? He asked finally. I told him about the suitcase, the photo, The call from Dr. Martinez. He winced, the way men do when someone tells you they dropped an engine on their foot. He handed me a beer. "You'll want this," he said. He wasn't wrong. There's a difference between knowing and saying. Knowing lives in your chest. Saying puts it on the table where you can both see it. "She came home with chlamydia," I said. The word made the cheap art on the wall look cheaper. Mike didn't flinch or sermonize. He just breathed in, out. "I'm sorry," he said, the exact right size of sorry. I told him about the gala pass, the guest list, the hands on her waist. He nodded in places that said he'd heard versions of this before, in parking lots, on smoke breaks, in the quiet corners where men admit they don't know what to do. "Doc says it's treatable," I added, because facts are a habit. "So is rust," he said, "but it tells you something about the metal." We stared at the muted weather channel. A red line crept across the map like trouble with a schedule. "So what now?" he asked. I didn't know yet. I only knew I was tired of bleeding in private. "First rule," Mike said, leaning back like an ump who's called this game before. "Keep your dignity, don't give it away for free." He ticked off the usual landmines. No drunk voicemails, no midnight drive-bys, no public meltdowns that make her look like the stable one. "Document," he added. "Dates, texts, everything. Memory lies when it's hurt." He told me about his divorce, the part where he learned sitting quietly beats swinging wildly when the crowd's watching. "Take the high road," I said, hearing the old cliché. He shook his head. "Take the solid road. High or low doesn't matter. Solid holds." I thought about the guys at Mercy who frame walls straight because somebody's baby will lean against them. Mike pointed at my phone. "You'll want to block, then unblock, then write speeches. Don't. Keep your words short and your steps steady." He grinned, tired and kind. "And eat real food once a day. It's harder to fall apart with a sandwich in your hand." Olivia's messages came like weather, cycling through seasons faster than a calendar. "I'm sorry. You're overreacting. We can fix it. You never supported me." Older folks know that dance. You see it in grown kids who want money and in bosses who offer exposure instead of pay. My thumb hovered over replies I didn't send. Mike watched me pace tracks into a carpet that had already seen worse. "Write it in notes," he said. "Don't send it." So I did. I wrote the fierce, clever, stupid things and left them captive on a screen that never tattles. She called twice. I let it ring. On the third try, I answered and said 12 words. "Email only from here on out. I'll respond within 24 hours. Then I hung up and blocked the number, the way you turn off a valve before you fix a leak. 2 beats later, an email arrived. Long as a sermon, angry as a hornet. I didn't open it. Not yet. I wanted my hands clean first. "Textbook," Mike said the next night, tapping my screen like a coach diagramming a play. "They deny what you saw. Then they minimize what you felt. Then they blame you for reacting to both." He scrolled past, "It was just networking," and "We were separated in spirit," and "You made me feel small." "There it is," he said, pointing. "Stage 3. He wasn't smug about being right. He was sad about how often right looks like this. I thought about the guys I know who've patched drywall after a teenager threw a controller, who've said "I love you" to someone too mad to hear it. We learn patterns the hard way. "How do you beat a playbook?" I asked. "You don't," Mike said. "You change the game. You stop arguing with a story that needs you to be the villain." I put the phone face down and listened to semis grind gears on the highway. Somewhere in that noise, I heard something I hadn't felt in days. Air moving through open space. Once Mike named it, I couldn't unsee it. The last year replayed like security footage, angles I'd missed before, the secretive texting, the late-night charting, the sudden need for dresses that didn't fit our budget. I remembered a donor dinner she insisted on attending for the hospital, and the way she came home smelling like a lobby you can't afford to sit in. Men my age swear they'll pay better attention next time, but the truth is, love is built for trust, not surveillance. I sat on the edge of the bed and let the motel AC rattle its case. "You're not stupid," Mike said, reading my face. "You're loyal." There's a difference. The vending machine in the hall thunked another dinner to the floor. I decided to stop being angry at yesterday and start being useful to tomorrow. So, I said, we document. We answer by email. We don't rise to bait. Mike nodded. And you eat something that wasn't frozen in 2011. We laughed. It sounded almost like a beginning. The next morning, I bought a spiral notebook at the diner register, the kind you keep by the phone in kitchens with landlines. I wrote dates, times, summaries, clean, neat, no adjectives. I saved screenshots to a folder with a boring name. I forwarded the angry email to a new address I made for this mess. One box for facts, not feelings. Mike swung by before his shift with coffee that could strip paint. One more thing, he said, serious now. Don't give anyone reason to call you unstable. He listed dumb ideas men get. Slashing tires, telling bosses, telling pastors, telling Facebook. You'll want relief, he said. This won't give it. I nodded. I know tools that promise more than they deliver. He clapped my shoulder. Do the small right things. They stack. After he left, I opened Olivia's email. 10 paragraphs of whiplash. I typed 3 sentences back. Received. Please use email for all communication. I'll respond within 24 hours. I hit send. Somewhere a bridge didn't burn. That night, sleep wouldn't come, so memory did. I saw our small church again, the lemon oil pews, the air swung by fans on chains, my dad's tie too wide because he wore what he had. Olivia walked down the aisle in her grandmother's dress, lace that had outlived 3 basements. Her mother cried the way mothers do, hope and fear braided together. I remember promising the things everybody promises, not knowing which ones will cost you. After the reception, we drove to a motel with cleaner carpets than this one and ate leftover cake with our fingers. I kept a fork from that motel, cheap metal, thin neck. I still use it to stir paint. People 35 and older know how keepsakes become tools because life doesn't leave room for glass cases. I lay there in Riverside 112 listening to footsteps above me and decided the past could visit but not move in. Morning would come, and with it, a decision I wouldn't unmake in the dark. Monday. I put on my Navy shirt with Mercy General Maintenance stitched over the pocket and drove in like any other day. Routine can save a man. It gives your hands something to do while your head calms down. The basement smelled like laundry steam and old coffee. Joe, my supervisor, glanced up from the work orders. Compressor in surgical, door closer in pediatrics, he said, eyes holding a question he didn't ask. On it, I answered, grateful for bolts and belts and things that don't lie. In the elevator, I watched the floor numbers climb and told myself to keep my chin level, voice steady, tools clean. People come to hospitals for help, not for a show. I swapped a filter, tightened a belt, and felt my breathing find a rhythm. On my way to the cafeteria drain, I passed the ER, her unit. Through the glass, I saw blue scrubs moving fast, charts, monitors, life. For a minute, I thought I could make it through the day untouched. By mid-morning, the hospital grapevine had ripened into a full harvest. In break rooms and supply closets, voices dropped when I walked in, then rose like blinds when I walked out. The volunteer guild ladies got quiet over muffins. The transporter kids pretended to check their phones. You can feel gossip in your bones, like a pressure front before a storm. He looks okay, someone said, as if men wear visible cracks. I kept my eyes on the work order app. In pediatrics, a nurse with kind eyes handed me a cookie for the road, which is hospital code for, I can't fix this for you, but here's a small kindness. I thanked her and moved on. At the service elevator, I caught my reflection. A man holding a toolbox and a face he'd taught to behave. The doors opened. 2 voices floated out. Olivia? Suspension? No, can't be. And then stopped when they saw me. I stepped in, hit ER, and let the doors close on the rest of the sentence. The ER is a humming engine room. Phones, pagers, footsteps, the steady beeping that means a heart is still arguing its case. I was swapping a loose kick plate when I heard Olivia's voice carry from behind the nurse's station. Familiar cadence, picked for sympathy. It's been hard. Tasha, her friend, murmured something soft. Another voice, Dr. Santos, said, "People love to judge." I stayed low, screws between my teeth, the way you do when a hose might burst and soak you. Olivia talked about marriage troubles and misunderstandings, shaping the air with words that avoid nouns. No gala, no photo, no call, just the story people use when they want your head to nod. I tightened the last screw and stood. Tasha saw me first. Guilt flashed across her face like a pager light. Olivia turned, eyes catching, then skittering away. I set my screwdriver down on the cart like it was the heaviest thing I owned. "Need the consultation room?" I asked evenly. She swallowed. "Please," she said. The engine room kept humming. We ducked into a family consultation room, the kind where doctors speak softly and chairs know the weight of bad news. I closed the door and stood instead of sitting, because sitting makes a man look like he's staying. Olivia wrapped her arms around herself like a borrowed coat. "Jack," she began, "this isn't who we are." I thought about how often people use "we" as a tarp to cover a mess. "Say what you need to say," I answered. She reached for the script. "I made mistakes. You're hurt. It's complicated." The fluorescent light hummed. A chart of pain scales smiled from the wall. I kept my hands on the back of a chair to keep them honest. "Complicated is a busted valve behind drywall," I said. "This is different." She took a breath, eyes shining like she could flood the room into forgiveness. "If we talk, if you listen, you'll understand." I nodded toward the table. "Then we'll start with the truth," I said, and slid the photograph between us. She stared at the photo the way people stare at X-rays, hoping shadows are just smudges. "It's not," she started. "Finish the sentence," I said. Her shoulders dropped. "I was trying to help the mission. Donors matter. I shouldn't have gone that far." Her voice softened, older than the last time I'd heard it soft. "Jack, I love you. I was lonely out there. I felt invisible." The word pinged around the room like a marble in a tin cup. I thought about all the invisible I'd lived. Midnights under a boiler, holidays interrupted by a burst pipe, the 10,000 things fixed that nobody noticed because nothing failed. "You weren't invisible," I said quietly. "You were trusted." She reached for my hand and I let distance answer for me. "Counseling," she offered. "We can rebuild." Down the hall, a pager chirped, 3 quick notes that always make my heart climb a rung. "Rebuilding takes a blueprint," I said. "What you're offering me is paint." I kept my voice in the register I use for hot wires, calm, precise. "You lied about malaria pills. You lied about yesterday's test. You lied about the gala and the guest list and the men with their hands on you." Each item landed like a socket clicking onto a ratchet. "You minimized what I felt. You called me small for wanting a roof that doesn't leak and a budget that doesn't bleed. You blamed me for not clapping while you burned the house down." I slid the photo back to my pocket and placed both palms on the table, the way you steady a ladder before you climb. "I am not perfect," I said, "but I am not crazy either." Olivia's mouth trembled, then steadied. "I thought networking would help us," she said, reaching for the nobility clause. You thought rules didn't apply to you if the cause felt big enough," I said. Silence arrived, heavy as a tool bag. "So," I asked, "how deep does this go?" She exhaled, long and shaky, like someone lowering a heavy box they can't carry anymore. "There's a hierarchy," she said. "People with money make doors open. The hospital expects faces at tables. I wanted a seat." Her eyes slid to the floor. "Felix, Dr. Cole, saw me at a conference. He said he could help. He pushed. I let him." There it was. A name, finally, like a light flipping on in a room you've been bumping through. "It felt like survival," she said. "If you don't play the game, you get left behind." I thought about men I know who never get invited to games. Plumbers, janitors, line cooks, who build entire lives without breaking vows to buy a better seat. "The game has rules," I said. "One of them is, don't wreck your team to impress the referee." She winced. The air felt thinner. "Are you sleeping with him?" I asked, because sometimes the only way through is straight. She closed her eyes. "Yes," she said. The room didn't move, but I did. I laughed once, dry, a sound with splinters in it. Well, I said, at least the networking paid off. The sarcasm left my mouth before I could leash it. Her hand flashed, fast as a short circuit. The slap cracked across my cheek, hot and bright. I've been burned by steam and shocked by carelessness. This felt like both. For a second the room tilted. Paper cups, tissue box, the calm poster about hand hygiene. "Don't you talk to me like that," she hissed. I breathed slow, counted to 5 the way you do when a breaker trips and you're deciding whether to reset or rewire. I met her eyes and spoke low. "You don't get to hit me and keep the story." She blinked, anger melting into fear. My palm found the back of the chair again, knuckles white, then letting go. I stepped to the door, hand on the handle, cheek burning, heart steadying. There's a particular silence after a slap. It sounds like a door choosing whether to open. I opened the door and didn't step through it yet. "Olivia," I said, using her name the way you use a level. "One more check before you nail it in. We're done." The words surprised me with how well they fit in my mouth, like they'd been waiting behind my teeth for a while. She reached out, palm up, the same hand that had just met my face. "Jack, please, don't throw us away." I shook my head. "I'm not throwing. I'm setting down what's already broken." In the hall, a transport tech pushed a gurney by, eyes forward, professional. "Life keeps moving, even when yours doesn't." "You can tell whatever story you need," I said. "I'm going to live a true one." I stepped into the corridor. The air felt colder, cleaner. The door clicked behind me. People passed with their coffees and charts. I touched my cheek and felt the heat ebbing, replaced by a kind of clarity that scared me less than the alternative. By late afternoon, Mercy had done what Mercy always does with fresh drama, metabolized it into whispers. Volunteers traded versions while sorting blankets. Respiratory pushed carts and opinions. Someone said I'd yelled. Someone said she'd fainted. Both were wrong. Truth rarely wins the popularity contest on its first day. In the cafeteria, I ate meatloaf like a man who trusts hot food more than his phone. Mike slid into the seat across from me, eyes scanning the room the way security does. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded once. "You?" he smirked. "Heard 3 different endings already." We let the clatter cover us. "It'll get louder before it dies," he said. "Stand where you can live." I finished my tray, dumped it, and headed back to the basement, my kingdom of humming fans and honest gears. On the way, Tasha passed me, opened her mouth, closed it. People love a story until it looks them in the eye. The automatic door whooshed, and the rumor mill kept turning. He found me between a humming ice machine and a cart full of mops. "Mr. Miller? David Thornton. I represent Olivia Reed, via." Mid-40s, perfect suit, handshake like a door closer, firm, controlled, not meant to slam. We took an empty conference room with a view of the loading dock. He placed a leather folio on the table like a minister setting down a Bible. "I believe we can resolve this amicably," he said, which is lawyer for, "let's keep the mess off the rug." He had the calm of a man who sees fires through glass. "Olivia values privacy," he continued. "She wants what's fair." He talked about assets like he was reading a grocery list, apartment, car, personal items. No need to involve the courts. The fluorescent lights hummed. Down below, a truck beeped in reverse, the universal sound of caution. David folded his hands. "With good faith on both sides, this can be over quickly." I thought about quick fixes. Most leak. "Show me," I said. He smiled, already winning. "Not today." He slid papers across. No-fault divorce, keep the apartment, keep the car, a clean split on the little we owned. Then the anchor, a confidentiality clause big enough to park a bus under. No public discussion, no narrative, no words that might ding a halo. "Standard," he said, smoothing the page. "People my age know standard means protects the person who can afford the lawyer." I read slow, lips moving the way my dad did with contracts he didn't trust. "So I get stuff," I said. "And she gets silence." David's smile worked hard not to show teeth. "You both get peace." Outside, rain started, a soft drumming that makes you think clearer. I tapped the clause with a knuckle. What happens if I don't sign? His eyes didn't blink. Then we litigate. Messy, expensive, unpleasant for all. I pictured the cherry dress, the guest list, the doctor's voice. He saw me weighing it and leaned in. Be smart, Mr. Miller. I closed the folder and let the rain answer for me. I walked him back to the elevator. Tell Olivia I understand the offer, I said. He pressed the button, nodding like a man who closes on Tuesdays. She appreciates your discretion. The doors slid shut and I watched my reflection warp in the steel. That's when the words arranged themselves plain enough for an old mechanic. This wasn't a peace treaty. It was a muzzle. The price of quiet was truth. Back in the basement, the laundry machines beat their steady rhythm, like work ethic in a world that prefers shortcuts. I set the folio on my bench, next to a flange gasket and a roll of blue tape, and stared at the clause again. I could take the easy road, call it grace, and let a story I didn't write define me. Or I could hold my own line and accept the noise that comes with living out loud. The elevator dinged behind me. Mike stepped out, reading my face like a chart. How bad? He asked. Depends, I said, on how quiet I plan to be. That night at the motel, I spread the papers on the table like a map of a country I wasn't sure I wanted to visit. Money matters when you're my age. Retirement isn't a rumor anymore. A clean split saves dollars and ulcers. But I kept seeing the faces at Mercy who know me as the man who shows up, fixes it, and tells the truth. If I signed, I'd be fine on paper and poor in the mirror. I called my brother, the one who never wastes words. He listened, let the quiet do some work, then said, You can live with people thinking you're bitter. You can't live with yourself thinking you're a liar. I thanked him and hung up, because older brothers end calls before feelings leak. I turned the TV off, let the motel's thin walls remind me other people were living too, loudly, badly, honestly. My phone buzzed. Mike. Swing by, his text read. Something you should see. I grabbed my jacket. The rain had decided to mean it. Mike locked the security office door and slid a manila folder across like a cop who hates this part. Pulled a few strings, he said. Inside, newsprint clippings, social photos, and 3 glossy shots like punches. Olivia, in the dark cherry dress, dancing cheek-close with Dr. Ethan Cole, orthopedic surgeon, smile polished enough to light a hallway. Another photo. Their hands, too familiar for strangers, the caption reading like a brag. The third, them leaving a hotel with the kind of confidence people wear when consequences seem hobby-sized. These were public, Mike said, buried in lifestyle pages and hospital newsletters. People saw. They just didn't look. I ran a thumb along the edge of a photo until it bit. My name wasn't on any caption. You sure it's him? I asked. Mike tapped a press release with Cole's headshot. Same jaw, same eyes that said, Doors open for me. There's more, Mike added, pulling another file. Timeline. He set it down like a fuse. Breathe first, he said. I did, and then I didn't. The timeline read like instructions for breaking a life. Met at a conference 6 months back, spotted together at 2 fundraisers, overnight after the gala, weekend trips folded into continuing education. Dates I remembered for other reasons. My mother's birthday, a busted chiller at Mercy, the night our neighbor's kid needed stitches. While I was thawing pipes and paying bills, they were networking in rooms with better carpet. I felt something old and dangerous climb my spine, rage that makes men my age drive too fast or say things knives would regret. Mike watched the color drain and then return. You're not crazy, he said softly. That helps. Now don't get stupid. I set the timeline down and let the numbers stop moving. The pictures didn't blur anymore. They stood still and told the truth I didn't want but needed. Okay, I said, voice flat as a workbench. Now I know how long the leak's been running. Mike nodded. And we're not done. He opened one more file. A different name stared back. Dr. Sarah Cole, Mike said. Cardiologist. Wife. He let the last word sit there, a weight with edges. A printout showed her bio. Smart eyes, steady smile, the face of someone patients remember later as kindness. A family photo, 2 kids, a dog with a bandana, the life advertisers sell during football games. My anger shifted shape, picked up a companion called pity. I know what it is to build something slow, honest, and then watch it find a crack you didn't pour. She know? I asked. Mike shrugged. If she doesn't, she will. Women like her don't stay blind long. I imagined a different consultation room, a different chair, her hands wrapped around a paper cup that didn't warm anything. There's a special cruelty to cheating with someone who has a spouse. You're not just breaking one roof. You're pulling shingles off two. I slid Sarah's picture under Ethan's like a roofline meeting a storm. So this isn't just my house, I said. No, Mike answered. It's the neighborhood. Once you say it out loud, she wrecked 2 families. The math changes. It's not about my pride or even our vows. It's about a radius of damage. Parent-teacher nights explained with half-truths, holiday tables with a chair that gets quieter, kids learning the choreography of backpacks between 2 houses. People 35 and up understand collateral, the ripples money can't smooth. I looked at the photos and felt my anger clarify, the way steel does when you draw it across a stone. This wasn't a bar mistake or a one-time stumble. This was a plan with dress codes and captions. So what's fair now? I asked the room. Silence didn't argue. I thought about David's offer, paper peace for the price of pretending. I thought about Sarah, who didn't sign up to be brave this month. If I shut up, I said, I help them keep doing this to other people. Mike didn't nod or preach. He just waited. Men like him respect a decision more if you make it yourself. I gathered the photos, the timeline, the printouts, and felt heat where paper met skin. Evidence changes posture. You stand straighter because now the truth has weight you can carry. In the movies, this is where a man storms into a lobby and makes a speech. In real life, lobbies have security and speeches get you escorted outside. I zipped the folder, slid it into my duffel, and checked the clock. My shift started in 20 minutes. The hospital didn't care that my life had a plot twist. A surgical compressor still needed parts. What are you going to do? Mike asked. I thought about the confidentiality clause, about my brother's voice, about Sarah's kids who didn't know they were in a story yet. First, I said, I'm going to finish my work orders. Mike grinned, small, proud. And second? I looked at the folder, felt the heat turn into something with a handle. I'm going to make sure this doesn't disappear. The beeper on Mike's belt chirped. Time to move. Driving back to the motel, wipers beating time, I let the word revenge sit in the passenger seat and stare me down. I don't like that word. It's loud, sloppy, the kind of thing that looks good in a song and ruins a life in practice. What I wanted felt quieter. Accountability. Where I'm from, if you break something, you own it. You apologize, you pay, you fix what's fixable, and you live with what isn't. Olivia wanted silence. Ethan wanted the next room with better lighting. The hospitals wanted to avoid headlines unless they sponsored them. I parked under the fizzing streetlight and killed the engine. In the rear view, I saw a man who still had a choice. I took the folder upstairs, set it on the table, and made coffee strong enough to argue. Then I opened my laptop and created a new email. Simple name, no flair. I typed 4 subject lines to 4 places that would have to listen. My finger hovered over save draft. Not send, not yet. Friday after shift, I parked across from the employee entrance with a thermos and a dashboard that's heard every prayer a man can mumble. At 6:45, Ethan Cole's BMW slid into a visitor spot like it owned the line. He checked his reflection in the window. Men who get away with things always do. At 7:15, Olivia came out in jeans and the sweater I bought her 2 Christmases ago. They met halfway, the kind of hug that says, "We practice this." I kept my phone steady. Public sidewalk, public lot, no shouting, no scenes. They drove to a French place we'd never afforded and sat near the window, hands touching like teenagers with money. I filmed in short bursts, time-stamped, face clear, the way Mike taught me to document equipment failures. They left laughing, drove to his building, disappeared into a garage where cameras were not my friend. I sat a while, breathing, then exhaled one word that tasted like resolve. Enough. My phone buzzed. An unknown number. On my screen, "This is Sarah Cole. We need to talk." I stared like the phone had grown teeth. I called. She answered on the first ring, calm, clipped, a cardiologist's pulse in her voice. "Mr. Miller," she said, "I believe your wife and my husband are involved." She didn't spend time on polite. "I've suspected for months. My PI confirmed it tonight." I looked at the restaurant across the street, remembered the way Olivia's hand settled on Ethan's sleeve. "I have video," I said, surprised by how steady I sounded. Sarah offered a diner off the highway, neutral ground, neon honest enough to testify. I drove with both hands on the wheel, the way you do when your life is about to take a corner. Inside, she looked exactly like her hospital bio, tired, smart, no nonsense. She slid a legal pad between us. "Let's keep this clean," she said. "Nothing illegal, only facts." She lifted a thumb drive from her purse, small as a fuse, and I brought receipts. We sat in a booth that remembered every secret it ever held. Sarah's eyes were the kind that had looked inside too many chests and still believed in repair. 3 months of surveillance, she said, tapping the pad. Hotels, restaurants, conferences. I hired a licensed investigator. Chain of custody is intact. She wasn't bragging. She was building a case. She pulled photos. Olivia in the dark cherry dress, arm around Ethan, them leaving a hotel 2 towns over, a credit card statement with charges that didn't belong to family life. "He used our joint account," she said, voice steady. "And once, God help me, his hospital card." I felt heat rise, the kind that makes men do dumb things. Sarah saw it and shook her head. "No stunts," she said gently. "We do this right, or not at all." She flipped to a page titled Distribution Plan. "You and I aren't the story," she added. "Their choices are." She placed the thumb drive on the table. "If we push, it's because they pulled." Back at the motel, I plugged the USB into my laptop like a man disarming a trap. It bloomed open, folders labeled by date, subfolders by location, a PI who understood that tidy is persuasive. Photos, videos, screenshots, text backups that read like a roadmap of bad decisions. There was the gala and better resolution than my nightmares, the hotel lobby flower arrangement I'd noticed once on TV, the kind of smiles people use when they think doors won't tattle. A spreadsheet tracked transactions, dinners, jewelry, parking garages. The facts didn't shout. They stacked. I copied the essentials to 2 fresh drives, one for me, one for Mike, and tucked the originals back where they'd be safe. Then I sat on the edge of the bed and let the room hum. We weren't dealing in rumors anymore. We had evidence that could stand on its own 2 feet in bright light. My phone buzzed. Sarah again. "Tomorrow," her text read. "We decide where this goes." I typed back one word. Everywhere. Saturday morning, coffee strong enough to lift lumber, Sarah and I met again, this time with Mike at the diner. We sketched a 4-lane plan on napkins. 1. Hospital administration at Mercy and St. Andrew Presbyterian. 2. The State Medical Board and the Nursing Board, formal complaints with exhibits. 3. The Pacific Relief Organization, donor misuse and conduct concerns. 4. A reputable local paper known for doing its homework. "All at once," Mike said. "If it's everywhere, nobody can bury it." Sarah nodded. "No anonymous rage, professionally written summaries, timestamps, attachments. We are not bitter exes, we are witnesses." We set up clean email accounts, drafted cover letters in plain English, and attached only what mattered. Dates, images, transactions, policies cited. We agreed on one rule: no social media, no leaks until official channels had to respond. Before we left, Sarah looked at both of us. "Once we send," she said, "we don't get to choose the size of the wave." I slid the final draft across the table. "Then let's pick the tide." We met in Mike's cramped office. Bad coffee, good locks. Sarah laid out the packets like a nurse prepping trays. Mercy admin, St. Andrew Presbyterian admin, the State Medical Board and Nursing Board, Pacific Relief, and one local paper that doesn't scare easy. We checked every file twice. Timestamps, captions, policy sites. No heat, just fact. Mike created burner accounts with boring names. I drafted subject lines a manager would open. Documentation of unprofessional conduct, time-stamped attachments enclosed. Sarah's thumb hovered over her trackpad. "Once this goes, it goes," she said. "Older folks know that feeling, like dropping a certified letter you can't fish back." I nodded. Let the truth do its job. We counted down like techs powering up a system after a repair. 3, 2, 1, send. The room fell quiet except for the AC that never learned subtlety. Then the inboxes started to bloom. Auto replies, intake ticket numbers, received, under review. I felt my pulse slow for the first time in weeks. We didn't win yet, but we'd started the clock. Monday moved fast. At 10:12, Mercy's HR emailed Olivia, immediate administrative leave pending inquiry. At 11:40, St. Andrew Presbyterian's compliance office acknowledged receipt of our packet on Dr. Ethan Cole. By lunch, the Mercy rumor mill had swapped out last week's drama for this one. You can hear institutional panic, the clipped footsteps, the closed-door meetings, the way managers use first and last names like they're reading charges. Olivia found me in a stairwell, eyes wide, voice low. You did this. I kept my hands in my pockets. No, I said. You did this. I documented it. She flinched like truth had weight. Mike texted me a photo of a bulletin. Staff reminded of relationships and professional conduct policy. Quarterbacks always call a timeout after the other team scores. Mid-afternoon, a board investigator requested a formal statement from me, not gossip, documents. I printed what mattered and left out what didn't. As I fed paper into the scanner, I realized something simple and hard. Consequences were finally louder than excuses. Next stop would not be private. Wednesday's paper hit the stands with a photo I knew too well. The dark cherry dress in a ballroom, a caption that named names. The article didn't snarl. It reported excerpts from policies, quotes from officials, a timeline that matched our files. By noon, St. Andrew announced Dr. Cole was placed on leave pending a full review of expense reports and conduct. By Friday, he was terminated. Mercy played slower, like big ships do, but the result rhymed. Olivia's suspension extended, then separation from employment tucked into careful HR language. Pacific Relief issued a statement about revisiting volunteer protocols. The board sent acknowledgments with case numbers, the kind of numbers grown-ups learn to respect. Sarah texted me a photo of her kitchen table, school projects spread out, a dog asleep, the paper folded open. We're okay, she wrote. I believed her. At the motel, I set the newspaper beside my tool bag and let the silence settle. This wasn't revenge. It was daylight. And daylight did what it always does. It showed the mess. By the end of the week, it was official. Ethan, fired. Expense reports under review, badge turned in, statement full of values and standards. Olivia, separated from employment, the careful HR phrase that means your login won't work on Monday. Word around Mercy said she'd struggle to get hired anywhere local. Boards don't forget case numbers. I read the emails twice, then set my phone face down and just breathed. Relief came first, quiet, like painkillers finally catching up. Then the aftertaste, bitterness, the kind you notice when the room goes still. I thought about cardboard boxes under office arms, about the way people stare at the floor in elevators on someone's last day. I thought about the years we built, and how quick a match eats a house. Men my age keep moving, pay the bill, change the oil, show up. I rinsed my coffee mug, packed my tools, and locked the motel door behind me. This part was done. What wasn't? Who I'd be after it. I used to think my job was fixing what breaks. Pipes, doors, the quiet things that fail without making a scene. Turns out, I had to fix something louder. My story. I went from the husband who believed, to the man blindsided, to the one who turned on the lights and named what happened. I didn't get back what I lost. I got back something different. Myself. They thought I'd keep my head down, keep the peace, keep their secret. They thought I'd stay the victim. But I walked away a survivor. If you're my age, you know life isn't all fresh starts. It's repairs that hold, and a few you choose not to make. I won't pretend this didn't cost me. It did. But daylight is cheaper than darkness in the long run. Tomorrow I'll lace my boots, punch in, and keep things running for the people who count on quiet heroes. Now the part I can't answer for you. When trust cracks, do you forgive or do you fight back? Pick your road and live it true. They say betrayal doesn't knock. It walks straight through your front door wearing a smile you used to trust. My name is Jack Mercer, and 3 nights ago, I thought I was living the dream. A 2-story farmhouse, a construction business I built with my own hands, and a wife who looked like success itself. That dream ended at a neighbor's barbecue. One careless laugh, one whispered secret, and I learned the child growing inside my wife's belly doesn't carry my blood. It belongs to her boss. 12 weeks along. Conceived while I was out of town, working overtime to keep this family afloat. You'd think a man would scream, break things, maybe beg. I didn't. I just stood there with a beer bottle slipping from my hand, shattering on concrete, and a truth hitting harder than any fist. I never really knew the woman I married. And if you think that was the worst part, you haven't heard what came next. From the outside, my life looked like a picture torn from one of those glossy American magazines. I owned a 2-story farmhouse with a wraparound porch I'd been fixing piece by piece for years. The kind of place neighbors would slow their cars to admire when the evening sun hit the siding just right. My construction business, Mercer Contracting, wasn't flashy, but it paid the bills. I built kitchens where families gathered, porches where couples rocked side by side, roofs that kept out the Maine snow. And then there was Lauren. She had that polished look that turned heads in grocery store aisles, sharp suits, heels clicking like a metronome, hair that never seemed out of place. While I came home dusted in sawdust and sweat, she'd glide in smelling like expensive perfume and boardroom victories. To me, it felt like balance. I handled the bones of our world, she carried its shine. Together, we looked unstoppable. Together, I thought we were unbreakable. It was one of those late summer Saturdays when the whole town seemed to drift toward backyard smoke and paper plates. Carol Whitman, my neighbor with the sharpest eyes and the loudest gossip, was hosting her annual barbecue. Kids ran between picnic tables, country music hummed from a cheap speaker, and I stood by the fence nursing a cold beer, letting the chatter roll over me. Lauren moved through the crowd like she owned it, designer sundress catching the light, smile perfectly rehearsed. I watched her from a distance, proud in that quiet way a working man gets when he thinks he's lucky. But pride curdled fast. I caught her voice carrying over the sizzle of burgers, speaking to her best friend, Brooke Sloan. "So, when are you telling Jack about the little surprise?" Brooke's tone had that cruel lilt, like she already knew more than I ever should. Lauren laughed. A sharp, brittle sound. "Why ruin a good thing? Richard says we wait until after the promotion." The name hit me like a nail through the boot sole. Richard Hale, her boss. Silver-haired, 6'2", the kind of man who parked his German car in front of buildings he didn't just work in, he owned them. I'd seen him at company dinners, the handshake that lingered, the way Lauren's posture shifted when he walked into a room. I'd chalked it up to ambition, the natural awe a junior executive shows the man holding her future. But hearing his name roll off her tongue at a neighborhood barbecue, tied to my wife's secret, was something else. Brooke leaned closer, almost gleeful. "And the timing?" Lauren smirked, sipping from her wine glass like it was a joke only they understood. "Valentine's week. Perfect cover. Jack was away anyway." The beer bottle slipped from my hand, shattering on Carol's concrete patio. Heads turned, conversations died. I didn't explain, couldn't. I just walked, each step heavier than the last, knowing something in my foundation had cracked for good. The sound of glass breaking carried farther than I wanted. One second it was music and laughter, the next it was silence and eyes. The beer bottle had slipped, shattered across Carol Whitman's patio, amber foaming across the concrete like spilled truth. Conversations stalled mid-sentence. Forks froze halfway to mouths. Kids stopped chasing each other. And all at once, I felt every gaze land on me. Carol peeked over her sunglasses, already calculating the story she'd retell by morning. Brooke gave a little smirk, like she enjoyed the show. Lauren didn't flinch. She just turned her back, whispering something I couldn't hear, letting the moment slide off her like rain on glass. I stood there, broken shards at my boots, with nothing to say that wouldn't explode into something worse. So I walked. Past the tables, past the stairs, out the gate, jaw locked tight. My neighbors thought they saw a clumsy husband. What they really saw was a man carrying suspicion home like dynamite. Back home, I didn't pace or punch walls. I did what builders do when something feels off. I checked the plans. Our shared life lived on a synced calendar. Dentist reminders, supply runs, her board meetings color-coded in cool blues. I scrolled through the week with fingers that didn't feel like mine, past dinners I cooked and flights I'd taken alone, until a line item blinked like a hazard light. Tuesday, 10:20 a.m. Dr. Sarah Williams, Women's Health. Lauren had labeled it routine checkup. Gray, quiet, meant to blend in. But routine didn't fit the way Brooke said surprise, or the way Lauren laughed like glass. I tapped the entry. Address downtown. Notes locked. A second notification I'd never seen before. An auto-forward to her work email. Neat, controlled, hidden in plain sight. I stared at that appointment the way I stare at a hairline fracture in a joist. Small to the eye, deadly to the house. My thumb hovered over delete and didn't move. Instead, I screenshotted everything, set my own silent alert for 9:40, and whispered to the empty kitchen, "If it's routine, it won't mind being seen." Tuesday came fast, the way deadlines always do when you're praying for more time. I left the house early, pretending I had a supply run, but instead I parked 2 streets over and waited. At 9:45, right on cue, Lauren's silver BMW eased out of the driveway, polished and perfect like its owner. I followed from 3 car lengths back, the old F-150 rumbling low, every mile a knot tightening in my chest. She didn't head toward the office. She drove past it, past Main Street, past the river, straight into downtown, toward the medical complex that swallowed half a city block. She pulled into the women's health wing, stepped out in heels too sharp for a Tuesday morning, and walked inside like she owned the place. I stayed in the truck, hands gripping the wheel so hard the leather creaked. A construction man sitting in a rusted pickup, watching his wife stride into a clinic she hadn't told him about. I told myself it was nothing. I already knew it wasn't. An hour crawled by, every minute heavier than the last. I counted cars pulling in and out, memorized license plates, anything to keep from picturing what was happening behind those frosted glass doors. When Lauren finally reappeared, the fall air seemed to bend around her. She wasn't pale or shaken or tired the way routine checkups leave you. She was glowing, smiling like she hadn't in months. I lowered my window just enough. The sound carried across the lot, sharp and clear. "Richard, it's confirmed. 12 weeks. Yes, I know. He doesn't suspect a thing." The words landed squarely on Valentine's week, the week I'd been holed up in Portland finishing a commercial renovation. I could still smell the drywall dust, still feel the motel sheets stiff with bleach. 3 days of long hours, cheap takeout, and video calls with Lauren where she looked pale and claimed she had the flu. I remember sending flowers, roses delivered to our farmhouse porch, with a handwritten note. "When I get back, we'll make it up to each other." She'd texted a heart emoji, just one, no words. At the time, I told myself she was too sick to write more. Now the puzzle snapped together in ugly clarity, the jewelry that showed up without receipts. The client dinners that stretched past midnight, the way she'd started looking at me like I was a burden she couldn't shake. I'd been pouring concrete in another town, building someone else's dream, while Richard Hale was in my house, rewriting mine into a nightmare. That evening I sat in the half-finished living room, the smell of cut lumber and dust hanging heavy in the air. The porch beams I'd stacked outside leaned like tired soldiers, waiting for me to give them purpose. But I couldn't lift a hammer. I just waited. At 6 o'clock sharp, Lauren's BMW rolled into the driveway. She came in balancing a glossy takeout bag from the Thai place on Main, the kind of food we only bought when there was something to celebrate. She looked radiant, cheeks flushed, hair falling perfectly against her blazer. For a heartbeat, I remembered the woman I'd married. Then the memory soured. I stepped in her path before she reached the kitchen. My voice came out low, tighter than I meant. "We need to talk." She froze, bag crinkling in her hand, eyes narrowing just a fraction. Then her smile returned, polished, practiced. "About what?" I didn't blink. "About Richard Hale. About the baby you're carrying that isn't mine." The air snapped between us like a live wire. For a moment she didn't move, just stood there in the doorway with the takeout bag dangling from her fingers. I waited for denial, for the instinctive shake of the head, for a tear maybe. Instead, Lauren's lips curved into a smile so sharp it could have cut glass. "Took you long enough to figure it out," she said, brushing past me as if I were nothing more than a wall in her way. She set the food down on the counter, peeled off her blazer, and tossed it onto a chair with casual elegance. "That's it?" I asked, my voice sounding strange in my own ears. What do you want me to say, Jack? That I'm sorry? That it didn't mean anything? She laughed, a short, cruel sound that bounced around the unfinished walls. It means everything. Richard can give me things you never could. Status, security, a future that doesn't smell like sawdust. Her hand drifted unconsciously to her stomach. That's when I realized she wasn't ashamed. She was proud. I stared at her, trying to match this cold stranger with the woman I'd once carried across a threshold. We own this house outright, I said, words clipped. My business keeps food on the table. We're not drowning, Lauren. We're solid. She gave me that look, half pity, half disdain. Solid? She almost laughed. Jack, your little contracting jobs are small time. Patching roofs, building porches for people who can barely pay you on schedule. Richard Hale is offering me real security, a vice president's salary, benefits that don't depend on whether it rains next week. Her hand lingered on her stomach again, nails tapping against silk. And his baby? That's a future with private schools, trust funds, doors already open, not broken dreams nailed together in a dying mill town. Every word was measured, designed to sting, and they did. I felt the heat rise in my chest, but I kept my voice steady. Then pack your things. You're leaving tonight. The air between us tightened until it felt like the house itself was holding its breath. She leaned against the counter, arms crossed, eyes glittering with the kind of arrogance only someone convinced they've already won can carry. I stepped closer, every muscle in my body straining not to explode. My voice came out flat, stripped of every ounce of affection I'd once had for her. Go upstairs. Pack now. Lauren tilted her head, lips curling into a smile that wasn't a smile at all. You're being dramatic, Jack. You'll cool off. We can work this out. I shook my head, jaw locked. You're leaving. Tonight. She laughed softly, shaking her head like I was a child throwing a tantrum. You don't mean that. You've always needed me. No, I said, pointing toward the stairs. I needed a wife, not a liar, not a parasite. Pack. Now. For the first time all evening, her confidence flickered. Just for a second. But I saw it. I didn't wait for another excuse. I stormed up the stairs, yanked her designer suitcases from the closet, and dragged them into the bedroom. The sound of zippers ripping open filled the house as I threw handfuls of silk blouses and heels onto the bed. Lauren hovered in the doorway, arms folded, still wearing that thin smile like armor. You can't kick me out, she said, voice calm but brittle. I live here too. Watch me. I shoved her clothes into the cases, slammed them shut, and hauled them down the stairs 2 at a time. My boots pounded the steps, echoing like a war drum in the hollow house. At the front door, I threw the suitcases out onto the gravel driveway. They landed hard, bursting open, heels, blouses, and lingerie scattering across the stones like confetti from a party no one wanted to remember. Lauren gasped, cheeks flushing red. But I didn't flinch. I just stood in the doorway, chest heaving, finally feeling like the one doing the leaving. The thud of the suitcases still echoed when I felt it, that prickling sense you get when eyes are on you. I glanced to the left, and there she was, Carol Whitman, bent over her rose bushes with pruning shears in hand, though she hadn't clipped a thing in minutes. Sunglasses perched on her nose, but I could tell she was watching every detail. Lauren scrambled to gather her clothes, silk sleeves and lace spilling through her fingers, her face pale beneath the porch light. She tried to shove the blouses back into the case, but the zipper jammed, and a pair of heels toppled into the gravel. Carol didn't say a word, just tilted her head, the way a cat watches a bird too wounded to fly. Lauren's voice rose sharp. You're making a mistake, Jack. I slammed the door in her face. No, I'm fixing one. Through the window I saw Carol's smirk. By sunrise the whole town would know. Lauren Mercer had been thrown out of her own house like yesterday's trash, and I was fine with that. Midnight settled heavy over the farmhouse, the kind of silence you only get in small-town Maine, just crickets, the faint rush of wind through the pines, and the creak of lumber stacked on my half-built porch. I was halfway through a second beer when headlights swept across the front yard, not the sharp, familiar beams of Lauren's BMW, bigger, darker, A black Escalade rolled to a stop at the edge of the gravel drive, engine idling low like a growl. Doors opened in sequence, first the driver, then two shadows, then a third figure I recognized instantly. Marcus Vaughn, Richard Hale's head of security. Ex-military, 6'4", all muscle wrapped in an expensive suit that couldn't hide the weight under his left arm. I'd seen him at town functions, silent as a guard dog. Now he was on my porch. I stood, set my beer down, and reached for the old aluminum bat leaning by the door. My pulse thudded steady. 3 men against 1 contractor. They weren't here to talk. The Escalade's headlights cut off, leaving only the hum of its engine and the crunch of gravel under polished shoes. Marcus Vaughn stepped forward first, shoulders squared, jaw clenched in that practiced military way. Behind him came 2 younger men, the kind you recognize without needing names, fresh out of prison or heading there soon. Tattoos creeping out from starched collars, eyes scanning my property like they already owned it. Marcus smiled, too perfect, too white. "Easy there, contractor boy. We just want to have a conversation." I tightened my grip on the bat. "Nothing to talk about." One of the younger men chuckled, pulling at his leather gloves. "Boss says otherwise." Marcus's smile never wavered. "You've been harassing his girl. That's not very neighborly." His girl, my wife until 6 hours ago. The words burned. I stepped down from the porch, bat resting against my shoulder. Funny how things change. The night went still. 3 against 1, and every instinct told me I was already standing in a fight I wasn't supposed to win. Marcus stopped a few feet from me, hands open like he was being reasonable, though his voice carried the weight of a man used to obedience. "Here's how this works, Jack. You're going to take Lauren back. No questions, no attitude. You're going to smile for the neighbors, play the proud husband, and when that baby shows up, you're going to call it yours. Nice and quiet. Everyone wins." I felt the bat heavy in my hands, knuckles whitening. "And if I don't?" His smile widened, shark-like. "Then we get creative. Maybe your truck burns down. Maybe a client decides you're sloppy with permits. Maybe you fall off a scaffold one day and nobody's around to catch you. Richard doesn't like loose ends." One of his men laughed, low and cruel. The other cracked his knuckles like punctuation. I spat on the gravel. "That's not my kid, and I won't live someone else's lie." Marcus's eyes went cold. "Then you just volunteered for the hard lesson." My chest burned, but not with fear, with the kind of anger that makes a man feel heavier, steadier, like rebar and concrete. I shifted the bat from shoulder to grip, feet planted in the gravel. 3 against 1, I said. "Doesn't sound fair." Marcus chuckled, low and amused. "Fair's got nothing to do with it." He took another step closer, cologne mixing with the night air, drowning out the scent of pine and sawdust. His hand twitched toward the bulge under his arm. That was my opening. I swung. Aluminum cracked against ribs with a sound that cut through the night like a gunshot. Marcus staggered, a grunt tearing out of him, surprise flashing in his eyes. For half a second I thought I'd evened the odds. Then the others moved, fast, practiced, brutal. A telescoping baton snapped open, catching my forearm. The other slammed a fist into my ribs. The bat slipped from my hands. Stars exploded behind my eyes. And in that moment I knew. This wasn't a fight. It was a message. The world narrowed to fists, boots, and the metallic snap of the baton. My arms gave way first, then my knees. Gravel bit into my palms before another strike sent me sprawling flat. Somewhere above me, Marcus wheezed through broken ribs, but his voice was steady enough. Teach him how Richard handles disrespect. The next blow caught me across the jaw. White light flared, then blackness rushed in like a tide. When I came back, it was in fragments, voices muffled, the stench of motor oil, the vibration of tires over back roads. My wrists burned from plastic ties cinched tight behind me, my head pounding with every pothole. The air was stale, metal hot against my cheek. I realized then they'd stuffed me in the trunk of the Escalade like scrap lumber tossed aside. Every bump slammed my ribs, every turn threatened to pull me back under. I tried to shout, but duct tape sealed my mouth. The only sound I managed was a muffled groan, swallowed by the roar of the engine. The Escalade finally lurched to a stop, gravel giving way to soft earth. The trunk creaked open, cold night air flooding in. A massive hand, Marcus's, hauled me out by my collar and dumped me onto pine needles slick with dew. The October chill hit me harder than the fists had. I was in the woods, deep enough that the silence swallowed everything but my ragged breathing. They yanked me upright, my wrists still zip-tied behind me, plastic cutting into skin. One of the younger thugs shoved me against a pine tree, bark grinding into my back. My chest heaved, ribs screaming with every breath. Marcus crouched in front of me, eyes gleaming despite the pain I'd given him earlier. He pulled a hunting knife from his belt, the blade catching moonlight like a silver threat. He pressed it against my throat, not hard enough to cut deep, but enough to leave a burning line. "You don't touch what belongs to Richard Hale," he said, voice low, steady. "You don't threaten what belongs to Richard Hale, and you sure as hell don't embarrass him." I forced the words past split lips, my throat tight against the cold edge of steel. "She's not property." Marcus's smile thinned, almost pitying, like he was explaining simple math to a child. He leaned closer, the knife pressing just enough to sting. "Everything is property if you've got the money to buy it. Houses, towns, people, even you, Mercer." The younger goon chuckled, circling behind me. "Cheap labor, boss. Contractor discount." Marcus didn't laugh. His eyes stayed locked on mine, calm and unshaken. "You think because you swing a hammer and own a truck that you're a man? You're a line item, replaceable. Richard could buy 10 of you before breakfast and never notice the dent in his wallet." The knife lifted, then traced a thin red line down my neck. "Your mistake was thinking you were free. Men like me, we know better. We work for power. Men like you belong to it." The night pressed in, heavy and absolute. And for the first time I realized this lesson wasn't about fear, it was about ownership. They yanked me off the ground and dragged me deeper into the woods, boots scraping over rocks and roots. My shoulders screamed as the zip ties cut deeper, plastic biting through skin slick with blood and sweat. A pine tree loomed ahead, its trunk wide enough to swallow me whole. They spun me around, slammed my back against the bark, and cinched fresh ties around my chest and arms until I could barely breathe. The knife disappeared, but the ache it left across my throat burned hotter than fire. My ribs throbbed where the batons had landed. My head pounded with each beat of my heart. The October air clawed at my bare skin, stealing warmth faster than I could hold it. When the Escalade's headlights vanished into the trees, silence swallowed me. Just whined in the branches, just the faint cry of coyotes in the distance. Pain blurred into despair. Tied to that tree, stripped to my boxers and boots, I understood what they wanted most. Not to kill me, but to watch me break. The night stretched into forever. Every breath stung my ribs. Every shiver rattled through the ties, cutting off circulation in my arms. Bark dug into my back until it felt like the tree itself was chewing me alive. I worked my wrists against the rough trunk, skin tearing raw, blood slicking the plastic. The cold was the real enemy. October in Maine doesn't forgive. My teeth clattered so hard I thought they might chip. I forced myself to stay awake, whispering curses into the darkness, muttering Lauren's name, Richard's name, anything to keep my mind from drifting. Anger was fuel. Pain was proof I was still alive. Hours crawled past. Coyotes howled and fell silent. The stars faded to gray. And just as the first light of dawn seeped through the canopy, I felt it, the tie giving way, fibers fraying against bark. With one last wrench, it snapped. I collapsed forward, arms numb, wrists bleeding, but free. The cold morning air cut deep, but for the first time all night, I breathed like a man still fighting. I staggered through scrub and shadow until the trees thinned and a rutted logging road cut the woods like a scar. My legs shook with every step. My wrists were raw meat. When I finally hit pavement, the world tilted and went gray. A horn blared, brakes squealed, and an old F-150 rolled to a stop sideways. The driver's door swung open. Frank Dwyer, retired cop, beard like steel wool, eyes that missed nothing, took me in with one sweep. "Hell, Jack." He stripped his flannel overshirt and wrapped it around my shoulders before I could fall. "Hospital?" he asked. I shook my head, voice a rasp. "No cops. Not yet." He studied me a beat longer, then nodded. "My cabin. The next hour smelled like iodine, instant coffee, and wood smoke. Frank cleaned the cuts, taped my ribs, and set a chipped mug of broth in my hands. I told him everything. Lauren, Richard Hale, the Escalade, the knife at my throat. He listened the way good men do, quiet, steady, no judgment. When I finished, he leaned back, jaw set. Men like Hale don't warn twice. So what's the plan, son? For the first time since the bottle shattered, I had an answer forming. Frank's cabin felt like an old boot, scuffed, reliable, warm where it mattered. He set me at the kitchen table, slid a towel under my elbows, and opened a metal first aid kit that looked older than both of us. Iodine burned bright lines across the cuts on my neck. Butterfly closures stitched the worst of them into obedience. He wrapped my ribs with athletic tape, firm enough to hurt, tight enough to hold. "Breathe," he said. I did, and it sounded like gravel. I told him everything between sips of black coffee. Carol's barbecue, Brooke's whisper, the clinic, 12 weeks, Lauren's smile when I said the word baby, the Escalade, Marcus Vaughn's knife, the tree, the cold, how freedom felt like plastic snapping in dawn light. Frank didn't interrupt. He just watched, eyes steady under a ridge of gray brows, the way men trained to read bad nights look at you. When I finally ran out of words, he nodded once. "No hospital," I said. "No sheriff. Not yet." "Smart," he answered. "Men like Richard Hale don't warn twice. You'll need proof, not pity." That was the first time my anger hardened into a plan. "Men like Richard Hale don't warn twice," Frank said, cinching the tape around my ribs. "Next time isn't a lesson, it's a cleanup." The words sat in my gut like a brick. I wasn't going to outpunch hired muscle or outspend a man who bought judges' gala tables by the 10-pack. If I was going to survive, I had to build something stronger than rage. "Proof, not pity," Frank added, sliding a yellow legal pad across the table. I started a list with a carpenter's neat block letters. Back up the shared calendar. Photograph the bruises. Doctor visit. Document everything. Export bank statements. Pull permits and bid records. Public files. Council minutes. Campaign donations. Names bubbled up. Suppliers, site inspectors, a town clerk who owed me for a winter roof. We parked my truck behind Frank's shed, killed the cabin's porch light, and let the town think I'd gone to ground. I borrowed a flannel, a burner flip phone, and a little of Frank's stubborn calm. I wasn't going to swing harder. I was going to build tighter, nails, facts, and daylight where Hale lived in shadow. Frank says paper beats power, so I started stacking paper. First thing, document the damage. Frank took photos of every bruise under bright kitchen light, a tape measure in frame for scale, and a folded morning newspaper for date. I wrote a statement in my own hand, time, place, what was said, then signed and slid it into a manila envelope. Next, our shared life. I exported the family calendar to a thumb drive, screenshotted Lauren's routine checkup, and pulled our phone bill from the carrier portal, call times, numbers, the midnight gaps that suddenly made sense. I downloaded bank and card statements, highlighting charges that never fit our budget. Jewelry on a Tuesday, the Riverside Motel twice, executive dining at hours no client eats, then public records. At the library's dusty terminals, I ran property and corporate filings, Hale Development Partners, RHD Holdings, a daisy chain of LLCs that wrapped half the town in legal plastic. Council minutes, no bid contracts, campaign donations that always seemed to arrive the week before a vote. Finally, muscle. I logged Marcus Vaughn's patterns. Gym at 6, Mickey's Bar Tuesdays, the black Mercedes parked in the alley. I packed duplicates of everything into 3 places: Frank's safe, a storage unit, and a bank box. If Hale wanted a war, I'd fight with receipts. In a big city, you hire investigators. In a small town, you buy coffee and shut up long enough for people to talk. Frank made a few calls that didn't sound like calls, just old friends checking in. By noon, I had a circuit. Gus at the diner topping off my mug, Denise at Mickey's polishing glasses, Ray at Apex Auto, with grease up to his elbows, Walt in the permits office, and Lydia at the clerk's desk who files everything and forgets nothing. I didn't ask for secrets. I asked for patterns. Denise remembered Tuesdays, Marcus's whiskey and the black Mercedes idling in the alley. Ray had swapped a cracked taillight on that same car after some bar scuffle. Walt slid me copies of council minutes where Richard Hale's companies kept winning without bids. Lydia pointed me to donation logs that bloomed the week before those votes. Gus shook his head and told me which contractors had been encouraged to walk away from jobs Hale wanted. I wrote it all down on a yellow pad. Arrows, dates, addresses. No illegal digging, just daylight. By sundown, a shape emerged. Muscle in the alleys, favors at City Hall, fear doing the rest. And for the first time, I knew where to swing next. Rich men don't bleed money first, they bleed reputation. The more I mapped Richard Hale, the clearer it got. His empire ran on pride. He never used side doors. He parked his Bentley out front for the cameras, shook the mayor's hand exactly where the banner framed his logo, made sure his name landed on every program, gold sponsor, chairman, visionary. He didn't just win contracts, he collected applause. Behind closed doors, he bought silence with favors and fear. In public, he bought awe. That was the seam. Strip the awe and the fear would follow. Denise at Mickey's remembered he snapped when a bartender called him Rick. Walt swore Hale rewrote a ribbon cutting because the angle hit his cufflinks. Lydia grinned, telling me he had a PR firm ghostwrite op-eds under Concerned Citizen. Men like that don't survive laughter. They survive lawsuits, rumors, even subpoenas, but not humiliation. You don't outspend them. You make them look small in a town that worships big. So I stopped thinking about courts and started thinking about crowds. Not punches, punchlines, not secrecy, spotlights. First you nick the enforcer, then you make the king stumble where everyone can see him. After that, the throne wobbles on its own. Stakeouts aren't glamorous. They're thermos coffee gone cold and a stiff neck from watching a rearview mirror. For 3 nights I tailed Marcus Vaughn the way a carpenter tracks a bowed board. Slow, patient, eyes on the warp. He hit the same marks like a man on rails. 600 at Iron Forge Gym, heavy bag, deadlifts, protein shake. 08:15 he ghosted into Hale's office. 12:10 curbside sandwich, always turkey, always alone. 17:30 back to the office. Tuesdays at 23:45 like clockwork, Mickey's bar. The black Mercedes was my metronome, ceramic tint, vanity plate with a smug hint only rich men choose. He parked in the alley behind Mickey's, away from foot traffic and security cams, under a busted light that left a perfect blind spot between the dumpster and the back door. He favored his left side. My swing had done its work, reaching across his ribs before he sat. Holster under the jacket, habit touch at the latch, ego in the stride. I logged plates, timestamps, angles, mapped exits, learned which door the bartender propped open for smoke breaks. When the pattern was tight enough to hang weight on, I started assembling the tools that don't show up in a police report. Zip ties, duct tape, a cooler, and a plan built for humiliation, not hospital bills. Tuesdays make men lazy. By midnight, Mickey's was bleeding noise, jukebox twang, laughter leaking through the back door the bartender kept propped for smoke. I waited in the alley's busted light, where the camera didn't reach and the dumpster masked silhouettes. The Mercedes nosed in right on schedule, engine ticking as it cooled. Marcus Vaughn stepped out slow, favoring his left ribs, jacket falling just enough to show the bulge of a holster before he palmed it shut. I'd already walked the ground a dozen times, counted paces from door to bumper, mapped the shadow where a man disappears. Zip ties in my pocket, duct tape, a small cooler sweating at my feet. Not to break him, to brand him. He got halfway to the driver's side when I stepped from the dark. Remember me? My voice didn't need to be loud. The alley carried it. His hand twitched toward the jacket latch. Muscle memory, not thought. I lifted the aluminum bat, elbows tight like I was setting a nail. Careful, he said, smiling thin. You won't like how this ends. Neither will you, I answered, lining up the swing. I aimed for the hand that kept ghosting his holster. The bat met knuckles with a hollow crack that bounced off brick. Marcus Vaughn hissed, fingers exploding open. The pistol skittered across wet pavement, spun once under the busted light, then slid toward the alley grate. I was there first. One hard kick, and the gun vanished into the storm drain with a metallic gulp. He reached for the baton at his hip, muscle memory again. I stepped in and chopped the bat across his forearm, then raked it down his thigh. The big man buckled, one knee slamming pavement. For the first time since my porch, I saw doubt in his eyes. Easy, contractor, he rasped. You're making this worse. Not for me. I yanked his jacket over his shoulders like a straitjacket, spun him into the open door of the Mercedes, and drove him back into the seat. 2 zip ties cinched his wrists to the wheel spokes. Duct tape sealed the deal, 1 strip across each forearm, 1 across his chest for good measure. I thumbed his phone from his pocket, flipped the camera, and held it up. Smile, I said. Lessons on you tonight. The plan wasn't pain, it was permanent embarrassment. I popped the Mercedes hood, felt around the cowl, then ducked under the dash where the blower motor lived. From the small cooler at my feet, I pulled 2-gallon bags of raw shrimp, pink, slick, already sweating. I worked them deep into the vents and under the carpeting lip, places even a detailer wouldn't see on the first 3 tries. Marcus writhed against the ties. You're dead, Mercer. Maybe, I said, clicking the climate controls to max heat, fan full blast, recirc on. I cracked each window an inch so the stink could crawl out and introduce itself to Main Street. Then I pressed his hazards, bathing the alley in urgent orange. I stepped back and snapped photos with his phone. The security chief of Richard Hale, sweating, zip-tied, jacket half off, mouth running while the cabin slowly turned into a bait shop in August. 1 clean shot of the dash, heat pegged, one of the shrimp bag peeking from the footwell. Send, I said, thumbing post to every account he owned. Class dismissed. By morning, the alley lesson had legs. Denise at Mickey's slid a phone across the bar, Marcus zip-tied to his own wheel, hazards blinking, windows cracked like a terrarium. Gus at the diner held court with the same photos on a greasy screen. Griggs Mill Chatter, our private Facebook, was a bonfire. Catfish emojis, low-tide Mercedes captions, someone looping sea shanty music over the clip. Even Carol Whitman chimed in. Air freshener suggestions? I kept my head down at a window install while the town did what towns do. Share, embellish, remember. By lunch, a tow truck hauled the Mercedes past Maine, heat still pegged, stink blooming like a crime. The detailer refused it on the lot. Rumor said they had to tarp the thing and park it by the river. Marcus didn't show for the gym, didn't post his usual whiskey at midnight story either. When a man's job is fear, laughter is a layoff notice. He could still swing fists, but the uniform, polished menace, silent aura, had split a seam. I didn't celebrate. I took notes. First the enforcer, next the king. You don't topple a throne with a punch. You do it with a punchline the whole town won't stop repeating. Bullies love back rooms. I chose daylight. I parked my beat-up F-150 in the front row of Hale Development like I'd bought the spot. Thermos on the dash, arm out the window. I watched the glass doors breathe suits and lanyards. Folks glanced at me, then at my truck's dented fender, then looked away. That's fine. Daylight isn't loud. It's patient. At 10:03, the doors parted, and out came Richard Hale. Silver hair crisp, cufflinks throwing sparks, 2 new gorillas wearing earpieces, and the expression men wear when they think they are the law. He was saying something to a receptionist when his eyes found me. I rolled my window down and smiled like we were old neighbors. Beautiful morning, isn't it, Richard? The security detail tensed, waiting for a nod. He didn't give it. Not here. Not with a dozen phones pointed our way and a city councilman stepping off the curb. He swallowed, lifted his chin, and slid into the Bentley like a man entering a foxhole. I gave a friendly wave as they pulled out. No chase, no threat, just a message. I wasn't hiding anymore. Daylight was my lawyer now. I didn't need audio to hear it, the way Richard Hale swallowed rage like a man choking on his own pride. Through the Bentley's tinted glass, I caught the profile. Jaw clenched, temple pulsing, the practiced smile curdling at the edges. My little wave wasn't a threat. It was worse. It was disrespect in daylight. Men like him can digest lawsuits and rumors. They can't stomach being waved at like just another suit. He lifted his phone before the door even shut. I pictured the chain reaction. A call to PR. Get me talking points. A call to legal. Prep a letter. A call to Marcus Vaughn, or whoever replaced him. Fix this. The 2 new gorillas stared at me the way men do when they're waiting for permission to break a law. It didn't come. Too many witnesses, too many cameras. Across the lot, a receptionist pretended to read her screen while filming. A councilman pretended not to stare. I drained my coffee, let the silence do what fists can't, and set the cup back on the dash. He drove off, white-knuckled. I didn't follow. You don't chase a king, you make him feel watched. Late afternoon light slanted through the pines when a car crunched up Frank's gravel drive. I recognized the silhouette before the engine cut. Lauren in a fitted maternity dress that tried to sell control she didn't have. She didn't bother with hello. "We need to talk," she said, eyeing the cabin like it smelled of poor decisions. "Out here's fine," I answered, not moving from the porch step. Frank stayed inside, a quiet shape behind the screen. She folded her arms beneath the curve of her belly. "This has to stop, Jack. Richard's attorneys are preparing a letter, restraining orders, defamation. You're harassing me." I took a breath that pinched my taped ribs. "Tell Richard his legal threats can take a number. I'm busy." "You think this is a game? You got lucky once. Next time," she swallowed, "next time they won't just scare you." "Maybe," I said. "But before any next time, this town is going to know exactly who you are and what you did." Her polish cracked, just a hairline. "You wouldn't." "I already started," I lied, testing the seam. "Truth moves fast here." She glanced back at the road like a runner sizing the distance, then looked at me. Really looked, searching for the old husband who'd cave. He wasn't home. "I'm not negotiating," I said. "There's nothing to talk about." Lauren's jaw set. For a second I saw the boardroom version of her, the one who wins by waiting you out. Then she turned, heels grinding gravel, and drove off beneath the pines. Frank pushed the screen open with a knuckle. "You light the fuse?" "I said I did," I answered, easing back onto the step, ribs protesting. Truth has a way of traveling without me. My phone buzzed like a hive. Griggs Mill Chatter, our private Facebook, was on fire. A new post from Carol Whitman. "Hate to be the messenger, but Riverside Motel, 11:42 p.m., 2 nights in a row." 4 photos followed. Lauren and Richard Hale under a flickering sign, his hand on the small of her back, her face tipped up toward his. Timestamps, plate numbers. The comments bloomed fast. "Knew it. Saw them at Rivers Cafe last week, thought it was odd. That baby math ain't hard." I didn't reply. I didn't have to. In small towns, rumor is a spark. Receipts are gasoline. And tonight, I watched the fire catch without lifting a match. By dusk, Carol Whitman had upgraded from gossip to archivist. Her post turned into an album titled Public Service for Griggs Mill. 12 photos, tight captions, timestamps stamped like court seals. First frame, the Riverside Motel marquee flickering, 11:42 p.m. Second, Richard Hale's hand at the small of Lauren's back, her chin tipped up, that practiced smile. Third, a wide shot catching both plates, his Bentley, her BMW, parked nose to nose like old friends. Carol even circled the valet stub tucked in Hale's visor, red marker, 11:38 check-in. Then she added context the way only a neighbor who never blinks can. A screenshot of Lauren's late client dinner on the shared calendar, a cropped charge from an executive dining spot 2 towns over, a grainy still from Rivers Cafe 2 weeks prior, Brooke Sloan's reflection starring in the window glass. The comments multiplied, contractors I knew, moms from the school run, a deacon, each dropping a memory that suddenly made sense. Someone overlaid a map with pins, motel, cafe, office garage, a pattern you couldn't unsee. My phone pinged non-stop. I pictured Lauren's doing the same, only hers wasn't buzzing with sympathy. It was judgment wearing a familiar face. The album did what storms do, blew roofs off fast. By morning my phone filled with numbers I hadn't seen in years. Not condolences, forwards. Screenshots of Lauren's group chats melting down. Her executive women thread turned quiet, then cold. Brooke Sloan switched her profile to private and scrubbed photos like rust. At 9:12 a.m., Lauren called, then again. Then a wall of texts stacked like bad invoices. "We need to control the narrative. It's not what it looks like. Please pick up." I didn't. Frank poured coffee and nudged my phone farther from reach. By lunch, someone sent me a copy of a company memo. "Leadership is aware of allegations. Ms. Mercer will be on leave pending review." The word leave did heavier damage than any rumor. Invitations dried up. The PTA mom who always laughed too hard at Lauren's jokes untagged half their photos. A deacon commented, "Praying for all involved," which in our town reads like a verdict. At 3:05, one last text. They're saying I'm finished here, Jack. I need you to tell them we're working it out. I stared at the screen until it dimmed. The woman who once walked through rooms like she owned the deed had just discovered it was rented, on a month-to-month, paid in reputation. The sun bled out behind the pines and the cabin settled into that old wood quiet, coffee cooling, radio low, my ribs finally forgetting to scream. Then the front window exploded. A brick punched through glass and skidded across the floorboards, trailing shards like sleet. Frank was on his feet before the last pieces fell, killing the lights with 2 quick snaps. We stood in the dark listening to the night remember itself. He clicked on a flashlight, beam tight, low to the ground. The brick was wrapped in duct tape with a note pinned under it, fat black marker chewing the paper. Back off or else. Below it, scrawled smaller, next time isn't a warning. Cowards, Frank muttered, sweeping the porch with the light, finding nothing but tire dust and the echo of an engine already gone. He pulled a contractor bag from under the sink. Don't touch it. We document. We photographed the glass spray, the brick, the note, bagged the mess. My hands shook, not from fear, from clarity. This wasn't control. It was panic with a Sharpie. Frank looked at me over the beam. They're nervous. Good, I said. Nervous men make mistakes. There's a difference between being reckless and being deliberate enough to look reckless. The brick told me Richard Hale was bleeding pride, not power. Good. You don't charge a wounded animal. You rattle the fence until it shows you the hole. I cleared Frank's table, laid out my manila folders like framing lumber, permits, donations, contracts, security, photos, and built a plan with square corners. No late-night brawls. Daylight, paper, laughter. First, I duplicated everything. Thumb drive in Frank's safe, another in a storage unit, a third mailed to Ethan Cole, the only reporter in the county who still returns calls. Then I wrote 5 letters, 1 to the state AG tip line, 1 to the ethics board, 1 to the county auditor, and 2 anonymous notes crafted to sound like different people, dates, places, names that force a follow-up. I scheduled myself like a job site, Tuesday council, Thursday planning commission, Saturday church breakfast. Not to accuse, to ask questions that read on the record. I wasn't swinging a bat anymore. I was tapping studs, finding hollows, and inviting the town to press its ear to the wall. If Hale was a house, I'd make him creak where everyone could hear it. I didn't swing at Richard Hale. I asked questions where microphones live. At the council meeting, I signed in as Jack Mercer, contractor, and read from a clipboard like a man checking joists. For the East Riverside project, could the clerk read the bid sheet into the record and confirm if campaign checks landed the week before the vote? No accusations, just dates and documents lined up like studs. Pens started moving. A camera phone lifted. The clerk's voice wobbled. At the Planning Commission, I thanked them for their service, then wondered aloud why Hale Development won 3 emergency jobs in a row with no weather event on file. At the church breakfast, I asked the deacon if the new gym's donor plaque spelled all the names right. At Gus's diner, I paid for coffee and left copies of minutes and permits on the counter like free newspapers. The local paper ran a bland editorial about sunlight and process. The radio call-in show hummed with just saying. PTA moms swapped links. Bartenders traded timestamps. The whisper turned into a conversation you could hear from a block away. I wasn't yelling. I was knocking. Same rhythm, every door. And when the town finally leaned in to listen, I knew it was time to hand the files to someone who could put truth in ink. I met Ethan Cole at a diner 2 towns over, the kind with cracked red booths and a bell that rings whenever the door swings. He looked younger than I expected, sleeves rolled, eyes wired from too much coffee and not enough wins. I slid a manila envelope across Formica. He didn't touch it yet. Ground rules, I said. No cowboy journalism, no guesses dressed like facts. You print only what you can prove twice. You protect sources. And if I'm wrong, you burn this and walk. He nodded, serious. And if you're right? Then you don't write a hit piece. You write a record. We went page by page. Council minutes lined up with donation logs. No-bid emergency contracts beside weather reports showing clear skies. Shell LLCs leading back to Hale. Photos, timestamps, invoices that never matched. I handed over a thumb drive and a list of people who would talk if asked the right way. Denise at Mickey's, Walt in permits, Lydia at the clerk's desk. Ethan outlined FOIA requests, bank subpoena paths, how to nail down hearsay into sworn lines. He finally opened the envelope. "Paper beats power," he said. "Only if it's straight," I answered. "Build it square and it holds." Ethan needed lumber he could nail, so I brought him boards. First, money. I pulled 30 months of statements from our bank's online portal and matched line items to Secretary of State filings, LLCs that looped back to Hale through P.O. boxes, and the same 2 registered agents. We circled transfers that landed 48 to 72 hours before council votes and checks to a civic partnership PAC chaired by Hale's attorney. I screen captured metadata, exported CSVs, printed hard copies, duplicates into 3 envelopes. Then, bodies. Denise from Mickey's gave a recorded statement. Tuesdays, black Mercedes in the alley. Marcus Vaughn flashing steel after closing. Walt in permits walked Ethan through emergency contracts with clear sky weather logs. Lydia produced time-stamped donation receipts. Same week, same names, same outcomes. Frank, the ex-cop, coached me on affidavits. We notarized them at the UPS counter, fluorescent lights humming while I signed under penalty of perjury. For injuries, I swallowed my pride and went to urgent care. X-rays on the ribs, lacerations photographed, assault by unknown persons in the chart. Date, time, clinician's name, no theatrics, just record. Ethan filed FOIAs, queued bank subpoenas with a friendly DA, and stacked our pile into a frame that could carry weight. Paper doesn't punch like a fist, it holds like a wall. You don't bring down a house with a shout, you bring a dossier that makes the nails give up. I cleared Frank's table and built it like a job. Index, timeline, evidence, appendices. I printed everything twice. Bank CSVs in plain English, council minutes highlighted, donation receipts stapled to vote sheets, property maps with Hale's Shell LLCs traced in red like wiring runs. I added my urgent care records, photo log of bruises with ruler and newspaper date, transcripts of Denise, Walt, Lydia, each signed, notarized, chain of custody clipped to the front. I wrote an executive summary a DA could read between elevators. 5 pages, short paragraphs, who, what, when, how much, cross-refs in the margins like joist hangers, tabs for contracts, money flow, security incidents, retaliation. A 1-page map showed the pattern at a glance. Council, checks, contracts, cash out. 1 binder went to Ethan, 1 to a state AG tip line with tracking, 1 to a bank box under my daughter's birth certificate. A thumb drive sat taped beneath Frank's kitchen drawer, my poor man's dead man switch. If Richard Hale wanted power, I wanted weight. And now I had it, square, level, ready to set. The paper hit town like a hammer. You could hear it. Bundles thudding onto diner counters, the hiss of the vending box as quarters dropped, the bell over Gus's door ringing too fast. Front page, above the fold. Money, power, and no-bid deals. Inside the Hale machine. Byline, Ethan Cole. Subhead, donations before votes. Emergency contracts in clear weather. Intimidation in the alleys. Inside was the skeleton of Richard Hale's empire laid bare. Timelines, maps with red pins, sidebars labeled who benefited and what it cost. Pull quotes from sworn statements. A box on page A3. Local contractor alleges assault. Urgent care records confirm injuries. No drama, just record. Gus's diner went church quiet. Forks hovered. Phones came up. The radio switched from country to call-ins. Lines jammed. Voices shaking with names, dates. I always wondered. City Hall's blinds snapped shut. Hale's Bentley didn't show. His PR statement arrived by lunch. Baseless, politically motivated. It read like drywall overwrought. By afternoon, cameras were on the courthouse steps, and the clerk posted document request backlog in block letters. I didn't smile, I didn't crow. I just folded the paper twice, felt its weight in my hands, and listened for the sound every builder knows. Nails starting to pop in a crooked frame. By noon, the polite knock came, the kind that doesn't ask, just waits. 2 suits on Frank's porch, state AG investigator with a leather folio, and a FBI agent whose tie looked like it never loosened. They introduced themselves the way pros do, calm voices, eyes everywhere. I waved them in. Frank poured coffee, and we sat at his scarred pine table like it was a witness stand. They'd read the piece. They had subpoenas queued and requests that felt like orders, copies of my photos, the urgent care records, the calendar exports, the donation logs, names of anyone who spoke to me. I handed over a duplicate binder, tabs, index, the works. The FBI guy turned pages without drama, just steady, methodical. He paused on my affidavit about the alley and the woods, then slid me a form. If I wanted protection, here was the process. I signed where it mattered, not because I was scared, because I was finally being heard. Phones buzzed. The AG investigator asked if Richard Hale contacted me directly since publication. Not yet, I said. He nodded like that was a kind of admission. When they left with boxes, the cabin felt lighter. Paper hadn't just made noise, it had summoned badges. By Friday, the sound that defines a town like ours, nail guns, backup beepers, concrete trucks, went quiet all at once. City Hall posted a notice on the glass. Suspension of Hale-related contracts pending review. The clerk taped copies at every site like foreclosure signs. Crews stood around in hard hats, coffee cooling in gloved hands, reading the same paragraph twice as if a third might change it. On East Riverside, a pump truck idled until the foreman killed it and waved men off the slab. At the new gym wing Hale had sponsored, a banner with his name sagged in the wind while the superintendent chained the gate. Subcontractors started calling each other, then their banks. Lines of credit tightened by lunch. Insurance adjusters sniffed around like dogs that smelled smoke. Hale's PR firm blasted a statement about temporary delays and full cooperation, but the real news traveled faster. Invoices frozen, draws on hold, inspectors reassigned. A supplier told me he got a call asking if he'd extend terms 90 days as a courtesy. He laughed, then didn't. You don't realize how much a single name props up a place until you watch the scaffolding shake under everyone at once. When big men fall, they don't hit the ground. They shed pieces on the way down. Richard Hale's office started bleeding suits first. The receptionist stopped answering Hale Development and switched to a cautious, "Good morning." A repo truck idled at the curb one afternoon and took the Bentley like it was reclaiming a debt from gravity. By evening, the gold-lettered door placard was gone, 2 screw holes staring like missing teeth. Vendors stopped extending terms. Banks reassessed exposure. A partner LLC filed to dissolve. The PR firm that used to write his victory speeches sent a one-line termination letter. Conflict of interest, effective immediately. Council members who once raced to his ribbon cuttings discovered prior commitments. The mayor's photo with Hale quietly vanished from the city website, replaced by a stock image of a handshake that meant nothing. Inside, the lights stayed on, but the hallways felt abandoned. Security swapped out tailored muscle for rent-a-cops with plastic badges and nervous smiles. Rumors said Marcus Vaughn was on leave. The gym wing banner with Hale's name was taped over for wind damage, even though the day was still. A house doesn't explode when it fails. It groans, boards twist, nails squeal, and then, one morning, you realize it's no longer plumb. In small towns, banishment doesn't need a decree. It happens in the cereal aisle. I saw Lauren at Miller's Market pushing a cart with one hand and cradling her belly with the other. 2 PTA moms split around her like water around a rock, suddenly fascinated by canned peaches on opposite ends of the shelf. The checkout kid who used to flirt with her scanned in silence, eyes on the red laser, not her. By noon I heard the rest. HR's leave pending review became security escorting her badge to a drawer. The luncheon committee postponed indefinitely. A recruiter who'd promised to circle back stopped taking calls. Even the gym she donated to paused memberships for renovations, which was a polite way of saying, "Don't come in." Brooke Sloan flipped to private and let the friendship die by algorithm. The executive women text thread turned into a wall of unsent bubbles and gray hearts. A deacon offered prayers for healing, which around here reads like a polite "we saw everything." I didn't gloat. I stacked lumber on my porch and listened to hammers from other houses, steady, indifferent. Exile isn't loud. It's the sound of a name that no one says first. Friday night at Mickey's felt like any other. Neon buzz, fried onions, a country song about bad timing. I took a corner stool, kept my ribs against the bar, and let the room talk. Bars are where truth forgets it's supposed to whisper. Denise slid me a club soda and a look that said, "You're going to want to hear this." Two teachers at the high top traded low voices over a shared basket of wings. "He hasn't returned her calls in 2 weeks," one said. "Dropped her like a hot potato the second the story hit." At the far end, a roofing crew replayed the headline between sips. "Hale's wife filed papers," a guy in a camo cap said. "Why buy the side dish when the kitchen's closed?" Laughter, hard, mean, the kind men use when they've been afraid too long. Someone added, "Saw Lauren at the market, no ring, no smile." And another, "Hale's number changed, she's calling a ghost." I didn't join in, I just listened to the verdict roll around the room. Richard Hale cut her loose, fast and clean, like money always does when it smells smoke. I wish I could say the bar talk tasted sweet, but victory has an aftertaste, metallic, like biting your tongue. I walked home under a cold moon and found myself standing on the half-built porch, palms flat on the joists I'd set last spring. From there I could see the road Lauren used to take, the turn where her taillights would disappear. Word traveled faster than tires. Hale changed numbers, papers filed. Lauren left holding a designer bag full of consequences. Part of me wanted to call that justice. Another part saw her at Miller's Market staring too long at a shelf because it was easier than meeting anyone's eyes. I didn't love her anymore, not after the clinic, the lies, the knife at my throat, but grief isn't a switch. You don't flip it off, you wear it until it stops fitting. I sat on the steps with a bottle of water, ribs aching, listening to the house breathe. Satisfaction came and went like a breeze. What stayed was quieter, a steadiness, a line I wouldn't cross again. The town could judge her. I didn't need to. I had boards to set, a spine to keep straight, and a storm still coming. I picked the battleground the way I pick a beam. Check the grain, test the span, make sure it carries meaning. Griggs Mill, the dead factory our road's named for, was perfect. Isolated enough that Richard wouldn't show with a parade. Public enough that the town would eventually walk through and talk. A ruin to match what he'd made of us. I packed my manila envelope, index, tabs, the paper spine of his empire, plus a spare thumb drive taped under the truck's dash. Phone at 100%, battery pack charged, Facebook Live one swipe from ready. I set the stream privacy to public, geotag off, comments on. Not for theatrics, for witnesses. I left Frank a note on the kitchen table. Time, place. If I'm 10 minutes late, call the AG and Ethan. He nodded once when I told him, the way old cops do when they know a man's already decided. I texted Richard from a number he didn't have. Griggs Mill, tonight, no lawyers, no muscle. Come collect what's left of your name. No bat, no bait shrimp. Just paper, Daylight's cousin, and a camera. I wasn't going to beat him. I was going to measure him, in front of anyone who cared to watch. Riggs Mill sits where the river bends, a brick carcass with busted teeth for windows, and a smokestack that points at nothing. My boots echoed in the empty loading bay as dusk thinned to iron. Rust smelled like wet pennies. The wind moved through broken panes in a tired organ note. This was where our fathers punched clocks and our mothers packed lunches. Now it was where men like Richard Hale bought nostalgia by the acre and called it vision. I walked the floor, counting paces, finding sight lines. A stairwell with half its treads gone. A catwalk that led nowhere. I tested cell signal, 3 bars, framed the doorway in my camera and set Facebook Live one swipe from go. Manila envelope on a pallet, phone battery at 100, backup pack warming my pocket. I breathed slow, let the place get inside my ribs. If a town has a conscience, it lives in rooms like this, the ones that remember when work meant dignity and a paycheck, not favors and fear. I checked my watch, listened to the river, and waited for headlights to scrape the far wall. Headlights scraped the far wall and died. No Bentley, just a sun-faded Toyota sedan that coughed to a stop and idled like a smoker. The driver's door opened slow. Richard Hale stepped out, silver hair still disciplined but thinner, suit a shade behind the times, the shine knocked off his shoes. In the dim, he looked like a man who'd misplaced a crown and was pretending he hadn't noticed. He scanned the mill's ribcage, found me by the pallet. No entourage, no earpieces, just gravity. "You wanted a meeting," he said, voice sanded down. "Here I am." I nodded at the empty space where arrogance used to stand. Funny thing about empires, I said. They look smaller without a parking spot. A flicker crossed his face. Anger, grief, pride refusing to choose. You think a headline makes you a hero? I think it makes us even. I tapped the manila envelope with a finger. Paper thudded. This is the rest of it. He glanced back at the tired Toyota, then at my phone on the pallet. Screen awake, live one swipe away. He knew what it meant to be seen and couldn't afford it. That was the first honest thing between us. I set the phone on the pallet, framed Richard Hale between the broken windows and the dead conveyor, and swiped. Live bled red in the corner. Evening, Griggs Mill, I said, voice steady. Name's Jack Mercer. This is the man who thought he owned our town. The viewer count jumped. 19, 63, 210. Comments started crawling. That's Hale. Ask him about East Riverside. He stiffed my brother on a drywall job. Richard stepped sideways. I matched him, keeping him in frame. Turn that off, he hissed. Say it on camera, I answered. Tell folks how emergency contracts follow checks, how enforcers follow objections. Tell them why my ribs click when I breathe. He tried for the old smile and found nothing behind it. I read dates and amounts from the dossier, held up donation receipts, council minutes, a photo of Marcus Vaughn's Mercedes with hazards blinking and shame steaming. The comments sharpened. Former employees, small business owners, a city clerk quoting statute numbers. Richard's jaw trembled. Are you done? Almost, I said, stepping closer so the mic caught it all. There's one thing men like you never say. Try it. I'm sorry. Silence stretched. Then his voice broke. I'm sorry. Viewers spiked. The mill finally had something worth making again. Witnesses. The comment feed blurred to a river of names and anger. Richard Hale stood there with the mill wind in his hair and tears cutting clean lines through dust on his face. Not staged tears, the kind that come when the scaffolding finally gives. His shoulders hitched once, twice, and the sound that came out of him wasn't a CEO at a podium. It was a man who'd run out of places to hide. I ended the stream with a thumb press. The red light died. The silence felt heavier than the crowd that had just watched. I picked up the manila envelope and held it between us. This is everything I didn't put on camera, I said. Bank paths, affidavits, dates that rhyme too neatly to be chance. He took it with shaking hands, flipped through the tabs, contracts, money flow, security, retaliation, eyes going paler page by page. You're thorough, he managed. I build things to hold, I said. He closed the flap, stared at the dead conveyor, and laughed once, short, broken. For the first time since this started, I saw it plain. The king without a kingdom, clutching proof of his own undoing while a contractor handed him the bill. I finished the porch the way you finish a hard winter, board by board, slow and honest. The last plank seated with a clean thunk. The screws bit and held. I wiped the dust, cracked a cold beer, and sat where sunset paints the road the color of forgiveness. The house breathed easy again. So did I. Gravel crunched. Lauren stepped out of a sedan I didn't recognize. Brooke Sloan at her shoulder, both of them looking like the storm had lived in their faces. No makeup that could fix it. No tone of voice that could sell control. Jack, Lauren said, voice thin. We need a truce. It's the baby. We can't... Brooke jumped in, brittle and fast. You've made your point. Please. I let the bottle sweat in my palm. I didn't make the point. You did. Lauren's eyes shone. I'm asking for mercy. I stood, feeling the porch solid under my boots. Mercy isn't immunity. Actions have consequences. You taught me that. They had no answer for truth, said plain. They left the way they came, quiet, smaller. I sat back down, watched the light fade over fresh lumber, and listened to a sound I'd almost forgotten. Peace. Her birthday. Full house. I walk in holding a folder, 3 photos inside. Megan's laughing with her sisters, and he's by the cake like he earned a seat at the table. I don't yell, I just raise my hand, point at him, and ask one question. How does it feel to stand here, knowing I know? Silence. A couple gasps. Her mother freezes mid-sip. I'm Daniel, 12 years married to Megan. Tonight, I brought proof instead of anger. I open the folder. First photo, the gym. Second, them sharing dessert. Third, same man, same woman, same movie night I got canceled on. She starts to speak. I'm already walking out. This wasn't rage. It was a boundary served cold. Megan came into the kitchen holding up a plastic key tag like it was a medal. Joined a new gym today, she said, her voice bright, almost rehearsed. The tag spun between her fingers, catching the light. I set down the plates I was preparing and looked at her smile. 12 years together, and I knew the shades of that smile. This one wasn't for me. It was for the mirror behind me. Then came the name. Ryan, Megan's trainer. She said it too easily, like he'd already become part of our vocabulary. He knows his stuff. I'm down 2 pounds already. The roast chicken on the counter was untouched, steam fading, a meal cooked for 2 shrinking into one man's leftovers. I told her good job. I meant it. Health is a win. But in my chest, something shifted. It wasn't the gym tag. It was the way she said his name. And that was the first warning. The roast chicken sat untouched on the counter, skin turning from crisp to cold. I'd carved it the way she liked, set the table, poured 2 glasses. 12 years of Thursday dinners, but that night it looked like a stage missing half its cast. Megan breezed past it, filling a glass with seltzer, scrolling her phone like we hadn't planned anything. Don't ruin the vibe, she chirped. I swallowed the words that wanted to come out. Health was good, progress was good. But the clock on the wall ticked louder than her excuses. I asked about our movie night, the ritual we never skipped. She smiled, not at me, but at her reflection in the microwave door. We'll see. Ryan has late openings. That was the first night I realized. It wasn't about fitness or pounds lost. It was about schedules shifting, priorities redrawn, and I wasn't at the center anymore. I told myself it was temporary, but I already knew it wasn't. 12 years of marriage had trained me to know her rhythms. Morning coffee at the same mug, grocery trips on Saturdays, movie nights on Thursdays. Our life wasn't flashy, but it was steady, predictable in the best way. Then came the 10 p.m. workouts. She called them focus time, said the gym was quiet, the machines open, Ryan free to give her more attention. I called it something else, distance. 3 nights in a row she came home after 11. The next week, it was midnight, then 1. I'd hear the door click, shoes drop, water run in the bathroom while I pretended to be asleep. The bed beside me felt bigger every night, the space between us stretching wider than any treadmill run. When I asked her to text if she'd be late, she snapped, "I'm not 12. She wasn't, but she wasn't showing up as my wife either. That's when I knew boundaries were coming. Thursday used to mean something, our movie night. Popcorn, a blanket, sometimes the same film we'd already seen a dozen times. Ritual, not entertainment. That week I set the remote on the table and asked, "So, movie night?" Megan didn't even look up. "We'll see," she said, thumbs moving across her phone. Her voice was casual, but it cut deeper than any fight. "We'll see" meant don't count on it. I stared at the untouched popcorn bowl between us, the glow of the TV waiting for a story that wouldn't play. "Ryan's got openings after 9, she added, like that explained everything. I forced a nod, but inside I could feel the balance tipping. 12 years together, and suddenly my place on the calendar was penciled in, not inked. That night, I didn't get angry. I took notes, the kind you don't write on paper, and I knew this wasn't the last time she'd skip. The first night, I waited on the couch, lights dim, telling myself traffic or a long workout. At 11:20, she slipped through the door, tossed her bag, kissed my cheek like nothing was off. The second night, I kept the lamp on in the bedroom. Midnight came, no text, no call. The sheets felt colder than usual. By the third night, I didn't pretend anymore. I watched the clock cross past 11, then 12. I listened to the house hum without her, every sound amplified by absence. When she finally came in, shoes kicked off at the door, I said nothing. My silence was louder than any argument I could have started. But in my chest, suspicion planted itself like a nail under the skin, small, sharp, impossible to ignore. 3 nights in a row, same excuses, same late returns. I told myself not to jump to conclusions, but my gut had already made one. When she came through the door past midnight, I closed my book and tried to keep my voice level. "All I ask is a text if you're running late," I said. "It's past 12. She didn't even slow down. Shoes off, bag on the chair, fridge door open. "I'm not 12, she shot back, her tone sharp enough to cut. "That's not what I'm saying," I replied. "You work 9 to 5. There are classes at 6. Why does it have to be this late?" She shrugged, pulling out a bottle of water. "Ryan's booked. Nights are when he's at his best. Less crowd, more focus." The way she said his name, Ryan, as if I should already agree with his schedule, told me more than she realized. I wasn't asking for control, I was asking for consideration. But in that kitchen, under the hum of the refrigerator, it was clear. She'd already chosen where her loyalty leaned. She leaned against the counter, twisting the cap off her water. "This is the only time I can train properly. Ryan says evenings are when I make the best progress." I set my book down, leaning forward. "I don't care about Ryan's hours. I care that we never sit down together anymore." Her eyes flicked up, defensive. "So what, you want me to stop caring about my body? Stop trying to be better?" "I want dinner at a normal hour with my wife," I answered. "I want to walk after, talk after. I want the life we built." She smirked, sipping like it was a toast. "Maybe you should try the gym too. It might help your patience." The words landed heavier than she knew. It wasn't about patience. It was about priorities. And right then, I realized mine were slipping off her calendar, while Ryan's were written in bold. I took a long breath, let her little jab hang in the air, and then I laid it out plain. "All right, if you're going late, then go late, but I won't be waiting up. Dinner's at 7. Whoever shows up eats. At 10 o'clock, the door gets locked. Spare key stays in the box. Code's the same. For now." She blinked at me like I'd just written her a ticket. "Control much?" I shook my head. "Not control. Boundary." The kitchen went quiet except for the hum of the fridge. She shut it harder than necessary, then muttered something about stretching and walked out. 10 o'clock came. I turned the deadbolt. Not a slam, not a threat, just the sound of metal finding home. It wasn't about punishing her. It was about preserving myself. Because once respect starts bleeding out of a marriage, rules are the only bandage you've got left. She tossed the words over her shoulder. "Control much?" Like it was a joke she wanted me to play along with. I didn't. "Boundary," I said, and let it stand. That night, I made dinner at 7. I ate alone at 7:30. By 9:30, the house was quiet except for the television filling space she used to fill. At 10 sharp, I stood at the door, hand on the deadbolt. For 12 years, I'd left that door open, waiting for her steps on the porch, her key in the lock. Not this time. The metal slid into place with a sound I'll never forget. Not angry, not loud, just final. A line drawn in steel. I left the spare key in the box, same code, same access. But the message was clear. Respect the schedule or stay outside it. And as I turned off the lights, I realized boundaries don't always save marriages. Sometimes they just save the person setting them. For weeks, I'd sat up, half watching the clock, half watching the door, telling myself marriage meant patience. But patience had turned into surveillance. Me, stuck on a couch, wondering what hour she'd drift in. That night, I decided I was done. I ate my dinner hot, washed my plate, and set the kitchen back in order by 8. By 9, I was in bed with a book, not pacing by the window. When 10 o'clock came, I locked the door and laid the phone face down. No checking, no refreshing, no wondering. Around midnight, I heard her key in the box, the soft shuffle through the hall, the bathroom sink running. I didn't move, didn't ask, because waiting had become a leash, and I wasn't putting it around my own neck anymore. She thought silence meant surrender. But in truth, silence was my first act of rebellion. And that rebellion was only getting started. 10 o'clock became my anchor. Every night I'd stand by the door, hand on the deadbolt, listening to the quiet of the house. When the clock hit the hour, I turned the lock. Click. It wasn't loud, but it carried. Through the hallway, into the kitchen, into the silence where she used to sit across from me at dinner. That sound became a ritual. Not punishment, not control, just clarity. The same way I'd flip a breaker at the shop or tighten a valve until it's sealed, I closed the door on uncertainty. She'd come home past midnight, twisting the knob, sliding her key from the box. I'd hear it. I'd roll over, let the moment pass. And in that repetition, the click started to mean something more, proof that I could draw a line and keep it. Every boundary has a sound. Mine was steel sliding into place. At the shop, Tom dropped a folder on my desk and studied me like I was a busted compressor. "You look like you slept in a parking lot," he said, scratching his jaw. He wasn't far off. The bags under my eyes had their own zip code. Nights stretched longer when you waited for footsteps that didn't come until after midnight. "My side of the bed feels like a canyon," I admitted. "Schedule at home's changed." Tom leaned on the doorframe. "You want extra evening calls? Keep busy while she's out?" I shook my head. "Other way around. Book me early. 5 a.m. installs, dawn service calls. If I'm going to be alone at night, I'd rather be tired." He raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. "Copy that. I'll shuffle the board." Work had always been my refuge. If home was going to be empty at night, I'd trade it for mornings filled with purpose. And exhaustion was better company than doubt. The first morning alarm went off at 4:15. Dark sky, empty streets, the kind of silence only truckers and insomniacs know. I pulled on my boots, grabbed my thermos, and headed out while the neighborhood still slept. By 5, I was on a roof, wrench in hand, cold metal under my palms. The sun rose while I tightened bolts and checked ducts. It was exhausting, but exhaustion had its perks. When your body's drained, your mind doesn't spiral. Clients noticed the hustle. Tom noticed too. He'd grin, shake his head, and say, "Never thought I'd see you beating the sunrise." By the time most people were eating lunch, I'd already logged a full day. When evening came and she slipped out for her late sessions, I didn't sit staring at the clock. I was too tired to care. And in that fatigue, I found something I hadn't felt in months: relief. Because loneliness hurts less when you're too worn out to feel it. 2 days later, the neighborhood gathered for a summer barbecue. Kids ran through sprinklers, men argued charcoal versus gas, and paper plates bent under the weight of burgers. It should have been ordinary. But Megan found her stage. Standing with Kelly, plastic cup in hand, she raised her voice just enough for the circle to hear. "He's suddenly the bedtime police," she said, laughing. 10 o'clock sharp, like I'm in boarding school." Kelly chuckled into her drink, and a couple of neighbors smirked. They thought it was light banter. To me, it was exposure. A private boundary turned into a punchline. I walked up with a tray of burgers, set them down, and kept my tone flat. "It's called sleep." The laughter faltered, but Megan grinned, milking the moment. The crowd didn't see the wedge. They saw comedy. I saw disrespect. Because boundaries aren't jokes. They're the only things keeping a man from losing himself. I set the burgers down, wiped my hands on a towel, and met her eyes. "Clarity beats guessing," I said evenly. The circle went quiet for a beat. Tom, standing nearby with his wife, nodded. "We do that," he offered. "If I'm on call, she doesn't plan dinner I can't make. Saves arguments." Some of the neighbors smiled, pretending to agree, but Megan's jaw tightened. She wanted laughter, not logic. "Didn't ask for a panel," she muttered, sipping from her cup. I didn't take the bait. "Not asking permission either. Calendars posted Sunday night. Same for you. If it's not on the schedule, it doesn't exist." A couple of people whistled, half amused. Megan rolled her eyes, but I held her stare. Boundaries aren't about control. They're about clarity. And if there's one thing worse than being mocked at a barbecue, it's being erased at home. That night, I published my schedule like gospel on the fridge door. Sunday night, I pulled a fresh sheet from the pad, wrote out my week in block letters, and pinned it to the fridge with a magnet shaped like a wrench. Monday, 5 a.m. install. Tuesday, shop inventory. Thursday, dinner at 7, no exceptions. Every hour mapped, every commitment clear. Megan walked in as I stepped back. She scanned it, smirk tugging at her lips. "What is this, a middle school chore chart?" I didn't flinch. "It's a calendar. You said you wanted consistency. Now you've got it. If it's not on here, it doesn't exist." She shook her head, laughing like I'd just built a fort out of cardboard. But when she opened the fridge for water, Her eyes lingered on the page a beat too long. Because paper doesn't argue. Paper doesn't forget. Paper holds you accountable. That magnet might as well have been a nail in the wall, one more line drawn where she didn't expect it. The calendar didn't change her habits. If anything, she pushed harder against it. At first it was 11, then 11:30. Then midnight became normal. Each time she'd breeze through the door like nothing was wrong. Leggings, ponytail high, voice chipper as a commercial. "Great session tonight. Ryan says my form's improving." I'd nod from the table, dishes already washed, lights dim. She'd kick off her shoes, scroll her phone, and vanish down the hall. The house felt less like a home and more like a hotel lobby, her arrivals unpredictable, her presence temporary. I stopped asking questions. Words had turned into sparring matches. Instead, I watched the clock, the empty chair across from me, the growing canyon in the bed. A man can live without answers, but he can't live forever without respect. And every minute past midnight, I felt respect slipping further out of reach. One night I sat alone at the kitchen table, the clock reading 8:45, her plate cold beside mine. My phone buzzed. A short message lit the screen. "Don't wait up. No excuse, no explanation, just 4 words that told me everything." I set the phone face down, the glow bleeding into the wood grain, and stared at the meal I'd made. Chicken cooling, vegetables limp, silence thicker than the walls could hold. She'd stopped even pretending now, not running late, not be back soon, just don't bother. I poured myself a glass of water, cleared both plates, and stacked them in the sink. The sound of ceramic clinking felt louder than her voice had in weeks. It wasn't just absence, it was permission. Permission to stop caring whether I noticed. And if she could live like that, maybe it was time I started living like I didn't wait either. That message replayed in my head long after I cleared the table. Don't wait up. 4 words, simple, final. Too casual for a wife who used to send me photos of traffic lights just to prove she was on her way. I tried to read, tried to sleep, but every creak of the house felt like evidence. The clock ticked past 11, then midnight, and the bed beside me stretched out like an empty field. The doubts sharpened. If this was really about fitness, why the secrecy? Why no text until she was already gone? Why the smile that seemed rehearsed every time she mentioned Ryan's name? By the 3rd late night that week, I wasn't just uneasy. I was certain something was hiding in plain sight. And a man can only live with suspicion for so long before it demands proof. So I decided, next time I wouldn't sit at home wondering. I'd see for myself. Curiosity or confirmation, I wasn't sure which one pushed me behind the wheel. But at 9:10 p.m., I drove past the glowing strip malls, past the gas stations closing for the night, and pulled into the far corner of the gym lot. I killed the headlights, cut the engine, and sat low in the seat. The building's front windows spilled light onto the asphalt, a steady beacon. At 9:20, her car pulled in. She stepped out in a new top, ponytail high, phone in hand. A tall man met her at the door, broad shoulders, trimmed beard, the kind of posture that sells memberships. Ryan. They laughed about something I couldn't hear. He touched her elbow, guiding her inside like it was natural. Too natural. I didn't move, I didn't chase. I just noted the time, the faces, the ease between them. Because suspicion is smoke. Proof is fire. And that night, I was done inhaling smoke. I watched them disappear through the glass doors, side by side, her laughter trailing into the night like it belonged to him. My hands stayed still on the steering wheel, but my pulse ticked faster than the clock on the dashboard. I gave it time. 10 minutes. 30. An hour. Other gym-goers filtered in and out, earbuds in, towels slung around their necks. But she didn't reappear. Neither did he. At 10:30, the doors opened again. There they were. Together. No rush, no distance, no trace of the strain I'd been choking on at home. They walked close, his hand brushing her elbow again, like it was his to guide. She grinned at something he said, brighter than I'd seen in months. Instead of heading to her car, they crossed the lot toward the street. My grip tightened on the wheel. They weren't done for the night, and neither was I. An hour later, the doors swung open and they stepped into the night, side by side. She was glowing, ponytail damp, cheeks flushed, the kind of energy I hadn't seen at our table in months. He said something that made her laugh too loudly. Her hand brushed his, and his hand didn't move away. They walked shoulder to shoulder, like the parking lot was their private runway. I stayed still, headlights off, eyes fixed. No photos yet. I wanted the moment to write itself clear. No arguments, no excuses. Instead of splitting to their own cars, they turned down the street together, casual, unhurried. Not trainer and client, not acquaintances. Something closer, something I couldn't unsee. That's when I knew. This wasn't late-night dedication. This was a routine of its own. I started the engine, slow and quiet, and eased into the street. If they had more stops planned, so did I. 2 blocks down, they stopped in front of a small restaurant, the kind with warm light spilling onto the sidewalk and couples leaning across tables. She pushed the door open, and he held it like a habit. I parked across the street, stayed low, and watched through the window. They didn't hesitate, didn't even glance around like they had something to hide. They walked straight to a corner booth, sat close, shoulders nearly touching. The waitress dropped menus, but they barely looked. Conversation was easy, full of smiles and nods I hadn't seen in our kitchen in months. I raised my phone, steady hands, no hesitation. 1 photo, them entering, another at the booth. The glow of the light caught their faces, relaxed and alive. I didn't need 100 shots. I needed proof. And right there, under the glow of string lights and wine glasses, proof sat grinning back at me. Plates arrived, and I watched them push food around more than they ate. The real appetite came later, when the waitress set down a small dish between them, 1 dessert, 2 spoons. They leaned in, laughing, shoulders brushing as if the booth was built for closeness. She dipped first, sliding her spoon across the plate, then nudged it toward him. He followed without hesitation, like this wasn't their first time sharing. Through the window, it looked intimate in the simplest way. Not scandalous, not wild, just familiar. Too familiar. The kind of comfort you don't build in a week of training sessions. I lifted my phone again, framed the 2 spoons glinting in the low light, their hands brushing in the middle. Click. Another piece of truth on glossy paper. I didn't feel rage. Not yet. Just a cold certainty settling in my chest. And when they finally left, I wasn't done following. I lowered the phone, looked at the screen just long enough to see the image saved. 2 people, 1 booth, 2 spoons. Evidence doesn't need captions. It speaks for itself. That was the second photo for the folder I was building. The first was them walking in together, easy, comfortable. The second was dessert, shared like it was theirs to share. I slipped the phone back into my jacket and leaned against the truck seat. No shaking hands, no pounding heartbeat, just a slow inventory. When they stood to leave, I started the engine and followed at a distance. They walked out side by side, same closeness, same smile. 2 blocks later, they stopped at the theater on Maple, neon marquee glowing against the night sky. They bought tickets, disappeared inside without hesitation. I didn't follow through the doors. I didn't need to. The third photo waited outside, lit in red letters above the entrance. The Maple Theater marquee glowed red against the dark sky, listing the late shows. 2 options starting at 10:45. Couples filed in, hands linked, laughter echoing on the sidewalk. Then I saw them, her dress, his broad frame, moving easily through the glass doors. No hesitation, no awareness of what it looked like. Just 2 people settling into a night I wasn't invited to. I stayed across the street, leaned against my truck, and lifted the phone once more. Click. The marquee, the time, the evidence that placed them exactly where they said they weren't. 3 photos. That was all I needed. Walking in together, sharing dessert. A late movie on a night she told me she was working out late. I didn't chase inside. I didn't want a scene. Proof doesn't shout, it documents. So I pocketed the phone, sat on the tailgate, and listened to a freight train rumble in the distance. The line had been drawn. I climbed onto the tailgate of my truck, the metal still warm from the day's sun, and let the night settle around me. Across the street, the theater buzzed with late-night chatter, but I didn't care about the movie they were watching. A freight train rolled in the distance, its horn stretching across the dark like a reminder that life kept moving whether I chased it or not. I wasn't angry, not yet. Not Anger burns too fast, leaves nothing but ash. What I felt was colder, steadier, a ledger being updated. 3 photos, 3 timestamps, 3 lies against the schedule she'd handed me. I didn't sit there for the thrill of catching her. There was no thrill in it, just inventory, like counting tools after a job, balancing books at the shop. I wasn't tracking emotions. I was tracking facts. And facts, once written, don't go back in the drawer. The next morning, while the house still slept, I drove to the shop early. The printer in my office hummed to life, spitting out 3 crisp photos. Her walking in with him, the shared dessert, the theater marquee glowing red against the night. I laid them out on the desk, side by side, the story told in sequence without a single word. No captions, no explanations, just evidence that didn't need my opinion. I slid the prints into a plain manila folder, closed the flap, and pressed it flat with my palm. It wasn't rage I felt. It was efficiency, like tightening bolts until they sealed or balancing the week's accounts. The folder wasn't for confrontation, not yet. It was insurance, proof ready to be served when the time came. Because betrayal isn't a feeling, it's a fact. And once you've got the facts, you don't negotiate with lies anymore. The morning after, I sat at the kitchen table with my laptop open, coffee cooling beside me. While she slept in, I logged into our joint account and started moving money. First, I shifted the bulk of our savings into a new account under my name only. Enough left behind to cover a month of bills, nothing more. Then I rerouted my paycheck, cut subscriptions that were mine, and drew lines where the lines should have been years ago. The process was clinical, almost soothing. Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't roll their eyes or come home at midnight smelling like someone else's cologne. Click by click, transfer by transfer, I built a buffer between her choices and my stability. It wasn't revenge, it was survival. If you're planning to walk, you don't start looking for shoes on the way out. You pack them early, you keep them by the door. And that morning I packed mine in silence. By lunch, I drove over to Mark's shop, the air thick with motor oil and rubber. He was under a hood when I walked in, grease up to his elbows. "You good?" he asked, straightening up, eyes narrowing at the look on my face. "I'm efficient," I told him, and pulled a single key from my pocket. "For your place, already made a copy." He wiped his hands on a rag, hesitated, then nodded. "You planning on needing it?" "Just planning," I said. "Better to have a door open than to be stuck outside when you need one." Mark slipped the key onto his ring without another word. That's the kind of friend he is. No lecture, no questions, just presence. It wasn't dramatic, handing off that key. It was logistics. One more step in a quiet exit strategy. Because dignity doesn't come from the fight. It comes from being ready to walk when the line's been crossed. That afternoon, I stood in the garage with the keypad blinking under my fingers. New code. 4 digits no one else knew. I punched it in, tested the door, and listened to the motor hum as it sealed shut. A small sound, but one that carried weight. From there, it was paperwork. I called the insurance company, shifted coverage, adjusted beneficiaries, updated my will too, not because I was planning on leaving this world, but because I was done leaving loose ends. Each change felt less like paranoia and more like tightening bolts on a machine I should have serviced long ago. Security, coverage, clarity. She still thought I was the same man waiting up at night, pacing until the knob turned. She had no idea the locks were changing, the accounts were splitting, the lines being redrawn. Preparation isn't cruelty, and it's control of your own future. And for the first time in months, I felt steady. I kept repeating it to myself. Logistics before feelings. Emotions cloud judgment, turn men reckless. Logistics keep the ground solid under your boots. So I treated the collapse of my marriage the same way I'd treat a failing system at work. Step by step, wrench by wrench. Accounts split. Keys reassigned. Codes changed. Insurance aligned. Every move documented. Nothing left to chance. It wasn't coldness. It was survival. If I let anger steer, I'd burn out before I got anywhere. But discipline, that's what would carry me across. She came home that night, chattering about a killer leg day, like the world hadn't shifted beneath her feet. I nodded, answered short, let her keep the illusion. She thought she was in control. But control isn't about who talks the loudest. It's about who plans the quietest. And I already had my plan, stacked neat, waiting in a manila folder beside the evidence. 2 days later, my phone buzzed with a message from Megan. Party head count, thinking big this year. Attached was a list. Family, friends, neighbors, names I expected. Names that had shared our table 100 times before. And at the bottom, Ryan. I stared at the screen until the letters blurred. No pretense. No attempt to hide him. She wasn't sneaking anymore. She was daring me to swallow it, to play along, to clap when she blew out the candles with her trainer standing 2 feet away. My thumb hovered over the reply box, but I didn't type anger. I typed 3 words. Your call. Who's everyone? She sent back a string of laughing emojis, then, lighten up. He's helped me so much. He's fun. Fun. That's what she called him. It was no longer betrayal behind closed doors. It was a public test. And I already knew my answer. That list wasn't careless. It was calculated. She didn't slip his name in at the bottom by accident. She wanted me to see it, to measure my silence, to decide whether I'd play the fool in my own house. It wasn't secrecy anymore. It was theater. She was testing how much humiliation I could stomach before I finally broke character. I sat with the phone in my hand, the glow of the screen fading to black, and understood the truth. This wasn't about a trainer, or fitness, or even temptation. It was about power, about daring me to object so she could call me controlling, insecure, small. But I wasn't going to give her that script. Not with yelling, not with begging, not with tears. If she wanted to make this a stage, I'd give her one. And when the curtain rose at that birthday party, I'd be ready with my lines. She breezed through the front door at 9:40, leggings still clinging, hair pulled back like she'd just stepped off a magazine cover. She dropped her bag by the counter and opened with a line rehearsed to perfection. Ryan says my form is clean. He might add a second day. She said his name like a brand endorsement, bright and proud, as if she expected me to applaud. I rinsed my plate, stacked it in the dishwasher, and kept my tone flat. Your coach is generous with his time. She froze for half a second, reading my face, then forced a smile. Don't do that. Do what? I asked, drying my hands. Make it weird. It wasn't weird. It was math. Nights out, hours missing, a man's name said more often than my own. But I didn't argue. Not yet. Because sometimes silence holds more weight than confrontation, especially when you're building a record. I dried the last plate, set it down, and leaned against the counter. No raised voice, no slammed doors, just steady. She crossed her arms, tilting her head like I was the unreasonable one. You're overthinking this. He's my trainer, Daniel. That's it. I nodded once. Then let it stay that way. Her eyes flickered, searching for heat that wasn't there. She wanted an outburst she could call paranoia, some explosion to pin on me. Instead, she got calm silence, and silence unsettled her more than anger ever could. She grabbed a seltzer, cracked the can too sharply, and took a long drink. You make everything sound like a courtroom. I shrugged. Courtrooms run on facts, not feelings. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The fridge hummed, the clock ticked, and I could almost hear her calculating her next move. Me? I'd already made mine. Stay calm, keep records, wait for the stage she was building. The next morning, she changed her tune. No sharp edges, no sarcasm, just sugar. She brought coffee to the nightstand at 6, steam rising, smile wide. Thought you could use a pick-me-up, she said like it was some new tradition. Later that week, she leaned on the counter with a note in her hand. What if we hit the farmer's market Saturday? Tomatoes, fresh bread. Could be fun. It sounded casual, almost sweet, like she was weaving normal back into the fabric we'd torn. But I knew better. Sugar after vinegar isn't change, it's calculation. I nodded, played along, let her think the charm was working. Because men like me don't ignore patterns. We track them. Coffee, markets, little gestures that cost nothing, bought time and blurred the truth for anyone watching from the outside. But I wasn't watching from the outside. I was living it. And I knew sugar never covers the taste of rust. I watched her move around the kitchen that Saturday, pouring coffee like it was some grand gesture, humming to herself as if we'd slipped back into year 5 of our marriage. But sugar has a shine you can spot if you've lived long enough. It comes too quick, too polished, like paint slapped over rotten wood. Every want to grab coffee and let's hit the farmer's market felt less like love and more like PR. Not change, presentation. She wasn't reaching for me. She was covering tracks, rehearsing charm to hide cracks. I didn't call her out. Not yet. I just observed, filing away every smile that lasted too long, every sudden softness that showed up right after a fight. Because the thing about masks, they slip. They always do. And when hers did, I'd be ready. Not with rage, not with begging, with evidence, with boundaries, with exit plans already drawn. The week of her birthday party, she showed up at the shop unannounced. I was under the hood of a truck when I heard her voice, too bright for the grease-stained air. "Brought you lunch," she said, setting a foil-wrapped pan on the workbench. Meatloaf, my favorite. The guys whistled, grinning like we were honeymooners again. She kissed my cheek in front of them, bold and staged, then handed me a thermal bag. "Hot and fresh, just for you." Tom raised an eyebrow after she left. "Since when does she do deliveries?" "Since this morning, apparently," I muttered, wiping my hands. The meatloaf was good, sure, but it wasn't love. It was theater. A peace offering delivered on cue, with an audience, a reminder to everyone else that we were fine. But meatloaf doesn't erase midnight returns. It doesn't scrub names off guest lists, and it sure as hell doesn't cover the smell of another man's cologne. That night, she curled up on the couch, scrolling through travel blogs like she was planning a second honeymoon. Without looking up, she said, "What if we take a weekend trip after my birthday? Just us. No gym, no work. I already asked Ryan to rearrange my schedule if we do." She said his name so casually, like it belonged in the middle of our plans. Like it was normal for him to have to clear space so her husband could fit in. I rinsed my glass in the sink, kept my back turned. "Tempting," I said, voice steady. "Let's see how Friday goes." She frowned, finally glancing up. "You're really going to be like this? Arms crossed, judge on the bench?" I dried the glass, set it down, and looked her straight in the eye. "It's not judgment. It's a package deal. Arms open, eyes open." And I could see in her face, she hated that answer. Her question hung in the air, sharp but brittle. I didn't bite. "Let's see how Friday goes," I repeated, drying my hands on a towel. She hated it. An answer that wasn't yes, wasn't no, just a reminder that her performance had an audience she couldn't control. For the next few days, she laid it on thick. Extra smiles, softer touches, little compliments about my work shirts and the way I grilled chicken. On the surface, it looked like marriage mending itself. But every gesture felt rehearsed, every laugh too quick, every olive branch polished like a prop. She wasn't fixing us. She was buying time until her party. And that's where I decided the stage would be set. If she wanted to showcase him in my house, in front of my people, then Friday would be her spotlight. And me? I'd bring the closing line. Friday night came dressed like theater. She stepped out of the bedroom in a dress I'd never seen, hair curled, perfume trailing through the hallway. She looked radiant, intentional, like she wanted the night remembered. Guests filled the house, voices overlapping, music low in the background. I carried ice from the garage when a black sedan rolled up the driveway. Out stepped Ryan, holding a bakery box in one hand and a bottle of sparkling water in the other. Trainer smile locked in place, the kind you practice all day for clients who want to believe. "Right on time," she called, waving with too much warmth. He hugged her, not a quick, polite squeeze. His hands stayed at her back just a beat too long. Hers lingered too naturally. I stood there, ice bag sweating in my arms, and watched the moment settle like dust in a sunbeam. Then I pulled out my phone, lifted it without raising my arm, and tapped one more photo. The hug lingered, clothes pressed too close, release delayed just long enough to cross the line between friendly and familiar. It was the kind of contact you only notice when you're looking for it. And I was. I angled the phone at my side, thumb steady. Click. The shutter whispered, recording another piece for the folder I'd already started. Hug. Timestamp. Evidence. Ryan finally let go, carrying the cake inside like he belonged there. She followed, glowing, as if bringing him through that door was just another gift for herself. I stood in the driveway a moment longer, staring at the house I paid for, the walls I built with my own hands. Now it was a stage for betrayal, dressed up with balloons and candles. But I wasn't angry. Not yet. I was patient, waiting for the right moment, because truth, served cold, cuts sharper than any outburst. Halfway through the party, I set down my drink, straightened, and stepped into the center of the room. I wasn't here to raise my voice. I was here to raise facts. 2 weeks ago, Megan messaged the planner. Add Ryan to the list. He's fun. Timestamp and thread printed. Guests paused mid-laugh, forks suspended, drinks frozen in mid-air. I held the manila folder in both hands, the weight of it heavier than any words I could speak. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't shout. I let the photos do the talking. Everyone, I said evenly, this is called clarity. I opened the folder slowly. First photo, the gym. Second, shared dessert. Third, the late movie under the marquee, timestamp clear. And one more page, the birthday thread with Add Ryan. He's fun, dated 2 weeks ago. A silence fell over the room thicker than any music or chatter. Ryan's jaw tightened, eyes flicking to the door. Megan froze, mouth half open, trying to smile through the sudden quiet. This wasn't a confrontation. It wasn't drama. It was the simplest truth I could serve. Not an accident, an invitation, not a rumor, a record, betrayal documented. Boundaries enforced, the stage set. The photos rested on the table, silent but undeniable. Eyes shifted, murmurs rose, a fork clattered to a plate somewhere in the room. Ryan's gaze flicked between me and the images, his smile tightening into something rigid. I didn't move, didn't speak. He opened his mouth, then closed it, then finally said, I should. Yeah, I interrupted softly, calmly. You should. He turned, walked out the front door without a backward glance. No heroics, no confrontation, just a retreat, leaving the room holding its breath. Megan's face was frozen, a mix of shock, disbelief, and a laugh that had lost its warmth. Her friends took a step back, unsure, caught between embarrassment and curiosity. The room held its gaze on her, waiting for explanation, for denial, for anything. But she had no script that fit this scene, because this wasn't a performance she could control anymore. Megan's mouth opened, words tumbling out in a rush. I told you, it's nothing. We just had dessert, we saw a movie. I raised a hand, stopping her mid-sentence. Calm, controlled. Except the parts you wanted to keep. Her eyes flicked to the photos, to the folder, then back at me. Daniel, this is insane. You're embarrassing me. Not embarrassing, I said, voice steady, measured. Documenting. She stumbled over her next words, searching for justification, for laughter, for some way to reshape the room back into her favor. But I stayed still. No shouting, no pleading, just observation, records in hand, a man keeping his own dignity intact. She realized, finally, that this wasn't about confrontation anymore. This was about exposure, facts, boundaries, the truth laid bare. Ryan was already gone, leaving Megan to face the consequences of the life she'd chosen to stage publicly. Megan's voice dropped, forced soft now, almost pleading. We just ate. Just a movie. It's not what you think. I held her gaze without blinking, calm, collected. Except the parts you wanted to keep. Her hands trembled slightly, betraying the rehearsed confidence she tried to maintain. The room held its breath. Guests shuffled awkwardly, glancing between us, sensing the fracture that had been quietly building for months. Her sister Sarah stepped forward, trying to mediate. Maybe we should all just step outside and talk? I shook my head, voice low but firm. Short meeting. Right here. Right now. No private conversations. The stage was chosen when the invitation went out. I'm choosing a microphone. Megan swallowed hard, realization crossing her face. Her rehearsed charm, her sugar mask, all of it had failed. Facts didn't lie, and tonight they spoke louder than any apology. The party was hers to host, but the truth was mine to hold. I closed the folder slowly, pressing it flat against my palm. The photos were proof, timestamps, every lie exposed. "This is simple," I said, voice steady. "It's over. I'm leaving tonight." Megan's mouth opened, closed, words failing to form. "You can't—" "Yes, I can," I replied, calm, deliberate. "You made your choices. I'm making mine." The room was quiet except for the faint clink of glasses, the hum of the refrigerator, the shuffle of feet uncertain where to stand. Her sister Sarah tried to intervene again. I shook my head. "No outside talks, short meeting. This ends here, tonight." I grabbed the bag I'd packed days earlier, laid it by the door. I didn't look back. My dignity didn't need applause. Tonight wasn't dramatic. It wasn't angry. It was the simplest act of self-respect I could offer myself after years of compromise. I stepped past her without hesitation. Her eyes followed me, a mix of disbelief and fury, but I didn't look back. The bag in my hand was light, yet heavier than any weight I'd carried before, my life packed into one canvas. The summer air hit me like a different country. Warm, still, carrying the faint scent of grass and barbecue smoke from the party behind me. Every breath felt like reclamation. I got in my truck, hands steady on the wheel, phone face down on the passenger seat. No music, no calls, just the hum of tires on asphalt, carrying me away from a home that no longer held me. I sent a quick text to Mike, "On my way." And as the neighborhood receded in the rearview mirror, I realized freedom isn't loud, it isn't dramatic, it's quiet, measured, and unapologetically yours. Tonight, I was finally on my side. Mike's couch was small, but it felt like a haven. I dropped the bag by my feet, kicked off my boots, and let the day's heat seep out through the cracks in my shoulders. The TV murmured some sports show in the background, but I barely noticed. I spread the folder on the coffee table, flipped it open, and checked the photos again. Gym, dessert, late-night movie, evidence documented, sequenced, undeniable. Beside it, I stacked the paperwork. Account transfers, new banking information, initial drafts for separation agreements. Every detail cross-checked, every line drawn, no anger, no spectacle, just precision. Logistics first. Emotions could follow later, if at all. Mike brought me a beer, but I shook my head. I didn't need comfort, I needed clarity. Tonight, I slept on the couch, not alone, but with a plan. And for the first time in months, my mind was clear. Back at the party, the room was frozen. Forks paused mid-air, glasses untouched. Friends shuffled, glanced at each other, unsure how to react. No one spoke. The hum of small talk died before it began. Megan's lips parted, eyes wide, as if she expected someone to step in for her. But there was no savior. The folder sat between us, proof heavy on the table. Her phone started buzzing in my pocket. Dozens of messages, missed calls stacking, each one louder than the last. "Daniel, it's not what you think. Please, we can fix this." I let them pile, unread. The vibrations and pings became background noise, the sound of someone trying to control a story they had already lost. Sometimes friends don't know where to stand when the truth comes out. Sometimes silence is louder than any argument. I chose silence, and it carried the weight of finality. Weeks passed like a measured clock, each morning marked by the rhythm I had reclaimed. I rose early, brewed coffee, and headed to the shop where the hum of engines and the clank of tools grounded me. No drama, no distractions, just work that mattered and a schedule I controlled. The garage at home became a sanctuary. I hung a punching bag, leather-worn and solid, and spent hours letting my fists fall until exhaustion followed. It wasn't rage, it was release. Each strike eased months of tension, each swing a quiet reclaiming of space that had felt invaded. Evenings were quieter now, predictable, under my control. I cooked, listened to music, let the air hum around the rooms that were mine to manage. This wasn't just survival, it was rebuilding, a life structured by choice, discipline, and the slow, deliberate return of dignity. The next morning I rose early, brewed a strong coffee, and spread the folder and documents across my desk. Every transfer, every account separation, every line in the legal forms had been double-checked, organized, and labeled. I typed out the last signatures, scanned, and sent them off. Emails pinged, confirmations arrived, proof that the plan was no longer theoretical. The separation wasn't just a thought, it was in motion, irreversible, deliberate. I didn't text her, I didn't call. She had plenty of opportunities to reach out, but this wasn't about conversation, this was about clarity. Filing the paperwork brought a strange calm. No shouting, no drama, no tears, just closure measured in documents, signatures, and crossed-off boxes. For the first time in months, the weight in my chest lightened. I had acted for myself, not revenge, not spite, just the quiet assertion that my life was mine again. Her texts started coming in, one after another. It wasn't what you think. Please, Daniel, don't make a permanent choice over a misunderstanding. I read each one, thumb hovering over the keyboard, then set the phone aside. My reply was simple, calm, and final. It's exactly what I think. No explanations, no justification, no pleading. Facts had already spoken, and words couldn't undo them. Hours passed. More messages, more calls, each ignored. She switched tactics, softened, tried sugar, charm, logic, but I didn't bite. It wasn't cruelty, it was certainty. She had acted publicly, daring me to respond. I did, with restraint, not rage. By noon, the buzzing stopped. The inbox quieted. For the first time in months, silence wasn't anxiety. It was space to think, plan, and breathe. Because clarity isn't loud. It doesn't beg. It just exists, undeniable and firm. Monday morning, I walked through the house one last time, keys in hand. Every lock, every latch, every entry point reset to code she wouldn't know. The garage, the front door, the spare, everything secured. I didn't do it to punish. I did it to reclaim my space, to make clear what belonged to me and what didn't. Then I left a key for her, carefully labeled, with a note. For your things. Nothing more. No emotion, no instructions, just logistics. The house was quiet after that. I could walk through it and recognize every corner, every shelf, every room as mine again. No lingering surprises, no unspoken rules, no invitations to chaos. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't theatrical, it was clean, precise, deliberate. Because boundaries only work when they are absolute, and tonight the line was drawn, unambiguous and final. Mornings at the shop became my sanctuary. The hum of engines, the clank of tools, the smell of oil and grease. It grounded me in a rhythm I'd been missing for months. At home, the garage transformed into a space I could control completely. I hung a punching bag, leather worn and solid, and spent hours letting each strike fall. It wasn't anger, it was release. Each swing dissolved tension. Each hit reinforced boundaries I had set. Cooking returned too. I made dinners for myself, music low, windows open, the air carrying the scent of meals prepared on my terms. Night came, predictable and quiet. I slept deeply, without waiting, without worry. The bed beside me was mine to rest in, the house mine to navigate on my own schedule. It wasn't flashy, and it wasn't dramatic. It was life rebuilt, orderly, peaceful, and finally my own. A few months later, I met Claire at a friend's cookout. She was calm, measured, a paramedic with a voice that steadied the room without effort. Her eyes were clear, steady, and her laughter came naturally. Not rehearsed, not staged. We didn't talk about forever, or past betrayals, or grand promises. Coffee, a walk, a movie we both stayed awake for. That was enough. My brother approved, Mike approved. Even Tom nodded in his way, asking for her cornbread recipe as though that validated her presence. It was slow, deliberate, unhurried. No tests, no traps, no performances to pass. Just two people navigating time together without chaos. For the first time in a long while, I realized calm could be as compelling as drama. Stability could feel as thrilling as passion. And sometimes, life's best chapters start quietly, with someone who listens and stays. Sometimes I pass the old theater on Maple, the one where I sat on the tailgate that night, watching what had been years of silent betrayal unfold. I don't feel bitterness. I don't feel nostalgia. Just a simple thought. I could have stayed. Some people fold, some pretend, some rebuild over rotten floors and call it a remodel. That's not me. The circle I move in now is small and steady. Poker on Thursdays, trucks fixed side by side, coffee shared without expectation. Life flows in predictable beats, and I finally recognize the rhythm is mine. Closure isn't a door slam, it isn't applause. It's the quiet of a house you return to knowing it belongs to you. I didn't win her. I didn't need to. I gained something far heavier and more valuable: my time, my dignity, and a life free of drama. Closure isn't a door slam. It isn't a dramatic scene, a shouted confrontation, or a viral story. Closure is quieter than that. It's a routine you can live with. It's waking up, knowing the rules of your life are yours to set. You can forgive people for changing. You can acknowledge their choices, but you don't have to fund them, you don't have to reward them, and you don't have to make space for chaos in your home or heart. That's not drama, that's dignity. And dignity travels light. I don't hold grudges. I don't replay the betrayal. I move through mornings at the shop, through dinners cooked on my schedule, through relationships built on trust and steadiness. That's enough. If this story gave you clarity, if it reminded you that boundaries matter, share it with a man who needs one. Subscribe for more true stories, and remember, your time, your rules, your life. I thought nothing could shake me. Not the storms offshore, not 14-hour shifts on a rig in the Gulf, but standing in the delivery room at Memorial Herman Katy Hospital, I felt my knees nearly buckle. The doctor said both mother and baby were healthy. Relief washed over me until the nurse placed that child in my arms. One look, and my world cracked wide open. She didn't look like me, not even close. My wife, Ashley Bennett, wouldn't meet my eyes. I'm 36, a drilling engineer from Katy, Texas. I've built steel platforms that withstand hurricanes. I thought I'd built a marriage just as strong. But in that cold, bright room, staring down at a newborn who carried none of my blood, I realized I was the only man in the room without answers. And if the truth could shatter me here, in front of my wife, my mother-in-law, and God himself, what else was waiting in the shadows? Most mornings in Katy, Texas started the same for me. The alarm rang before sunrise, and I was on my feet by 5. A pot of strong black coffee brewing in the kitchen, the smell cutting through the quiet house. I liked those first minutes of silence, steam rising from my mug while the neighborhood was still dark. Then the day began, checking emails from the office in Houston's energy corridor, scanning safety reports, reviewing schedules for the offshore crew. By 7, I was in steel-toed boots, driving toward the city, the freeway humming with trucks and tankers. Being a drilling engineer isn't glamorous, but it's honest work. I'd walk the yard, run my hands along the equipment, feel the grit of metal and oil. I was proud of that. Out there, nothing is left to chance. Structures stand or they collapse. And I believed, maybe foolishly, that marriage worked the same way. Build it strong enough, and it should last forever. I first saw Ashley Bennett on a Saturday morning at the South Katy Community Center. The place had seen better days: peeling paint, warped floors, the faint smell of mildew clinging to the walls. I was there with a couple of buddies, rolling fresh white paint over dingy panels, when the door creaked open. She stepped in carrying a box of cleaning supplies that looked heavier than she was. Dark blonde hair pulled into a loose ponytail, sweatshirt flecked with old paint stains. She gave the room a quick scan, then smiled, one of those unguarded, easy smiles that makes a stranger feel familiar. We started talking about which finish would last longer on high-traffic walls. Trivial stuff. But it didn't feel trivial in that moment. The words came easily, as if we'd skipped the awkward small talk and gone straight to knowing each other. I didn't realize it then, but that simple exchange would change the course of my entire life. A few weeks later, I worked up the nerve to ask Ashley out. She said yes without hesitation, and we met at a small Italian place tucked between a florist and a bookstore in downtown Houston. The kind of restaurant where the lighting is low, the tables close, and the smell of fresh basil hangs in the air. From the start, it felt easy. No searching for clever lines, no forced laughter. Her smile carried the same warmth I'd seen at the community center. Unguarded, genuine, the kind that makes you want to hear it again. When she leaned forward across the table, listening like every word I said mattered, I felt a closeness that usually takes years to build. We traded stories about childhood, family, dreams too big to say out loud, and by the time we stepped out into the Houston night, I knew this wasn't just another date. It felt like the beginning of something permanent. That night at the little Italian place stretched longer than either of us expected. The waiter refilled our glasses twice, but we barely noticed. Ashley told me about growing up in Round Rock, chasing fireflies with her cousins, and how her father used to fix up old cars in their driveway. She laughed when she admitted she once tried to drive one at 12 years old, only to roll it halfway down the street before stalling out. I shared my own stories, long Texas summers climbing oak trees in Katy, sketching oil rigs and bridges in the margins of my school notebooks, promising myself I'd build something real one day. She listened closely, leaning in across the candlelight, like every detail mattered. By the time the plates were cleared, it didn't feel like we were strangers swapping small talk. It felt like we were old friends rediscovering each other. And in that easy closeness, I knew I wanted a second date before the first had even ended. As weeks turned into months, Ashley and I slipped into a rhythm that felt natural. We celebrated the little victories, her landing a big account at the firm, me finishing a tough project offshore ahead of schedule. I admired her drive, the way she poured herself into every task, sometimes staying up late just to finish a volunteer project for the community. She admired my steadiness, my insistence on doing things the right way, even when no one was watching. Of course, it wasn't all perfect. She had a habit of overcommitting, stretching herself too thin, while I could be stubborn to the point of frustration, digging in on things as small as how to load the dishwasher. But instead of pulling us apart, those differences gave us practice, learning to compromise, to laugh at our flaws, to forgive quickly. The more we saw of each other, the good and the bad, the more convinced I became. This was a woman I could build a life with. When it came time to propose, I didn't want fireworks or a crowded restaurant. That wasn't us. One Saturday evening, after a long week, Ashley and I cooked dinner together at her apartment. We ate on the back porch, the smell of grilled chicken still hanging in the warm Texas air. The sun was sliding down over Katy, streaking the sky with gold and pink. I slipped my hand into my jacket pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. No fanfare, no speech rehearsed 100 times. Just me, steady hands but a shaky voice, telling her how much she'd changed my life, how I couldn't picture a future without her in it. When I opened the box, the ring wasn't extravagant, just a simple gold band with a single diamond, chosen because it reminded me of her. Understated, but beautiful. Her eyes filled with tears, and before I could even finish asking, she whispered yes. We were married on a warm spring afternoon in the backyard of Ashley's parents' home in Katy. Their garden was in full bloom, roses climbing the fence, magnolias heavy with blossoms, the air thick with the scent of fresh-cut grass. A simple white arch wrapped in ivy stood at the center of the lawn. We didn't invite hundreds, just family, close friends, the people who mattered. I stood in my suit, heart pounding as Ashley walked toward me in a lace dress that caught the sunlight. Her smile was wide, unguarded, the same smile I'd fallen for at the community center. The ceremony was short but full of weight. We exchanged vows we'd written ourselves, promises of patience, honesty, and building a life sturdy enough to weather storms. When the pastor said, "You may kiss the bride," the sound of laughter and applause filled the yard. Barefoot under string lights, drinking Texas craft beer, we danced into the night, believing we'd laid the foundation for forever. A few months after the wedding, we found our first house, a small 2-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood of Katy, just a short walk from a park lined with tall oak trees. It wasn't perfect. The carpet was worn, the kitchen outdated, and the roof groaned when the wind picked up. But the moment we stepped inside, it felt like it could be ours. Weekends turned into projects. I sanded old cabinets while Ashley picked paint colors, her hair pulled back and streaked with flecks of yellow. She insisted on a bright front door to make the place feel welcoming. I built shelves from reclaimed wood I'd saved from a rig job. We argued playfully over which couch to buy, then laughed about it as we ate takeout on the floor. Little by little, the house stopped being just walls and shingles. Every nail we hammered, every picture we hung wove our lives tighter together. It wasn't just a house anymore. It was home. Life settled into a rhythm that felt steady and right. Every morning I brewed a pot of strong black coffee while Ashley made toast or scrambled eggs. We'd sit together at the small kitchen table, sunlight pouring through the curtains, talking about the day ahead before heading to work. Friday nights became sacred. Our ritual of pizza from the little shop down the street, curled up on the couch under a blanket, arguing over which movie to watch until we both gave in to something light enough to end the week with a laugh. Sundays were for family. Some weeks we drove out to Barbara Bennett's place where Ashley's mom set out a feast big enough to feed the whole neighborhood. Other weekends, my parents, Margaret and Robert Walker, came down from San Antonio bringing casseroles and stories from home. Those afternoons were filled with laughter, clinking dishes, and the comfort of being surrounded by people who loved us. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt like forever. 2 years into our marriage, the conversation that had always lingered in the background finally came to the table. We were sitting down to dinner one evening, simple pasta, a bottle of red, and Ashley put her fork down and said, almost casually, "I think I'm ready to start a family." Her words hit me harder than I expected. I'd always wanted to be a dad, but I also knew it wasn't something to rush into. We talked for weeks, running the numbers like we were planning another offshore project. Could we handle daycare, college savings? Would the guest room become a nursery, or would we need a bigger house down the line? I pulled out spreadsheets. She pulled out baby name lists. Somewhere between the numbers and the daydreams, the decision took shape. For the first time, it didn't feel like someday. It felt like now. And as scary as it was, I was ready to dive into the next chapter with her. Once the idea of children stopped being a dream and started to feel real, Ashley and I treated it like we treated everything else, carefully, deliberately. We sat at the kitchen table late into the night with notebooks, calculators, and cups of coffee gone cold. We talked through every detail, how much to set aside from each paycheck, what we could cut from the budget, which expenses we could live without. Vacations could wait. The extra car we'd been eyeing? Off the list. A new savings account marked college fund became our quiet promise to a future child we hadn't met yet. We even mapped out schedules. How would we handle night feedings? What would daycare cost if both of us kept working full-time? Each answer made the picture sharper, more real. By the time we closed the notebooks, we weren't just talking anymore. We had a plan. And for the first time, I felt like fatherhood wasn't just a hope, it was on the horizon. A few months after we agreed to start trying, I came home from a long day in the Houston energy corridor, the smell of oil and dust still clinging to my clothes. Ashley was waiting in the kitchen, her hands tucked behind her back, a nervous smile on her face. "Close your eyes," she said. I laughed, thinking she'd cooked something special, but I did as she asked. When I opened them, she was holding a small white box tied with a yellow ribbon. Inside was a pair of knitted baby shoes, no bigger than my palm. For a moment I just stared, my mind catching up. "You're pregnant?" I whispered. She nodded, tears already filling her eyes. I wrapped her in my arms, laughter and disbelief spilling out of me all at once. That night we sat on the couch with those tiny shoes between us, talking names, imagining the life that was about to begin. The future had never felt so close. Almost as soon as the news settled in, that little spare bedroom at the end of the hall took on new meaning. We spent a Saturday morning clearing out the old boxes, rolling up the worn rug and covering the floor with plastic sheets. Ashley insisted on yellow walls, something warm and bright, she said, a color that feels like sunlight. I rolled the paint while she carefully trimmed the edges, both of us speckled with drops by the time we finished. We laughed at the streaks on our clothes, imagining our child someday scribbling on those same walls. Piece by piece, the room transformed. A white wooden crib arrived in flat boxes, and I spent an evening wrestling with the instructions while she read them out loud, teasing me when I put the side rail on backwards. A mobile with clouds and stars hung above, a soft moon-shaped rug stretched across the floor. That room wasn't just painted yellow. It glowed with promise. Every Wednesday evening, Ashley and I drove to Memorial Herman Katy Hospital for prenatal class. The bright room was lined with bassinets, exercise balls, and diagrams of the human body that suddenly felt way too real. We joined a circle of other expectant parents, all of us nervous, all of us pretending to know more than we did. The instructor handed out dolls for swaddling practice. I watched her fold the blanket with expert precision, tucking in each corner like she'd done it for years. Mine looked more like a burrito gone wrong. Ashley laughed so hard she nearly dropped hers, and even the instructor cracked a smile. Still, I took notes like I was back in school: breathing techniques, signs of labor, feeding schedules. At night, our coffee table was stacked with parenting books, pages dog-eared and highlighted. Every fact, every diagram, every clumsy attempt at swaddling felt like another brick in the foundation. We weren't just expecting a baby. We were preparing for a whole new life. As the months passed, the pregnancy became more than doctor's notes and baby books. It became real. On quiet Saturday mornings, Ashley would call me into the bedroom, her hand resting on her belly. "Feel this," she'd whisper. I'd press my palm against the curve of her stomach and wait. Then, kick. A tiny, jolting reminder that our future was already here, alive and growing. Every time it tightened my throat and made me smile like a fool. In the evenings, we took slow walks through the neighborhood. The Texas air was warm, cicadas humming in the trees, streetlights flickering on one by one. Ashley moved slower as the weeks passed, pausing sometimes to catch her breath. I teased her gently, saying she was training for the big day. She'd swat my arm, laughing, her eyes glowing in the dim light. Those walks felt sacred, just the two of us, planning names, imagining tiny hands in ours, dreaming of a life that seemed close enough to touch. Every ultrasound felt like opening a gift. The room was dim, the screen glowing blue as the technician slid the probe across Ashley's stomach. And then it came, the rapid, steady rhythm of a heartbeat faster than I thought possible. Every time my chest tightened and my eyes stung, I'd grip her hand, both of us staring at the grainy image of a child we hadn't met but already loved. We started a ritual after each appointment, taking a photo of her in the nursery, standing against the yellow wall so we could track the changes. Month by month, the bump grew, and so did our anticipation. We pinned the prints to a corkboard in the hallway, a timeline of love and expectation. At night, I'd rest my hand on her belly and whisper to the baby, promising I'd be there, always. In those moments, nothing else mattered. The world shrank down to a heartbeat, a belly, and a future we thought was unshakable. About a month before the due date, our families threw us a baby shower at Barbara Bennett's backyard in Katy. The trees were strung with pastel bunting, the tables covered with little centerpieces made of baby bottles filled with candy. There was a cake shaped like a yellow duck, piles of wrapped gifts, and the sound of laughter drifting into the warm Texas afternoon. Ashley moved from guest to guest, one hand resting on her belly, her face glowing as she unwrapped tiny onesies, blankets, and toys. My mom, Margaret Walker, hugged me tight, whispering how proud she was. For a few hours, everything felt perfectly safe, like the world had narrowed to family, friends, and the promise of new life. Standing there surrounded by people we loved, I thought about how lucky this child would be. So many arms ready to hold her, so many hearts eager to protect her. In that moment, I believed nothing could shake the foundation we'd built. In the weeks after the shower, something in Ashley shifted. She seemed more tender, more present than ever. She'd slip notes into my lunch bag, "You're going to be an amazing dad," and pack an extra snack, just in case I had a long shift at the yard. Some evenings I'd come home to candles already lit, dinner waiting on the table, soft music drifting through the kitchen. She reached for my hand more often, resting her head on my shoulder during movie nights, or leaning against me when we walked through the neighborhood. At work, I'd catch myself smiling, thinking about how lucky I was to come home to her. Our love felt richer, like we were savoring every quiet moment before the chaos of parenthood began. I told myself this was the calm before the storm, the kind of memory couples look back on years later. At the time, I thought it was simply love at its strongest. I didn't realize it might have been something else entirely. As winter melted into spring, our life moved forward in a rhythm that felt almost cinematic. Evenings slowed into something gentle, just the two of us curled up on the couch, her belly a steady reminder of the life we were about to meet. The TV hummed in the background, but more often than not, we turned the volume down and just talked. We imagined the sleepless nights ahead, joked about who would be better at diaper duty, and argued playfully over which stroller was worth the money. Sometimes we'd sit in the nursery doorway, staring at the yellow walls and the white crib, whispering names back and forth like secrets too precious to share with anyone else. On those nights, I felt certain we were building something indestructible. A marriage strong enough to handle whatever came next. A family ready to write a lifetime of memories together. I thought we were standing on solid ground. I didn't know how fragile it really was. It started small, almost easy to dismiss. Ashley began coming home later than usual, saying she had to wrap up projects before maternity leave. At first, I didn't think much of it. She'd always been committed to her job at the marketing firm, and with deadlines piling up, staying late sounded reasonable. But the pattern grew. Some nights she walked in well past dinner, the faint smell of takeout clinging to her clothes. She'd brush it off. Grabbed a bite with a coworker, didn't want to trouble you. I wanted to believe her. I told myself this was just a busy season, nothing more. Still, there was something in her tone, the way she avoided eye contact when she explained, or how her smile seemed rehearsed. I caught myself replaying her words in my head long after she'd gone to bed. The explanations fit on paper, but deep down, a quiet unease began to take root. Something in our rhythm was slipping. One evening, while tidying up the kitchen, I noticed a folded slip of paper left on the counter. At first glance, it looked like any receipt, until I read the header, a high-end bistro in downtown Houston, the kind of place we usually saved for anniversaries. 2 entrees, 2 glasses of wine, and dessert. The date at the top stopped me cold. It was the same night Ashley had told me she was stuck late at the office. When she walked into the room, I held it up casually. "Did you go out to dinner?" Without missing a beat, she smiled and said it was just a small work victory with a coworker. Nothing special. I forced a nod, set the receipt back on the counter, and told myself not to overthink it. But the explanation didn't sit right. Ashley was careful with money, especially now. Splurging without a word felt out of character. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that the cracks were widening. Not long after the dinner receipt, other things started showing up. A designer handbag appeared in our closet, one I knew cost more than we'd ever spent on a single item. Then came a pair of sleek high-end shoes, still in their box, tucked behind the laundry hamper like she didn't want them seen. We were supposed to be saving every extra dollar. Hospital bills, diapers, formula, the endless expenses of a new baby. Every conversation had been about tightening our belts. Ashley had been just as disciplined as me, or so I thought. When I asked, she brushed it off. The bag was on sale, she said, too good to pass up. The shoes? A gift from a friend. Maybe it was true. Maybe I was just overthinking, clinging too tightly to our budget. But each explanation felt thinner than the last. It wasn't the price tags that unsettled me. It was the secrecy. Every hidden purchase was another shadow creeping into a life I thought I knew. It wasn't just the money or the late nights. It was the space growing between us. Ashley stopped reaching for my hand on our evening walks. Our goodnight kisses turned quick, distracted, sometimes skipped altogether. Even our sacred Friday movie nights, the tradition that had carried us through 2 years of marriage, began to feel hollow. We'd order the same pizza, curl up under the same blanket, but her attention was somewhere else. She'd sit with her phone in hand, scrolling through messages she never shared, a faint smile tugging at her lips that wasn't for me. When I asked what was so funny, she'd shrug and set the phone face down. I told myself it was hormones, stress, the exhaustion of pregnancy. But deep down, I felt it. The quiet gap widening between us. No fight, no harsh words, just an absence. An emptiness where closeness used to live. And every attempt I made to bridge it seemed to push her further away. The distance only grew sharper in the little things. Ashley used to light up when I came through the door. Now she barely looked up, her eyes fixed on the glow of her phone. Dinner conversations grew shorter, her answers clipped, her laughter saved for whatever, or whoever, was on that screen. Some nights I'd sit across from her at the table, watching her thumbs fly across the keyboard, waiting for her to notice me. She rarely did. If I asked who she was talking to, she'd shrug. Just work stuff. If I pressed, she'd roll her eyes, mutter that I was being paranoid, and go back to typing. The phone was never out of reach. On the couch, in the kitchen, even in bed, it stayed close to her hand like a lifeline. I told myself it was stress, distraction, maybe nesting nerves. But the truth lingered, unspoken. I wasn't the one she wanted to connect with anymore. One chilly Tuesday evening, Ashley came home late again. As I hung her coat in the hallway closet, something heavy shifted in the pocket. Curious, I reached in and pulled out a plastic hotel key card. Not a roadside inn, but a luxury place downtown, the kind with valet parking and marble lobbies. I turned it over in my hand, the hotel's logo stamped in gold. The sleeve it came in carried a date from just a week earlier, a night she'd told me she was working late. My chest tightened. For a moment, I wanted to believe there was an innocent explanation. Maybe it belonged to a coworker. Maybe she'd been planning some kind of surprise. But deep down, I already knew. I slid the card back where I'd found it before she noticed, my heart pounding so loud it felt like the house itself could hear. I didn't confront her that night. I just carried the weight of that key like a stone in my pocket. A few nights later, while Ashley showered, I sat down at my desk and logged into our joint bank account. My palms were clammy as I scrolled through the transactions, scanning line after line. Then I saw them. Charges to the same downtown hotel, the one stamped on the key card. Not once, not twice. Several times, spread across months. Different amounts, different dates, but always the same place. The most recent charge lined up exactly with the night I'd found the card in her coat. My stomach dropped, the numbers blurring on the screen. This wasn't a one-off mistake or a bad coincidence. It was a pattern, planned, repeated. When Ashley stepped out of the bathroom, towel wrapped around her hair, she smiled faintly and asked if I was ready for dinner. I forced a nod, quickly closing the laptop. She didn't notice the tremor in my hands. But in that moment, I knew our marriage wasn't cracking. It was collapsing. The next evening, while we cleared plates after dinner, I decided I couldn't hold it in any longer. I kept my voice steady, casual even, though my heart was pounding. I noticed a few charges on our bank account, I said, setting a dish in the sink. The Grand Summit Hotel, downtown. Want to tell me about that? For a split second, Ashley's hand froze on the silverware. Then she turned back to the sink, rinsing like nothing was wrong. Sometimes after late nights at the office, I'm too exhausted to drive all the way home, she said smoothly. It's safer to just stay nearby. Her tone was even, her explanation neat and practiced. But it didn't match the woman I knew. Ashley had never been careless with money, never indulged in something as extravagant as a downtown hotel room. And if she'd been too tired, why hadn't she called me? I would have come in a heartbeat. Her story sounded paper thin, and I realized I wasn't looking for reassurance anymore. I was collecting evidence. Not long after her hotel excuse, I started noticing brown boxes stacked by the front door when I came home from work. At first, I didn't think much of it. Everyone shops online, but Ashley rushed to grab them before I could, slipping them into the bedroom or trunk of her car. If I asked, she waved me off. Client gifts, just work stuff. You wouldn't be interested. When I did catch glimpses, it was always something new. Dresses, blouses, shoes, pieces that didn't look like her usual style. Along with them came little changes. She started wearing more makeup, even on days she worked from home. Her hair, once tied back in a simple ponytail, was now curled or styled almost every morning. At first, I told myself she just wanted to feel confident during pregnancy. But the timing didn't fit. The late nights, the hotel charges, the secret packages, all of it pointed to a life she was building outside of ours. One Saturday morning, I got a call from a coworker who lived downtown. His voice was hesitant, almost apologetic. He said he'd just passed a cafe on Montrose and spotted Ashley sitting outside with a man he didn't recognize. They weren't talking like strangers. They were leaning in close, laughing, heads tilted toward each other the way couples do when the world fades around them. He made it clear he wasn't trying to stir trouble. "I just thought it was odd you weren't there," he said quietly. My stomach turned to stone. That afternoon, Ashley came home with shopping bags in her arms. I asked casually if she'd had breakfast. "Yeah, just toast and coffee here," she replied smoothly, unpacking throw pillows as if nothing had happened. Her voice was light, practiced. But in my head, I saw her at that cafe, laughing with a stranger, lying to my face without hesitation. That was the moment doubt hardened into dread. A few days after the cafe call, Ashley told me she'd be working late again. Same excuse, same steady tone. I nodded, pretending to accept it. But inside, I'd already decided. I needed to see for myself. 15 minutes after she left, I grabbed my keys and slipped into my truck. I kept several cars back, headlights dimmed, heart pounding like I was doing something criminal. It felt wrong, tailing my own wife, but the thought of not knowing was worse. She didn't head toward the office. She merged onto I-10 and drove straight into downtown Houston. Every mile sank me deeper into the truth I already feared. Finally, she pulled into the glowing drive of a luxury hotel, valet attendants rushing to open doors. She stepped out, not in work clothes, but a fitted dress I'd never seen. I parked a block away, my hands gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles ached. Whatever I found inside, I knew there was no turning back. I slipped into the hotel lobby a few minutes after Ashley, keeping my head low, my pace measured. The place reeked of polished wood and fresh flowers, every surface gleaming under golden light. I tucked myself behind a marble pillar near the lounge entrance. Then I saw her. Ashley stood just inside, scanning the crowd. A moment later, a tall, well-dressed man approached. I didn't recognize him, but the way her face lit up told me everything. She touched his arm as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He leaned closer, said something that made her laugh, the kind of laugh I hadn't heard from her in months. They moved toward a corner table, his hand brushing hers, her body leaning in like it belonged there. My chest tightened. This wasn't business. It wasn't exhaustion or late nights at the office. It was betrayal, right in front of me, undeniable and alive under the glow of that chandelier. From my spot behind the marble pillar, I couldn't look away. Ashley leaned across the small table, her elbows on the polished wood, eyes locked on the man across from her. He said something I couldn't hear over the low hum of the piano in the lounge, and she laughed. Unguarded, genuine, the very laugh I'd once lived for. Then his hand slid across the table and rested lightly on her knee. She didn't flinch. She didn't pull away. Instead, she placed her hand over his, fingers curling in quiet familiarity. That tiny gesture cut deeper than any shouted confession ever could. I felt the blood drain from my face, my chest hollowing as if the air itself had turned heavy. Around us, the lobby buzzed with tourists, businessmen, bellhops rushing by. But in that corner, time slowed. Every touch, every smile, every soft glance was a nail in the coffin of the life I thought we were building together. I didn't follow them upstairs. I couldn't. My legs felt heavy, my chest hollow. I turned and walked out of the hotel, past the doorman who gave me a polite nod I barely registered. The cool night air hit me like a slap, sharp enough to remind me I was still breathing. I made it to my truck and sat there for a long minute, staring at the steering wheel, hands trembling. Then I started the engine and drove. No radio, no headlights cutting music through the silence, just the hum of tires on concrete and the echo of my own heartbeat. The city lights blurred as I passed them, each red light dragging out the pain, forcing me to sit still with images I couldn't erase. Her laugh, her hand on his, the doors closing between us. By the time I pulled into our driveway, the house looked the same as always. But to me, it already felt like a graveyard. The next morning, I woke before sunrise. I didn't make coffee. I didn't turn on the news like I usually did. Instead, I pulled my old suitcase from the closet and began packing in silence. A few shirts, jeans, work boots, the essentials. Each zipper sounded louder than it should have, echoing through a house that suddenly felt foreign. When I was done, I set the suitcase beside my chair in the living room. Then I sat down and waited. The blinds leaked narrow stripes of morning light across the floor, dust drifting in the air like it was holding its breath with me. Hours passed. I didn't move. My pulse was steady, my chest tight, bracing for impact. Around 9, I heard tires crunching in the driveway. The front door opened, and Ashley stepped in, wearing the same navy dress from the night before. She froze when she saw me, suitcase at my side. I didn't speak. I just waited. The door clicked shut behind her, and for a heartbeat, neither of us moved. Ashley stood frozen in the entryway, keys dangling from her hand, still wearing the fitted navy dress I'd seen under the hotel's chandeliers. Her eyes darted to the suitcase beside me, then back to my face. She forced a smile. "You're up early," she said lightly, slipping off her heels, moving toward the kitchen as if nothing was wrong. Her voice was calm, practiced, the same tone she used when explaining away late nights and mystery receipts. I didn't answer. I just watched her, the silence between us stretching until it bent the air. Finally, I spoke, my voice low, even. "I thought you were working late." Her hand tightened on the counter, but she kept her back turned. I was, she replied, steady on the surface. Don't, I said, sharper this time. That single word stopped her mid-step. For the first time, she looked unsure. I stood slowly, gripping the suitcase handle, and faced her. My voice was calm, too calm, each word dropping heavy between us. I followed you last night, I began. I saw you walk into the Grand Summit. I saw you meet him in the lobby. I saw you laughing, holding his hand, riding that elevator together. Her face went pale, but I didn't stop. Before that, I found the hotel keycard in your coat. I checked our bank statements, charges to the same place, month after month. Then the dinner receipts for two, the new clothes, the lies about being too tired to drive home. By the time I finished, she was gripping the edge of the counter, her knuckles white. The silence that followed was deafening. She knew I wasn't guessing. I wasn't paranoid. I was laying out the collapse of our marriage in hard, undeniable facts, and there was nothing left for her to hide behind. For a moment she just stared at me, chest rising and falling, eyes flashing with something between panic and rage. Then the words came, sharp and fast. "So now you're spying on me?" she snapped. "Following me around like some jealous teenager? Going through our bank accounts, digging through my things? Do you have any idea how controlling that sounds, Ryan?" Her voice rose with each sentence, hands cutting the air, anger filling the space where truth should have been. "You think you're so perfect. Mr. Offshore Engineer, Mr. Always Right. You don't trust me, you don't respect me, and now you're trying to catch me in some trap?" I let her tirade hang in the air, her accusations bouncing off walls that still smelled of baby powder and fresh paint. I didn't flinch. I didn't shout back. I just looked at her, steady and silent, knowing the truth was already out, and she was scrambling to bury it. Her voice cracked mid-accusation, the fire in her eyes dimming all at once. She stopped pacing, her arms dropped to her sides, and the kitchen went still except for the hum of the refrigerator. For the first time in months, she couldn't look me in the eye. The silence stretched so long I could hear my own pulse, then almost a whisper, "It's true." I felt the words like a blade to the chest. Her shoulders slumped, and her face crumpled in a way anger couldn't disguise. "I've been seeing someone," she said, barely audible. "I didn't mean for it to go this far, Ryan. I don't even know how it happened." The excuses spilled out, late nights, needing someone to talk to, feeling lonely, but I barely heard them. The only thing that mattered was the sentence she couldn't take back. "Yes," she whispered, tears streaking her cheeks. "I cheated." And in that moment, the world I thought I knew finally collapsed. Her confession hung in the air, heavy and final, but one question clawed its way up from my chest. My throat tightened as I forced the words out. "Ashley, is the baby mine?" The room froze. She stopped crying, her lips parted, but no sound came. Seconds dragged into an eternity. I watched her eyes dart to the floor, then to the wall, anywhere but me. That silence told me more than words ever could. Finally, she shook her head, barely, as if admitting it even to herself was unbearable. I don't know," she whispered, voice cracking. My stomach dropped. Every memory, the ultrasounds, the baby kicks, the nights we painted the nursery, turned to ash in an instant. I'd prepared myself for betrayal, but not for this. Not for the possibility that the child I'd been dreaming of holding might never even be mine. The silence that followed didn't just fill the room, it crushed the air out of it. Her silence stretched until it was unbearable. Then, with a trembling breath, Ashley finally spoke. "Ryan, I'm not sure." 3 words, simple, quiet, but they detonated inside me. My ears rang, my vision blurred, the room shrinking around us. Everything we had built, every plan, every promise, every dream painted on those yellow nursery walls, collapsed under the weight of her uncertainty. She tried to keep talking, her voice tumbling into excuses. "It wasn't supposed to happen. I ended things when I found out I was pregnant. I thought maybe it could still be yours." But none of it mattered. The damage was done. The life I'd been imagining for months was gone, replaced by doubt so deep it poisoned everything. I stood there in the kitchen, staring at the woman I thought I knew, realizing she had just admitted the one truth I could never forgive. The baby might not even be mine, and with that, our marriage was already over. After that night, the house turned into a battlefield without noise. No slammed doors, no broken plates, just silence sharp enough to cut skin. Ashley and I moved like strangers passing in a hallway, our words clipped down to bare necessities. Mail's on the counter. Dinner's in the fridge. Nothing more. I carried my clothes and a stack of paperwork into the living room, leaving the master bedroom behind. The couch became my bed, the hum of the ceiling fan my only company. Her perfume still lingered in the sheets down the hall, but I refused to touch them. At night, I'd hear her pacing, drawers opening, soft sobs muffled into pillows. I didn't ask. She didn't explain. The house was filled with reminders of the life we'd planned. The crib in the nursery, baby clothes folded neatly, yellow walls glowing like false promises. We were still under the same roof, but the warmth was gone. What remained was a cold war I knew couldn't last. When the call came that Ashley was in labor, I didn't hesitate. Whatever had happened between us, I couldn't ignore the moment. I drove to Memorial Herman Katy Hospital, the same place where we'd taken prenatal classes, the halls now colder, harsher under fluorescent light. The delivery room was crowded, nurses moving quickly, monitors beeping, voices urgent. I didn't rush to her side. I stayed against the far wall, hands shoved in my jacket pockets, watching from a distance. She barely looked at me, her focus locked on the pain, the doctors, the push of bringing life into the world. Hours later, the room filled with the sharp cry of a newborn. A nurse handed the baby to Ashley first, then eventually turned toward me. I held my daughter, small, perfect, innocent, and my chest tightened. But as I stared at her face, I knew. Even before the tests, even before the paperwork, the truth was written in her eyes. The nurse placed her gently in my arms, wrapped tight in a pink blanket. She was tiny, warm, her little chest rising and falling against me. For a moment, the room disappeared. It was just me and this new life. Her eyes fluttered, her lips puckered, and I felt a surge of something I couldn't name. But then the truth cut through. Her skin was darker than mine, darker than Ashley's. Her hair, thick with soft curls, nothing like ours. I searched her face desperately for something familiar, a chin, a nose, a trace of my blood. There was nothing. I'd told myself for months that genetics could surprise us, that maybe a distant relative's features might explain it. But standing there, holding her, I knew. She was innocent, untouched by the lies that had built her arrival. Yet in her tiny face was the final proof that the life I'd been clinging to was already gone. 2 days later, I returned to Memorial Herman Katy Hospital, alone. I told the nurse I wanted a paternity test. She didn't flinch, just handed me a form and a swab. A quick rub inside my cheek, another for the baby, and it was over. Minutes of procedure, but it felt like the longest moment of my life. The results came back in a plain envelope, black letters on white paper. No drama, no comfort, just numbers. Probability of paternity. No explanation, no wiggle room, just science, blunt and final. I sat in my truck in the hospital parking lot, the paper shaking in my hands. I'd told myself I already knew, that I was prepared for this moment. But staring at those 3 digits, I felt the world tilt again. It wasn't just the end of my marriage. It was the death of the future I thought I was holding in my arms. Once the DNA results sank in, there was nothing left to debate. I called my attorney the next morning. We sat in a quiet office in downtown Katy, blinds half closed against the sun, the air thick with the smell of old paper and coffee. I slid the envelope across the desk, the bold 0% glaring from the page. He didn't need to read the details. He'd seen this before. "We'll file immediately," he said. Within days, the petition for divorce was in motion. In Texas, proof of infidelity can speed the process, and between the receipts, the hotel charges, and the DNA test, my case was airtight. Ashley was served before the week was over. No screaming matches, no bargaining, just paperwork, signatures, and silence. We still lived under the same roof, but every glance, every step in the hallway was weighed down with finality. I wasn't her husband anymore, just a man waiting for the court to make it official. When the court date finally came, it was almost cruel in its brevity. We sat on opposite sides of the small courtroom in Katy, not looking at each other. The judge skimmed through the paperwork, his voice steady, detached, as if he were reading a grocery list. Proof of infidelity, DNA results, division of assets. With these terms, the marriage is dissolved, he said, signing his name with a single stroke. And that was it. Years of love, a wedding under string lights, a nursery painted yellow, reduced to less than 20 minutes of legal process. The house went to Ashley. I didn't fight for it. I couldn't stomach walking through those rooms again, every corner soaked in memories of what had been promised and then broken. I packed my truck that same evening. No tears, no long goodbyes, just boxes, silence, and the final turn of a key left on the counter. I drove away knowing I wasn't leaving a home. I was leaving a grave. Moving day came with no ceremony, no goodbyes. A couple of friends helped me load boxes into a rented truck, their small talk filling the silence I couldn't break. By evening, everything I owned fit into a one-bedroom apartment across town. Blank walls, a single lamp, and no ghosts of promises gone bad. I ordered a pizza, set the box on the floor, and sat cross-legged beside it. No table, no couch, just cardboard and the hum of traffic drifting through the open window. For the first time in months, the air felt breathable. I took a bite, leaned back against the wall, and let the quiet wash over me. It wasn't joy, not yet. The hurt was still there, raw and heavy, but it was mine to carry, not tangled up with her lies. The apartment was bare, but it was clean. Empty, but it was mine. And that night, with a pizza box as my table, I felt the first faint stirrings of relief. A week after the move, I sat in a quiet office across from a woman with kind eyes and a yellow legal pad. My first therapy session. I'd never done anything like it before, but I knew I couldn't carry this wreckage alone. At first, the words stuck in my throat. How do you explain the sound of elevator doors closing on your marriage? The feel of a newborn in your arms who isn't yours? But little by little it came out. The betrayal, the anger, the shame I hadn't dared admit to anyone. She didn't interrupt. She didn't judge. She just listened, sometimes nodding, sometimes jotting notes, asking questions that cut deeper than I expected. By the end of that hour, I felt raw, stripped open, but lighter too. For the first time, I wasn't just replaying the pain in my own head. I was putting it somewhere else, giving it shape, so maybe one day it wouldn't own me anymore. Outside the therapist's office, I threw myself into work. Offshore schedules, project deadlines, safety audits, things I could control. On the rig deck or at the Houston office, there were no lies, no shadows, just numbers, steel, and blueprints. I found comfort in the certainty of lines on paper. A load-bearing beam doesn't lie. A bridge either stands or it doesn't. The math is clear, the structure honest. Every drawing I unrolled across my desk reminded me that some things in life still followed rules, still held steady. Long days blurred into nights, but I welcomed it. Exhaustion was easier than silence. Focused on drilling schedules and pipeline designs, I could forget, for a little while, about hotel receipts and DNA tests. Coworkers called me reliable, unshakable. They didn't see the fracture beneath. But in every plan I stamped, every problem I solved, I felt a piece of myself reassembling, brick by brick, beam by beam. Work became my scaffolding, holding me upright while I learned how to stand again. After weeks of burying myself in work, I finally answered a text from Tom Alvarez, an old buddy who'd been calling since the divorce papers were filed. We met at the Rusty Spur Sports Bar in Katy, the same place we used to crowd into after long shifts. Walking through the door, I expected awkward stares or pity. Instead, Tom slapped me on the back, grinning like no time had passed. Soon, a few more familiar faces joined, and before long, pitchers of beer and baskets of wings covered the table. We swapped stories, laughed about old jobs gone wrong, teased each other the way only longtime friends can. For a few hours, the weight on my chest loosened. I wasn't the man betrayed or the husband abandoned. I was just Ryan again, friend, coworker, brother in arms. The laughter didn't erase the pain, but it reminded me of something I'd forgotten. I wasn't alone. There were still people who knew me before the wreckage, and they hadn't gone anywhere. One Saturday, I dusted off my old hiking boots and drove west, leaving Katie's sprawl behind for the sharp rise of the Texas hill country. The trail wound upward through scrub oak and limestone, the air cooler, cleaner with every step. At first my legs burned, my lungs protested, but the rhythm took over, step after step, breath after breath, until the noise in my head started to fade. The higher I climbed, the lighter I felt, like I was shedding months of heaviness with every mile. When I finally reached the summit, the wind hit my face strong and clean, carrying nothing but the smell of cedar and stone. I stood there alone, the whole horizon stretched out in every direction. For the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't feel trapped. Up there, with the world wide open, I could breathe again. Not as someone's husband, not as someone's mistake, just as myself. Not long after that hike, I pulled my old easel out of the closet, its wood still stained with colors from years ago. I hadn't touched it since before I met Ashley. Back then, life had filled up with work, bills, responsibilities. The brushes gathered dust while my heart grew heavier. One evening, I sat up in the corner of my apartment, cracked open a fresh set of paints, and let instinct take over. I didn't plan landscapes or portraits, I just let color spill. Streaks of red for the anger I couldn't say out loud, blues for the ache that lingered, grays for the nights I'd spent in silence. The canvas wasn't pretty, but it was honest. And as I layered brushstroke over brushstroke, I felt something loosen. Painting didn't erase what had happened, but it gave the pain a place to live outside my chest. Piece by piece, color by color, I was finding myself again. About a year after the divorce, when the raw edges had begun to dull, I met Claire Harper through mutual friends. She wasn't flashy, not the type to dominate a room. Instead, she carried herself with quiet steadiness, the kind of presence that made you feel you could finally put your guard down. We started small, coffee at a quiet cafe, walks through downtown Katy, evenings spent talking about everything from books to the best barbecue in Texas. From the beginning, I told her the truth about my past, about betrayal and the scars it left. I braced for pity or awkward silence. Instead, she just nodded and said softly, "Thanks for trusting me with that." No judgment, no rush, just honesty. Being with Claire didn't erase the pain, but it reminded me pain didn't have to define me. For the first time in years, I felt safe letting someone close again. And that safety felt like the first real step toward love. One evening, as we sat on a bench outside the Katy Public Library, I finally let the words spill. Not the surface-level version I gave coworkers or casual friends, but the raw truth. How I'd followed Ashley to that hotel, how the DNA test came back with a cold 0%, how the walls of my own home had turned into a battlefield of silence. I braced myself for the wince, the judgment, the well-meaning advice. But Claire didn't give me any of that. She just listened. Her eyes stayed steady on mine, her hands folded gently in her lap, the kind of presence that said, "I'm here. Keep going." When I finally ran out of words, the silence between us didn't feel heavy. It felt safe. She reached over, rested her hand on mine, and said softly, "You went through hell, but you're still here. That says more about you than what she did." For the first time, I believed it. With Claire, nothing was rushed. We moved at a pace that felt almost foreign after years of chaos. Simple things became lessons in trust, sharing a meal without suspicion, silences that weren't hostile but comfortable, laughter that came easily instead of forced. At first, I caught myself waiting for the other shoe to drop, for a lie to slip through her smile. But it never did. She was steady, present, never giving me reason to doubt. Each day, each conversation, chipped away at the armor I'd built around myself. One evening, while we cooked together in her small kitchen, she looked at me and said, "You don't have to be perfect to be loved, Ryan. You just have to be honest." Those words sank deeper than I expected. Honesty, something so simple, but something I'd been starved of. And with her, I found myself daring little by little to believe in it again, to believe in us. Months later, word about Ashley drifted back to me through mutual acquaintances. They said things hadn't gone well, The man she left me for was long gone. Money was tight, her job slipping, her parents worn down from helping her pick up the pieces. I sat there listening, letting the details sink in. Once, that kind of news might have stirred anger, or a bitter satisfaction that karma had finally found her. But instead, I just felt a quiet sadness. Not for us, we were long gone, but for the girl I once met at a community center with paint on her sweatshirt and a smile that felt like sunlight. I didn't want her back. I didn't wish her pain. I only knew that her life was no longer tangled with mine, and that was enough. Her struggle wasn't my justice. My freedom was, and I wasn't about to waste it looking backward. One evening I sat on the balcony of my apartment, the lights of Katie stretching out beneath me, and it hit me. I wasn't tethered anymore. The lies, the receipts, the courtroom, they weren't my story now. They were just a chapter I'd closed. I had a new rhythm, work that grounded me, friends who reminded me who I was, hikes that cleared my lungs, canvases that spoke when words failed. And then there was Claire, steady, kind, reminding me that love could exist without betrayal. For so long I'd felt chained to the wreckage of my marriage, like every step forward dragged a weight behind it. But sitting there, I realized the weight was gone. I wasn't her husband, I wasn't her victim. I was just Ryan Walker, engineer, friend, man rebuilding piece by piece. And for the first time in years, the future didn't scare me. It felt wide open. Looking back, I used to believe betrayal had destroyed me, that the night I stood in the hotel lobby, watching elevator doors close on my marriage, was the end of everything. But it wasn't. It was the end of a chapter, not the book. In the months since, I've rebuilt piece by piece. Therapy cracked open the silence. Work steadied my hands. Friends reminded me of who I was before the lies. Hiking gave me back my breath. Painting gave me back my voice. And Claire showed me love can be honest, patient, and real. The scars remain, yes, but scars don't define you. They mark where you've been, not where you're going. I used to think Ashley's choices had written the final page for me. Now I know better. The pen was always in my hand. Betrayal may steal a chapter, but it doesn't get to write the ending. I am the author, and I choose to begin again. My name's Jack Turner, and the last words my wife tossed over her shoulder that Friday night still cut like glass. She leaned on the counter, heels tapping, lipstick fresh, and grinned like betrayal was a punchline. I need to find out if big size really matters. You'll never know. Don't worry. I didn't slam the door. I didn't raise my voice. I just let the silence swallow her smirk and answered one word. Okay. She thought she'd humiliated me. But 7 years of mortgage, loyalty, and a steady paycheck taught me one thing. Real strength doesn't shout. It waits. So while she walked out convinced I was small, by sunrise she'd discover how big consequences can get when a man stops playing nice. My name's Jack Turner. I'm 42 years old, born and raised in Texas, and for the last 15 years I've been a warehouse supervisor on the south side of Dallas. The kind of job nobody brags about but everybody depends on. Moving freight, managing crews, making sure deliveries hit the road on time. My hands are scarred from pallets, my back stiff from forklifts, but the paycheck was steady, and steady was enough for me. I've always believed a man proves himself by showing up, day after day, clock in, grind, clock out, bring the check home, keep the lights on. It's not glamorous, but it's honest. That's who I am. I wasn't built for shortcuts or shiny distractions. I was built to provide, to put food on the table, to carry weight without complaining. For 7 years of marriage, I thought that was enough for Emily too. Turns out, loyalty doesn't glitter the way temptation does. Emily and I had been married 7 years. Long enough for routines to carve deep grooves, the kind you don't notice until the wheel slips. To anyone looking in, we seemed steady. She had the smile that could light up a room, always laughing at cookouts, always polished when we walked into church on Sundays. Neighbors waved at us like we were the model couple. Our house wasn't fancy, just a 2-story brick on a quiet street outside Dallas, but it carried our story in every corner. The dent in the hallway where we'd moved the couch too fast, the pictures from road trips taped on the fridge, the squeaky step she always skipped in the morning. To me, those little things were proof of a life worth building. She laughed easy, touched my arm when we passed in the kitchen, called me her rock. And I believed it, believed that smile, that warmth, was ours alone. Most days followed the same rhythm. I'd be up before sunrise, black coffee in a chipped mug, out the door before the neighborhood even stirred. By 6, I was in the warehouse, boots echoing on concrete, running crews through orders until the Texas heat bled through the metal walls. 12, sometimes 14 hours later, I'd drive home with the smell of diesel still clinging to my clothes. Emily's evenings looked different. She worked her 9 to 5 at the office downtown, then had what she called her girls' nights. Drinks, laughter, wine bars I'd never stepped foot in. I never questioned it. I figured she needed the balance, some fun while I carried the grind. I'd crack a beer in the garage, watch the game, and wait for her headlights to sweep across the driveway. It was our routine, simple, predictable. At least that's what I thought. What I didn't see then was how those nights out were carving a fracture I was too tired to notice. That night, after she dropped the line about big size, I told myself it was nothing. A bad joke, careless words after a glass of wine. But it stuck. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling fan turning lazy circles, replaying her voice on a loop. The grin, the lipstick, the way she tossed it like it was harmless. I'd heard plenty of crude jokes at the warehouse, but never in my own kitchen, never from the woman I'd promised my life to. And the part that cut deepest wasn't the words themselves, it was the way she watched me after saying them. Testing me, waiting for a crack, for me to prove her right by exploding. But I didn't. I just said, okay. And in that silence, she thought she'd gotten away clean. Still, the more I tried to brush it off, the heavier it pressed. By morning, her voice wasn't just a memory, it was a warning. I tried to chase sleep, but my mind kept drifting back to the early days, when trust wasn't a question, but a given. Back then, Emily and I didn't have much, just an old pickup, a rented apartment with thin walls, and a mattress that sat right on the floor. But we had laughter that filled every corner. I can still see her in faded jeans and a college sweatshirt, barefoot in the kitchen, dancing to songs from a beat-up radio. She used to look at me like I was the whole world, like my rough hands and tired eyes were something worth holding on to. We built our life piece by piece, our first mortgage, the new washer we couldn't really afford, the long nights planning trips we swore we'd take. I believed every smile, every I love you, as if they were unshakable truths. And maybe that's why her words cut so deep now. They didn't just wound me, they made me question everything I thought was real. A week later, I caught the first flicker of something I couldn't ignore. I'd just walked in from a 14-hour shift, boots heavy with dust, shoulders stiff from the forklift. Emily was on the couch, phone in hand, grinning at the screen like a schoolgirl. Not the polite smile she gave coworkers, not the laugh she shared with me at old sitcom reruns. This was different, private, alive in a way that stung. When she noticed me, the screen went dark in a blur, her thumb moving faster than I'd ever seen. She set the phone face down on the armrest, too casual, like it had burned her fingers. I asked what was so funny. She shrugged, said it was just Sam sending memes. Her voice was light, but her eyes didn't match. It should have ended there, but the image lingered. That smile meant for someone else. Small detail, maybe. But in marriage, small cracks are where floods begin. It used to be once a month, maybe twice if one of her friends had a birthday. Girls' night was harmless enough. Wine, laughter, the kind of escape I figured every woman needed now and then. But after that night in the kitchen, I started noticing how often the phrase rolled off her tongue. Once a month turned into every other week. Then it was every Friday, sometimes Tuesdays too. Always with the same script, a quick kiss at the door, perfume strong enough to linger long after her taillights disappeared, and that little smile she thought I wouldn't notice. I told myself not to overthink it. I was tired, she was social, maybe I was just jealous of a life outside the warehouse grind. But the pattern was undeniable. Girls' nights weren't occasional anymore, they were routine. And routines, I knew better than anyone, don't change without a reason. And my gut told me her reason wasn't friendship. Emily always had a circle around her, and 2 names came up the most, Sam Collins and Rachel Miller. Sam was her closest friend, a loud, fast-talking woman from her office who never went anywhere without a glass of wine in her hand. Rachel was quieter, the type to post polished pictures on Instagram about self-care and girls supporting girls. Whenever Emily mentioned a night out, one of those names was attached. Sam needs to vent. Rachel had a rough week. Always an excuse that sounded reasonable on the surface. I'd seen Sam at barbecues. She laughed too loud, called me old man, even though she's only a few years younger. Rachel I barely knew, but she carried herself like she was always watching, cataloging. Maybe they were just friends, maybe not. But every time Emily said girls' night, those names felt less like company and more like cover, and that cover was starting to wear thin. At first I told myself it was nothing, just Emily needing her space, her friends, her laughter outside these walls. But the more I paid attention, the more the pieces refused to fit. The late nights that stretched later, the perfume that lingered stronger, the way she came home flushed, not from wine but from something I couldn't name. I'd built a life on trust. Trust in my crew to move freight, trust in my paycheck to land every Friday, trust in Emily to keep our marriage steady. But now, every time her phone buzzed face down on the counter, every time she smiled at a message and locked the screen too fast, that trust eroded. It wasn't paranoia, it was pattern. A shift in rhythm you can't unhear once you notice it. And standing there in the quiet of our kitchen, I felt the truth pressing at the edges. I wasn't imagining this. Something was happening, and she wanted me blind. It happened on a Tuesday night. Emily rushed out the door, heels clattering, perfume cloud trailing in her wake. The slam of her car door had barely faded when I spotted it, the one thing she never left behind, her phone, sitting on the kitchen counter like a loaded gun. For years I never touched it. That was trust, right? But trust felt like a joke now, and the glow of that screen was daring me. My hands shook as I picked it up, not from guilt, but from the weight of what I knew I'd find. No password change, no lock I couldn't get past, just a trail of messages waiting. My stomach tightened as I stared at the screen lighting up in my palm. In that moment, I knew crossing this line meant no way back, but the line was gone already. She'd erased it herself the night she taunted me, so I opened her phone. And what I saw confirmed everything. The screen opened to a thread lit up in bold. I tapped it, and there it was. Confirmation dressed in neon letters. Can't wait for tonight. He'll never know. LOL. Bigger is always better. The words hit harder than any punch I'd ever taken. My chest locked, my throat dried, and yet, I kept reading. Line after line, emojis that weren't meant for me, laughter spilling across the screen that I hadn't heard in months. Every keystroke was a blade. I could picture her sending them, smirk on her lips, that same smug tilt of her head I'd seen in our kitchen. And the worst part? She wasn't hiding it. She wanted him to know. She wanted me to be small. But I didn't throw the phone. I didn't scream. I did what I always do in a warehouse crisis. I logged it, filed it away. Screenshots. Forward to my private email. Evidence, ammunition. This wasn't heartbreak anymore. It was war prep. At first, the pain was white hot, like someone had pressed a brand straight into my chest. My hands shook, vision blurred, breath coming in short, sharp gasps. For a moment, I thought I might pass out right there on the kitchen floor. 7 years together, and this was the truth she handed me. A joke at my expense, a spectacle behind my back. But heat doesn't last. It cools. It calcifies. The burn in my chest hardened into something sharper, steadier. I wiped my eyes, sat down at the table, and stared at the glow of her messages until the sting dulled into steel. That was the shift. No more bargaining, no more hoping. Pain gave me something better. Clarity. She thought she was humiliating me. She thought she was untouchable, clever. But I wasn't broken. I was awake. And an awake man with nothing left to lose doesn't scream. He plans. I leaned back in the chair, the phone heavy in my hand, and made my next move. Screenshot, tap, screenshot again. Every line, every emoji, every timestamp, cataloged. I forwarded the files to my private email, one she didn't know existed. Years of warehouse work had taught me one rule. If it isn't written down, it doesn't exist. And this was my paper trail. The more I saved, the calmer I became. It was like loading freight, box by box, stacked neat, secured tight. She thought she'd hidden her nights in shadows, but now I had them under fluorescent light. I created a folder on my laptop and named it something simple: Project Evidence. Inside, the truth piled up. Not just her words, but her intent. She wanted to laugh behind my back, to test me, to shrink me. Fine. She handed me the rope. All I had to do was decide how and when to pull it tight. On my laptop, I opened a blank folder and gave it a name that felt clinical, detached. Project Evidence. No frills, no flourish, just a container to hold the truth she thought I'd never see. I dropped in the screenshots first, each file stamped with the date, the time, her careless words. One by one, the folder filled like a ledger written in betrayal. I wasn't panicked anymore. I was organized. Each image was a nail, each timestamp a hammer strike. Together they built something stronger than anger: proof. In the warehouse, I'd learned that structure keeps chaos from swallowing you. Pallets stacked right don't fall. Numbers logged don't lie. And here, with every file I saved, I felt the same stability return. Emily thought she was clever, thought she could play reckless and leave me blind. But the truth was lining up, neat and sharp. And once the structure was finished, it would be strong enough to bury her illusions whole. A week later, the next piece fell into my lap. Emily tossed her purse onto the counter before rushing upstairs to change. While she showered, a folded slip slid halfway out of her wallet, cheap thermal paper, edges crumpled. I recognized it before I even picked it up. A motel receipt. Not a hotel downtown where she'd stayed for work trips in the past. No, this was a roadside spot off the interstate, the kind truckers use for a few hours sleep between runs. Date, time, room number, all right there in faded ink. And the timestamp matched perfectly with a girls' night she'd sworn lasted until midnight. I slid it back exactly where I found it, careful not to crease a thing. Then I wrote down the details, logged them into Project Evidence. Screenshots were damning, but paper was permanent. That receipt wasn't just proof of where she'd been, it was proof of who she really was when she thought no one was watching. Evidence on paper was solid, but I wanted more. Something alive, something that couldn't be brushed off as coincidence. So one Saturday, while Emily was inside curling her hair for yet another girls' night, I walked out to the driveway with a small black box no bigger than a deck of cards. A GPS tracker. Bought it in cash, no receipts, no trail back to me. I crouched beside her sedan, the summer heat radiating off the concrete, and slid the device into place beneath the rear bumper. Magnetic lock. Invisible unless you knew where to look. In less than a minute, it was done. Back inside, I synced it to my phone. A map blinked to life, a dot marking her car like a target on a radar screen. That night, when her taillights faded down our street, I didn't wait up in the dark like before. I sat at the table, watching the dot move. And when it stopped, right at that same roadside motel, I knew my silence was paying off. Once the tracker was in place, the pattern started to write itself. I treated it like a shift log at the warehouse. Dates, times, destinations. Tuesday. She left the house at 7:42 p.m., car parked at the motel by 8:17, didn't move again until 11:56. Friday. Same routine. Out the door smiling, back home past midnight, perfume and excuses clinging like smoke. I kept a notebook in the garage, grease-stained cover, each page a ledger of betrayal, headings in black ink, departure, arrival, duration. I cross-referenced with screenshots, with receipts, with every flimsy excuse she tossed my way. Each entry tightened the noose. The more I wrote, the calmer I became. This wasn't paranoia anymore. It was evidence, structured and undeniable. She thought her nights disappeared into the dark, but I had her pinned under fluorescent light, cataloged down to the minute. And as the pages filled, so did my resolve. She wanted to play games. I was building the scoreboard. Patterns were strong, but I wanted a voice outside my own to nail it down. So one afternoon, I pulled the crumpled receipt from my notes and dialed the number at the top. A man answered, voice weary, radio humming faintly in the background. Lakeshore Motel, this is Carl. I kept it casual, like a guy double-checking a bill. Hey, I think my card might have been charged by mistake. Room 214 last Tuesday? Papers shuffled on his end, a pause. Then, yeah, checked in at 8:15, checked out just before midnight. Female, mid-30s, brunette, signed in under the name Emily Turner. Hearing it from him was like the final nail driven straight. No room for doubt, no way to tell myself I was imagining things. I thanked him, hung up, and wrote it down in the ledger. Screenshots, receipts, timelines, and now a witness. Piece by piece, her lies were no longer hers. They were mine to keep. When I hung up with Carl, I sat in the garage staring at the ledger spread open on the workbench. The evidence was there, enough to confront her, to explode, to demand answers I already knew. But explosions burn hot and fast. They leave smoke, ashes, nothing to stand on. Silence, though. Silence lingers. It unsettles. It builds pressure until the walls give way. So I kept my mouth shut. I smiled when she left for her girls' nights, kissed her cheek when she walked back through the door. I let her believe I was blind, small, a man too tired from 12-hour shifts to notice her perfume was borrowed from someone else's skin. Meanwhile, my folder grew heavier. Screenshots, receipts, GPS logs, dates, times. Each night she thought she was winning, I was stacking another brick into the wall that would one day collapse on her. I wasn't after a fight. I was after a finish. One evening, after she'd left with her heels clicking down the driveway, I opened my laptop and logged into our joint bank account. I wasn't looking for proof. I already had plenty. I was looking for patterns. They weren't hard to find. Charges that didn't match our life. $200 at a boutique wine bar I'd never stepped foot in. Room charges from hotels we'd never booked for vacations. A recurring debit at a lingerie store Emily hadn't mentioned in years. The numbers told a story, and it wasn't one she could spin away with a smile. I printed the statements and slid them into the project evidence folder, page after page of her secret life written in ink and decimals. In the warehouse, inventory never lies, and neither do bank records. She thought she was clever, hiding behind late nights and perfume. But the money always tells the truth. And this truth was stacking higher than she realized. One Thursday she came home late, slipping her heels off at the door with a sigh. Long night at the office, overtime again, she said, rubbing her temples like stress was a mask she could put on and take off. I nodded, set my beer down, and asked nothing. That was what she expected. Silence, trust, the steady husband who wouldn't pry. But her car's tracker had already told me the truth. She hadn't been at her downtown office. She'd been parked outside the Lakeshore Motel for 3 hours, engine cold, headlights dark. The timestamp matched perfectly with the debit card charge I'd printed that morning. She poured herself a glass of wine, sat on the couch, and scrolled through her phone with a smile just sharp enough to test me. I watched her from the kitchen doorway, steady and calm. Overtime wasn't measured in hours that night. It was measured in lies. And I was logging every one. Saturday morning, Emily asked me to grab her sunglasses from the car while she showered. I opened the driver's door, and the smell hit me before I even sat down. Not her perfume, not the faint vanilla air freshener she always clipped to the vent. This was heavy, sharp, sandalwood with something darker underneath. A man's cologne, the kind that doesn't fade easily. It clung to the fabric seats, soaked into the steering wheel. I'd spent enough years loading trucks with guys doused in drugstore sprays to know the difference. This wasn't mine, and it wasn't hers. I sat there a long minute, breathing it in, letting the weight of it settle. It wasn't just a scent. It was a presence. Proof that while I was breaking my back on the warehouse floor, another man had been sitting right here, close enough for his cologne to tattoo itself into the upholstery. And Emily thought a lie about overtime could cover that? Not anymore. That cologne stayed in my lungs the rest of the day, and it dragged me backward, to a memory I hadn't visited in years. Our wedding. Hot July sun, cheap folding chairs lined up in rows, my brother sweating through his shirt as best man. Emily walked down the aisle in a dress we couldn't afford, but she glowed like she owned the world. I remember my hands shaking when I slid the ring onto her finger, the way she whispered, "We'll make it, no matter what." Back then, I believed her smile was the purest truth I'd ever know. I believed her vows were ironclad, stronger than anything life could throw at us. Now here I was, sitting in her car, breathing in another man's cologne, staring at a life that looked nothing like the one we promised each other. The distance between that July afternoon and this moment felt wider than any aisle. By Sunday, the digital files weren't enough. Screenshots sat in my inbox, receipts stacked in a folder, GPS logs blinking on my phone. But I wanted to see it all at once, laid out like freight lined up on the dock. So I cleared the pegboard wall in the garage, the one where I usually kept wrenches and socket sets, and replaced tools with paper. I printed every screenshot, every bank statement, every motel receipt, page after page, taped under fluorescent light. The lies took shape. A message here, a timestamp there, a charge that matched a night out. One by one, I pinned them in rows, lines drawn between them with a black marker. Standing back, I didn't just see scraps of betrayal anymore. I saw a system, a pattern as clear as any shipping manifest. Emily thought she was clever, darting between shadows. But now her entire secret life was pinned in plain sight, framed on my garage wall like an exhibit. I stood in front of that board, pages fluttering slightly in the draft from the garage door, and let the weight of it wash over me. Every instinct in me wanted to rip it down, storm inside, throw the proof in her face, and watch the color drain. That's what anger demanded. Loud, messy, short-lived. But another voice, lower, steadier, spoke louder in its quiet. Anger screams. Revenge whispers. I repeated it under my breath like a mantra. Screaming would give her a fight she could twist, a scene she could spin as Jack lost control. But whispers, planning, patience, silence, those built a trap no one could wriggle out of. So I clipped another receipt to the board and stepped back. The wall wasn't chaos anymore. It was a blueprint. And I realized then that my power didn't come from the noise I could make. It came from the silence I chose to keep. I learned a long time ago that a man's temper can cost him more than his mistakes. In the warehouse, you blow up at the wrong guy, you lose respect. You panic under pressure, someone gets hurt. So I carried that discipline home. Every night when Emily walked through the door smelling like wine and shadows, I trained my face into stone. I laughed at the right times, nodded when she told half-truths, poured her a glass like nothing was wrong. My silence wasn't weakness, it was rehearsal. Every calm answer, every steady glance was another brick in the wall she never saw me building. Inside, the storm raged. But outside, I was granite. She looked at me and saw a man too dull, too small to notice. That was the trick. She mistook restraint for blindness. And in that miscalculation, she gave me space to prepare the ending she'd never see coming. Up until then, the affair was faceless, just shadows and messages, receipts, and late nights. But shadows always slip, and hers did in the simplest way. I was combing through her email one night while she slept, careful not to shift the mattress. Buried in a folder she thought I'd never check was a motel confirmation, forwarded automatically from her personal account. The name on the reservation stung worse than the rest. Ryan Mitchell. I knew that name. He wasn't some stranger. Ryan had shown up once at a company picnic, sales rep from a partner firm, the type who bragged about commissions while shaking your hand too long. I remembered his cologne now, the same heavy sandalwood that lingered in her car. Seeing it in black and white took the air out of the room. Betrayal had a face, a voice, a smirk. It wasn't abstract anymore. It was Ryan Mitchell. And with a name, my case wasn't just personal. It was surgical. The screenshots, the receipts, the motel logs, those were enough to convince a judge. But the night I opened her gallery, scrolling past birthday pictures and selfies, I found the proof that pierced deeper than all the rest. A photo. It wasn't staged or posed. It was sloppy, taken in low motel light. Emily leaned against Ryan, her hair tangled, his arm draped around her waist like he'd owned it forever. She wasn't laughing politely or forcing a smile. She looked alive in a way I hadn't seen in years. Too alive. I stared at that picture until my knuckles went white around the phone. There it was. The intimacy she swore was mine alone, captured and frozen in pixels. I saved it, printed it, pinned it dead center on the garage board, the crown jewel of betrayal. Now her secret wasn't just words or numbers. It had a face, a body, a moment, and that moment would destroy her. By the time I pinned that photo to the board, I knew I wasn't just gathering scraps. I was building a case. And cases don't win on anger. They win on law. So I made a call. Not to a buddy, not to family. To an attorney whose number I'd pulled from a quiet Google search. Divorce, Dallas, discreet. We met in a coffee shop across town, the kind of place nobody from my neighborhood would stumble into. I slid a manila envelope across the table, thick with screenshots, receipts, logs, and that photograph. She leafed through it without a word, her brow tightening with each page. Finally, she closed the folder, looked me in the eye, and said, "You've got more than enough. She won't walk away with a dime." Walking out, I felt lighter. Not healed. No, the wound still burned, but armed. For the first time, I wasn't just a husband holding pain. I was a man holding leverage. The lawyer's words echoed all the way home. She won't walk away with a dime. That became my compass. Step one was simple. Cut off her access. Love might have blinded me, but numbers never would. I opened a new checking account in my name only, rerouted my paycheck with a quiet phone call to HR. The joint account, the one Emily thought was untouchable, would start running dry without her even noticing. I ordered new cards, canceled the old ones with the excuse of suspicious activity. The bank clerk didn't ask questions. Bills, mortgage, utilities. I shifted them all onto my new account, neat and steady, like pallets stacked against the dock. Within a week, I knew every dollar that moved was mine alone. She could still play dress-up, still sip wine with Ryan under motel lights, but the floor beneath her was already giving way. She thought the game was hers. Truth was, I'd just taken the board. Friday came, and with it, payday. For 7 years, Emily had grown used to seeing that deposit hit our joint account like clockwork. Steady, dependable, invisible proof of the hours I broke my back for. But this time, nothing. Because I'd already moved it. My paycheck slid clean into the new account, mine alone, silent as a whisper. That weekend, she pulled out her card at the grocery store, all confidence and red lipstick, and I watched from the next aisle as the clerk shook his head. Declined. She laughed it off, said she must have grabbed the wrong card, but I caught the flicker in her eyes, confusion laced with fear. She came home later, waving the card like it had betrayed her. "Can you call the bank? Something's wrong." I nodded, calm, steady. "I'll handle it." And I did handle it. Not with anger, not with yelling, just silence. The kind that lets her world unravel one frayed thread at a time. A few days later, Emily tried again. This time at a boutique downtown, the kind of place that sold $100 candles and silk dresses tagged imported. She strutted in like she owned the world, swiped her card at the counter, and froze. Declined. Tried again. Same result. The clerk gave her that polite but sharp smile, the kind that says you don't belong here. Emily flushed, grabbed her phone, and called me before she even left the store. "Jack, something's wrong with the card. It keeps getting declined." I kept my voice flat, steady, the way I would if a forklift broke down mid-shift. "I'll look into it." That was all. No panic, no promises, just calm. What she didn't know was that her world was shrinking by the day. Every swipe she made was another reminder. The safety net she thought I'd hold forever was gone, and she hadn't even started the real fall yet. That night she cornered me in the kitchen, card in hand like it was evidence of her own. "Jack, what's going on with the bank? Why are our cards getting declined?" Her voice carried that edge I'd heard before when she thought she could push me into fixing things. I dried my hands on a towel, met her eyes, and said nothing. Just let the silence stretch until she filled it herself. "Did you forget to pay something? Did you mess up the account?" I kept my face calm, my breathing steady, like I hadn't heard a word. She hated that. Hated when I didn't give her something to grab onto. Finally, I murmured, "I'll handle it." Nothing more. No explanations, no reassurance. Just a wall she couldn't climb. She stormed off, heels echoing through the hall, but I could see it in her shoulders, the first real crack in her confidence. Locking down the money was step one. Step two was making sure that if Emily tried to fight, she'd already lost. I wasn't collecting scraps anymore. I was building a case, brick by brick, the kind no lawyer could punch holes through. I pulled phone records, hours of call logs showing numbers she never explained. I cross-checked dates from the GPS tracker with motel receipts and bank statements. Every line matched like a puzzle snapping into place. Even her social media posts, smiling selfies with Sam and Rachel, lined up perfectly with nights she was checked into a roadside motel with Ryan Mitchell. I printed it all. Screenshots, receipts, records, photos. a manila folder thick enough to snap shut with a thud. In the warehouse, paperwork kept freight moving. In divorce court, paperwork decides who walks away with what. Emily thought she had the upper hand, but the truth was already stacked against her, neat and heavy as steel on a pallet. On my next day off, I stopped by the office supply store, not for tools or parts, just a plain manila folder thick enough to hold the weight of everything I'd gathered. At the register, the cashier rang it up without a second thought. To her, it was paper. To me, it was a weapon. At home, I slid the receipts, screenshots, and records inside, each one slipping neatly into place like rounds in a magazine. Then, with a black marker, I wrote a single word across the front in block letters: evidence. I held it for a long moment, the way a man might hold a gun he knows he'll eventually fire. Quiet, heavy, waiting. That folder wasn't just paper, it was insurance. It was leverage. It was the difference between her walking out with half my life and her walking out with nothing but shame. On that garage shelf, under the hum of the light, it waited like a loaded chamber. With money locked down and the folder sealed, there was only one step left: timing. Evidence without timing is just weight. It sits heavy, but goes nowhere. Timing is what makes it strike. I didn't want fireworks, didn't want a blowout fight that ended in slammed doors and broken plates. Explosions are loud, but they fade. I wanted something slower, colder. A collapse so perfect that when it happened, she'd realize every brick had been pulled out from under her long before she noticed the floor giving way. So I waited. I watched her strut out in black dresses and bright lipstick, heels clicking like a countdown. I tracked every motel visit, every late-night return, every overtime shift that was anything but. The day would come when the curtain dropped, when she wouldn't just lose me, she'd lose the version of herself she clung to so tightly. And when that day came, she wouldn't see it coming until it was already over. Some nights, sitting alone in the garage with the folder on the shelf, I'd whisper it to myself like a vow. Explosions end quickly. I wanted a slow collapse. I'd seen explosions in the warehouse, forklift accidents, pallets crashing down, loud, violent, gone in a second. What followed was always the same: dust, cleanup, and people moving on like nothing happened. That wasn't what I wanted. Emily didn't deserve the mercy of something that faded fast. No, I wanted the collapse. A slow buckling of the walls she thought were solid. The kind of fall where you hear the creak, feel the shift, and realize too late there's no stopping it. So I stayed silent. I let her think she was clever. Every kiss on the cheek before girls' night, every smirk she thought I didn't see, it all became another brick I loosened. When her world came down, it wouldn't be with a bang. It would be with a silence she never heard coming. Friday night came, and with it, her ritual. Emily appeared at the top of the stairs in a tight black dress I hadn't seen in years. Not the kind of outfit you wear for wine with girlfriends. The neckline was low, the hem short, the perfume thick enough to linger in the air long after she passed. She didn't dress like that for me anymore. I sat at the kitchen table, boots planted, beer sweating in my hand, watching her glide past with a smirk. "Don't wait up," she said, slipping her heels on by the door. I didn't answer, just took in every detail: her hair pinned high, lipstick flawless, nails freshly painted. A woman preparing for war, but not realizing the battlefield was already mapped against her. Her heels clicked out the door, down the driveway, into the night. I checked my phone. The tracker dot blinked to life. Black dress or not, she wasn't headed for laughter with friends. She was driving straight into the trap. When her taillights disappeared down the street, I stood up from the table and walked into the garage. The board glared back at me. Screenshots, receipts, GPS logs, that one photograph dead center. All the hours of silence, all the patience, had led to this night. I pulled the manila folder from the shelf, thumbed through the pages one last time, then slipped it into a larger envelope I'd labeled in heavy black ink: Truth. On the workbench, my phone buzzed with the tracker dot steady at the Lakeshore Motel, right on schedule. I checked the locks, poured out the last of my beer, and sat in the living room with the lights low. On the coffee table lay the envelope, and beside it, another phone, the one I'd already used earlier to make a single call. She thought she'd walk back into the same home, the same husband she'd been mocking for months. Tonight, she'd open the door to her reckoning. That afternoon, before Emily even zipped up her black dress, I'd already made my move. A trip to the hardware store, $20, a new set of deadbolts and keys. It didn't take long, just a screwdriver, a little patience, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing that by nightfall, her key would be useless. I tested it twice. The lock turned smooth, the bolt sliding in and out without a sound. Then I slipped the spare key into my pocket and tossed the old brass cylinder into the trash bin, buried under rags and oil filters. The front door now answered only to me. The house she thought was her sanctuary, the place she waltzed in and out of with lies on her lips. It no longer belonged to her. When she came back, drunk on perfume and secrets, she'd reach for the handle expecting the world she controlled. Instead, she'd find silence, a locked door, and me, waiting on the other side. Just before midnight, headlights swept across the driveway. I watched from the shadow of the living room curtains as Emily's sedan rolled in. She stepped out carefully, heels clicking against the pavement, dress still flawless like she hadn't a care in the world. She walked up the steps, slipped her key into the lock, and froze. The metal refused her. She twisted harder, rattled the handle, tried again. The smirk she wore hours earlier drained into confusion. She knocked once, soft at first. Then again, louder, fists tapping against the wood. "Jack? The lock's jammed. Open up." Her voice carried that edge of irritation, the tone of someone used to doors swinging wide at her command. But tonight, nothing yielded. Not the lock, not the silence. I sat steady on the couch, envelope on the table beside me, waiting. Her key didn't fit anymore. And for the first time in years, she didn't either. I let her knock a few more times, frustration rising in her voice, before I stood. The house was silent except for the steady hum of the fridge as I crossed the room and pulled the door open. Emily's eyes lit with relief for half a second, until she saw I wasn't alone. Beside me, framed in the doorway's light, stood Thomas Green, her father. His jaw was set like stone, eyes heavy with the kind of disappointment that cuts deeper than rage. I'd called him earlier, sent him everything, the folder, the photos, the truth. Emily staggered back a step, color draining from her face. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Her voice cracked, mascara smudged from the night she thought would stay hidden. Thomas didn't answer right away. He just looked at her like he was staring at a stranger. And in that silence, the weight of everything she'd done finally pressed down on her shoulders. When Emily first saw the shadow beside me, her lips curled into a sly smile. She thought she knew the script, that I'd finally caught on, that Ryan Mitchell was standing in my living room, ready for some ugly showdown. For a flicker of a moment, she even looked proud, like flaunting him in my house would make her feel powerful. But when her eyes adjusted and she saw who it really was, the smile shattered. Not Ryan. Thomas Green, her father. Her. She froze on the porch, mouth open but no sound, the color draining from her face faster than her tears could follow. The man she adored, the one she feared disappointing most, was standing shoulder to shoulder with me, a folder of her betrayal in his hand. Her voice cracked into a whisper, barely audible. "Dad, it's not what it looks like." But it was, and her father's silence said more than any denial could erase. Emily's knees seemed to weaken as she stepped into the doorway, eyes darting between me and her father. Whatever mask she'd worn all night cracked in an instant. The perfect lipstick, the neatly pinned hair, the black dress meant to impress. None of it could hide the panic flooding her face. Her mascara, once flawless, began to smear as tears welled and slipped down, streaking her cheeks in uneven lines. She opened her mouth, but nothing came, just a ragged gasp, like the air had been sucked clean out of her chest. Thomas's gaze didn't waver. Cold, steady, unforgiving. He didn't yell. He didn't need to. The silence pressed harder than any words could. Emily looked at me then, desperate, eyes wide with the pleading of someone drowning. But I stayed still, jaw locked, heart iron. No rage, no mercy, just the quiet that made her realize the show was over. Thomas stepped past her without a word, the weight of his presence filling the room. Emily trailed behind, her heels hesitant on the hardwood, as if every step dragged her deeper into quicksand. In his hand was the envelope I'd given him earlier, evidence scrawled across the front in thick black ink. He walked to the center of the living room, paused at the coffee table, and let it fall. The slap of paper against wood cracked through the silence like a gunshot. Emily flinched as if she'd been struck. The envelope slid open slightly, enough for her to glimpse the contents. Motel receipts, screenshots, photographs she never imagined her father would see. Her hands shook as she reached for it, but Thomas's voice cut across the space, low and steady. "Don't." She froze. Tears spilled freely now, smearing the last traces of her carefully drawn face. The evidence wasn't just paper anymore. It was her undoing, laid bare in her father's shadow. Emily's hands trembled as she stood in the center of the living room, caught between her father's disappointment and the envelope bleeding truth onto the table. Her eyes darted toward me, searching for something, anger, mercy, even an insult she could fight back against. But I gave her nothing. I stayed seated on the couch, arms resting on my knees, gaze locked steady on her. No raised voice, no pointed finger, no dramatic outburst, just silence. And in that silence I could see her unravel. She shifted on her heels, tugged at the strap of her dress, wiped at the mascara smeared across her cheek. Each second without a word from me tightened around her throat like a vice. She finally whispered, "Jack, please, say something." But I didn't, because the truth was louder than anything I could have said. And watching her collapse under the weight of my silence was the justice I'd been waiting for. The room felt like it might split open, yet not a sound carried. No shouting, no slammed doors, just the hum of the fridge, the tick of the wall clock, and her shallow, panicked breaths. Silence. It pressed against her harder than any scream ever could. She shifted, desperate to fill the void. "It's not what you think. I can explain. Please, just listen." Her words tumbled out, weak, brittle, falling flat against walls that refused to echo them back. Thomas sat rigid in his chair, arms crossed, eyes locked on her like a judge waiting for the gavel. I stayed where I was, gaze steady, lips sealed. She broke first, her knees buckled, hands clutching the envelope as if tearing it open would erase what was inside. But she couldn't bring herself to look. The silence wasn't absence, it was judgment. It was the loudest scream she'd ever heard, and it came without a single word. Her legs gave out, and Emily dropped to the floor, the black dress pooling around her like a shadow she couldn't crawl out of. Mascara streaked, hands trembling, she clutched at the envelope but didn't dare open it. Tears soaked the hardwood as she whispered broken fragments. "Dad, please. It was a mistake. I can fix this." Thomas Green stood over her, eyes hollow, jaw clenched. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't even touch her. He simply shook his head, slow and deliberate, like a man burying the last piece of faith he'd ever had. "Fix it?" he said, his voice low, gravel heavy with disappointment. "You can't fix this." And then he turned. No embrace, no goodbye, no promise of forgiveness. Just the sound of his footsteps retreating toward the door. Emily reached out, sobbing, but he never looked back. The slam of the door behind him was the sound of a father severing ties. Thomas's footsteps faded into the night, leaving the house heavy with silence. Emily staggered after him, sobbing, heels scraping against the wood floor until she reached the threshold. I stayed behind, steady, watching. She turned back to me, mascara streaked, lips trembling, arms half raised like she was begging for a lifeline. "Jack, please, don't do this. I can change. I'll stop. Just let me in." I rose from the couch, walked to the doorway, and met her eyes one last time. No anger, no pity, just the clarity of a man who had nothing left to lose. Then I stepped forward, pushed her gently but firmly across the threshold, and closed the door. The latch clicked, the bolt slid home, and her world ended with that sound. Her fists pounded weakly against the wood, cries muffled, breaking apart into the night. But inside, I sat back down, calm at last. For the first time in years, the house felt like mine again. The morning after, I rose before dawn like always. But instead of steel-toed boots and a shift at the warehouse, I put on a clean shirt, tucked the evidence folder under my arm, and drove downtown. The courthouse smelled of paper and dust, the kind of place where lives quietly split in two. I walked up to the clerk's desk, slid the envelope across the counter, and said the words I'd rehearsed in my head for weeks. I'm here to file for divorce. Inside that folder was everything: receipts, screenshots, motel logs, the photo, even the witness confirmation from Carl at the desk. Each piece was a nail hammered into the coffin of her lies. The clerk stamped it, the sound sharp and final. Just like that, 7 years of marriage became a case number. Walking out, I didn't feel rage. I felt clean. For the first time in months, maybe years, I wasn't carrying her secrets anymore. I was carrying my freedom. When the papers were served, word spread faster than she could contain it. The same friends she'd toasted with on girls' nights, the ones who cheered her selfies and clinked glasses at wine bars, suddenly went quiet. Sam Collins stopped answering her calls. Rachel Miller unfollowed her on social media without a word. Invitations dried up. Group chats moved on without her. Even in the office, the whispers started. People avoiding eye contact. Conversations shifting the second she walked in. Emily had built her image on being the woman others envied. The pretty wife with a steady husband, the perfect house, the nights out. Now the cracks were on display, and envy turned to judgment. I didn't have to lift a finger. Her own circle cut her off, one by one, until she was standing alone in the wreckage she'd made. Silence had taken her reputation, too, and there was nothing left for her to hide behind. When the walls closed in, she turned to the one person she thought would stand by her, Ryan Mitchell. But when she called, the line went straight to voicemail. When she texted, the bubbles never appeared. Days later, the tracker I'd left active on her car showed her parked outside his apartment complex, waiting. He never came down. Ryan wasn't her savior. He was a thrill, a distraction, a man with just enough charm to borrow her loyalty until the cost got too high. And now that her secrets were spilled and her name stained, he'd done what men like him always do: vanished. No note, no goodbye, just silence. I imagined her sitting in that car, makeup smudged, hands gripping the wheel, staring at the door that never opened. The man she gambled her marriage on had cashed out, leaving her to pay the price alone. And for the first time, she finally looked as small as she once thought I was. If losing Ryan gutted her pride, losing her father severed her lifeline. Thomas Green had always been the silent cushion beneath her, paying off credit cards she maxed, slipping her checks when she cried about bills, covering the gaps I never even knew existed. But not anymore. After the night he walked out of my house, Thomas never took her calls again. Weeks later, Emily showed up at his office, mascara smeared, voice cracking in the lobby as she begged to see him. He didn't step out. Instead, his secretary handed her an envelope, her name scratched across the front in his handwriting. Inside was one sentence: "You made your bed, now lie in it." No money, no promise, just the cold finality of a father done carrying her mistakes. That was the nail she couldn't pull. With friends gone, Ryan vanished, and her father's support cut clean. Emily finally stood alone in the ruins she built. By the time the divorce papers were finalized, Emily's world had shrunk to a single, suffocating circle. The friends who once cheered her nights out were gone. Ryan had disappeared like smoke in the wind. Her father's silence was colder than any courtroom verdict. She rented a small apartment on the edge of town, one bedroom with peeling paint and a view of the parking lot. No wine nights, no lavish shopping trips, no safety net waiting in the wings, just her and the quiet. Neighbors said they saw her sometimes on the balcony, cigarette glowing, phone in hand but never ringing. The woman who once strutted out in black dresses now shuffled to the mailbox in sweats, hair tied back, eyes hollow. She had gambled everything: marriage, family, reputation, for a thrill that vanished the second it cost too much. And now, with nothing left, Emily Turner was living the kind of silence she used to mock. When the dust settled, I was still standing where I'd always been, steady, solid, unshaken. The court granted me the house, the accounts, the savings I'd built with years of calloused hands and 12-hour shifts. She left with nothing but the clothes she packed in a single suitcase. The mortgage still had my name on it, the truck keys still jingled on my belt loop, The paycheck still hit my account every Friday morning. What I'd earned through sweat and silence remained untouched, protected by the very evidence she had handed me with her arrogance. Walking through the halls of the house, I felt the difference. The air was lighter without her perfume covering lies, the walls steadier without her laughter masking secrets. I hadn't just survived, I'd kept the foundation intact. She gambled on betrayal, I bet on patience, and patience made sure that when the smoke cleared, I was still the one holding everything that mattered. Even at work, there was no refuge. The same colleagues who once gushed about her perfect marriage now avoided her in the break room. Whispers filled the hallways when she passed, eyes flicking to the floor, then back to her with thinly veiled judgment. Sam Collins, once her loudest defender, no longer saved her a seat at lunch. Rachel Miller wouldn't meet her eyes during meetings. Even new hires had heard the story. Dallas offices have a way of carrying gossip faster than any memo. Emily sat at her desk with a forced smile, tapping her keyboard like nothing had changed, but she could feel it. The weight of those stares. The silent verdict passed every time someone shifted away from her in the elevator. Her reputation wasn't just gone, it was inverted. The woman people envied had become the cautionary tale whispered over coffee. And unlike perfume, shame doesn't wash off before 9 a.m. The first mornings alone were strange, almost too quiet. No clatter of heels on the hardwood, no perfume lingering in the kitchen, no forced smiles across the breakfast table. Just me, black coffee, and sunlight spilling through windows that finally felt honest again. I started small, cleaning the garage, fixing the squeaky step she always ignored, cooking meals without worrying if they'd meet her standards. Each task was ordinary, but it carried a weight I hadn't felt in years. Freedom doesn't always arrive with fireworks. Sometimes it comes with the simple peace of knowing no one is lying in your bed. At work, the guys noticed. I carried myself straighter, laughed easier, even stayed late without that knot in my chest. The house felt lighter, my shoulders freer. Emily's absence wasn't a wound anymore. It was space, room to rebuild, room to breathe. And with every passing day, I realized I hadn't lost anything. I'd reclaimed everything. A week after the papers were signed, I found myself at a roadside diner just outside Dallas. The kind with chipped mugs, neon lights buzzing, and waitresses who know when to talk and when to leave you be. I slid into a booth by the window, ordered black coffee and eggs, and watched the first light of dawn crawl across the horizon. For the first time in years, my chest wasn't tight. The world wasn't heavy. There was no phone vibrating with lies, no perfume masking secrets, no clock ticking down to another late-night excuse. Just the steady hum of the diner and the sunrise breaking clean over the highway. I stirred my coffee, took a sip, and let the warmth settle. Freedom didn't feel like fireworks. It felt like this. A quiet booth, an honest morning, and the knowledge that I'd outlasted the storm without ever raising my voice. She thought I was small. She mistook my silence for blindness, my calm for weakness. But the truth was simpler, sharper. Control was always mine. Revenge isn't rage. Rage burns fast, leaves only smoke. Revenge is patience. It's the slow build, the quiet stacking of evidence, the discipline to wait until every card is in your hand. And patience. Patience is bigger than anything she could imagine. I didn't need to shout, didn't need to break. All I had to do was hold steady while her own lies unraveled around her. In the end, she lost the house, the money, the respect of her friends, the love of her father, and even the man she gambled it all for. And me? I walked away clean. One last look at the house I kept, one deep breath, and I closed the door behind me. Not an ending, a beginning. If you thought this was insane, wait until the next story. Subscribe. 1 month before my wedding, the woman I thought I knew, the woman I had promised forever to, looked me dead in the eye and said, "I need one last night with my ex." I didn't yell, I didn't beg, I didn't even ask why. Because in that single moment, every vow we'd practiced, every plan we'd made, every dollar spent on a future together, turned to dust. Most men would have blown up, maybe thrown the ring back at her, maybe demanded an explanation. But not me. I gave her the only answer a man with self-respect could give. I said quietly, "If that's what you need, then fine." And the next morning, before the sun even touched Houston, I was gone. No note, no warning, no goodbye. That's how it ended. 3 years of love erased in one sentence. And if you think that's the whole story, you haven't heard what happened next. My name is David Campbell. I'm 35 years old, born and raised in Texas, and I make my living as a drilling engineer in Houston. Most days my life looks the same. Long shifts out on the rigs, 14 hours in the Gulf heat, steel platforms rattling under my boots while the sea roars below. It's hard work, but I've always believed a man should be proud of what he builds, whether it's an oil platform or a marriage. I never thought of myself as complicated. I show up, I do my job, and I keep my word. My friends would tell you I'm stubborn, maybe too stubborn, but loyal to the bone. That's who I am. And when I met Ashley Bennett, I thought I'd finally found someone who could see past the grime and long hours and believe in the man underneath. At 35, I wasn't chasing games. I wanted something real. I thought I'd found it. I first met Ashley Bennett at the community library in Houston. It wasn't some romantic setup, just a Tuesday evening reading group where a dozen strangers sat around a table with paperbacks and coffee cups. Most people there were chatty, eager to share their opinions. But Ashley? She was different. She kept her answers short, polite, and distant, as if she was just fulfilling some obligation to be present. That coldness didn't push me away. It drew me in. I found myself watching her more than I should have, trying to figure out the expression in her eyes. It wasn't arrogance. It was something heavier, like a wall she had built brick by brick. Most men would have shrugged it off and moved on. But I'm not most men. Something about her silence made me curious. I didn't want to break through it for the thrill. I wanted to know who she really was and why she carried herself like that. One evening, after the group wrapped up a discussion on a classic novel, I decided it was time to stop just watching from across the table. Ashley had made a sharp point about the main character, something that showed me she was paying attention more than she let on. As people filed out of the library, I caught up to her at the door. "Hey," I said, keeping my tone casual. "I liked what you said about the ending. Never thought of it that way." She looked at me, almost suspicious, like she was waiting for me to trip over my own words. Then she gave me the smallest nod and a quick, "Thanks." That was it. No smile, no invitation to keep talking. Most guys would have taken the hint. But I've worked rigs in storms and welded steel in 50-mile-per-hour winds. I don't quit easy. Something told me Ashley was worth the effort. It took a few more meetings at the library before I finally worked up the nerve to ask for her number. She hesitated for a second, studying me with those guarded eyes like she was trying to read whether I was serious or just another guy looking for attention. Then, almost reluctantly, she handed it over. Our first texts were about as dry as the West Texas desert. "How was your day?" "What are you reading now?" Simple, surface-level stuff. She replied out of courtesy, not interest, or at least that's how it felt. Every bubble that popped up on my screen was short, clipped, efficient. But I didn't mind. I wasn't looking for fireworks in the first week. I just wanted to show her I was steady. Day after day, I kept the conversation going, even when her answers left me hanging. Patience, I told myself. If there was more to Ashley, it would show with time. Weeks passed, and little by little, her tone began to change. The replies got longer, less clipped. One night, while we were trading messages about books, she surprised me by steering the conversation somewhere personal. She told me she'd just gotten out of a long relationship, a relationship that had dragged on for years and left her exhausted. She described it as the kind of love that warps your sense of self. Her ex, Ryan, made her question her worth, shut her down whenever she asked for more, and dismissed her needs as silly. "It almost broke me," she wrote. I could almost feel the weight behind the words. But she wasn't looking for pity. She made that clear. She said she was tired of pretending, tired of shallow connections. If something wasn't real, she didn't want it. That honesty struck me. Finally, I thought, a crack in the wall. Finally, the truth behind her distance. Ashley didn't sugarcoat it. One evening, sitting across from me at a coffee shop near the library, she looked me straight in the eye and said, "I'm done wasting time. I don't want anything fake. If it's not real, if it's not honest, I want no part of it." Her voice was steady, but I could hear the echo of everything she'd been through. She wasn't being dramatic. She was drawing a line in the sand. I leaned forward, folded my hands on the table, and told her the only thing I knew she needed to hear. I'm not here to play games. I'm not going to rush you or push for something you're not ready for. We go at your pace, or not at all. For the first time since I'd met her, I saw her expression soften. Just a little. She gave me a quiet nod as if to say, finally, someone who understands. After that night in the coffee shop, I made a silent promise to myself. I would move at Ashley's pace no matter how slow. I'd spent enough years in the oil fields to know you can't force steel to bend. You have to apply steady heat and patience, or it cracks. Relationships, I figured, weren't all that different, so I kept showing up. I texted without expecting immediate replies. I asked her out without pushing when she said she was busy. When she did share something, no matter how small, I treated it like it mattered. Slowly, I noticed the change. Her messages grew warmer, less guarded. She started volunteering details about her day without me asking. It wasn't fireworks, it wasn't a movie montage, but it was real. Brick by brick, she was lowering the walls she'd built. And with each step forward, I felt myself believing more and more that we were building something worth waiting for. Bit by bit, I started to see a different side of Ashley. At first it was small things. She'd tell me about a book that reminded her of childhood, or about the little bakery she stopped at every Friday for a cinnamon roll. But soon, the details grew heavier, more personal. One night, she admitted she still had trouble sleeping because of memories of fights with Ryan. Another time, she confessed that she sometimes avoided certain places in town because they carried too many ghosts. She wasn't telling me these things to unload on me. She was testing whether I could hold them without flinching. And I did. I listened. I didn't try to fix her or offer neat little answers. I just showed her I could be trusted to sit with the truth, however messy it was. For the first time, I felt the walls she built weren't just cracking, they were beginning to fall. That evening, the library was empty except for the soft hum of the air conditioner and the distant echo of pages turning. We'd stayed late, talking about everything and nothing. Books, dreams, regrets, the tiny victories that made life worth living. I noticed how her fingers traced the edge of her coffee cup, how her eyes flicked to mine when she laughed softly. It felt like the world had shrunk down to just the two of us, every distraction fading until all that mattered was this fragile, tender space we were sharing. And then I took a breath. "Ashley," I said quietly, my voice steady even though my heart was racing. "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" She froze for a heartbeat, her eyes searching mine. Then a slow, careful smile spread across her face. She nodded. It wasn't a dramatic declaration or a grand gesture. It was honest, simple, and true. In that nod, I felt the beginning of something real. After that night, everything felt lighter, almost fragile in its perfection. We started spending more time together, exploring Houston in ways I hadn't noticed before. Weekend mornings at the farmer's market, the smell of fresh bread and coffee filling the air. Evening walks along Buffalo Bayou, the skyline reflecting off the water like a promise. I remember the first time I surprised her with a small gift, a hardcover edition of a book she'd mentioned loving years ago. Her eyes widened, and for a moment she just held it close, as if it carried pieces of her own history she hadn't shared yet. We laughed over dinner at tiny, tucked-away restaurants, argued playfully about which movie to watch, and cheered each other on in the smallest victories, finishing a difficult crossword, catching the last train home. It was simple, ordinary, yet electric. For the first time in a long while, happiness didn't feel borrowed or tentative. It felt real, ours, and I savored every moment. By now, I felt a quiet certainty growing inside me. This wasn't the reckless, fleeting kind of romance I'd known in my 20s. This was steady, grounded, like a well-built rig standing firm against a storm. With Ashley, I could be myself. No pretense, no masks, no carefully measured words. We shared routines, small rituals that became ours alone. Morning coffee together before the city stirred, lingering over the first sip while exchanging notes about the day ahead. Late-night calls, not because we had to, but because the silence without her felt emptier. I watched her laugh at the little things, her eyes sparkling, shoulders relaxed, and I realized how rare this was. How rare it was to feel safe, to know someone wasn't just passing through, that someone genuinely wanted to be there. For the first time in years, I believed in a love that could last, a home built not of walls but of trust, and I was ready to protect it, quietly, fiercely, without hesitation. One afternoon, on a whim, I decided to drop by Ashley's apartment. I hadn't called, didn't want to disturb her, but something nudged me to see her in person. When I walked in, the first thing I noticed was the quiet. Too quiet. Then I saw her, sitting on the couch, shoulders trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her hair was messy, eyes red and puffy, and she didn't even look up when I knocked softly on the doorframe. My heart twisted. "Hey," I said gently, stepping closer. She flinched but didn't stop crying. I sat beside her, carefully, giving her space while offering my presence. She let out a shaky sigh, burying her face in her hands. I didn't ask questions right away. Sometimes being there, just being present, was more important than words. And in that moment, I realized, no matter how safe our relationship felt, Ashley carried scars I hadn't fully seen yet. After a few quiet minutes, Ashley finally looked up at me, her eyes still glistening. "David, there's something I need to tell you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, leaning in, ready to listen. She took a shaky breath. "Ryan, my ex, he's dating someone in our book club now." The words hit me like a punch I didn't see coming. Ryan, the one who had broken her heart months ago, was still hovering somewhere in her world, smiling, laughing, moving on. Ashley's hands twisted nervously in her lap. "I didn't know how to tell you. I don't want to lie, but I also don't want it to hurt us. I'm scared. I don't want to fall for anyone again and get left." I reached for her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Hey, we'll go at your pace. I'm not here to rush you. We'll face Ryan, or anything else together, when you're ready." A weekend came, and I could see it in her eyes. Ashley wanted something different, something bright after the shadows of her past. I suggested a picnic by the bayou. The sun warmed our faces, the breeze tangled in her hair. We laughed over sandwiches, shared stories, and for a few hours, it felt like the world had shrunk to just the two of us. The next week, I took her to a small art show downtown. She lingered in front of paintings, her eyes lighting up, pointing out details she'd always wished someone would notice. "I've dreamed of this," she admitted, her voice soft but certain. And in those quiet moments, holding her coat, watching her smile without restraint, I realized that trust and patience were slowly weaving our connection into something real. The past could wait. Today, we had this, our laughter, our shared wonder, and the promise of more days like this. I noticed it that evening. Her laughter faded faster than it came. Ashley's hands trembled as she sipped her tea, eyes fixed on the flickering candle. "David," she started, voice barely above a whisper, "it's not just Ryan. It's me too." I frowned, leaning closer, sensing the storm behind her calm. She confessed how every smile, every picnic, every art show had a shadow lurking. Her mind kept replaying Ryan with someone else, the betrayal she thought she had left behind. It was like she'd been wounded twice, once by him, once by herself, for still caring. Her shoulders shook, and I held her hands tight, letting silence fill the gaps. Words couldn't bridge. I didn't rush her. I didn't try to fix it. I simply stayed, a steady presence in the chaos of her hurt, silently promising that while the past could haunt her, it wouldn't define what we were building now. I reached for her hand, squeezing gently. "Ashley," I whispered, keeping my voice calm, "we have each other. The past, it doesn't have power here." Her eyes met mine, wet and hesitant, searching for the truth behind my words. I could feel the tension in her chest, the memories clawing to stay alive. But I stayed steady, letting my presence be the anchor she needed. I reminded her that betrayal loses its grip when you face it with someone who won't abandon you, someone who listens without judgment. She exhaled slowly, a shaky laugh escaping, like relief and fear collided in the same breath. I want to believe you, she said, voice trembling. I'll let you, I replied softly, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I won't rush you. We'll take every step together. One day, one moment at a time. For the first time that evening, I saw her shoulders relax, the weight of old wounds easing, if only slightly. 2 nights later, outside the library, I spotted Ryan leaning against a silver sedan, laughing with someone from our book club. He might have seen me. Hard to tell. My jaw tightened, my boots slowed on the asphalt. A dozen words rose to my tongue. I swallowed them, kept walking. Keys in, engine on. In the rear view, they were just shapes under a streetlight, some lines you hold by saying nothing. Her lips curved into a tentative smile, and for a moment the room felt lighter. Okay, she said softly. I'll try to trust you. I returned her smile, but inside a knot twisted in my chest. Part of me wanted to believe completely, to let go of all suspicion, but another part whispered caution. The way past betrayals lingered, invisible yet heavy, reminded me that trust isn't given, it's earned, moment by moment. I nodded, keeping my expression calm. That's all I ask, I said. We'll take it slow, no pressure, just us. She laughed lightly, a sound that warmed the space between us. Yet I felt the shadow of doubt, subtle but persistent. Could this fragile bond withstand what might come? Could hearts truly heal without scars echoing through every smile? Still, I held her hand, grounding myself in the present. For now, her laugh, her tentative trust, was enough. Just enough. 3 years had passed since that first tentative smile. 3 years of slow mornings, quiet talks, shared coffees, and laughter that filled the spaces where fear used to live. Each day, I watched her grow braver, more open, and each day, I fell a little deeper, trusting that the bond we'd nurtured could withstand anything. One evening, under the soft amber glow of streetlights in downtown Houston, I took her hands in mine. My heart pounded, not with fear this time, but with hope. Ashley, I said, voice steady but full of everything I felt. You've changed my life. Will you marry me? Her eyes widened, glistening with tears. A laugh escaped her lips, breathless and full of relief. Yes, she whispered. And in that moment, all the past doubts, the small hesitations, the cautious optimism, they melted away. We embraced, the city around us fading into the background. 3 years of patience, honesty, and quiet love had led to this perfect, golden yes. The months leading up to the wedding were a whirlwind, yet every moment was shaped by Ashley's meticulous nature. She had lists upon lists, flowers, seating arrangements, invitations, even the exact shade of blush for the bridesmaids' dresses. I watched her move through each detail with precision, a mix of nerves and excitement lighting up her face. I tried to keep up, taking notes, making calls, sending texts, but mostly I learned to step back and let her orchestrate the day she had imagined for years. Her perfectionism wasn't exhausting. It was mesmerizing. It revealed how much she cared, how deeply she wanted this union to reflect not just us, but every tiny detail of our shared story. Some nights she'd sigh, overwhelmed by color swatches or menu choices, and I'd wrap her in my arms, whispering, "We'll get through this, together." She'd smile, leaning into me, and in that quiet embrace, I realized that the strength of our bond was being tested, not by grand gestures, but by the smallest details. Even amid the excitement, I began noticing subtle shifts in Ashley's behavior. She'd drift off mid-conversation, her eyes distant, fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the table. When I asked, she'd force a small smile and say, "Just stress. Too many things on my mind." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to chalk it up to wedding nerves, to the endless planning and decisions she was juggling. But a tiny knot of unease began to grow in my chest. There were moments she'd stare at me, her lips barely moving, as if weighing something she couldn't say. I reminded myself that stress made people distant sometimes. I offered coffee, small jokes, gentle touches, but behind her polite laughs, I sensed a wall I hadn't built. And yet, I held on to the trust we had forged over years. Still, A quiet voice in the back of my mind whispered that perhaps stress wasn't the only reason she seemed elsewhere. I told myself not to overthink it. I didn't want suspicion to creep in, to poison the excitement we'd built over years. Every glance, every small distraction, I forced myself to interpret as ordinary stress. The wedding checklist was long, the guest list complicated, and Ashley had always been meticulous. Maybe that was all it was. So I chose trust. I reminded myself of our late-night talks, of the afternoons we spent wandering the art museum or laughing over coffee. Those moments felt real, tangible, and grounding. They were proof that what we had was stronger than fleeting doubts. I offered help when she seemed overwhelmed, held her hand when decisions became overwhelming, and never questioned her intentions. Deep down, a small voice still whispered unease, but I pushed it aside. I wanted to believe fully, to step into the future with confidence and love, without letting shadows of what-ifs cloud the present. It was a quiet evening. The apartment smelled faintly of her vanilla candle, and I had just settled into the couch with my laptop. Then my phone buzzed, lighting up with a notification. I didn't expect much, until I saw the name, Ryan. For a fraction of a second, my heart skipped. My mind raced through every memory. The library, her stories of past pain, the trust I'd promised myself to uphold. I shook it off, telling myself it was probably just a casual message, nothing serious. But curiosity won. I glanced at the screen. The preview showed words I couldn't ignore: friendly, familiar, maybe even intimate. My stomach tightened. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the unease that had been quietly simmering over the past weeks suddenly flared into something sharp. I put the phone down, telling myself to breathe. But I knew, deep down, that things had shifted, maybe just a little, maybe irreversibly. I confronted her gently, careful not to let anger slip into my voice. "Ashley, Ryan?" I asked, keeping it calm, though my pulse was racing. She looked up from the kitchen counter, her eyes steady but distant. "It's nothing," she said softly. "Just a friend, that's all." Her words should have settled me. Rationally, I wanted to believe her. I wanted to trust that the woman I'd spent years building a life with wasn't hiding anything. But as she smiled faintly, carrying on as if nothing had happened, a cold weight settled in my chest. I nodded, swallowed my doubts, and forced a smile. "Okay," I said, though it tasted bitter. Inside, questions churned, twisting quietly like a storm behind calm waters. I wanted to ask more, demand the truth, but I held back, telling myself to wait, to observe, to measure. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. Something had shifted, subtle but undeniable, and it gnawed at the trust I had fought so hard to build. Only a few weeks remained before the wedding. Every day felt heavier, like walking under a sky thick with clouds I couldn't disperse. I threw myself into the final preparations, checking the venue, coordinating with the caterer, rehearsing the vows in my head. But even amidst the flurry of wedding plans, my thoughts kept drifting back to Ryan. Ashley seemed normal, busy with seating charts and dress fittings, but sometimes I caught a flash in her eyes, a hesitation, a momentary distance that didn't belong there before. I reminded myself, stress, anxiety, wedding jitters, that was all. Yet the pit in my stomach grew, gnawing at me with every phone notification, every ping I couldn't ignore. I wanted to trust, to push the doubt aside, but my instincts whispered that something was off. And as the calendar days disappeared faster than I could grasp, a quiet dread settled over me. The closer the wedding came, the louder my unease grew, and I couldn't tell if it was fear or a warning. I was finally approved for a full month off work to focus on the wedding preparations. A month to breathe, to organize, to enjoy these last weeks before Ashley and I officially became husband and wife. In theory, it should have felt like a relief, a luxury even, but instead, it carried a strange weight. The mornings were quiet. I wandered through the apartment, coffee in hand, reviewing schedules, checking invitations, and jotting down last-minute details. Ashley flitted around, busy with dress fittings and flower arrangements, yet every time my eyes met hers, there was a flicker of distraction I couldn't ignore. I told myself repeatedly, just nerves, nothing more. But even as I tried to immerse myself in planning, the unease lingered, shadowing my thoughts. A full month seemed like plenty of time to get everything perfect. Yet the closer the wedding felt, the more I realized that no amount of preparation could shield me from the storm quietly brewing beneath the surface. One quiet evening, the apartment was bathed in soft amber light, and Ashley turned to me with that serious, almost hesitant look I had learned to read over the years. Her voice was low, careful, almost fragile. "David, I need one thing," she said, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of the couch pillow. "Promise me you won't get angry." My chest tightened. Something about the way she said it, so careful, so weighted, made the air feel heavier. I nodded slowly, forcing a calm I didn't entirely feel. "I promise," I said, though a knot of worry had already begun twisting in my stomach. She took a deep breath, looking away for a second before meeting my eyes again. I want one last night with Ryan. Just one, before the wedding." For a moment, the world froze. My mind went blank. Every scenario, every warning bell, every instinct screamed at me. Yet I stayed still, my voice surprisingly measured, quiet but firm. "If that's what you need, then okay." And in that moment, everything changed. My chest tightened, a cold weight settling over me. I knew deep down that nothing good would come from this. The words I had just spoken hung between us like a sharp, invisible barrier. Ashley's eyes searched mine, hope flickering, trusting. I wanted to reach out to reassure her, but I couldn't. Every instinct screamed that staying would only hurt both of us more. I stood slowly, trying to keep my movements calm, almost casual, but inside my heart was pounding like a hammer. I felt the apartment shrink around me, the walls pressing in. "I need some air," I muttered, grabbing my coat. She nodded, misunderstanding my words, smiling faintly as if all was still normal. But it wasn't. Not for me. Not anymore. I walked out into the night, the Houston streets quiet beneath the pale glow of streetlights, and with each step, the reality sank in. I was vanishing from her life. One decision, one night, and everything I thought I knew about love and trust was gone. I froze mid-step, the words slicing through the quiet night like a knife. A night with Ryan? The man I'd never met, the shadow of her past, suddenly standing between us. Her voice trembled, almost pleading. I need one night with him, David. Just to have closure." Closure. The word echoed in my mind, taunting me. I wanted to argue, to demand she choose, to make her see that I was right here, waiting for her, but the rational part of me stayed silent. I took a deep breath, forcing my heart to slow. If this is what she needs, what am I going to do? The city lights blurred as I swallowed the lump in my throat. My hands clenched into fists, my stomach twisted. "Then, if that's what you need," I said quietly, my voice steady despite the storm inside, "then it's yours." And just like that, I stepped back, letting the distance between us grow. The night had shifted. Nothing would ever be the same. I froze, the words still hanging in the air like a storm cloud. My mind screamed, my chest tightened, but my voice stayed calm. "This is it. This is the line." Ashley looked at me, hope and guilt warring in her eyes. "David, I held up a hand, silencing her before she could say more. There was nothing left to argue, nothing left to explain. The trust we built, the future we dreamed, it's all fragile now. Without another word, I turned, walking out into the quiet Houston night. The cool air hit my face, and for the first time in weeks, I felt nothing but clarity. Her voice called after me, a whisper swallowed by the wind. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. In that moment, I became a ghost in my own life, a man stepping away to protect what remained of himself. Some endings are loud, some endings are silent, and this one was mine. I walked the empty streets of Houston, the city lights blurring through my unshed tears. The more I thought about Ashley's words, the heavier the truth settled in my chest. If she needs a night with Ryan, it's not about closure. It's about something she never truly let go of. The libraries where we first met, the coffee shops where we talked for hours, the tiny victories of building trust. Suddenly they all felt fragile, like sand slipping through my fingers. I replayed every conversation, every laugh, every late-night confession. Was it ever real? Or had I been comforting a ghost who belonged somewhere else all along? I clenched my fists, not in anger, but in disbelief. The heartbreak wasn't just hers, it was mine too. I had given my trust, my time, my heart, and now I saw the cracks I had ignored. Sometimes love isn't enough. Sometimes the truth is a storm you can't weather together. Sitting on the edge of our bed, I stared at the floor, heart pounding. If I said no, would she respect it? Or would she find a way, a quiet back door, to slip into Ryan's arms anyway? The thought gnawed at me like fire on dry wood. I remembered the trust I had built over the years, the promises we had whispered under dim library lights, the careful steps I had taken to let her heal from her past. And now, in the quiet of our apartment, it all felt meaningless. No matter what I do, I can't control this. I can't force her heart to stay. A chill ran through me. The city outside hummed, indifferent to my torment. I realized I was facing a choice with no good outcome. Protect my dignity, or surrender to the fear that love alone wasn't enough to keep her. Sometimes the hardest battle isn't against someone else, it's against the truth you refuse to see. The words slipped out of my mouth before my mind could catch them. If that's what you need, then fine. A strange calm followed, like the eye of a hurricane. Ashley looked at me, eyes wide, almost startled. She whispered a small thank you, but I could see the shock, the uncertainty, the guilt flicker across her face. My chest tightened, not from anger, but from the sharp edge of loss I couldn't name. I didn't yell, I didn't beg, I didn't demand explanations or plead for promises. Instead, I swallowed the pain, pressed my lips together, and let the silence stretch between us. It was louder than any argument could have been. I realized in that moment that love wasn't about possession. It was about letting go, even when letting go felt like losing everything. And as I watched her eyes fill with relief, I understood. Some battles aren't meant to be won. They're meant to be survived. Ashley stepped closer, her arms reaching for me. "David, please," she whispered, voice trembling. For a moment, I felt the familiar pull, the warmth of what we'd built over 3 years. I wanted to hold her, to promise it would be okay. But I didn't. Instead, I turned my back, feeling the weight of her embrace brushing against me, and let the distance grow. My heart ached, every fiber of me screaming to resist, but I knew this was the line I had to draw. Some truths couldn't be fixed with touch or words. Her soft gasp followed me as I grabbed my coat. The apartment felt suddenly too small, the air too thick. Outside, the city lights glimmered, indifferent. I stepped into the night, each stride deliberate, carrying the silent message. I wouldn't interfere. I wouldn't argue. I wouldn't fight. And in that quiet exit, I became a ghost in her world, and maybe in my own. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, the hum of the city seeping through the window. Every streetlight flickered like a warning I couldn't unsee. The quiet apartment pressed in on me, heavier than any oil rig storm I'd ever faced. The truth settled in like cold concrete. The wedding, the vows, the life we'd imagined. It had ended the moment she whispered those words. Closure with Ryan. Not me, not us. I thought about the ring I'd bought, the flowers I'd ordered, the speeches rehearsed in my head. All of it felt absurd now, like props in a play I'd never agreed to star in. Sleep refused me. Each tick of the clock echoed the one thing I couldn't say aloud. Trust had cracked, and no promise could mend it. By the first pale light of dawn, I knew this night wasn't just sleepless. It was a funeral for a future that was never really mine. By the dim glow of the bedside lamp, I sat up, heart pounding like a jackhammer. Everything I had planned, every dream we had whispered about, every late-night conversation, felt suddenly hollow. I knew what I had to do. Tomorrow morning, I would leave. Not angrily, not in a scene, just quietly. I would walk out before anyone could stop me, before apologies or explanations could twist my resolve. I packed a small bag, my laptop, a few changes of clothes, the leather journal I'd scribbled in for years. I left the wedding suit untouched, the invitation folded neatly on the dresser, symbols of a life that wasn't mine anymore. I paused by the window, looking at Houston's skyline shimmering under the night sky. 1,000 lights, but none for me. I inhaled, steadying myself. Tomorrow, I would vanish. Not because I didn't love her once, but because I loved myself enough to stop participating in a story that had already died. Before the first light touched the Houston skyline, I was already awake. Quietly, I slipped from the bed, careful not to wake Ashley. The apartment smelled like brewed coffee from the night before, a normalcy I no longer belonged to. I folded my clothes into the small duffel, double-checked my laptop, my journal, my keys. Every item I touched felt heavier than it should, tokens of a life I was about to leave behind. The streets outside were still, the city holding its breath. I stepped into the crisp morning air, feeling the weight of finality settle on my shoulders. Not resentment, not anger, just the clarity of a decision made with my own heart in mind. I paused at the corner, looking back once, seeing the warm glow of the apartment through the blinds. A life paused, a love left unresolved, a wedding that would never happen. Then I walked away, each step echoing the silence I had chosen, vanishing without a sound, without a trace, except the memory of what had been. Ashley woke to silence. The apartment felt hollow, the usual hum of morning absent. Sunlight slanted through the blinds, illuminating the neatly made bed, only I was gone. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, expecting some trace of me. A note, a message, anything. There was nothing. No explanation, no apology, no hint that I had vanished. No hint. The coffee I had brewed sat untouched on the counter, still warm, as if waiting for a conversation that would never happen. I had left no words because words would have softened the blow. I wanted the truth of my choice to be unmistakable. I walked away because I had to. As she searched the apartment, calling my name softly at first, then louder, the realization must have hit. I was gone. And the emptiness I left behind wasn't meant for pleading or bargaining. It was meant for reflection, for closure she might never fully understand. And in that silence, I began the first steps of my new life, free from a love that had already broken. I took US 290 before sunrise, headlights cutting through the lingering fog. The highway stretched endlessly, a gray ribbon vanishing into the horizon, and with every mile, the weight in my chest pressed less, but didn't disappear. The city lights of Houston dimmed behind me, replaced by quiet suburbs, then nothing but open road. Radio chatter came and went, commercials and morning shows blurring into static. I didn't change the station, I couldn't. Their voices reminded me of a world I had walked away from, a life that no longer belonged to me. Hands tight on the steering wheel, I tried to process everything. 3 years of trust, the small joys, the heartbreak, the final demand she made. I felt anger, sadness, betrayal, but also an odd sense of relief. For the first time in months, the choice was solely mine. No compromises, no explanations. The road ahead was empty, and for the first time, so was I. The sun hadn't fully risen when I pulled over and fumbled for my phone. My fingers hesitated over Tom's contact. College Station was an hour away, and I knew he wouldn't ask too many questions. He never did. "Tom, it's David," I said, voice rough from the night silence. "I need a favor. Can I crash at your place for a while?" There was a pause and then that familiar chuckle. "Of course, cousin. Pack light, hit the road." I hung up, letting the tension in my shoulders finally loosen. I hadn't realized how tight I'd been holding on, to her, to the wedding, to a life that was no longer mine. As I merged back onto the highway, I imagined Tom's spare room, cluttered with old textbooks, a faded armchair, the hum of a ceiling fan, a temporary haven, nothing more. But it was enough. For now, I could breathe. For now, I could just be me, alone with the decision I had made, free from her world, even if only for a night. The door swung open before I could even knock. Tom's familiar grin faded into a quiet, understanding expression. Without a word, he pulled me into a firm hug. I stiffened at first, the raw tension of the last night clinging to me, but his arms were steady, grounding. No questions, no judgment, just that solid presence I'd always trusted. "I'll get you a coffee," he murmured, letting go just enough to guide me inside. The living room smelled of old books and morning sunlight, warm and undemanding. I sank into the armchair he indicated, the weight of my decision pressing against my chest. 3 years of love, laughter, arguments, and closeness had ended not with a fight, but with a quiet unraveling I had chosen to witness alone. Tom sat across, reading my tension like an open page. He said nothing, but the silence itself was permission. Permission to feel, to hurt, to breathe, without having to explain why I was running from the life I had once believed would last forever. That night I shut off my phone. No notifications, no messages, no chance for anyone, especially her, to reach me. The digital hum of the world faded, leaving only the quiet of Tom's old apartment and the faint ticking of the wall clock. I sat on the edge of the sofa, staring at the dimly lit room, my thoughts tangled in a mess I couldn't unravel. Every memory of Ashley, every laugh, every argument, every late-night conversation, all swirled into a haze of what-ifs and might-have-beens. I didn't want advice. I didn't want explanations. I didn't want closure from anyone else. I just wanted the night to be mine, uninterrupted, to let the ache settle where it belonged, in me, raw and unfiltered. Sleep eventually came in short, restless bursts, a fragile truce between my body and the storm of emotions I refused to voice. Tomorrow I would face the road ahead, but tonight I would be silent. The next morning I finally powered my phone back on. The screen lit up with a flood of missed calls, dozens from Ashley, a few from my mother, and even one from my sister. Each name burned into my chest as if the phone itself were accusing me of abandonment. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I scrolled through the messages, each one more desperate than the last, pleading, questioning, demanding explanation. My chest tightened, and I felt the weight of every expectation, every unspoken promise, pressing down on me. Tom shuffled into the kitchen with coffee and eggs, giving me a glance but saying nothing. His silence was a balm. I needed to process, to let the shock of my own actions, and hers, settle. I stared out the window at the gray morning light, knowing one thing for certain: nothing could erase what had already been set in motion. Today, I would exist in this space between grief and resolve. Hours later, my phone buzzed again. A single message from Ashley. "I just came back from Ryan's. I looked everywhere, couldn't find you." I stared at the words, feeling the cold hollow that had been building all night deepen into something heavier. She wasn't apologizing, not exactly. She was just reporting, informing me of her actions as if I were a passive observer to her life. My thumb hovered over the keyboard, and I knew I could reply, demand answers, plead for some thread of understanding, but I didn't. The sting of betrayal and the weight of resignation had already carved their place in my chest. Tom noticed my blank stare, poured another cup of coffee, and left me alone with the morning light filtering through the blinds. Outside, the world moved on as usual, indifferent to the collapse of my carefully constructed life. I realized then, some truths are too sharp to touch, and some departures are irreversible. I stared at my phone, frozen. The truth hit me with the force of a freight train. She had actually done it. Ashley had been with Ryan, not in theory, not in possibility. She went through with it. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing against my lungs. I tried to summon anger, to scream or curse, but all that came out was a hollow emptiness. Every plan, every dream I had built over the last 3 years shattered in a single quiet moment. Images of our wedding, our future, the laughter, the small daily joys, weighed down on me like a stone sinking in water. And yet, somewhere beneath the grief, a small voice whispered, "I can't undo it. I can't rewind time." I sat there, numb, feeling the finality of her choice settle around me. Closure had been hers, at the cost of everything we had. And for the first time in years, I realized I had nothing left to hold on to but myself. I stared at my phone one last time, my thumb hovering over the screen. Then, with a deliberate motion, I blocked her number. Just like that, the line was gone. Her voice, her explanations, her pleas, all erased in a single tap. It felt heavy, almost sacrificial. I opened every social media account we shared, scrolling through months of memories, pictures, notifications, and deleted them all. Every trace of her existence online, every digital footprint, vanished into nothingness. It was strange, this mix of relief and emptiness. No more notifications, no more pings, no more reminders of the life that had been ripped away. The silence was deafening, but somehow it felt like freedom. For the first time in weeks, I could breathe without waiting for her words, her excuses, her presence. I was alone, but maybe, finally, I could start to rebuild. Alone didn't feel like defeat anymore. It felt like the beginning of something I could control. The next morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee, the steam swirling like the chaos in my mind. Tom sat across the kitchen table, eyebrows raised but silent. I looked him straight in the eye and said, "Even your parents don't tell anyone I'm here." He nodded once, firmly. No questions, no lectures, just a quiet understanding. That was all I needed. Some things weren't meant for discussion. Some wounds weren't meant to be explained. I leaned back, letting the chair creak beneath me, and let the silence stretch. Outside, the world carried on. Birds chirping, cars passing, life moving forward. Inside, I could finally breathe without the weight of expectation, without the constant pull of her decisions. I sipped my coffee slowly, tasting freedom and fear at the same time. This was the pause I needed, a hidden refuge where no one could find me, and where I could begin to untangle the mess of betrayal, heartbreak, and shattered trust. A month later, I finally drove back to Houston. At a gas station off the highway, I saw Ryan at Pump 3 with his new girlfriend. He clocked me, chin up like bait. I capped the tank, nodded once, slid back into the truck. No words. Some fights end when you don't show up. The city skyline looked the same, but I felt completely different. Hardened, cautious, invisible. I moved through my old streets quietly, pretending nothing had happened, as if I had never disappeared. I didn't call, didn't knock, didn't leave a note. I simply existed in the spaces I once knew. My favorite coffee shop, the library where Ashley and I first met, the quiet corner of the park. People smiled and nodded, oblivious to the storm that had raged in my life. The hardest part wasn't facing them. It was facing myself. Every familiar sight reminded me of what I had lost, what I had let go, and what I refused to reclaim. I walked past my old apartment without looking up. The past was there, but I had no intention of stepping back in. Some doors once closed are meant to stay that way. I carried on, silent, determined, and painfully free. Word traveled faster than I imagined. Within days, whispers of my disappearance had reached Houston, and sooner than I expected, there was a soft knock at my door. I froze. My heart hammered, but I didn't rush to open. When I finally peeked through the peephole, it was Ashley. Her hair slightly disheveled, eyes wide with a mix of guilt and desperation. She looked almost like the woman I had once trusted, yet entirely unrecognizable in her urgency. "David, can we talk?" she said softly, her voice trembling. I stayed silent, letting her words hang in the air. I wasn't sure if I wanted answers, apologies, or just to watch her crumble. I remembered every moment leading to this, the betrayal, the pain, the night I had chosen to leave. Some part of me wanted closure. Another part wanted nothing at all. I took a slow breath, bracing for the storm that I knew would follow her next words. I unlocked the door, the sound echoing in the quiet hallway. Ashley stepped forward, relief and hope shining in her eyes, but I was already there, blocking the threshold. "David, please, just listen," she began, her hands trembling. I raised a hand, cutting her off. "Don't. Not yet." My voice was calm, but the weight behind it pressed like steel. I stood firm, legs planted, shoulders squared, a wall she couldn't cross. She hesitated, confusion and fear mingling in her gaze. I made a mistake," she whispered. Save it," I said, shaking my head. Every word she might say could open wounds that weren't ready to heal. I wanted answers, but I also wanted control. I wanted her to feel the gravity of what had been done. For the first time, I realized this wasn't about her apology. It was about me deciding if I'd ever let her back in, or if some doors were meant to remain closed forever. Ashley's voice cracked, tears streaming down her cheeks. David, Ryan, he's just a ghost, a shadow of what I thought he was. He's still awful, still selfish. I stayed silent, watching her, feeling the storm of emotions churn inside me. Her words were desperate, raw, a fragile attempt to reach me, to undo the damage she had done. But the betrayal wasn't in theory. It had already been lived, and the memory burned hotter than any apology. I've heard enough, I said softly, though each word felt heavy, like it could crush us both. You made your choice once. You can't take it back. Her sobs shook her body, and for a moment I wondered if letting her in, forgiving, would make the hurt stop. But deep down, I knew some cracks never fully heal. Some trust, once shattered, can't be pieced together, even if the pieces beg to fit. I turned away slightly, letting silence fill the space, a boundary stronger than any words. Ashley's voice softened, trembling through the quiet hallway. David, you're the best man I've ever had. You've been patient, kind, everything I should have cherished from the start. Her words hit me like a gust of wind, warm, heavy, and impossible to ignore. For a fleeting second, part of me wanted to believe them, wanted to reach out and reclaim what we had lost. But reality was sharper than nostalgia. The choices, the night, the betrayal, they couldn't be erased with a sentence, no matter how sincere. I took a slow, steady breath, letting her confession hang in the air between us. I know who I am, I said quietly, voice firm, and I know what I deserve. Words don't change actions. Her shoulders slumped, tears still falling, as if the truth she'd hoped to fix had instead solidified the boundary between us. I stayed unmoved, letting silence speak louder than any embrace. For the first time in weeks, I felt peace in the stillness. I listened to Ashley's sobs, her voice pleading for understanding, for forgiveness, for a chance to rewind time. Every word rolled over me, soft and desperate, but I didn't move. I didn't reach out. I stayed planted, like a tree rooted in the ground, letting the storm of emotion pass around me without shaking my core. She tried to touch my arm. I stepped back gently, not cruelly, but with the distance I needed. Her eyes searched mine, wide and wet, as if daring me to break. But I had learned something that night, something bitter and irrevocable. Love without respect or trust is just a shadow of itself. I hear you, Ashley, I said finally, calm but steady. But hearing doesn't undo what's been done. I've chosen my path. You must choose yours. For a moment, the world held its breath. She realized that my silence, my stillness, was not indifference. It was the line I wouldn't let anyone cross. I took a deep breath, steadying the storm in my chest. Go with Ryan, Ashley, I said, my voice calm, measured. Between us, it's over. Her face froze. For a heartbeat, I thought she might collapse right there, her knees giving way under the weight of her own choices. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she opened her mouth to protest, but no sound came out. I could see the shock, the disbelief, the sudden realization that I wasn't bending, wouldn't be swayed. I held her gaze for a long moment, letting the words sink in. The apartment was silent except for the faint hum of the street outside, a world that hadn't stopped turning even as ours had shattered. I've already made my peace, I added quietly. It's your turn to make yours. Don't waste it chasing what's already gone. She lowered her eyes, finally, and I knew she understood. There was no argument left, no hope of turning back time. The line was drawn. The next day, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I didn't answer. Another message, this time from a masked account, words that clawed at the edges of my calm. Please, we can fix this. I stared at the screen, heart tightening. Every message was a ghost of what I once believed we had. a whisper that tried to undo my decision. But I didn't respond. I wouldn't. Each ping felt like a test of my resolve, a temptation to revisit a chapter that had long burned to ash. Tom had warned me. She'll try everything to pull you back in. Don't. I nodded, gripping my coffee, counting the seconds until the urge to check vanished. I turned off notifications, set the phone aside, and walked to the window. Outside, the world carried on. Cars honking, kids laughing, the smell of fresh rain in Houston's streets. And in that ordinary chaos, I felt the first real clarity since leaving. My life didn't belong to anyone else anymore. I was done looking back. It was late evening when my phone buzzed. Not a number I recognized. I hesitated, thumb hovering. Then I heard it. Ashley's voice trembling, fragile through the speaker. "Please, just one more chance." My chest tightened. Every memory from the past month, the betrayal, the lies, the night she needed Ryan, flashed through my mind. I could feel the weight of her plea, the desperation behind it, but also the unmistakable sting of everything I'd endured. I swallowed hard. I wanted to respond, to comfort, to explain, to forgive, but I had promised myself something stronger. Clarity, boundaries, peace. "I hear you," I said slowly, my voice calm but firm. "But one more chance isn't mine to give. I've already chosen what's best for me." A silence followed, broken only by her soft gasp. She wanted a path back, but I had walked away long before. And this time, I wouldn't follow. I pressed the power button, watching the screen go black. No more calls, no more messages, no more pleading. I leaned back in the chair, letting out a long, slow breath. The weight in my chest began to lift, replaced by something I hadn't felt in weeks. Quiet. Pure, undisturbed silence. For the first time since that night she asked for Ryan, the world felt still, and for the first time, I felt in control of my own life. I thought about all the hours I'd wasted replaying conversations, agonizing over choices I could never take back. Now, those moments were behind me. I didn't need validation from her, apologies from her, or explanations that would never make sense. I had made a decision. My peace mattered more than her desperation. My future mattered more than the past. And for the first time, I felt the faint but unmistakable shimmer of hope for a life built solely on my terms. Sitting in the quiet of my apartment, I realized something profound. Men don't always need revenge. They don't need to shout, confront, or justify themselves. Sometimes, the greatest power lies in simply walking away. I looked out the window at Houston's skyline, the city slowly waking up beneath a pale morning sun. Life went on, indifferent to heartbreak, betrayals, and unfinished stories. And so would I. For weeks I had wrestled with anger, disappointment, and the urge to make her understand. But silence was heavier than words, stronger than confrontation, and clearer than any explanation. By choosing to step away, I reclaimed my dignity and my time. No dramatic gestures, no public scenes, just me, moving forward, free of the past's chains. Every mile I had driven alone, every night I had endured, had led to this clarity. I smiled faintly. The lesson was simple, but it took everything to learn. Peace doesn't come from punishing others, it comes from protecting yourself. Weeks had passed since I shut the door on Ashley, since I chose silence over chaos. Life regained its rhythm, the hum of Houston mornings, the smell of strong coffee, the weight of responsibilities that reminded me I still mattered to myself. I reflected on every moment, every choice, every heartbreak. Pain had sharpened me, but it hadn't defined me. Walking away had not been weakness, it had been courage. The kind of courage that doesn't seek applause or revenge, only self-respect. And a lesson crystallized in my mind, as clear as sunlight on concrete. If someone sees you as their second choice, it's not your job to convince them otherwise. Don't linger in a shadow when you deserve the light. Don't settle for a seat in the back row of your own life. I exhaled, letting go of the past completely. Peace wasn't loud, it wasn't flashy, it was quiet. It was mine. If someone treats you as a second option, walk away. Never wait in the wings of your own life. Your move. In his boots, do you walk away in silence or stay and fight it out? Comment 1 for walk away or 2 for confront. I'm David Mercer, 42, Chicago. At 9:47 p.m., 2 knocks and a pause. I opened the door with the chain still on. Mr. Mercer? Officer Grant, Officer Hayes. Sir, your wife is at Northwestern Memorial. Detroit should have been the word on my porch. That's where Claire said she'd be. Conference, panels, name badges. Instead, the officers said Chicago and a hotel I could picture from Lakeshore, the lakefront. Then the phrase that hollowed the hallway, with a male companion, not colleague, not friend, companion. The elevator ride up was quiet in my head, like snow before a plow. Room 412 would come later. For now, there was the cold on my bare feet, the smell of takeout cooling on the counter, and the split second where a husband becomes an historian, collecting times, places, words that don't match. I didn't shout, didn't beg. I watched their mouths form careful syllables and felt something lock into place. If this is the truth, I'll carry it standing up. And I won't lie to my kids. Officer Grant drove. Officer Hayes rode in back with me like he was guarding a witness, not a husband. Chicago slid by in winter glass. Bus stops, a closed pizza place, a dad in a hoodie walking a dog. I stared at the glove box and counted my breaths. Men my age learn to breathe through bad news, layoffs, diagnoses, phone calls at 2 a.m. The squad radio crackled, and I remembered Claire's calendar invite. Detroit, keynote, panels. I pictured the tote bag she loved, the one with a broken strap. Is she? I couldn't say the word. Grant kept his eyes on the road. She's alive. Alive did a strange thing in my chest. It didn't comfort. It complicated. I texted my sister. Keep the kids tonight. I'll call in the morning. Hayes handed me a small bottle of water. I didn't drink. When the hospital sign finally rose out of the dark, I felt it. The night had already chosen a side, and it wasn't mine. Northwestern smells like sanitizer and coffee that's given up. A nurse met us and led me to a small room with a couch that knew too many families. Dr. Linda Collins walked in with the face I've seen on coaches and pastors, the one that delivers truth without breaking it. Mr. Mercer, your wife has a broken wrist, a concussion, and significant bruising. She's stable and sedated. Stable is a word you can't hug. I nodded like a man agreeing to terms he didn't read. Dr. Collins kept going, careful, measured, human. We're monitoring brain swelling. Vitals are good. Good is another word that doesn't feel like itself after midnight. She handed me a paper wristband as if belonging to the building might steady me. It didn't. I asked, was there a robbery? Wrong room? The pause before her answer said everything. A detective will explain what we know. The door clicked, and the couch seemed to tilt. Facts were coming. My story was leaving. Detective Harris introduced himself and sat forward like he wanted to make sure I caught every syllable. He confirmed the hotel, the lakefront, and then said the part that empties a room even when 2 people are still in it. She checked in with a male companion, Mark Caldwell. He supervises her team at Sterling Marketing. I heard the consonants of his name before I took in the meaning. Supervises, team, the office place I've heard about over dinners, client deadlines, budget dramas, now felt like a doorway I'd been kept on the porch of. Tuesday evenings, Thursday evenings, regular guests. I thought about her shoes by the door at home, scuffed in a way conferences don't cause. Harris slid a form across the table, asked if I recognized the name. I didn't, not truly. I recognized the shape of a life replacing mine. When he said, "Any questions?" I surprised myself. "Yes. Is she safe from him here?" He nodded. The word safe felt fragile, like thin glass. I've flown to Detroit. I know the gate numbers, the smell of Coney dogs near baggage claim. I know the hotel Claire said she booked, points, status, late checkout. The detective's timeline pushed all of that into a drawer labeled fiction. Tuesday wasn't a keynote or a dinner with clients. It was a room with a view of Lakeshore, and a man who didn't belong to my household budget or my Christmas card. I remembered the small changes, her perfume going bolder, the way she angled her phone on the counter, the sudden love for night runs she never used to take. Men like me try to explain away the drafts under the door. We add weather stripping and call it a day. I signed the form. Detective Harris slid back toward me. Then I asked one more question that mattered to a father with kids who have a first period bell. Can I see her before morning? He said yes. Relief and dread pulled the same rope. Room 412 hummed like a refrigerator at night. Claire's face was swollen, her hair matted at the temple, tape crossing skin like roads on a map I didn't want to drive. Her hand, ring finger bare, I registered it too late, rested near the rail in a cast. Machines kept time better than I could. I sat. I watched the rise and fall of a woman I could name but didn't recognize. Marriage has a sound. Keys in a bowl, the washing machine getting unbalanced, a kid yelling, "Can someone sign this?" Tonight had the sound of plastic and air. A nurse adjusted a line and asked if I was family. "Husband," I said. The word tasted like something I used to eat. I traced the edge of the visitor's chair with my thumb and thought of the kids' backpacks at home, lunch notes I still write, the dog that will wait at the door. I leaned in, not close enough to touch. "I'm here," I said. It meant everything and nothing. The diner across the street had cracked red booths and a waitress who looked like she'd been through enough nights to know when not to ask. I ordered coffee and didn't add sugar. The cup warmed my hands but did nothing for the cold that had moved in deeper than bone. A man at the end of the counter watched a late-game highlight on his phone. Someone laughed without joy. I took out a receipt from my wallet. Our anniversary dinner last year, the one with the overcooked steak Claire pretended to love. I turned it over and wrote 3 rules because I needed something I could keep when I'd just learned how much I couldn't. 1. I will not break. 2. I will tell my kids the truth in a way they can endure. 3. I will carry this standing up. The pen dug through the paper. When I looked up, the waitress had left the check and a quiet nod. I nodded back. A code is a kind of spine. Morning took its time. When it finally showed up in the window like a tired guest, I walked back to room 412. Claire's good eye opened. For a second, she looked like the woman who used to text me pictures of yard sale fines and bad office coffee. Then the weight returned to her face. "David," she whispered, "I'm sorry." People in our age bracket know the difference between sorry for the pain and sorry for the act. I stood at the foot of the bed, hands in my pockets so they wouldn't shake. "Which part?" I asked, and kept my voice even. Sorry for cheating, for lying about Detroit, or sorry because it landed here? The beeping didn't change tempo, but the air felt like it did. Tears came and I didn't move toward them. I wasn't unkind. I was done being recruited to manage someone else's consequences. She said my name again. I said, "You're safe. The doctor says you'll heal." Then I added the sentence I'd come to deliver. "We won't pretend." It comes in scripts. I've heard friends survive it. I've sat through men's breakfasts where we talk about storms. "We got routine," she said, voice small. "We stopped feeling new." Therapists exist for routine. Affairs exist for denial. I pulled the visitor chair back an inch and let my back find the support. "Claire, boredom is not a hall pass." Her eyes flashed with something familiar. Defense, pride, the need to win a point. "He made me feel seen," she tried. I glanced at the cast. "He made you a hospital bracelet." It wasn't a line meant to wound, it was a measurement. We live by measurements at our age. Blood pressure, mortgage rates, miles to empty. The nurse stepped in, checked numbers, left a kindness on the pillow with her hands. I stood. "I'll update the kids when they wake up." Her breath hitched. Don't tell them." I paused at the door. "We're out of lies," I said. The hinge squeaked like a truth we'd ignored. Hospitals have a certain kind of hallway where the floor wax shines enough to reflect a man he barely recognizes. I walked that hallway and let the night rerun. The porch, the radio, the word companion, the ringless hand. A volunteer offered me a banana like we were at mile 16 of a marathon. I almost laughed. I declined, sat on a padded bench, and scrolled photos on my phone. Sophie with braces coming off, Ethan's first base hit, Claire holding a sparkler last 4th of July. You can love the faces and grieve the facts at the same time. I texted my sister again. I'll be home soon. Keep it normal. Pancakes help. Then I called my office manager to clear the day and heard my voice sound like someone who knows the difference between urgent and important. Before I left, I looked back toward 412. I didn't pray for reconciliation. I prayed for clarity and for the strength not to barter with the truth. Kitchen table, 2 bowls. The dog settled at my feet like he could feel the draft coming. Sophie and Ethan walked in with sleep still on their faces. I poured orange juice because it felt like something a steady father does. Mom is in the hospital, I said, and I watched relief hit first. She's alive, before fear asked its next question. Is she okay? Physically, she'll heal, I said. I paused. There's more. I spoke in the voice I use when teaching a teenager to merge onto the freeway. Calm, precise, no hidden turns. Mom was not in Detroit. She was with someone from work. Silence is louder in a kitchen than in a church. Sophie's face broke. Ethan's jaw set like mine does when a bolt won't loosen. So she lied, he said. Yes, I answered, and put a hand on his shoulder. I'm angry too, but we won't carry hate. It's heavy, and it leaks. We cried some, quietly. Then I said the part I promised. No more lies. Ever. I sent the kids to brush their teeth and leaned on the counter, the place where we've signed permission slips and Christmas cards. The house had that morning light that makes even bad days look polite. I thought about work calls I'd miss, errands that wouldn't get run, the small economies families hold together with shared calendars and goodwill. When Sophie came back, she wore my old college sweatshirt like armor. Ethan brought me the dog's leash and said he'd handle the morning walk. That's how boys his age say, "I've got you." At the door, I knelt to their eye level. Here's the deal, I said. We tell the truth. We take the next right step. We let professionals help where they can. And we don't let this decide who we are. Sophie nodded, red-eyed but present. Ethan's hand found mine and squeezed once. Small hands can anchor a large man. When the deadbolt clicked behind them, I felt something settle. My heart didn't heal. My spine did. I met the private investigator, Daniel Brooks, at a coffee place that still uses real mugs. He looked like every Midwestern uncle at Thanksgiving. Quiet, tidy, eyes that notice. I slid a folder across the table. Claire's travel emails, credit card statements I hadn't wanted to study, a photo of the lakefront hotel. I need everything, I said. No guesses. I want facts I can stand on when the ground moves. He nodded like a mechanic who's seen 1,000 broken timing belts. I'll confirm timelines, locations, witnesses, he said. I won't speculate. That line mattered. Men my age have been burned by guesses. We shook hands, and I walked to my truck feeling the strange relief that comes when you finally stop pretending the noise in the engine is probably nothing. As I buckled in, my phone buzzed with a school reminder about Ethan's math test. Ordinary life kept tapping my shoulder. I answered it, because that's what dads do, and then I let Daniel go hunt the truth. 3 days later, Daniel called me back to the same table, same mugs. He laid out a binder with the kind of patience you use for a kid's science fair board. 7 months, he said, and the number sat heavy. Wisconsin, Michigan, New York. Tuesdays and Thursdays at the lakefront. Photos of them laughing in a parking garage. Receipts from places I've driven past with the kids. He had printed phone logs, not content, just timestamps that tell their own story if you let them. He spoke in the tone of a weather report. No drama, just the storm's path. I marked dates I remembered. Sophie's braces came off. They celebrated at a hotel bar. Ethan's school concert. She flew out early for Detroit. The room didn't spin. It stacked. You know that feeling when you finally find the source of a leak behind drywall? Relief and anger at the same time. Daniel closed the binder and asked, "Do you want the copies?" I said yes. Paper doesn't forget. Daniel's next page was thinner but louder. Notes from interviews. Mark Caldwell has history, he said. Prior workplaces. Similar behavior. Married co-workers. Rumors that follow like smoke. Sterling Marketing hired him anyway, Daniel added, because of a big account he brought. That's when the anger changed shape. Not hot, not loud, structural. I've run a business. I know the temptation to ignore a rattle when the car is still moving. But when leadership signs off on a risk they can see, that's not a rattle. That's a loose wheel. I thought about HR trainings Claire complained about, the irony of sitting through slides while living the counterexample. Daniel tapped the folder. This is corroborated by more than one person. I didn't cheer. I adjusted my expectations. The problem wasn't only a man who couldn't keep his boundaries. It was also a door that kept being propped open for him. Document it all, I said. The mini-climax wasn't rage. It was resolve. Negligence has a paper trail, too. That afternoon, the doorbell brought Victoria Caldwell, Claire's sister, carrying a tote like she was arriving for a weekend. She needs to come home, David. Being with family will help her heal, she said, trying to step past me. I held the frame with one hand. This isn't her home anymore, I answered, calm as a level resting on wood. She blinked, then pivoted to the script I've heard at backyard parties. It was a mistake. She's hurting. You're being cold. I've been called colder things by people who didn't want to admit what burned them. Victoria, I said, one mistake is a wrong turn. 7 months is a map. She accused me of throwing away 16 years in a fit. I pointed to the suitcase on the porch. I'm not throwing. I'm sorting. The dog stood beside me like a quiet witness. She realized she wasn't getting in and hissed, "You'll regret this." I shook my head once. I regret what she did. I won't regret protecting my kids. The next morning, Victoria tried a new lane. History rewrites. You were distant, always working. She needed connection, she said over the phone, like she was reading from a blog. Anyone over 40 knows this rhythm. Cause, justify, minimize. The problem is it pretends adults don't have other options. Counseling, honesty, a hard conversation at the kitchen table. Don't deliver her choices to my doorstep with my name on the label, I said. I'm not signing. She fired back. You think you're perfect? No, I said. I think I didn't cheat. A pause stretched, the kind that tells you you've hit the actual point. I ended the call by suggesting we keep communication to logistics about Claire's health and the kids. Boundary isn't punishment, it's furniture. You decide where things go so you can walk through your own house without stubbing your toe. I set the phone down and breathed like I was lifting something heavy. The climax was private. The first day I didn't argue with a fantasy. Early afternoon, I got a call from a number my phone labeled Unknown Chicago. David Mercer, this is Robert Kane, CEO at Sterling Marketing. His voice had the careful weight of a man who counts commas for a living. I want to express our regret for what has occurred, he began, then moved smoothly to the business. Mark Caldwell had been terminated, effective immediately. Policy violations. We take these matters seriously, he said, and I could hear the PR team standing just out of frame. I asked the only question that mattered to a father. Is Claire safe from workplace pressure? He assured me she'd been offered leave and support. He did not say lawsuit, but the word sat between us like a third party. When we hung up, I didn't feel victory. I felt the truth of how companies respond, fast when the light is on them, slow when it's just a hallway whisper. I wrote down the time of the call, paper for everything, even the polite parts. That evening, I met attorney James Porter in an office that smelled like old books and new coffee. He listened the way good men in their 50s listen. No interruptions, a pen moving just enough to keep pace with facts. First, secure your finances, he said. Close joint credit lines, divide savings, document all assets and debts. Second, decide if you want separation or divorce. Fault can matter here. I asked the questions every dad asks. What about the kids? What does a judge actually look at? He laid it out. Stability, involvement, school, medical, who gets them to practice, who meets with teachers, who keeps their days from collapsing. No showboating, just a rubric life can live inside. He didn't promise me wins, he promised me process. I slid him Daniel's binder. This is the spine, I said. He nodded, weighted in his hands like a craftsman testing a board. We'll build on it. The climax was a signature retainer and a calm plan that didn't need anger to stand. The next morning, I called the counselor at my kids' school. I didn't want gossip. I wanted eyes that care. I explained the basics without the tabloid. Their mom is in the hospital. There's marital trouble. Watch for dips in grades. Flash anger. Quiet kids who used to raise their hands. She thanked me for being upfront and promised to loop in teachers discreetly. I scheduled sessions with the school psychologist too. Men our age sometimes resist that word. I've learned it's just another kind of coach. Before we hung up, the counselor said, "We'll keep routine steady. Routine helps." She's right. Routine is scaffolding while the wall cures. I packed extra snacks in Ethan's bag, texted Sophie a dumb dad joke about pop quizzes, and left 5 minutes early so no one had to sprint to first period. None of that makes headlines. It makes a home. The climax was small. 2 kids who walked into school on time, shoulders a little straighter than yesterday. Claire texted, "I need some things." I answered with a time window and told her I'd set a suitcase on the porch. Boundaries sound mean to people who prefer fog. They're merciful to children who need clear weather. I packed clothes, toiletries, her favorite sweater, and the framed photo of the kids at the lake, because truth doesn't erase history. It sets it down gently and moves forward. When she arrived, I didn't open the door. I stepped onto the porch and handed her the suitcase. She looked smaller than the story I'd built around her. "We can fix this," she said. "People do." "Sometimes," I answered, "but they don't start by pretending the last 7 months were a misprint." She reached for my arm. I stepped back and kept my voice low. "The kids will see you when they're ready, with structure." She swallowed and nodded like someone who doesn't agree but understands the rules on the field. The door closed with a click that sounded like a line being drawn. She tried again the next day by phone, using the phrase I've heard at church small groups and in magazine articles my barber keeps on the counter. People recover from affairs. I didn't argue with the category. I argued with the details. People also recover from surgery, I said, but not when the wound stays open and the patient keeps running marathons. She went quiet, then played the nostalgia reel. First apartment, broken couch, groceries we couldn't afford. I remember all of it. That's why this hurts where it does. Recovery needs 2 honest people, I said. We're not there. She cried. I let her. Not out of cruelty, but because men in our bracket finally learned the difference between comfort and rescue. I'll share the kids' schedule through the attorney, I added. Please do the same. The call ended without a slammed door. That felt new. The climax was in my pocket. A phone that didn't buzz for an hour, and a house that exhaled. When she came by to swap insurance cards and sign a school form, I kept us on the porch again. She floated another attempt to minimize. A rough patch. Mistakes were made. I didn't raise my voice. I raised the facts. "I know everything, Claire. The hotels, the receipts, the Thursday nights, the flights disguised as retreats." Her face changed in the way people's faces change when they realize the conversation has a ledger. "Who told you?" "Paper," I said. "Paper told me." She tried to redirect to the kids. "Don't turn them against me." "I won't," I said. "Your actions will do their own math." That line isn't clever. It's arithmetic. She looked past me into the house like she could see the shadows of our life moving without her. I didn't fill the silence. Sometimes silence is the only honest sound left. The mini-climax was a pen scratching on an insurance form, proof that even on bad days, we can still complete what's required. I heard the car before I saw it, the idling engine of a man who thinks he's braver than he is. Mark Caldwell stepped out in a pressed shirt like it could cover what it couldn't. Claire glanced at me, then back at him, the guilt and defiance wrestling in her shoulders. I moved down one stair, placing myself between them and the front door. No shouting, no puffed chest, just a husband deciding where the property line of his piece is. "You need to leave," I said to him, voice even. He lifted his hands like a man in a training video. "I just want to explain." "You've explained enough," I answered. He took a half step anyway, the kind men take when they've won too many small arguments. My jaw tightened. The dog stood up behind me and let out a single low sound. Claire whispered, "Mark, don't." He looked at her, then at me, and understood the math. He backed away. The climax was simple. My home stayed my home. Mark smirked like a man who'd never been told no. He took one more step onto my driveway and said my first name like he owned a piece of it. I didn't lecture, I didn't puff up. I warned him once, leave. He rolled his eyes and muttered something about grown-ups talking. That's when the line moved from polite to necessary. One punch, clean, not wild, landed and sent him backward across the concrete. My hand burned, but not as much as the months that brought us here. Claire gasped, and I heard the neighbor's screen door click. I didn't chase him. I didn't gloat. "Get off my property," I said, and meant more than the grass. He staggered to his car, pride louder than pain. Claire looked at me like she didn't recognize the quiet version of anger. I opened the door just enough to keep my home a home. The climax was not the punch. It was the boundary holding. After they left, the house felt like a church after a funeral. Flowers still breathing, silence learning its way around the furniture. I walked through the rooms like an usher closing up. The kids' sneakers by the back door, a half-finished puzzle on the coffee table, the dog asleep like nothing in his world had shifted. I collected the spare keys I'd given Claire from the bowl, set them in a drawer, and felt the smallest click inside. Order creeping back in. I took out the trash, because life is still Tuesday even when your marriage isn't. I brewed coffee I didn't want, listened to the drip, and thought about the old advice men give each other. Don't make big decisions, angry or drunk. I wasn't either. I was clear. I stood by the window and watched the late sun find dust in the air. It looked like snow in a cheap Christmas globe. The climax was simple. The house finally matched the truth. That evening I called the kids to the table and set my phone face down. "We need to talk about what happens next," I said, and heard my voice land on the wood. I explained divorce without adding scenery. No character attacks, no legal theater. "It means Mom and I won't be married anymore," I said. "You'll live here most of the time. You'll see her with a schedule." Sophie folded into herself the way girls do when they feel older than they wanted to be. Ethan stared at the knot in the tabletop like it could come loose. "Does this mean we did something?" he asked. "No," I said, quick and soft. "This is on us, not you." I laid out the next few weeks like a road map. Therapy appointments, school steady, weekends planned in pencil. They asked if Christmas would still be Christmas. "Yes," I said. "Maybe smaller. Definitely honest." We stood up together, and I hugged them both. The climax was a promise, and a calendar we could live in. We agreed on a supervised lunch at a family place near school. Plastic booths, crayons, the kind of menu kids can trust. I brought my sister to sit 2 tables over. Claire arrived, and 5 minutes later Mark slid in beside her like this was a rehearsal dinner. My sister texted one word: "No." I walked to the host stand and asked for the manager, then to the parking lot, calm, even, the way men my age ask for refunds without making scenes. "This wasn't the deal," I told Claire. "You don't bring him." She looked torn, then stubborn. Sophie pressed closer to me. "I don't like him," she whispered. Not angry. Sure. Ethan's hands balled in his jacket pockets. I ended it clean. "We're done here." No shouting. I paid for 2 sodas and some untouched fries and walked the kids to the car. Claire stood by the door looking like a person who finally felt the temperature. The climax was in my rear view. 2 kids whose dad chose them. A week later, James Porter forwarded a countersuit from Claire's attorney. Alienation, hostile environment, a demand for half my company as if it were a pizza. "I've built a business through midnights and missed fishing trips. I won't let someone take half because a sentence on letterhead says so." James and I sat shoulder to shoulder at his conference table while he translated the formal words into what courts actually weigh. "We respond with receipts," he said. "Your involvement with the kids, your finances kept separate, her documented choices." In my head I heard my dad's voice from decades ago. Measure twice, cut once. We measured everything. Emails with teachers, orthodontist bills, bank statements, volunteer logs from Ethan's baseball league. I didn't rant. I stacked. When James printed the draft response, the pages came out warm, like bread. We signed and sent it back through the same machine that had tried to turn my life into a headline. The climax was ink, calm, black, final on the page. A court-appointed guardian ad litem met us in a room with soft chairs and hard truths. She spoke to Sophie first, then Ethan, then me alone. She asked practical questions older adults respect. Who makes breakfast? Who schedules appointments? Who helps with homework when the Wi-Fi dies? She listened the way a good nurse listens, taking notes you can't read but can feel. Ethan said it plain. "I don't want to see Mom right now." Sophie added conditions like a thoughtful 15-year-old. Public places, no surprises, definitely no Mark. I didn't coach them. I sat there with my palms open and let our real life testify. When it was my turn, I kept my answers short. No speeches, just the pattern of our days. The guardian closed her notebook and said, "Thank you for keeping the kids' needs central." It wasn't a victory lap. It was a nod from a referee who saw the play clearly. The climax, their voices counted, on the record. James started making calls, teachers, coaches, our pastor who has seen us more on potluck Sundays than Christmas, my office manager who knows I leave early on game days. None of them were character assassins, they were historians. They submitted statements that sounded like us. He shows up. He communicates. He's steady. Nobody used fancy words. They used verbs, drives, attends, signs, listens. Meanwhile, Claire's side gathered friends who remembered the version of me that works long hours. They weren't wrong. They were incomplete. James put the stack together without perfume. "Courts don't want saints," he said. "They want schedules and evidence." I brought in the family calendar we've lived by for years. Color-coded boxes, sticky notes, the month we survived the flu without missing a mortgage. He smiled. "This is better than a speech." The climax wasn't applause, it was weight. Our file weighed more because it held actual days. Daniel Brooks returned with the expanded binder. Photos, timestamps, mileage logs, hotel folios, and the kind of cross-reference that would make an auditor nod. He didn't dramatize. He narrated. Thursday nights at the lakefront. Weekends labeled girls' trips that matched Mark's expense reports. A selfie from a brewery in Michigan that revealed his jacket in the window reflection. Little things, like the way truth hides in the corner of a frame. We added airline confirmations that didn't match Claire's conference registrations. We added childcare texts where she thanked me for covering another emergency, and I wrote back, "Proud of you, ignorant and sincere." I initialed each exhibit like a man building something that needed every screw tightened. Daniel closed the binder and pushed it across as if knighting me with facts. It was heavy in my hands, not because of paper, but because denial had no shelf left. The climax, a spine of evidence that wouldn't bend. My phone buzzed with a number I didn't know. "Mr. Mercer, this is Anna Torres. I used to work at Sterling with Claire." She wasn't hunting drama. She sounded tired and ready to tell the truth. She explained Mark's reputation preceded him. Whispers at his last job, HR notes that weren't rumors. People raised flags, she said, and leadership waved them down because he brought in a big pharma account. It landed like another kind of betrayal, the institutional kind older adults recognize when budgets win over people. I asked if she'd put it in writing. She paused, then said yes. "It's not about you," she added. "It's about the next woman." I thanked her without turning her into a weapon. After we hung up, I sat in my truck and watched a dad tie a cleat for his kid on the curb. You protect where you can. Sometimes that means making sure doors don't stay propped open. The climax. A witness chose daylight. Anna's statement wasn't a firework. It was a fuse. James read it twice, then pulled HR policies from Sterling's public site and lined them up against what Anna described. If leadership ignored documented concerns, he said, that's more than a bad hire, that's negligence. He explained how patterns matter, prior complaints, known risks, power dynamics. I thought about those corporate emails that open with, "We value safety and respect," then close with bonuses for the rainmaker. We weren't trying to turn my personal pain into a jackpot. We were trying to make sure the structure that enabled it couldn't shrug and walk away. James drafted a notice to add Sterling to the case, careful with language, firm on facts. I signed it with a steady hand. We didn't announce it on social media. We filed it the way grown-ups send certified letters, quiet, trackable, undeniable. The climax, responsibility got a second address. We filed the amended complaint on a Thursday. By Friday morning, an attorney for Sterling called James with the voice of someone used to solving problems by lunchtime. He wanted to understand our position. James invited the conversation and named the exhibits calmly. Anna's statement, Daniel's corroborations, policy pages, timelines, no threats. Just a ledger. I sat there listening, not speaking, like a homeowner while the contractor and the inspector discussed the beam that failed. When the call ended, James turned his chair toward me. "They'll want this to go away," he said. "They may propose a settlement that includes confidentiality. We'll decide based on leverage and what protects your family." I didn't feel triumphant. I felt like a man who had finally placed each tool back on the pegboard in the right outline. The climax wasn't the filing, it was the moment they realized we'd done our homework. The offer arrived fast: money, confidentiality, removal from the suit. James walked me through numbers and non-monetary terms like a neighbor helping you read a mortgage. "This doesn't erase what happened," he said. "It recognizes exposure." I asked myself the questions men in our bracket ask. Will this protect the kids? Will this keep their names out of headlines? Will this force the system to respect its own rules next time? We negotiated for language that mattered, acknowledgement without spin, commitments to training and oversight that weren't just posters in hallways. When we signed, I didn't feel rich. I felt exact. I texted Sophie that I'd make tacos, texted Ethan to grab shredded cheese on his way home. Life turned the page the way it always does, quietly. The climax was not the check. It was the admission inside the silence. What broke us wasn't only a man. It was a door someone left unlocked. Claire called late, tears already mid-sentence. "You're destroying my life," she said, like I'd pushed a domino she hadn't set up. Men my age know that tone. It chases cause with effect like headlights chasing taillights. I stood at the kitchen sink, hands on the cool edge, and kept my voice level. "No, Claire, you destroyed it. I'm just refusing to live inside the wreckage." She said I'd turned the kids against her. I reminded her I'd told them the truth once and then shut my mouth. "They're drawing their own lines," I said. The dog shifted at my feet. The dishwasher hummed. Regular life kept doing its quiet job. She hung there between anger and pleading, and I didn't step in to choose for her. "Get help," I said. "For you, not for optics." The silence on the line lengthened, a rope letting out. She finally whispered, "I don't know how." "Start by not blaming," I said. The climax was the click. She ended the call. The next day she texted, "Did you ever love me?" It's the kind of question that dares you to lie. I typed and deleted like a man sanding a rough board, then sent what was true. "I love the woman I thought you were." It read cold, but it was accurate. There's a grief older adults understand. You can mourn a person who is still breathing. I remembered our first apartment, the drafty window, the couch that sat uneven because of a missing foot. We ate cereal for dinner and used upside-down books as coasters. I loved that girl. I loved the mornings we counted pennies for gas and still laughed. The woman who checked into a hotel under Tuesdays and Thursdays? I didn't know her. She wrote back, "That's cruel." I set the phone down and stared at the wall calendar, all those little boxes we used to share. "It's honest," I said to the empty room. The climax was accepting that truth doesn't hug. A week later, the court's order arrived. Joint legal custody, primary physical with me, scheduled weekends, and a weekly dinner for Claire. The language was clinical, but the meaning was family-sized. I told the kids at the table we've spilled milk on 100 times. "This keeps school steady," I said. "It gives you predictability." Sophie relaxed a hair, the way a teenager does when the ground under her stops shaking. Ethan asked if scheduled meant he could say no sometimes. "We'll listen to your counselor," I answered. We taped the schedule to the fridge like a season's game plan. I texted Claire a picture of it and asked her to confirm pickups. She sent back a thumbs up, then a heart, then nothing else. I folded the court paper and slid it into the drawer with birth certificates and passports, the place where things live that define us but don't explain us. The climax. We had a blueprint that could carry weight. The divorce hearing took less time than it takes to oil a hinge. We sat with our lawyers, answered questions with "Yes, Your Honor," and watched the judge sign something that had been true for months. Mark was gone from her life by then. Jobs end when spotlights stay on too long. When we stepped into the hallway, Claire touched the wall like she needed it to hold. "So this is it," she said. I nodded. We weren't dramatic. Adults rarely are in fluorescent light. Outside, the air felt like mid-Illinois in late fall, cool, direct, not interested in arguments. I texted my sister I'd grabbed the kids from practice and asked if she needed anything from the store. Paper towels, she wrote back. There's comfort in errands. On the drive home, the radio played a song we used to hum on road trips. I didn't turn it off. I let it be a relic, not a compass. The climax was 4 words from the judge. Dissolution is entered. Claire asked to meet at a coffee shop with a lamp that leans too far over each table. She looked down and said what I think she meant. I'm sorry for all of it. I believed the sorrow. I didn't mistake it for repair. I'm sorry for the loss, I said back. Not for the choices. She winced. There's a difference you don't feel until you're on the hook for the bill. We talked logistics, the kid's counselor, drop-offs, who carries health insurance, no blame volley, no warm nostalgia, just 2 people co-parenting from opposite banks. As we stood, she reached for a hug, then let her hand fall. I didn't move first, not out of spite, out of accuracy. In the parking lot, I watched her dig for keys in a bag that used to hold our weekends. I whispered the shortest prayer I know, help us not to hurt them. The climax was a boundary kept without a fight. Then the misses started. A text 10 minutes before pickup. Running late. An hour. Can't make it. The kids rode the roller coaster. Hope, watch, crash. I kept my voice steady. We don't climb aboard other people's schedules, I told them. We live ours. I documented in a notebook, dates, times, reasons, because courts prefer ink to stories. On the 3rd miss in a month, Sophie said, I'm tired of being the grown-up. Ethan shrugged in that 13-year-old way that's half shield, half spear. I made grilled cheese and tomato soup, the meal that forgives most days, and we ate with the TV off. After dishes, I emailed our attorney and the counselor, not to punish, just to protect. Claire called later, words slipping like socks on tile. I'm fine, she insisted. I didn't argue. Get help, I said again. The climax was smaller than disappointment. The kids went to bed on time, and the house held. Victoria called from a number I now recognize the way you recognize a pothole on your commute. She needs compassion, she said, urgent and heavy. She needs family, not paperwork. I stood by the back door looking at the grill cover flapping in a breeze. I called Dr. Helen Foster, I told her. Claire needs treatment, not a couch to hide on. Victoria accused me of being hard. Boundaries aren't hard, I said. They're humane. They keep people from burning the same hand on the same stove. She went quiet, then softer. She's talking dark. I listened without taking the bait of panic that turns you into a firefighter without water. If you believe she's a danger to herself, I said, call the hotline or 911. Don't call me to carry a weight I can't lift. It sounded cold. It wasn't. I had 2 kids doing homework at the table behind me. The climax was a decision. Compassion without rescue missions. The doorbell at 2:17 a.m. makes a sound you don't forget. Officer Bennett and Officer Ramirez stood on my porch with the posture of men trained to hold bad news carefully. Mr. Mercer, may we come in? I nodded and led them to the living room where the couch has seen birthdays and strep throat and movie nights. There was a single vehicle accident on Lakeshore Drive, Bennett said. Your ex-wife was the driver. She did not survive. The words rearranged the furniture in my chest. I didn't fall. I sat. Ramirez explained blood alcohol, speed, no other cars, no passengers. The facts tried to hand me a narrative. I refused it. They asked who to notify. I gave them Victoria's number and thanked them for their work, the kind of courtesy that feels strange and right at the same time. When they left, the house felt too quiet for the size of the news. The climax was a sentence I said to the empty room. I have to tell the kids. By morning, Victoria called. Her voice was the sound of a bridge under weight. They found a note, she said. It's addressed to you and the kids. She brought it over in a manila envelope like a report card no one wants to open. We stood on the porch because the porch is where truths should meet daylight. I opened it and saw Claire's handwriting, the tilt I know from grocery lists and birthday cards. I didn't read it there. I thanked Victoria, asked if she had someone with her, and watched her drive away slow. Inside, I sat at the kitchen table, the one I wiped down 100 times, and read. It wasn't poetry, it was plain, responsibility taken, apologies without bargains, love for the kids stated like math, not music. It didn't fix a mile. It marked one. I folded it back into the envelope and placed it in the drawer with the serious papers. The climax was a choice. Save it for when they ask. I read it again alone that night. "You were right," she wrote. "I threw away what mattered. Thomas never loved me. Even if he had, it wouldn't excuse what I did." She wrote to Sophie and Ethan too, with the clean lines of a mother who finally put the subject and verb in the right order. There were no instructions, no "if you loved me you woulds," just a recognition of damage and a wish for their wholeness. People our age know that clarity often arrives after the sale is final. I didn't cry hard. I let my face do its work, and then stopped. I didn't canonize her. I didn't curse her. I held the paper like a small, warm truth that came late but still mattered. I slid it into a plastic sleeve, labeled it with the date, and wrote a note to my future self. Show them when they ask, not before. The climax was restraint, honoring the truth without turning it into a monument. I called them into the living room and turned off the TV. "I have hard news," I said, and watched their bodies shift into the posture of bravery. "Mom died last night in a car accident." The words didn't bounce, they landed. Sophie folded forward, soundless, then sound found her. Ethan went still, eyes fixed on a spot past me like he was holding up a wall. I moved to the floor so I could be at their level. We cried together the way families do when no one is auditioning. When the storm eased, I said the next part with care. "There's a note from Mom. We'll read it when you're ready. Not today. When you say." They nodded, each in their own language. Ethan asked the practical questions. Funeral, school, who to tell. Sophie asked the spiritual ones. Was she sorry? Did she know we loved her? "Yes," I said to both sets. The climax was a group hug that nobody tried to escape. Funerals are logistics wrapped in memories. I chose a simple service with a pastor who tells the truth gently. People who knew pieces of our story lined up with casseroles and soft eyes. No mark. Thank God. I stood beside Sophie and Ethan at the graveside while the wind pushed at our coats like a polite usher. When the pastor said the final words, Sophie's hand found mine and squeezed once. Signal received. Ethan stepped closer, shoulder against mine. I didn't make a speech. I didn't pretend this was noble. I let one clean tear fall and didn't wipe it too fast. On the drive home, we stopped for burgers because hunger and grief keep separate calendars. At the table, we remembered a good day with Claire. One, then another. We didn't rewrite the ending. We rounded out the story. That night, after they fell asleep, I checked the locks, turned off the porch light, and stood in the quiet house. The climax. We were still here. That first quiet Sunday, Sophie sat beside me on the back steps where the paint always peels by July. She traced a crack with her finger and whispered, "You lost someone too." Adults know that sentence carries permission. I nodded and told her about the girl her mom used to be, the yard sale hunter, the karaoke daredevil, the midnight pancake maker. "I miss that version," I said. "I miss who I thought we'd be at 70. She leaned her head on my shoulder like she did when she was 6 and thunderstorms felt bigger. We didn't try to fix anything. We watched the neighbor's sprinkler tick across the fence and let the water sound like breathing. I told her grief has 2 pedals, love and reality, and we tap each as we need. She asked if it ever stops hurting. "It gets organized," I said. The climax was a small, steady thing, my daughter seeing her father's grief and not being asked to carry it. That night, Ethan stood in the doorway holding the dog like a kid carries a backpack he won't admit is heavy. "Was she really sorry?" he asked, eyes stubborn and wet. I sat on the edge of his bed and answered the way men our age respect, plain. "Yes, the note says so. Clear, not bargaining." He stared at the ceiling fan and worked the math only boys can do. Action, consequence, intent. "Too late, though," he said. "Too late," I agreed. We talked about apologies that repair and apologies that record. Both matter, only one changes tomorrow. He asked when he could read the note. "When you're ready," I said. "Not because I say so, because you say so." He nodded once, the kind of nod you give a coach who explains the drill without shouting. I tucked the blanket under his feet like I did when he was small. The climax was a rule we could live by. Truth now, paperwork later. We started therapy the way you start walking after a sprain. Careful, a little skeptical, then grateful. A family session on Tuesdays, individual slots for each of us. The counselor didn't chase big dramatic moments. She asked about mornings, bedtimes, school pickup lines, and what dads forget at the grocery store. Cilantro, always cilantro. She gave us simple tools. Name the feeling, ask for the need, take the smallest next action. It sounded like maintenance, not magic. Exactly what families over 30 understand. I learned to pause before fixing, to say, that's hard, and mean it, and to let a quiet minute do its work. Sophie found words for waves that used to knock her down. Ethan learned exits that weren't slamming doors. We left each session with one assignment, never 5. Progress looked boring on purpose. The climax was a midweek evening where nobody cried, nobody shouted, and homework got finished with only one lost charger. At dinner, we practiced telling the story of their mom in a way the future could live with. We named good memories out loud, pumpkin patches, the year the cookies burned twice, and we didn't airbrush the end. We keep the truth, I said, so the truth can keep us. I hung one photo in the hallway where we pass it a dozen times a day, not a shrine, just a chapter. When the kids asked how to answer friends, I offered a short sentence. Our family went through something hard. We're getting help. No gossip, no heroics, just a handle they could hold without dropping. At church, a woman tried to corner Sophie with, "What really happened?" My daughter looked at me, then back at the woman and said, "We're sticking to short answers." We walked to the car and high-fived like we'd survived a pop quiz. The climax was control, owning our version without renting space to rumors. A few weeks later, Sophie said it soft, almost guilty. I'm starting to forget her voice. Every adult knows that guilt. It tricks you into thinking memory equals loyalty. We sat on the porch swing and played old voicemails, the ordinary kind, reminders about milk, a laugh about a dumb commercial. We listened once, not 10 times. Voices fade, I said, but meanings don't. We wrote down 3 sentences that still guide us. Be on time, bring a jacket, say thank you. They sound small. They hold a lot. Sophie smiled and admitted she still hears her mom when she overpacks. We put the phone away and watched the evening catch in the maple like it always does. I told her the brain saves what it needs to move forward. That's not betrayal. That's survival. The climax was a decision. Let memory work like light, enough to see by, not so much it blinds. I eased back into my firm like a man rejoining a pickup basketball game. No hero ball, just clean passes. I told my team I'd be present but not performative. Mornings were for the kids, afternoons for clients, evenings for dinner that didn't come in a bag. I delegated the projects that liked to eat weekends and kept the ones that liked to be solved by lunch. I said no more often and watched respect, not resentment, show up. Older adults know the trick. Consistency beats spectacle. When a client pushed for a late call, I countered with 7 a.m. and stuck to it. We lost one account that wanted a magician. We kept 3 that wanted a grown-up. On Friday, I brought home a small win and a bigger energy level. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt useful. The climax was my calendar, white space where panic used to live, proof that showing up beats showing off. One Saturday, I took every photo off the walls and laid them on the dining table like a museum planning a new wing. I kept the ones that told our kids who they are. First bike, first day of school, muddy cleats by the back door. I boxed the rest with a note for later eyes. Not erasing, reorganizing, I told Ethan when he wandered in for cereal. He nodded and stole a marshmallow from the baking jar. We hung fewer frames, straighter, with more room for what comes next. A graduation, a dog that sleeps in every picture, a porch rebuild that finally happens. Sophie chose a black and white of the 3 of us at the lake and centered it in the hallway. We stepped back and let the house exhale. Homes carry stories. They don't have to carry every scene. The climax was a nail going in clean on the first swing. Order without pretending. I bought a fireproof safe, not because we're fancy, but because some papers deserve more than a drawer. Birth certificates, passports, the deed, and the envelope with Claire's note. I told the kids where it lives and why. When you're 18, I said, you can read it alone, or we can read it together. Your choice. We practiced the plan like a fire drill. Calm, predictable, nobody shouting the steps. Then we stopped talking about it. The point wasn't suspense, it was stewardship. I added a smaller envelope addressed to my future self. Don't rush them, don't stage it, be there. It felt like leaving instructions for a decent man I hoped to be. I slid the safe under the bed where dust bunnies hold their meetings and went back to making dinner. The climax was a click you can't hear on audio, a father choosing timing over drama. By early fall, the neighborhood stopped pausing when we walked the dog. People waved without that tilt of the head that asks for the inside version. Ethan rejoined his baseball practice. Sophie helped at a bake sale and came home smelling like cinnamon and sunlight. I grilled on Saturdays and overcooked the chicken once because traditions need humility. The mailman asked about the Cubs. I answered about pitching. Normal is underrated until you lose it. We brought brownies to the couple who just had twins, and I fixed a wobbly porch step for Mrs. Green because some problems you can solve with a screwdriver. At night, the kids did homework at the table while I answered a few emails, and the dog learned our new rhythm like he'd known it all along. The climax was tiny. Laughter from 2 rooms at once. No explanation needed, no one checking the clock. Our victories shrank on purpose. Hot cereal on a cold morning, a clean uniform found on the first try, a dentist visit where nobody cried, including me. I taught Ethan how to change a tire on a Saturday and let him do the last lug nut so the story would be his. Sophie cooked spaghetti and used too much garlic, and now that's the way we make spaghetti. We built a budget that didn't sprint but never limped. I said yes to a fishing trip I would have punted before and came home with a sunburn and a kid who talked the whole drive back. It wasn't a movie montage. It was a ledger of ordinary plus ordinary until it added up to good. The climax was bedtime. 3 doors, 3 breaths, a house that slept without checking the lock twice. One evening on the back porch, after the cicadas settled into their late summer choir, I realized the payoff wasn't clever. I didn't win revenge. I won room. Room for my kids to learn trust by watching it. Room for me to be a father who doesn't rehearse speeches in the mirror. Room for tomorrow to show up without tiptoeing. I thought about the men I know, divorces, layoffs, knees that ache in the rain, and how we measure victory wrong when we're young. These days, winning looks like a calendar that holds, a car that starts, a table with 3 plates and seconds available. I looked at the porch light haloing the rail and said it out loud because sometimes you need to hear yourself admit it. My job was never payback. It was protection. The climax was quiet but certain. My spine stayed straight, and my kids felt safe enough to laugh. I used to think this story was about forgiveness. It isn't. It's about truth, the kind you can stand on when the floor gives way. My wife cheated, lied, and died in a tragedy I wouldn't wish on anyone. I can't fix that. What I could do, and did, was choose. I chose dignity over drama, protection over payback, clear words over comforting lies. The binder of evidence, the court orders, the porch light left on for 2 kids who still have homework and practice, those became my proof of love. Some cracks don't close, but houses still stand with cracks, if the beams are right. Tonight the dog settles, the fridge hums, and my children laugh from 2 rooms at once. That's the payoff. Not triumph, but steadiness. Not a perfect ending, but a livable tomorrow. If a father can stay upright after a storm, his kids learn the shape of courage by watching. If you believe dignity is a man's greatest strength, drop a comment. Stand tall. 2 months after the divorce, my phone lit up with a name I never expected to see again. Rachel Miller, my ex-wife's sister. For a second, I thought about letting it ring out. The apartment was dead silent, fridge humming like a funeral song, my kids' laughter long gone. But something in my gut told me to answer. Her first words cut like a knife. Michael, I can't keep this secret anymore. My chest went tight. Secrets? After everything Jessica had already put me through, what else could possibly be left to hide? Rachel's voice cracked. She lied to both of us. In that moment, the room spun. Divorce was supposed to be the ending, but I realized it was only the prologue. What she revealed would drag me back into a war I never asked for, with evidence that could either destroy me or finally set me free. And it all started with that call. When the call ended, I just sat there in the middle of my apartment, staring at the walls that used to hold a family. Divorce doesn't sound like slamming doors or screaming fights. It sounds like nothing, just silence. No cartoons playing in the background. No little feet running down the hallway. No voice asking me, "Dad, can you tuck me in one more time?" The fridge hummed like it always does, but inside, nothing but half a gallon of milk and takeout boxes I didn't remember ordering. I hadn't cooked a real meal in weeks. The couch sagged where I slept most nights because the bed felt too big, too empty. I told myself I was rebuilding, that men like me just push forward. But the truth? I was drifting, waiting for something to pull me back. And when Rachel's call came, I realized maybe the silence wasn't the end. It was just the pause before the storm. The silence was broken by a sound I'd almost forgotten, my phone buzzing on the counter. I glanced down and for a second my breath caught. Rachel Miller, my ex-wife's sister. Of all the people in the world, she was the last name I expected to see light up my screen. My thumb hovered. Ignore it, I told myself. Let it die in voicemail. But something deeper, instinct, gut, call it what you want, forced me to swipe. Her voice cracked the second she spoke. "Michael, I can't keep this inside anymore." Every word hit like a hammer to my chest. I gripped the phone tighter, pacing the kitchen. She sounded scared, guilty, like someone about to confess to a crime. "We need to talk," she whispered. And just like that, the silence I had been drowning in for months was shattered. Whatever she had been hiding wasn't just her burden anymore. It was about to become mine. Rachel's words dragged me backward, like being pulled under by a riptide. Suddenly I was back in that courthouse 2 months earlier, pen in hand, staring at the divorce papers that felt heavier than concrete. My name looked strange next to hers, Michael Carter, Jessica Carter, about to be severed by a signature. People talk about anger when marriages end, but what I felt that day was guilt. I worked too much. I missed birthdays, soccer practices, the small things that glue a family together. I told myself maybe if I'd come home earlier, maybe if I'd noticed the distance in her eyes, none of this would have happened. When the judge stamped the file, it was like someone stamped failure across my chest. I walked out exhausted, hollowed out. And ever since that day, I've carried the thought that the collapse of our marriage was entirely my fault, until Rachel's trembling voice hinted at another truth. I tightened my grip on the phone, pacing the kitchen like a caged animal. "What are you talking about, Rachel?" I asked, but she only whispered back, "Not over the phone. Meet me tonight." My stomach nodded. Meet her? The sister of the woman who just tore my family apart? Everything in me wanted to hang up and walk away. But there was something in her tone, urgent, fragile, that I couldn't ignore. "Where?" I asked finally. She named a small cafe on the edge of town, the kind of place no one from our circle would stumble into by accident. Neutral ground, safe distance, a spot where secrets could surface without witnesses. I agreed, my voice low. When the call ended, I stood there for a long time, staring at the dark window, my reflection looking more like a stranger than a man. Tonight, I realized, silence would no longer be an option. The hours crawled by until evening, every tick of the clock hammering in my ears. I showered, shaved, and threw on the first clean shirt I could find, but nothing made me feel ready. You can't prepare for the unknown, you just brace for impact. The cafe sat on the edge of town, its neon sign flickering against the dark. I pulled into the lot 20 minutes early, heart thudding like I was walking into a job interview I couldn't afford to fail. Inside, the air smelled of burnt beans and old wood. I ordered a black coffee, no sugar, no cream, just bitter. The kind of drink you choose when you don't trust sweetness anymore. I took the corner table by the window, leg bouncing uncontrollably, watching every head that passed through the door. My mind ran circles. Why me? Why now? Why her? And underneath all that noise was a single question. What secret could be worth this meeting? The bell over the cafe door jingled, and I looked up. For a second, I didn't even recognize her. Rachel Miller, the woman I remembered as polished, confident, the sister who always played peacemaker at family gatherings, looked like she hadn't slept in days. Dark circles clung beneath her eyes, her hair pulled back in a rush, shoulders slumped under the weight of something invisible. She spotted me instantly and walked over, her steps hesitant, like every inch closer was a decision she wasn't sure she should make. When she sat down across from me, I noticed her hands trembling as she placed her phone flat on the table between us, screen face up. It wasn't an accessory tonight, it was evidence. Neither of us spoke right away. I studied her face, searching for answers she hadn't given yet. And when her eyes finally met mine, I realized she hadn't come here to comfort me. She had come here to confess. Her fingers tapped nervously against the glass of water the waitress had left behind. Then she leaned in, lowering her voice like someone afraid the walls themselves might be listening. "Michael, I knew about it all along." The words didn't land at first. They just hovered in the air between us, meaningless syllables. But when she swallowed hard and added, "They lied to both of us," it felt like a punch to the ribs. My jaw tightened. They? I wanted to ask, but I already knew. Jessica, the woman I once trusted with my life, my wife, and Rachel, her own sister, had been carrying knowledge of it all this time. My hand curled into a fist on the table before I forced it open. The cafe around us blurred into background noise. I locked eyes with her and whispered, "Then show me." She reached for her phone and I braced myself for whatever storm was about to break. Rachel's thumb hovered over the screen before she finally unlocked it. She slid the phone toward me, her eyes refusing to look up. The first thing I saw were text messages, thread after thread. Jessica's name at the top, her words dripping with intimacy that had nothing to do with me. Pet names I'd never heard, promises I'd never been given. My stomach twisted. Swipe. Photos. Hotel rooms in cities she had no reason to be in, her smile wide, her hand clutching a man's shoulder cropped just out of frame. Swipe again. Screenshots of bank transfers, money moving into accounts I didn't recognize, amounts that made no sense for girls' nights or work trips. Every image felt like a blade sliding between my ribs. I shoved the phone back across the table, bile burning my throat. My voice came out low, controlled but laced with fire. "Why are you showing me this now?" My voice came out sharper than I intended. "Why now, Rachel? Why keep this buried until today?" She flinched, then met my eyes. For the first time all evening, I saw steel behind the exhaustion. "Because she's using them, Michael. Your kids. She's twisting them into weapons against you." I couldn't watch it anymore. The cafe seemed to shrink around us, every sound fading except her words. My chest tightened as if she'd ripped open a wound I'd been too numb to feel. She leaned forward, whispering like she was confessing a sin. "You fought so hard for them, and she knew it. That's why she made every visitation rule so cruel. Not because she wanted the kids, but because she wanted to hurt you." Those words cut deeper than the pictures, deeper than the bank statements. For months I thought I'd failed as a husband. Now I realized I was being punished for daring to be a father. I sat there frozen, staring at the black coffee cooling in front of me. Her words sliced me open, but underneath the pain was something I hadn't felt in months. Clarity. For the first time since the divorce, I wasn't questioning myself, wasn't replaying every mistake I'd made as a husband. The endless loop of, maybe if I'd worked less, maybe if I'd loved her better, finally cracked. The truth was ugly, but at least it was the truth. She hadn't left because I was absent. She hadn't torn our family apart because I was unworthy. She had chosen betrayal, and then twisted the knife by using our children as leverage. It hurt like hell. My chest burned, my throat ached, but there was a strange weight lifting off me too. Illusions are heavy, and I'd been carrying them far too long. That night, in a cheap cafe on the edge of town, my denial finally died. Rachel sat back, her hands still trembling around that glass of water. For a moment, I thought she'd said all she came to say. But then her eyes steadied, and her voice, though quiet, carried a weight that silenced everything else around us. "Michael, if you decide to fight for custody again, I'll testify." The words hit harder than any evidence she'd shown me. Pictures, bank transfers, they proved betrayal. But this was loyalty. A hand reaching out in the dark, I stared at her, hardly breathing. "You'd go against your own sister?" She nodded once, firm. "Because the kids deserve better, and because I can't live with this guilt anymore." For months I'd carried the war alone, drowning in silence. Now, sitting across from Rachel Miller, I realized I wasn't alone anymore. For the first time since the divorce, hope didn't feel like a cruel joke. It felt real. I leaned back in my chair, the cheap wood creaking beneath me, and let her words sink in. For months, I'd been walking this battlefield alone, armor dented, shield cracked, convinced no one would ever stand beside me. Divorce teaches you a brutal lesson, that when the smoke clears, you're often the only one left. But across from me sat Rachel, Jessica's own sister, offering something I thought I'd lost forever: backup. She wasn't just handing me screenshots or bank records. She was handing me her voice, her testimony, her courage to stand in front of a judge and call out her own blood. My chest tightened, not with pain this time, but with something closer to gratitude. I had been stripped down to nothing, humiliated, discarded. Yet here was proof that I wasn't invisible, that someone still believed my fight was worth joining. For the first time in months, I felt the faint heat of strength returning. That night, back in my apartment, the silence felt heavier than usual. I dropped my keys on the counter and my eyes fell on the stack of envelopes piled near the fridge. Official, white, stamped with my lawyer's name. They'd been sitting there for weeks, untouched, like landmines I refused to step on. Every night I told myself the same lie: I'll open them tomorrow. But tomorrow always came and went. The truth inside those envelopes scared me more than the divorce itself. Custody schedules, visitation rights, legal language that turned my children into bullet points on a contract. I couldn't face it. But tonight felt different. Rachel's words echoed in my head. She's using the kids to hurt you. My stomach knotted. I reached out, fingers brushing over the unopened stack. For the first time, I didn't feel paralyzed. For the first time, I wanted to know exactly what I was up against. My hands shook as I tore the first envelope open, the paper ripping louder than it should have in the stillness of my apartment. Inside was a custody agreement, black ink on white paper, cold and clinical, like my family had been reduced to a spreadsheet. Line after line spelled out restrictions that cut me down to a visitor in my children's lives. Every other weekend, alternating holidays, rules about pickup times so strict they felt like handcuffs. It wasn't parenting, it was permission slips to see my own kids. I read Jessica's demands in the margins, her signature pressed hard into the page as if she wanted the pen to wound me too. My chest ached, my jaw clenched. This wasn't about love or stability or what was best for Emily and Daniel. This was control, punishment dressed up in legal language. I folded the paper back up slowly, but inside me, something had already unfolded, anger sharpening into resolve. As I set the papers down, my mind betrayed me, dragging me back through every warning sign I'd buried. I remembered the night her phone started living face down on the table, the screen lighting up with names I never saw. She laughed it off, called me paranoid, and I wanted so badly to believe her that I did. Then came the endless girls' nights. Dresses too polished for casual drinks, perfume I didn't recognize lingering long after she slipped out the door. I told myself marriage meant trust, and trust meant giving her space. And the trips, conferences in cities where her company didn't even have offices. I shrugged them off, convincing myself she was ambitious, climbing some corporate ladder. Looking back, the truth wasn't subtle. It was screaming at me in neon. I just chose blindness because blindness hurt less than betrayal. But reading those custody terms, I knew. Ignorance had cost me everything. I sat there with the envelope in my hands, the edges digging into my palms, and felt something inside me snap, not with rage, but with finality. Trust. That word we built our marriage on. That word I defended every time my gut whispered doubt. It was gone. Dead. Buried under lies I'd been too blind to face. The hardest part wasn't the betrayal itself. It was realizing how long I'd kept building a life on a foundation that had already cracked. I gave her the benefit of the doubt when she didn't deserve it. I defended her silence when it was really deception. And now here I was, a man with a custody agreement that treated me like a stranger to my own children. The hurt was sharp, but the fog was gone. Pain has a way of clearing your vision. That night, for the first time, I stopped mourning the marriage. I started preparing for the fight. I couldn't stop myself. Once the dam broke, I tore into the rest of the envelopes like a man starving for the truth. Inside were bank statements, credit card bills, neat columns of numbers that told a story Jessica never would. At first, it looked ordinary. Groceries, gas, the usual. But then patterns emerged. Hotel charges in cities she had no business being in. Weeknights billed at upscale places we'd never stayed in as a family. Withdrawals made in cash, always just before her girls' nights. My throat tightened as I traced the dates with my finger, each one lining up with a memory I'd once dismissed. A late-night work call, a missed dinner, a weekend she claimed was for networking. Rage simmered, but it wasn't the wild, blinding kind I'd felt after the divorce. This was colder, focused. Each number on the page was ammunition, proof. And as the picture sharpened, so did my resolve. I wasn't powerless anymore. In the weeks right after the divorce, I'd smashed a glass against the wall once, shouted into the empty night until my throat burned. But this time, I didn't break. I didn't yell. As I stared at the statement spread across my table, the anger inside me shifted shape. It wasn't fire anymore. It was ice. Blind rage destroys you. Cold anger arms you. I sat there copying numbers, matching dates, building a timeline like a soldier laying out a battle map. Every charge, every withdrawal, every unexplained trip became another marker on the board. I thought of Jessica's smirk when the judge handed her custody, how she believed I'd never fight back. That memory alone steadied my hands. By the time the clock struck midnight, I wasn't just an ex-husband nursing old wounds. I was a father with a plan, and the war I once avoided was now one I was preparing to win. I spread the papers across my kitchen table until there was no room left. Bank statements, credit card slips, old emails I'd pulled from the trash. It looked less like a home and more like a crime scene. And in a way, it was. I sharpened a pencil, grabbed a yellow notepad, and started copying every detail. Date, time, location, charge. I wrote until my hand cramped, then kept going, the pages filling like a ledger of betrayal. At 1 a.m., I taped receipts to the wall. By 2 a.m., arrows connected hotel charges with nights Jessica had claimed she was working late. By 3 a.m., the picture was undeniable. Her affair wasn't a suspicion anymore. It was a schedule. The hum of the fridge, the scratch of my pencil, the rustle of paper. Those were the only sounds. When the sun finally crept through the blinds, I leaned back, exhausted but clear-eyed. I hadn't just uncovered a timeline. I'd built a weapon. The first light of morning cut through the blinds, painting the stacks of paper in gold. My eyes burned from staying up all night, but there was no fog in my head, only clarity. I gathered the copies into a neat pile, zipped the folder shut, and walked to the bathroom. When I flipped on the light, the mirror caught me off guard. For months, I'd avoided looking too closely, afraid of the man staring back. Tired eyes, unshaven jaw, shoulders slumped like someone who'd already lost. But that morning, it was different. I still looked worn, yes, but there was something sharper in my face. Determination. Resolve. I ran a hand over the stubble on my jaw and actually saw a fighter again, not just a broken husband. For the first time in months, I didn't see weakness staring back at me. I saw Michael Carter, the father who was ready to fight. By the time I walked into the office, the city was already humming, cars honking, phones ringing, the usual weekday chaos. But inside me, there was a stillness I hadn't felt in months. I wasn't dragging my feet or hiding behind a forced smile. I walked in carrying something different. Purpose. My coworkers noticed before I even said a word. "Morning, Mike," one of them called out, then did a double take. Another raised an eyebrow. "You look different." They couldn't put their finger on it, but I knew what they saw. The quiet man who used to slouch at his desk, eyes hollow, wasn't here today. In his place was someone sharper, shoulders squared, jaw set. I wasn't grinning or laughing, but I wasn't broken either. All day I felt it, the shift. Even when I answered emails or sat in meetings, my mind wasn't fogged by regret anymore. It was locked on one thing, the fight ahead. At lunch, I slipped away from the noise of the office and found a quiet spot outside, the kind of corner where no one would overhear. My hands didn't shake when I pulled out my phone this time. I scrolled through my contacts until I landed on a name I hadn't called since the divorce was finalized. Thomas Reed. He answered on the second ring, his voice steady, professional. Michael, I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. I drew a breath, staring at the skyline. Thomas, I want to reopen the custody case. Silence hung on the line for a beat, long enough to hear my own pulse. Then he asked carefully, "Do you have new evidence?" I glanced at the folder in my bag. The photos, the transfers, the timeline spread across my kitchen table. Yes, more than enough. And for the first time in months, I believed it. New evidence changes everything, Thomas said, his tone sharpening, shifting from casual to alert. Michael, I need you to be absolutely clear. Do you have something the court can't ignore? I looked down at the folder resting on my lap. Inside were the hotel receipts, the transfers, the text threads Rachel had handed me. Proof. Not suspicion, not paranoia. Proof. My throat tightened, but my voice didn't waver. Yes, I have it. For a moment, neither of us spoke. I could hear city traffic buzzing in the distance, a car horn, the faint chatter of people passing by. And then Thomas exhaled. All right, bring it to my office. If it's as solid as you say, we'll file the motion. My heart pounded in my chest, but beneath the adrenaline was something steadier, calm. For the first time in this whole nightmare, I wasn't begging for scraps of time with my kids. I was preparing to fight for them. When I hung up the phone, I sat there on the stone bench outside my office building, staring at nothing. My chest was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, every beat like a drum calling me into battle. But underneath the rush of adrenaline, there was something I hadn't felt in months. Calm. Not the numb calm of giving up. Not the hollow silence of an empty apartment. This was different. It was the calm of a man who finally knew his next move. For so long I'd lived in doubt, second-guessing myself, drowning in questions. But the evidence was real, the timeline airtight, and now I had an ally ready to stand beside me. The fear was still there, sure, but it no longer owned me. I stood, adjusting my bag over my shoulder, and for the first time since signing those divorce papers, I walked back inside with my head high. That evening, long after the office lights dimmed, my phone buzzed again. For a split second, my chest tightened. Jessica had a way of showing up when I least wanted her to. But it wasn't her name on the screen. It was Rachel. "Are you okay?" her first message read. Before I could answer, another followed. "I meant what I said. If this goes to court, I'll testify." I stared at the screen, the glow reflecting off the folder sitting on my desk. My fingers hovered, then typed slowly. "Thank you. I'm moving forward." Almost instantly her reply came back. "Then I'm with you all the way." I set the phone down, exhaling a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. For months I'd been fighting ghosts, memories, suspicions, doubts. Now, for the first time, I had someone flesh and blood standing beside me. And that changed everything. That weekend I drove to pick up the kids. The custody schedule said 2 days, no overnights. But I didn't care about the fine print in that moment. Just seeing their faces again was enough. Emily was the first to spot me. She sprinted across the parking lot, clutching a crumpled piece of paper in her small hands. "Daddy, look!" she shouted, breathless. I unfolded it. 3 stick figures holding hands under a sun, the word family written in crooked letters across the top. My throat tightened. Daniel wasn't far behind. He tugged at my sleeve with that grin that always made me forget the world. "Can we go to the park, Dad, please?" I looked at both of them, my daughter with her drawing, my son with his hope, and felt a surge of strength. "Yeah," I said, my voice breaking into a smile. "Let's go." For the first time in months, the 3 of us felt whole again. The park was nearly empty, just the creak of old swings and the faint laughter of my kids cutting through the afternoon air. Daniel pumped his legs hard, trying to fly higher, shouting, "Watch this, Dad!" while Emily sat gently swaying beside me, her drawing folded safely in my pocket. I pushed her lightly, watching her hair catch the sunlight, and for a moment it felt almost normal, like the marriage had never shattered, like home was still whole. But then the thought hit me like a gut punch. They were learning what love looked like from the lies their mother lived. My chest tightened, and I gripped the swing chain. I made a promise right there, in the smell of cut grass and rusted iron. I swore my kids would not grow up thinking betrayal was normal. I would protect them, Not just with evidence in a courtroom, but with the truth, no matter what it cost me. That evening, I pulled into her driveway, the kids laughing in the back seat, still sticky with ice cream. But the moment I saw Jessica standing at the door, arms folded tight across her chest, the air changed. She didn't smile, didn't wave, just watched as I helped Emily with her backpack and handed Daniel his water bottle. Her eyes were cold, calculating, the same look that used to make me feel 2 inches tall in the courtroom. But tonight, something was different. I wasn't the man she'd broken. I wasn't hollow anymore. With the folder of evidence waiting at home, with Rachel standing behind me, I felt taller, steadier. Jessica narrowed her eyes as if trying to read me. Maybe she thought I was giving up, retreating quietly. She had no idea. I met her stare, calm and unflinching. For the first time since our divorce, she wasn't holding the power. I was. That night, back in my apartment, I cleared the kitchen table one last time. Every page I'd collected, bank statements, hotel receipts, screenshots, Rachel's notes, was spread out in front of me like pieces of a body waiting to be buried. One by one, I slid them into a thick manila folder. The sound of paper against paper was sharp, final, like shovels of dirt hitting a coffin lid. This wasn't just evidence, it was a record of betrayal, a timeline carved in ink that no one could deny. When the last page was inside, I zipped the folder shut and pressed my palm against it. The weight surprised me. Heavy, but not crushing. Heavy like something solid you could carry into battle. I set it on the chair beside me and exhaled. It didn't feel like revenge anymore. It felt like justice waiting for its day in court, and I was ready to deliver it. After sealing the folder, I pulled out an old notebook that had been gathering dust in my desk drawer. For months it had sat blank, a reminder of everything I didn't want to face. Tonight, I opened it. Tonight, it became my journal of truth. I started at the beginning, scribbling down memories of late nights when Jessica claimed she was working late, the way Emily once whispered, "Mommy's always on her phone." I wrote about Daniel asking me why Mom had 2 suitcases when she said she was only going on a 1-day trip. Little voices, innocent questions, evidence no courtroom could ignore. Then I wove in the cold details, the dates, the charges, the hotel names, each line stitched into the timeline Rachel had helped me piece together. Page after page, the silence poured out of me and turned into words. By the time I set the pen down, I didn't just have evidence. I had a testimony, my story, my children's truth. I closed the notebook and laid the pen across the cover, staring at the pages I'd just filled. For months, I'd been walking through life like a man without armor. Every glance from Jessica, every cold word in those custody papers cutting me down. I thought that was who I was now, powerless, a ghost in my own children's lives. But as I looked at the stack, the folder of documents, the notebook of memories, the drawing Emily had given me tucked safe inside, I felt something shift. I wasn't a victim anymore. I was a father with a voice, a man with proof, a witness to the truth. The weight on my shoulders didn't vanish, but it changed. It wasn't the crushing weight of defeat. It was the steady weight of responsibility. And that I could carry. For the first time since everything fell apart, I didn't feel beaten. I felt ready. 2 days later, I walked into Thomas Reed's office with the folder under my arm and the journal tucked inside my coat. His office smelled of leather and old coffee, law books stacked in neat rows like soldiers waiting for orders. I set the folder down on his desk without a word. He opened it slowly, flipping through each page. Hotel receipts, bank transfers, screenshots. Every so often he let out a low whistle, his brow tightening as the picture sharpened. When he reached my journal, he read in silence, lips pressed tight, fingers tapping against the desk. I sat across from him, heart pounding but face calm. Watching him turn those pages felt like watching a surgeon uncover an infection I'd been carrying too long. Finally, he closed the folder and looked up at me, eyes sharp. "Michael, this changes everything." Thomas leaned back in his chair, the folder still resting beneath his palm. His expression shifted from cautious to decisive, the way a general might look before giving an order. "Michael," he said firmly, "this changes everything. We're going to file a motion to reopen custody." The words hit me like a rush of cold air, sharp, bracing, undeniable. For months I'd convinced myself the fight was over, that Jessica had locked the door and thrown away the key. Now, Here was a man telling me that door could be kicked wide open. He slid the folder closer to his side of the desk. But listen carefully. Once we file, Jessica won't sit quietly. She'll come at you harder than before, angry, desperate. You need to be ready for that storm. I nodded slowly. I am. And for the first time, I didn't just say it to convince myself. I said it because it was true. Thomas steepled his fingers, studying me like he was weighing whether I truly understood what lay ahead. His voice dropped lower, deliberate. Michael, I need you to hear me. Jessica will not roll over. She's going to fight like hell. And when she realizes the evidence is stacked against her, she'll change tactics. She'll try to discredit you, paint you as unstable, inattentive, even dangerous. She'll drag your name through the mud if that's what it takes. I swallowed hard, the warning settling heavy in my chest. I pictured her smirk, the coldness in her eyes, the way she crossed her arms at every drop-off like she'd already won. Thomas leaned forward. So before we file, I need to know, are you ready for that? For the lies, the character attacks, the smear campaign? I took a breath, steady, measured. I've already been dragged through hell, Thomas. The difference is, now I'm walking out with fire. I held Thomas's stare and felt the question hang in the room like smoke. Was I ready to be smeared, to have my life picked apart in a courtroom? The old me, the man who signed those divorce papers with his head down, would have hesitated. But not now. I nodded slowly, the weight of it anchoring me to the chair. I'm not just ready, Thomas. This isn't optional anymore. It's necessary. He studied me for another beat, then gave a single approving nod, the kind a commander gives a soldier who finally understands the mission. I leaned back, exhaling. For months I'd been convincing myself to survive, but survival wasn't enough, not when my children's lives were being shaped by lies. I wasn't entering this fight to hurt Jessica. I was entering it because silence had already cost me too much. Now, it was time to speak, and let the truth do the cutting. That night, my phone lit up again. Rachel. For a moment, I wondered if she'd changed her mind, if fear had finally caught up with her. But when I answered, her voice was steady. We went over everything, the dates, the screenshots, the financial records. I told her what Thomas planned to file, how the timeline lined up like dominoes waiting to fall. She listened carefully, interrupting only to add her own memories. Nights Jessica claimed she was out with coworkers but had actually confided in Rachel about her trips. Finally, I asked the question that had been burning in my chest. Rachel, will you really testify? There was a pause. Then her voice came clear, firm. Yes. I'll swear it under oath if I have to. This has gone on too long. I leaned back, relief washing over me. For months, I'd fought shadows. Now, for the first time, I had a witness willing to step into the light. The next weekend, I pulled up to her driveway right on schedule. Emily came bounding out first, Daniel close behind, but this time Jessica followed them all the way to the car. Arms crossed, eyes sharp, she leaned against the doorframe instead of disappearing inside like usual. Where are you taking them? She asked casually, though her tone was anything but. I buckled Emily's seatbelt, keeping my voice even. The park. Maybe dinner after. She tilted her head, studying me like a hawk. Who else is going to be there? My jaw tightened, but I forced a polite smile. Just us. She didn't answer right away, just narrowed her eyes, lips pressed thin. For years, that look had made me second-guess myself. But now, standing there with the folder at home and Rachel's promise ringing in my ears, I wasn't rattled. For the first time, I realized Jessica was the one nervous, not me. That night, after the park, after ice cream smeared across Daniel's cheeks, we drove back to my apartment. As I unlocked the door, Emily tugged on my sleeve, her drawing still folded in her other hand. Daddy, she said softly, can we plant flowers here? By your window? So it doesn't look so empty. I froze for a second, the word empty hitting harder than I expected. She was right. My apartment looked more like a waiting room than a home. Bare walls, silence echoing through every corner. What kind of flowers? I asked. Her eyes lit up. Marigolds, they're happy flowers. They'll make this place smile. The next day we picked out a small pot of marigolds at the nursery. Bright orange and gold, stubborn little blooms. As we set them on the windowsill, Emily clapped her hands and whispered, "See, Daddy, now it's alive again." And for the first time, the apartment truly felt less empty. Every morning after that, Emily made sure the first thing we did was check on the marigolds. She'd tug me out of bed, her little hands clutching the watering can almost too big for her. "Don't forget, Daddy, they need us." We'd stand by the window together, watching the soil drink in the water, the petals catching the sunlight. It was such a small thing, just a pot of flowers on a sill, but it became our ritual, our proof that life could still grow in broken places. Daniel rolled his eyes at first, pretending he didn't care, but I caught him one morning leaning in close, inspecting the blooms before heading off to school. Even he couldn't resist their stubborn brightness. Those marigolds weren't just decoration, they were defiance. Against the silence, against the pain, against the control Jessica thought she still had. And every new blossom felt like a reminder. Hope had taken root in this home again. A week later, my phone buzzed while I was at work. It was Thomas. His voice carried the weight of something official, something final. "Michael, it's done. The motion's been filed. The court has set a date for the hearing." For a second, the world around me blurred. The hum of office chatter, the clicking of keyboards, all of it fading into a single thought. The fight was no longer hypothetical. It was real. I pressed the phone tighter to my ear. "When?" "3 weeks," he answered. "That's when everything changes." I hung up and sat back in my chair, heart pounding but steady. 3 weeks. That was the runway between who I had been, a man gutted by betrayal, and who I was about to become. No more silence, no more doubt. A judge would finally hear the truth, and for the first time, Jessica would have to answer for it. It didn't take long for the storm to hit. Late one night, long after the kids were asleep, my phone lit up with her name. A single message burned across the screen. "Are you seriously dragging this family back into court? After everything?" I stared at it, my thumb hovering. The old me would have fired back in anger, or worse, begged for peace. But now, with the folder on my desk, and Emily's marigolds blooming on the windowsill, I wasn't that man anymore. I typed back slowly, deliberately. "I'm doing what's best for the kids." 3 dots blinked, then disappeared. No reply came. I imagined her pacing, furious that her usual tactics, guilt, fear, control, weren't working. For the first time, the silence wasn't mine, it was hers. I set the phone down and exhaled. The battle lines were drawn, and this time, I wasn't the one retreating. The next drop-off was different. Jessica stood in the doorway, arms crossed tighter than usual, her jaw clenched. As the kids hurried inside, she leaned forward, lowering her voice so they wouldn't hear. "You're making a mistake, Michael," she hissed, her eyes like steel. "Dragging us back to court is only going to make things worse. For you. For everyone." For a moment, the weight of her words pressed against my chest, the way it used to. But then I pictured Emily's drawing taped to my fridge, Daniel's laugh on the swing, the marigolds blooming stubbornly in the window. And I found my center. I met her glare, my voice calm but firm. "I'm not doing this for me, Jessica. I'm doing this for the kids." Her face flickered, anger, then something closer to fear, before she turned back into the house without another word. The night before the hearing, I barely slept. My notebook and folder sat on the table like weapons laid out before a war. Every receipt, every screenshot, every note from Rachel was in order. By dawn, I showered, shaved, and put on my best suit. Not because I cared about appearances, but because I wanted to show my kids. When this day came, their father showed up ready. I slipped the folder into my briefcase and ran my hand over the zipper, the same way a soldier checks his gear before heading out. My reflection in the mirror wasn't the hollow man from months ago. Shoulders back, tie straight, eyes steady. Outside, the morning air bit cold, but it woke me up sharper. Every step toward the courthouse felt heavier, but not with fear, with purpose. Today wasn't about revenge. Today was about truth, and I was ready to lay it all bare. Walking into the courthouse that morning felt like stepping into another world. The smell of polished wood hit me first, sharp, clean, almost ceremonial. The echo of footsteps on marble floors carried too loudly, like every sound was magnified. My heart thudded in my chest, not out of fear, but because the air itself was tight as a wire, stretched to the breaking point. I clutched the briefcase in my hand, the folder inside like a living pulse. Rows of benches lined the room, their varnished surfaces gleaming under fluorescent lights. People whispered, shuffled papers, cleared throats, every little noise slicing through the silence. When I sat down at the long wooden table beside Thomas, I straightened my tie again, more from habit than nerves. Across the room, the door opened. Jessica walked in, heels clicking sharp against the floor, her purse gripped so tightly her knuckles went white. She didn't look at me, but she didn't have to. The war had officially begun. Jessica moved to her table with her attorney, chin lifted high, her posture rehearsed like she was walking a runway instead of into judgment. From across the room, anyone else might have thought she looked composed. Perfect hair, pressed blazer, that icy calm she wore like armor. But I noticed what the room didn't. The way her hand trembled as she dug through her purse, the quick glance she cast toward the judge's bench, then away again, the way she gripped a pen so tightly it might snap. She leaned in close to her attorney, whispering rapidly, nodding too fast. It was the same mask she'd worn for years, cool, untouchable, but now there were cracks. For once, she was the one holding her breath. I sat perfectly still, my folder resting on the table, and let the silence speak. She wanted me rattled, off balance. Instead, I met her performance with calm eyes, and she knew I'd come armed with more than anger this time. When the judge nodded for our side to begin, Thomas rose with the calm of a man who'd walked this battlefield many times. He adjusted his glasses, opened the folder, and began. Your Honor, what we present today is not speculation. It's a timeline, corroborated by financial records, communications, and eyewitness testimony. He laid out the first bank statements, dates circled in red, hotel charges in cities Jessica had no reason to be in, withdrawals timed perfectly with nights she'd claimed late work meetings. Then came the screenshots, text threads pulled from Rachel's phone, affectionate messages that left little room for doubt. Each exhibit landed like another hammer strike. I watched the judge's face, searching for any sign, but he stayed unreadable, pen moving quietly across his notepad. Jessica's lawyer shifted in his seat, already scribbling counter-arguments. While Jessica's knuckles whitened around that pen, she refused to let go. The evidence was on the table now, cold, undeniable, waiting for judgment. When Thomas sat down, the judge turned to the other side. Jessica's attorney rose quickly, voice smooth, almost theatrical. Your Honor, he began, we don't deny the timeline presented, but the context matters. This marriage was over long before these so-called records. What you're seeing isn't betrayal. It's the aftermath of a relationship already broken. My client merely moved on. He paced slowly, building momentum. Mr. Carter is clinging to bitterness. This isn't about the children. It's about punishment. He wants to drag a private matter into this courtroom to settle old wounds. My jaw clenched, but I kept silent, just as Thomas had warned me. I watched Jessica out of the corner of my eye. She nodded at each line as if rehearsed, but her hands still trembled against the table. I forced myself to breathe slow, steady. Let him talk. Let the spin run its course. Because when the truth stood beside me, no amount of theater could erase it. The clerk called her name, and Rachel rose from the bench, her steps steady despite the weight of what she carried. She placed her hand on the Bible, swore to tell the truth, and for a moment the entire courtroom seemed to hold its breath. I saw the affair unfold, she began, her voice clear. I stayed quiet out of loyalty, but I can't anymore. Jessica lied to both of us. She looked directly at the judge, then at me. She bragged about how Michael would never fight back, and she used the children to manipulate him, limiting visits, weaponizing custody agreements. My chest tightened as Rachel recounted nights, trips, even conversations I'd never known about. Every word landed like a blade, carving through the lies Jessica's lawyer had spun minutes earlier. Across the room, Jessica shifted violently in her seat, whispering sharply to her attorney. But Rachel didn't waver. For once the truth was spoken out loud, under oath, where no one could bury it. As Rachel spoke, the courtroom seemed to shrink, every word echoing louder than the last. Jessica finally lifted her eyes from the table and looked straight at her sister. It wasn't anger anymore. It was desperation. Her lips trembled as if silently begging, "Stop." But Rachel didn't stop. She sat taller, her voice unwavering. I watched Jessica lie. I watched her use the kids like pawns. I watched her manipulate Michael until he doubted his own sanity. She swallowed, then added, "I can't carry that silence anymore." Jessica's face paled, her mask of control slipping for everyone to see. She glanced toward the judge, then back to Rachel, her eyes wide, pleading. But her sister never looked away. For the first time in this entire ordeal, Jessica wasn't the one dictating the terms. The truth had cornered her, stripped of charm and excuses, and the courtroom could see it, clear as day. When Rachel finished, the silence in the courtroom was heavy enough to press on my chest. Judge Anderson leaned back in his chair, glasses low on his nose, his pen moving across the page in deliberate strokes. He hadn't interrupted once during her testimony, just listened, eyes narrowing only when the details cut sharp. Finally, he cleared his throat. "Thank you. The court has heard enough for today." His voice was steady, neutral, giving nothing away. Jessica's attorney leaned forward, almost desperate. "Your Honor, surely," but Anderson raised a hand. "I will review the evidence, the testimony, and issue a ruling in due course. Court is adjourned." The gavel cracked like a gunshot. Just like that, it was over. Or at least this round was. I sat there for a moment, gripping the edge of the table, my pulse pounding. No victory yet, no closure, just waiting. But for the first time, waiting didn't feel powerless. It felt like standing on the edge of something about to break. The heavy doors of the courthouse swung open, and sunlight poured over the steps like a spotlight. I had barely taken 2 breaths of free air when Jessica's heels clicked fast behind me. She caught up, her face twisted tight, voice low but sharp enough to cut. "You had no right to drag my sister into this," she hissed, her eyes burning into mine. I turned slowly, meeting her glare without flinching. For years, that fire had made me back down, second-guess myself. But not today. Not after hearing Rachel's voice ring through that courtroom. "You had no right," I said evenly, "to lie to me for years and use our children as leverage. This isn't about you anymore, Jessica. It's about them." Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. For the first time, she had no script, no control. She spun away, storming down the steps. And I just stood there, steady, unshaken. Jessica froze halfway down the steps, spinning back toward me, eyes blazing. I could see the words bubbling up in her throat, ready to strike again. But before she could speak, I stepped forward, my voice low, deliberate. "You're furious that Rachel told the truth. Fine. Be mad at me all you want. But hear this, Jessica." I let the pause hang, watching her jaw tighten. "You don't have the right to turn our children into weapons. Not against me. Not against anyone." Her face twisted, torn between rage and something closer to fear. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. For once, she didn't control the conversation. For once, she had no ground to stand on. I turned away, refusing to give her another second of my energy. The fight wasn't in the stairwell, it was in the ruling to come, and I finally believed the truth would win. As Jessica stormed off, the air finally loosened around me. I hadn't even noticed Rachel waiting at the bottom of the steps until she stepped forward, her shoulders rising and falling with a long breath. For the first time in weeks, she looked lighter, as if a weight had slid off her chest. She touched my arm gently, her eyes steady on mine. "You did the right thing, Michael," she said softly. "For the kids. For yourself." I searched her face, half expecting regret, second thoughts. But there was none, only a quiet resolve. She wasn't just defending me in there, she was freeing herself too. I nodded, the words catching in my throat. "We're not finished," I said. "But I'm grateful you finally spoke." Rachel gave a small, tired smile. Sometimes telling the truth is the only way forward. For the first time that day, I felt the sun on my face and believed her. That afternoon, I picked up Emily and Daniel and drove straight to the little ice cream shop on Main Street. The place hadn't changed since I was a kid. Checkered floors, neon sign buzzing faintly, the smell of sugar thick in the air. Emily pressed her face to the glass, debating between chocolate or strawberry, while Daniel went straight for mint chip, like always. Watching them argue over sprinkles and cones, I felt something unclench in my chest. For once, they weren't caught in the middle of tension. They were just kids. We sat at a booth, the sunlight pouring through the window, sticky fingers and laughter filling the space. I leaned in, looking at both of them. "Things might change soon," I said gently. "But I promise you this, we're going to build something better, together." Emily grinned, chocolate smudged on her cheek. Daniel nodded, mouth full of ice cream. And in their eyes, I saw the future I was fighting for. The nights after court felt different. I still sat at the kitchen table with my notebook open, pen in hand, but the words that spilled out weren't the same. Before, every page had been stained with anger, questions, and the ache of silence. Now, the ink carried something new. I wrote about Emily's marigolds blooming brighter each morning, about Daniel's laughter echoing through the park, about the look on Rachel's face when she finally spoke the truth. For the first time, my journal wasn't a ledger of betrayal. It was a record of hope. The apartment felt less empty when their shoes were by the door, less cold when drawings cluttered the fridge. Even the silence seemed different, not hollow, but peaceful, like a pause before music starts again. I knew the judge's ruling was still days away, but as I closed the notebook each night, I realized something. No matter the outcome, I had already begun to rebuild. The call came on a Thursday afternoon, right in the middle of a workday. My phone buzzed across the desk, Thomas Reed's name flashing on the screen. My chest tightened as I stepped out into the hallway, pressing the phone to my ear. "Michael," he said, his voice steady, measured. "We got the ruling." My stomach dropped. I braced against the wall. "Tell me." A pause. Then, "Joint custody, 50-50. You'll have equal time, extended breaks, and alternating weeks in the summer." For a moment I couldn't speak. The words blurred together, and the hallway spun. Then it hit me. After months of silence, doubt, and fighting shadows, I'd finally won back half of my children's lives. "We did it," I whispered, my throat raw. Thomas's voice softened. "No, Michael. You did it. You refused to stay silent." I closed my eyes, letting the relief wash over me like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. That weekend, when Emily and Daniel climbed into the back seat, I could barely keep the smile off my face. I waited until we were halfway down the road before I said it. "Guess what, guys? The judge said you'll be spending half your time with me now." Daniel's eyes widened, his mouth already forming a grin. "Does that mean I can bring my bike to your place? For real?" I laughed, the sound catching in my throat. "For real. We'll clear a spot in the hallway just for it." Emily didn't say anything at first. She just leaned across the seat, wrapping her arms around me as best she could while I drove. Her voice was muffled against my shoulder. "I'm so happy, Daddy." In that moment, I realized the ruling wasn't just paperwork. It was freedom. It was laughter, bike rides, and hugs that felt like home again. The next exchange felt different before it even began. Jessica stood at the doorway with the kids' backpacks, her face composed but drained. No sharp remarks, no cutting tone, just a quiet resignation. She handed me Daniel's bag, then Emily's, her eyes meeting mine for a brief moment. "Mong an hai long," she said flatly. No venom, no theatrics, just a brittle attempt at dignity. I took a breath, steadying my voice. "I'm not happy, Jessica," I answered evenly. "But I am proud. Proud of fighting for them, proud of not staying silent." Something flickered across her face, confusion, maybe even shame, but she turned back into the house without another word. As I buckled Emily into the car, she reached for my hand and smiled. Daniel was already asking about bike rides, and in that moment, I knew the real victory wasn't in proving Jessica wrong. It was in proving to my kids that they mattered enough to fight for. I stood at the window that night, the marigolds glowing faintly in the streetlight, my kids' laughter still echoing in the apartment. For months, I had lived in silence, convinced it was safer to endure than to fight. But silence doesn't protect, it imprisons. Looking back, I realized I hadn't chosen revenge. I hadn't chosen to destroy Jessica, even when I could have. I chose something harder, something heavier. I chose the truth. I chose to be a father my children could be proud of. And if you're listening to this, wondering if you're too tired, too broken to stand, remember this. Silence only lasts until the day you decide to break it. I'm Michael Carter, and this is my story. Now I want to hear yours. Drop your story in the comments below. Because the fight for truth, for dignity, for family, it isn't mine alone. It belongs to all of us. The kitchen, late at night. The clock ticks, each beat pounding like a countdown in my chest. I plug the USB into the laptop, the screen flares to life, revealing what I've buried for weeks. The door creaks open. Lisa steps in, hair damp with sweat from the gym, a water bottle in her hand as if this were just another ordinary night. But nothing feels ordinary to me anymore. I pull out a chair, my voice rough but steady. Sit down. Watch this. The cold blue light spills across her face as the footage plays. Lisa, hand in hand with Tyler, walking into a hotel. Her breath catches, fingers whitening as they crush the bottle in her grip. I don't scream. I don't curse. I just hold her gaze. Because I know if she admits it, this marriage ends instantly. But if she denies it, then I'm the one who loses everything. Morning light spilled through the blinds, soft and steady, the way it had for 20 years. My life had always been built on order. I woke at 6, brewed the same black coffee, checked the same financial reports before work. Our home was predictable, comfortable, almost like clockwork. Ethan grumbled his way down the stairs, Grace hummed while buttering her toast, and Lisa moved about the kitchen in her robe, hair tied loosely, laughing at my old recycled jokes. It was the rhythm of an American household that I thought would never falter. We ate dinners together, planned vacations we rarely took, saved for college, and played our roles like a script we all agreed to follow. I used to take pride in that, believing that routine was the secret to stability, to marriage, to fatherhood. But routines can crack. They don't shatter all at once. They slip, one habit at a time, until you wake up and realize the woman across the table isn't laughing anymore. Everything began to change the day Lisa found the gym. She stood in the living room one Saturday morning, her eyes alive with a fire I hadn't seen in years. In her hands was a glossy brochure for some fitness transformation program. Pictures of sculpted bodies, smiling testimonials, promises of a new you in 90 days. She spoke fast, words tumbling over each other about strength, energy, confidence, and how she wanted to feel like herself again. I listened, half proud, half surprised. Lisa had always been steady, content with family photos on the mantle and weekend barbecues in the backyard. Now she was talking about targets, routines, and personal trainers. She spread the pamphlet out on the coffee table, her finger tracing the cost of the package. It wasn't cheap. I told her it didn't matter. If this made her happy, if it gave her back the spark she felt she'd lost, then I was in. 20 years of marriage had taught me that sometimes you invest not in what you need, but in what your partner thinks will make them whole. At that moment, I believed this was just another phase. The backyard used to be a place for family barbecues, birthday balloons tied to the fence, the kids racing across the patchy lawn while Lisa and I clinked glasses on the porch. Now it had turned into her stage. She propped her phone against a tripod, adjusted the angle, and dropped to the ground for push-ups, narrating each rep with a bright, unfamiliar energy. Her voice wasn't for us anymore. It was for the little red light blinking on her screen. I stood at the kitchen window, watching through the glass. Grace appeared beside me, silent at first, hugging the pillow she carried everywhere. She leaned close and whispered, almost ashamed to say it out loud, "Mom talks to her phone more than she talks to us." The words hit harder than I expected. I swallowed, forcing a smile, telling her Mom was just excited about her progress. But inside, I felt something buckle. The family we had built was still there in walls and photographs, yet a piece of it was already slipping into a world of followers and strangers' praise. One evening I opened, almost defiant. Boxes from online orders still sat on the floor, tissue paper spilling out like discarded skins. I traced my hand over the empty hangers where her old clothes used to be, the outfits I associated with birthdays, anniversaries, the life we'd shared. It felt as though she had packed away not just fabric, but a version of herself I could no longer reach. That night, when she walked past me on her way out, a new scent lingered in the air, sharp, confident, foreign. It wasn't the perfume she'd worn for 2 decades. It was something bolder, and it stayed with me long after the door closed behind her. Dinner used to be our anchor. No matter how busy work got, no matter what the kids had going on, we sat down together. The table was where we traded stories, laughed at my tired jokes, and reminded each other that we were a family. Lately, the chairs stayed empty. Lisa always had a reason: training late, meeting with partners, prepping for some event I'd never heard of until that day. I told Ethan and Grace to eat without her, that she'd join us next time. But next time never came. Ethan started slipping out after meals, muttering something about friends or basketball practice. Grace pushed her food around her plate, earbuds tucked in, retreating into music instead of conversation. The clatter of silverware echoed too loud against the silence. I tried to fill the void with talk about school, weekend plans, anything to keep the air alive, but the words floated unanswered. One night I looked around and realized we weren't gathered anymore. We were just 3 people occupying the same house, each of us behind our own closed door. I went into the garage one Saturday, meaning only to grab the jumper cables. Lisa's car was parked at an angle, the trunk half open like she'd left in a hurry. Out of habit, I closed it properly, and that's when I saw it, a small suitcase tucked neatly against the side. Not the kind you use for groceries or gym shoes, but the kind you pack when you don't know how long you'll be gone. I lifted it halfway, felt the weight of folded clothes inside. A toiletry bag peeked from the corner, the zipper half undone, a toothbrush and travel-sized perfume rolling loose. My stomach tightened. She hadn't mentioned any overnight trips. No work conferences, no girls' weekends, nothing that explained why her car was ready for an absence. I told myself maybe it was for one of those fitness events she kept attending. Maybe she just wanted to be prepared. I closed the trunk gently, as though the suitcase might explode if I slammed it. Walking back into the house, I carried the lie with me. She must be going to an event. I sat on the porch that night, the glow from my phone lighting my face more than the porch lamp above me. The house was quiet, too quiet. Lisa hadn't come home yet, and the kids had retreated to their rooms. I opened my messages and scrolled through until I landed on Carol's name. She had been our friend for years, close enough to be family, the kind of person you trusted when you couldn't trust yourself. I typed slowly, hesitating between words. Do you think Lisa's been different? Seconds stretched before the typing dots appeared. Carol's reply came fast, almost like she'd been waiting for me to ask. This isn't normal anymore, Daniel. The words stung because I'd known it too. I just hadn't wanted to see it written down, undeniable on a glowing screen. I asked her what I was supposed to do. She didn't offer comfort, not this time. Instead, she sent one more message, short and sharp, a name I hadn't thought about in years. Talk to Frank. Frank Dawson lived 2 doors down, in the same brick house he'd owned since the 80s. I remembered him as the neighbor who mowed his lawn with military precision and waved stiffly from his porch. What most people didn't know, what Carol reminded me of, was that Frank had spent decades as a private investigator before retiring. When I knocked on his door, he answered in a worn flannel shirt, his eyes sharp despite the years. He listened as I stumbled through the story. Lisa's new life, the suitcase, the hours that didn't add up. He didn't interrupt, didn't soften the edges. When I finally ran out of words, he leaned back in his chair, hands folded, and asked me the one question I had been avoiding. Do you really want to know the truth, Daniel? Even if it breaks you? The room felt smaller, the air heavier. I thought of Ethan and Grace upstairs in their rooms, waiting for a version of their mother that might not exist anymore. My throat tightened, but I nodded. Yes, I wanted to know. Frank's study smelled of old books and black coffee. The desk was cluttered with file folders, a magnifying glass, and a laptop that looked far newer than the rest of the room. He motioned for me to sit as he opened the computer. Most people don't realize how much their phone keeps track of, he said, typing with surprising speed. If her iCloud is synced, we'll see where she really goes. My pulse hammered as I gave him the login. Within seconds, a map bloomed on the screen, blue dots trailing Lisa's movements, timestamp after timestamp. At first, it looked harmless. The routes matched her story: the gym downtown, the grocery store, the school pickup. But Frank zoomed in, filtered by date, and the pattern shifted. Several mornings she claimed to be training at the fitness center, yet the GPS showed her car parked across town. Afternoons that should have ended at yoga class ended instead at an address I didn't recognize. Frank sat back, his face grim. "That's not the gym," he said quietly. My stomach clenched. Nothing lined up anymore. Frank enlarged the map until the streets of Dallas spread wide across the screen. The blue dots pulsed like warnings, clustering in two locations that stood out against the rest. One was a residential tower in Uptown, far from any gym Lisa had ever mentioned. The other was a hotel parking lot just off the freeway. He overlaid the timestamps with the schedule Lisa had given me, her so-called heavy training sessions. The match was undeniable. The morning she swore she was at the gym pushing through new routines, the map showed her phone idling in that same high-rise. On the day she told me she was staying late for special classes, the signal sat parked outside the hotel for hours. Frank didn't look at me right away. He just scrolled, letting the evidence pile up in silence. I felt a sick rhythm form in my chest, every ping on that map like a nail driven deeper. She hadn't just lied once. She had built a whole new life on top of mine, down to the minute. Carol called me over one evening, her face lit by the glow of her phone. "I set up a burner account," she said, scrolling through Instagram. Lisa accepted the follow request. I leaned closer. On Lisa's page, every post was polished. Workout clips, filtered selfies, motivational captions about transformation and discipline. Hundreds of likes, comments dripping with admiration. But Carol wasn't showing me the public feed. She tapped into the private stories, the ones meant only for her close friends. That's where I saw it. A name that kept appearing in the comments and tags. Tyler Brooks. His replies weren't just professional tips. They carried a tone too personal, too familiar. Lisa's responses were even worse. Playful, flirty, the kind of words she hadn't used with me in years. Then Carol pulled up an archived live stream. Lisa had been doing squats, sweat shining under the lights. She paused mid-set to laugh at something in the chat. "My guide," she called him, smiling in a way I hadn't seen directed at me in a long, long time. Back in Frank's study, the glow of his laptop washed across stacks of old case files. He typed with the ease of a man who had spent decades digging into other people's secrets. Within minutes, he pulled up a property record for the Uptown address that had appeared so many times on Lisa's location history. "There it is," he muttered, turning the screen toward me. The name stared back. Tyler Brooks. My chest tightened. The trainer from her Instagram, the man she called her guide, wasn't just some passing connection. He lived there, at the very spot her phone kept returning to. Frank tapped through the details. The building wasn't zoned for commercial use. No fitness studio, no training facility, nothing but residential apartments. Whatever Lisa was doing there, it wasn't exercise. I gripped the edge of the desk, my knuckles whitening. For weeks I'd told myself she was just caught up in a new lifestyle, in vanity, in chasing attention. But now the pieces were locking into place, pointing to a truth I didn't want to see spelled out. Frank slid a thumb drive into his computer and pulled up grainy security footage from a parking lot camera near the hotel. The image was distant but clear enough to erase doubt. There she was, Lisa, stepping out of her car in workout clothes, her hair pulled back, eyes scanning the lot before she walked quickly toward the entrance. I leaned forward, unable to blink. The timestamp glowed in the corner. 9:12 a.m. That was the morning she'd told me she had an extended session at the gym. Frank skipped ahead. Hours passed in seconds on the screen. Then, at 12:47 p.m., the door opened again. Lisa emerged, the same bag slung over her shoulder, her pace slower now, almost casual. She disappeared into her car and drove away as if nothing had happened. Frank didn't narrate, didn't need to. The dates and times stamped on the footage spoke louder than any accusation. Each glowing number hammered into me like a verdict, each frame another nail sealing the coffin of denial I'd built for myself. The house was quiet, the kind of silence that doesn't comfort but suffocates. I sat at my desk, the glow of Lisa's laptop screen casting long shadows across the walls. Frank had shown me how to dig deeper, old drafts, unsent posts hidden in her account. My hand trembled on the mouse as I opened the folder. There it was, a draft she'd never published. The words felt like they were carved directly into me. I'm still married, but I only feel free when I'm with him. I read the sentence again and again, hoping the letters would rearrange themselves into something less cruel, something I could pretend away. But they didn't change. They stared back at me, sharp and merciless, each word stripping another layer off the life I thought I knew. For 20 years, I believed freedom was what we gave each other. Trust, space, room to breathe. But in her eyes, freedom was escape. Freedom was him. And the moment I read it, my chest hollowed out. My heart felt like nothing but an empty shell. I stood frozen on the staircase, the draft still burning in my head like a confession carved in stone. The banister pressed hard against my palm, grounding me as my chest fought for air. The house felt hollow, every sound amplified. The hum of the refrigerator, the creak of old wood beneath my feet. Grace appeared at the top of the stairs, clutching the pillow she always carried when she felt unsettled. She didn't say anything at first, just looked down at me with those wide, searching eyes, eyes that still believed I could make sense of the world for her. As she passed by, her small voice cut through the silence. "Dad, are you okay?" I tried to answer, but the words stuck. My mouth moved, but all I managed was a nod, a weak attempt at reassurance I didn't believe myself. She lingered for a moment, as if she knew more than she should at her age, then disappeared into her room. The pillow stayed pressed against her chest, the same way I pressed the railing against mine. The afternoon bell rang, and the schoolyard filled with the shuffle of sneakers and the shouts of kids breaking free. I parked by the curb, watching Ethan weave through the crowd, his backpack slung over one shoulder. Normally, he would slide into the passenger seat with some story about practice, a joke from his friends, anything to fill the silence. That day, he opened the door and buckled in without a word. His eyes stayed fixed on the window, tracing the lines of the baseball field as we pulled away. I asked about his day, and he just shrugged. I mentioned dinner, and he shook his head. The quiet between us felt heavier than the traffic pressing against the windshield. Finally, at a red light, he spoke. His voice was low, almost hesitant, as if he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. "Dad, is something going on at home?" I gripped the steering wheel tighter, the leather creaking beneath my hands. My son was old enough to see the cracks. I just wasn't ready to name them out loud. The next morning, I laced up my old running shoes, the pair gathering dust in the closet, and headed to the park. The air was cool, sharp against my lungs as I pushed myself onto the trail. I hadn't run in months, maybe years, but I needed the rhythm, the pounding of my feet against the path, the steadiness of breath in and out. It was the only way I knew to quiet the storm inside my chest. Each lap around the park peeled away another layer of denial. With every stride, I replayed the images. Lisa walking into the hotel, the words on that unsent post, the perfume that didn't belong to me. Sweat ran down my face, but it couldn't wash away the truth pressing heavier with each step. By the time I slowed near the fountain, I wasn't calmer. I was clearer. Love wasn't enough to blind me anymore. My kids deserved a father who knew, not one who hid. If Lisa had built a secret life, I was going to uncover every brick of it. I decided then I would gather every piece of evidence. The printer hummed in the corner, spitting out sheets one after another, grainy stills from the parking lot, screenshots of GPS maps, copies of the drafts I wished I'd never read. I spread them across the kitchen table, each page like a shard of glass I couldn't stop touching. Under the yellow glow of the overhead light, the evidence didn't just prove betrayal. It transformed my home into a crime scene, and I was both detective and victim. I took photos with my phone, organizing everything into folders, then saved them all onto a small silver USB. The drive felt heavier than it should, as if the weight of 20 years of marriage could fit inside something no bigger than my thumb. The clock ticked past 9, then 10. The house was still except for the printer's cooling fan and the faint creak of Ethan and Grace moving upstairs. I sat at the table, staring at the pile I had built, the USB lying in the center like a loaded gun. All I could do now was wait for Lisa to walk through the door. The front door creaked, and the night air slipped into the house with her. Lisa's voice carried ahead of her footsteps, bright and practiced, as if she'd just stepped off a stage. She swung a tote bag over her shoulder, plastic gift bags dangling from her hands, trinkets and freebies from what she called a fitness conference. Her heels clicked across the hardwood as she spoke into her phone, laughing too loudly at some joke I couldn't hear. The kids stirred upstairs, doors opening a crack before shutting again, the way children do when they don't want to be pulled into something heavy. I sat in the kitchen, motionless, my arms folded on the table. The USB rested beside my elbow, waiting. The house smelled faintly of her new perfume, sharp and floral, cutting through the warmth of cooked vegetables I'd made hours earlier but left untouched. She walked past the doorway, still talking, still smiling. I finally spoke her name, just her name, firm enough to cut through her call and drop it dead in the air. She stepped into the kitchen, still holding the phone like she wasn't sure whether to hang up or pretend the conversation mattered more than the silence between us. I pointed to the chair across from me. For a moment she hesitated, then sat, her smile fading as she noticed the papers scattered across the table. Without a word, I slid the laptop forward and pressed play. The grainy footage filled the screen. Lisa stepping out of her car, looking around before walking toward the hotel entrance. Her figure was unmistakable, even in low resolution. The timestamp glowed in the corner, exact down to the minute she had told me she was at the gym. Her chest rose and fell, shallow and uneven. She reached for the gift bag on her lap as if rummaging could erase the image. Then her voice cut through, sharp and defensive. "You had no right to dig into my life. You're invading my privacy." I kept my eyes on her, the cold light of the video reflecting off both our faces. Privacy, that's what she called it. Her words still hung in the air, privacy, like it was some shield she could hide behind. I didn't answer. Instead, I clicked open the next folder. The GPS logs lit up the screen, pins scattered across Dallas, each one stamped with dates and times. "You said you were training downtown," I said quietly, my finger tracing the map. "But your phone was parked here, and here. Always the same places. Not the gym. Not once." Her lips parted, searching for an excuse, but I didn't give her room. Another click, and the drafts appeared. Words she had written with her own hands. Words never meant for me to see. "I only feel free when I'm with him." I pushed the laptop closer. Her eyes darted across the lines, then back to me, panic flickering beneath the anger. She opened her mouth again, but I cut her off. "You call this privacy," I said, my voice steady. "I call it betrayal." For the first time in months, she had nothing rehearsed to say, just silence, and the glow of her lies staring back at her. She pushed back from the table, the chair legs screeching across the floor, and stormed into the living room. I followed, carrying the laptop like a weapon I didn't want but couldn't put down. Lisa's shoulders shook as she dropped onto the couch, her hands covering her face. The sound of her crying filled the room, but it wasn't the cry of remorse. It was sharp, angry, like a child caught red-handed. Tears streaked her cheeks as she lowered her hands, glaring at me through swollen eyes. "You've been watching me, spying on me like some prison guard," she snapped. Her voice cracked, but her words cut with precision. "This isn't about me, Daniel. It never was. You don't want a partner. You want a submissive wife who cooks, cleans, smiles on command." I stood there, the glow of the paused video still flickering on the laptop screen. For years I had defended her, covered for her, believed her stories. Now she sat in front of me, turning her betrayal into my crime. And for the first time I felt the anger settle into something sharper. Clarity. Her words echoed in the room, accusing, twisting everything upside down. I set the laptop on the coffee table and sat across from her, leaning forward, my hands clasped so tightly my knuckles turned white. "I don't want obedience," I said, my voice low but steady. "I don't want some scripted version of marriage you think I've demanded. I want the truth. That's all I've ever wanted." She looked away, her breath hitching, mascara smudged at the corners of her eyes. "The truth?" she repeated, almost scoffing. "The truth is, I feel alive with him. With you, I feel invisible." The words should have broken me. Instead, they sharpened something inside. I stood, pointing to the suitcase she'd left half-packed in the corner weeks ago. "Then you've already made your choice. If that's your life, take it. But you leave tonight. Not tomorrow, not after another excuse. Tonight." Her head jerked up, eyes wide, searching for hesitation in my face. There was none. I had already crossed the line from doubt into decision. She disappeared down the hallway, her footsteps hard against the floorboards, and I followed at a distance. In the bedroom, she yanked the closet doors open, pulling the suitcase free from where it had been waiting all along. Clothes tumbled as she stuffed them inside without folding, every movement sharp, furious. "I'll come back for the rest later," she muttered, snapping the zipper closed. Her voice carried no softness, no regret, just the flat practicality of someone planning her next move. I stood in the doorway, my hand braced against the frame, watching the woman I'd shared half my life with pack like a stranger. "If you do," I said evenly, "you'll give me notice. I won't have Ethan or Grace watch you walk out again. They don't deserve that." She froze for a moment, the suitcase handle clenched in her grip. Then she lifted it without answering, her eyes avoiding mine. The wheels rattled across the floor, each roll sounding like the final punctuation on 20 years we had built together. The suitcase rattled across the hardwood, down the hall, and then the front door opened with a low groan. For a heartbeat she stood there, back turned, shoulders stiff, before stepping out into the night. The latch caught, and the heavy thud of the door closing reverberated through the house like a final verdict. The deadbolt clicked into place on its own, the sound stretching longer in my ears than it should have. Silence settled in, thicker than before. No perfume lingering, no voice calling from the hallway, just the empty rhythm of a home missing one of its walls. I stood there for a moment, staring at the door, my chest heavy but my face strangely calm. Then I turned and walked to the base of the stairs. My voice carried upward, steadier than I expected. "Ethan, Grace, come downstairs." The house shifted. Doors creaked open above me. Footsteps hesitated on the steps, 2 sets of them, uncertain, cautious. They had heard enough through walls and whispers. Now it was time they heard the rest from me. We sat together on the sofa, the 3 of us, the air between us heavy with questions they were too afraid to ask. Ethan leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring at the carpet. Grace curled against the armrest, her pillow clutched tight, eyes already glistening before I said a word. I took a breath, steadying myself. "Your mom and we're not the same anymore," I began. My voice didn't shake, but I felt the weight of every syllable. "She's made choices that don't belong in a marriage. I can't pretend for you, and I won't lie to protect anyone's image. You deserve the truth." Ethan didn't move, his jaw set, eyes fixed on some invisible point on the floor. Grace let out a soft sob, burying her face into the pillow. I wanted to hold them both, to tell them everything would be okay, but that wasn't mine to promise anymore. "We'll still be a family," I said quietly. "Just a different one." And in that moment, the silence between us said more than any comfort I could offer. That night I lay in bed alone for the first time in 20 years. The mattress felt bigger than it ever had, the sheets colder, the shadows deeper. The room was the same dresser, same photos on the wall, same faint hum from the streetlight outside. But without her breathing beside me, it felt like a cavern. I stared at the ceiling, counting the faint cracks in the paint, each one a reminder of the fractures now running through my life. The silence pressed down hard, not the comforting quiet of rest, but the suffocating stillness of absence. Every creak in the house sounded louder, every gust of wind through the window sharper. For weeks I had fought the thought, tried to bury it beneath excuses and blind hope. But there, in that bed stripped of her presence, I could no longer deny it. The ache inside me finally shaped itself into something I could name. It wasn't suspicion anymore. It wasn't confusion. It was betrayal. Full, undeniable, and mine to carry. The next morning, I sat at the kitchen table with a pad of paper and a pen, the same way I used to plan budgets and work projects. Only this time, I was drafting a different kind of plan, a map for survival. Across the top, I wrote the days of the week. Underneath, I started filling the boxes with the things Lisa used to handle, the things we'd once shared. Breakfast prep, school drop-offs, chores, errands. It wasn't elegant, just black ink on white paper, but it gave me something solid to hold on to. Ethan would handle the trash on Tuesdays and Saturdays. Grace would set the table and help with laundry. I added my own notes, morning runs, grocery trips, family dinners at 7. I taped the schedule to the fridge and called them over. They studied it, uncertain at first, then nodded slowly. Grace traced her finger over her name. Ethan gave a small shrug, but I saw the relief in his eyes. "This is us now," I said. "We'll manage. We don't need anyone else to keep this house standing. We can do it ourselves." The kitchen smelled of onions and garlic sizzling in the pan, a smell I hadn't noticed in weeks. I was chopping carrots when Grace patted in, hair still messy from sleep, pillow marks on her cheek. Normally she would grab a cereal bar and vanish upstairs, but this morning she lingered. Without a word, she opened the fridge, pulled out a bundle of green beans, and set them on the counter. "Can I help?" she asked, her voice small but steady. I handed her a knife, watching carefully as she mimicked my movements. Her hands were clumsy at first, slices uneven, but her focus was fierce. We stood side by side, the rhythm of blade against cutting board filling the silence that had once been broken by Lisa's voice. When Grace looked up, a tiny smile tugged at her lips. For the first time since everything cracked open, there was no distance, no avoidance, just us, shoulder to shoulder, making a meal together. The kitchen felt different in that moment, warmer. A single beat of family life had returned, fragile but real. The late afternoon sun stretched long shadows across the cracked pavement of the school's basketball court. Ethan stayed behind after practice, dribbling the ball alone while his teammates packed up and left. I leaned against the chain-link fence, watching him move, quick, focused, every bounce echoing in the empty lot. He didn't look my way, but I knew he saw me. He pushed harder, driving to the hoop, missing once, then again, until sweat darkened the collar of his shirt. I could see the frustration in the way he slammed the ball to the ground, the way he tried to shake something off that had nothing to do with basketball. I didn't shout instructions. I didn't tell him to pack it up. I just stayed, arms folded, steady as the fence behind me. When he finally sank a shot, he turned, breathless, his eyes flicking to mine. I nodded, simple and sure. "I'm here, son." The words weren't loud, but they carried across the court. For the first time in days, his shoulders eased. I hadn't been to that little cafe downtown in years, the one with scratched wooden tables and the smell of burnt espresso lingering in the air. An old colleague had called me up out of the blue, insisting we catch up over lunch. I almost said no, habit maybe, or the guilt of stepping outside the shell my life had become. But something in me said yes. We sat by the window, and he talked about projects, mutual friends, the years that had slipped past us. I listened, nodding, laughing at stories I'd forgotten, realizing how much of myself I'd buried beneath Lisa's routines and demands. When the check came, he clapped me on the shoulder and said, "It's good to see you again, Dan. You look lighter." Walking back to my car, coffee cup still warm in my hand, the words stuck with me. Lighter. Not because life was easier, it wasn't, but because for the first time in a long while, I wasn't orbiting someone else's gravity. I'd been living in Lisa's shadow for years, and only now did I see the weight of it. Carol's place smelled faintly of cinnamon, the same way it always had when Lisa and I visited for holidays. But this time, Lisa wasn't beside me. Carol led me into her study, where a neat stack of papers and a flash drive sat waiting on the desk. "I saved everything," she said softly, sliding the folder across to me. Inside were screenshots, message logs, photos, copies of the evidence Frank and I had already uncovered, preserved in case anything disappeared. Each page felt heavier than the last, as if proof had its own gravity. I looked at her, unsure what to say. She'd been Lisa's friend as much as mine, maybe more, yet here she was handing me the pieces of a life unraveling. Carol's eyes held steady on mine. "You'll need this," she said. "Maybe for court, maybe just for yourself. Either way, don't throw it away." I nodded, tucking the folder under my arm, realizing the truth wasn't just something to face, it was something to keep, to hold on to, whether I wanted to or not. From the outside, her new apartment gleamed with glass and polished steel, a modern box perched high above the city. Inside, though, it was colder than any home we had built together. The camera of memory I can't turn off shows her sitting at the dining table with Tyler, plates of untouched food between them, both of them bent over their phones. Notifications chimed like background music, every buzz pulling her attention further away from the room she was in. Lisa laughed at something on her screen, the sound hollow, forced. Tyler didn't look up, didn't even acknowledge her. He scrolled, answered a text, smirked at a message she couldn't see. The glow of their devices lit their faces more than the candles she had set out, trying to make the place feel like a home. Later, when the night stretched thin, Tyler grabbed his jacket, muttered something vague about plans, and walked out. The door clicked shut behind him. Lisa sat in silence, staring at the plates, the cold food, and the empty chair across from her. I can picture it even though I wasn't there. Lisa in Tyler's apartment, the glow of his phone left carelessly on the counter. She reached for it, maybe out of suspicion, maybe out of desperation to feel secure. The screen lit up, and there it was, a string of messages from women whose names she didn't know. Photos, words stripped of subtlety, promises typed in the dark. They weren't clients, they were replacements waiting their turn. Her breath must have caught the same way mine had when I first saw the footage. She scrolled faster, her pulse racing as the truth unfolded line by line. When Tyler walked back into the room, she confronted him, the phone trembling in her hand. He didn't flinch. He didn't apologize. He just shrugged, his voice flat, careless. "I never promised you fidelity." The words gutted her. What she had called freedom, what she had chosen over 20 years of family, was nothing more than convenience to him. Lisa left Tyler's apartment within weeks, dragging her suitcase once more, only this time there was no one waiting on the other side. She signed a short lease on a cramped studio across town, a place with peeling paint and a view of nothing but brick walls. Her glossy posts still showed smiling selfies, motivational quotes, and clean meal preps, but behind the camera the studio echoed with emptiness. The brand partnerships she had boasted about began to slip away one by one. Emails went unanswered, contracts dissolved quietly. New fitness influencers appeared on the scene every day, younger, shinier, more consistent. Her content started to blur together. Same poses, same captions, same strained enthusiasm. The likes dwindled, comments slowed. Followers drifted off as if they had smelled the truth through the screen. What once felt like momentum now looked like desperation. I didn't need to see it firsthand. Word trickled back, fragments from Carol, whispers from mutual friends. The empire Lisa left us for wasn't collapsing in flames. It was rotting slowly, post by post, while she sat alone in that small room. Nights grew long in her studio. I imagined Lisa sitting cross-legged on the bed, the glow of her phone the only light in the room. She opened a message window to Grace, typed a line, erased it. Tried again with Ethan, deleted it. Over and over, the words came and vanished. Apologies that sounded rehearsed, promises that rang hollow, confessions she didn't have the courage to send. Finally, she switched to video. Her face filled the frame, older somehow, the confidence stripped away. Her voice cracked as she spoke. "I've made mistakes. I was selfish. I don't expect you to forgive me right away, but I want to see you. I want to try again." The file appeared in my inbox first, attached to a short note asking me to share it with the kids. I sat at the kitchen table staring at the thumbnail, her frozen mid-blink, caught between the person she once was and the stranger she had become. My finger hovered over the play button, the weight of a father's choice pressing down on me. I called them into the living room, the three of us sitting in a line on the couch. The television stayed dark. Instead, I balanced my phone in my hand, the screen glowing small and unsteady. "This came from your mom," I said. My voice was careful, measured. Grace leaned closer immediately, clutching her pillow tight. Ethan stayed back, arms crossed, his face unreadable. I pressed play. Lisa's face filled the screen, her words spilling out in fragments. Apologies, explanations, pleas for another chance. She said she loved them. She said she'd lost her way. She said she wanted to try to rebuild. Grace's tears fell silently, her pillow damp before the video even ended. Ethan didn't move, didn't blink, his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle twitch. When it finished, he simply stood and handed the phone back without a word. Grace shook her head, whispering, "I can't," before retreating upstairs. I sat alone for a long moment, the phone heavy in my hand. Whatever Lisa wanted, they weren't ready to give. Not yet. The park was nearly empty at dawn, just a few dog walkers and the echo of my footsteps against the path. The air was cold enough to sting, each breath burning my lungs, but the rhythm steadied me. Step after step, lap after lap, my body found a pattern my mind had lost. I ran past the fountain, the benches where couples sometimes sat, the trees stripped bare by the season. Every corner carried a memory, Picnics we'd had as a family, soccer games with Ethan, Grace chasing fireflies. Those memories didn't hurt anymore. They anchored me. Proof that something real had existed before the lies. The wind whipped across my face, and for the first time I didn't feel crushed by the weight of it all. I wasn't running from pain. I was running with it, learning its shape, letting it settle without controlling me. Forgiveness wasn't about erasing what she'd done. It was about refusing to let it own me. I could forgive in time, but I would never forget. The old SUV sat in the driveway like a relic of another life. Mud-stained floor mats from road trips, fast food wrappers the kids had left in the back, a faint trace of Lisa's perfume lingering in the upholstery. It had been the family car, the one we piled into for vacations we barely took, the one that carried us to birthdays, graduations, and 1,000 errands in between. But every time I slid behind the wheel, it felt like driving through ghosts. So I listed it for sale, met a young couple who needed the space for their first baby, and handed over the keys without ceremony. Watching them drive away, I felt lighter, as if I'd shed more than just metal and wheels. In its place, I bought a smaller car, practical, fuel-efficient, nothing flashy. Just enough for me, Ethan, and Grace. When I parked it in the garage, the space felt new again, stripped of memories that no longer served us. It wasn't just a car. It was a step, a tangible sign that our life was no longer tied to hers. The new car hummed steadily as we headed down the highway, the horizon stretching wide and open before us. Ethan sat in the passenger seat with his earbuds in, staring out at the endless fields. Grace was in the back, sketching something in her notebook, her lips moving quietly to the rhythm of a song only she could hear. For a long time, none of us spoke. The tires beat a soft rhythm against the asphalt, mile markers flashing by like silent witnesses. I glanced at them in the rearview mirror, my son withdrawn, my daughter trying to distract herself, and I felt both the loss and the strength of what remained. When we stopped for gas, Grace leaned forward and asked, "Dad, is this still family?" Her voice was fragile, as if she was testing the ground before stepping onto it. I put a hand on her shoulder, looked at both of them, and said simply, "Yes, we're a family. It just looks different now. Some days it'll feel right, some days it won't." And in that moment, the silence in the car softened. The smell of roasted chicken and fresh cornbread filled my parents' kitchen, a scent that carried me straight back to childhood. The table was set with mismatched plates, the kind that had survived decades of family meals. My mother moved briskly between stove and counter, humming under her breath, while my father poured iced tea into tall glasses. Ethan and Grace sat across from me, quieter than usual at first, but the warmth of that old kitchen had a way of breaking down walls. My father teased Grace about the way she picked peas out of her plate, and she laughed in spite of herself. Then my mother asked Ethan about school, and for the first time in weeks, he answered more than one word at a time. Soon, stories started rolling, about classes, about basketball, about a prank one of his friends pulled. His voice grew animated, his hands moving as he talked, and I just sat there, soaking it in. The food was simple, nothing fancy, but the laughter that echoed around that table was richer than any feast. The road back stretched quiet under the fading light, the car filled with the low hum of tires against pavement. Grace had fallen asleep in the back seat, her head resting against the window, her notebook still open on her lap. Ethan sat beside me, earbuds dangling around his neck, staring at the horizon where the sun dipped into the fields. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then, out of nowhere, his voice cut through the steady drone of the engine. "You know, Dad, I used to think our family was perfect." I gripped the wheel tighter, waiting for the sting, but it never came. I glanced at him, his profile outlined against the dusky sky, and shook my head. "We weren't perfect, Ethan. We just worked hard to keep everything standing." He frowned, thinking it over, and I added, "But now we're something better. We're honest, and that's worth more than perfect ever was." He nodded slowly, turning back to the horizon, and for the first time in weeks, I saw his shoulders relax. Later that week, Grace called me into her room. The walls were covered with sketches and Polaroids, her world of color and tape and doodles. She sat cross-legged on the floor, a small scrapbook balanced on her knees. Without saying much, she held it out to me. The cover was decorated with stickers, the edges rough with glue. I opened it carefully, and inside were pages filled with pieces of our life, family photos from birthdays, little notes I'd scribbled for her lunchbox, even movie tickets taped beside her handwriting. Best night ever. On one page, she'd copied down the corny phrases I always repeated at dinner, the ones she used to roll her eyes at. Each turn of the page tightened my throat. It wasn't just a scrapbook. It was proof that she'd been collecting fragments of us all along, even while the house was unraveling. On the last page, in bold letters traced with care, she had written, "Thank you for being real, Dad." I closed the book gently, fighting the tears I didn't want her to see. The law office smelled faintly of leather and paper, the kind of place where people came to redraw the lines of their lives. I sat across from a man in a dark suit, his desk stacked with files that weren't mine but felt familiar. Marriages gone wrong, families divided. I laid it all out. 20 years together, 2 kids, a house still under mortgage, accounts half in her name and half in mine. I asked about separation, about divorce, about custody. I wanted to know what the courts would see, what my children would face, what I should prepare for. The lawyer listened, tapping his pen against a yellow legal pad. When I finished, he leaned back and spoke with the calm of someone who'd said the same words 100 times. "You can file tomorrow if you want," he said. "You have enough. But my advice? Go slow. Make sure the kids come first. Paperwork can wait. Their stability can't." I nodded, the weight of his words settling deeper than any statute. This wasn't just about ending a marriage. It was about protecting Ethan and Grace from being collateral damage. The sun was sinking low, painting the court in long shadows. Ethan and I stood at the free throw line, the ball heavy in my hands. I bounced it once, twice, then passed it to him. He caught it clean, set his feet, and shot. The ball hit the rim, rolled, and dropped through. He didn't smile. We played in silence for a while, the steady rhythm of dribbling and shooting filling the air where words used to be. Finally, he stopped, holding the ball against his hip. His eyes flicked up to mine, guarded but searching. "Dad," he said quietly, "are you mad at Mom?" The question hung in the air heavier than any ball. I walked closer, resting my hands on my knees to meet his gaze. "I'm mad at the lies," I told him. "At the way she hid things, broke trust. But mad at her? No. People make choices. Bad ones. It's the dishonesty I can't forgive, not the person." He nodded slowly, then dribbled once and took another shot. This time, when it swished clean through the net, he let himself smile. The supermarket on a Saturday morning was buzzing, carts squeaking, announcements crackling over the intercom, kids begging for candy down every aisle. Grace walked beside me, a list in her hand, determined to act like my second in command. We paused in front of the cereal shelves, an entire wall of color and sugar staring back at us. She pointed to a bright box with marshmallows. "This one," she declared. I shook my head, reaching for the plain oats. "Too much sugar. You'll be bouncing off the walls." Her eyes narrowed, playful but firm. "Then at least get almond milk. Regular milk is gross." We went back and forth, stacking arguments like lawyers presenting a case. Health benefits, taste tests, who actually had to pour it in the morning. Other shoppers passed, smiling at the scene, but for us, it was more than a debate. It was laughter in the middle of an aisle, the sound of something ordinary stitching itself back into our days. In the end, we compromised. 1 box of oats, 1 of marshmallows, and yes, almond milk. The house was quiet, the kind of silence that comes only after both kids are asleep and the day has finally given up its fight. I sat at the kitchen table with my laptop open, the glow of the screen washing over a stack of unpaid bills and school permission slips. Her name lit up my inbox. My pulse quickened before I even clicked. The message was short, clipped, written like a business memo. She wanted to see Ethan and Grace, she said, just to give them gifts. No explanation, no apology, just the promise of boxes wrapped in shiny paper, as if toys or gadgets could patch over the fracture she had carved into them. I read it twice, then a third time, waiting for something more. Nothing came. So I began to type. My reply was slower, deliberate. You can see them, but only when you're ready to tell them the truth, not before. I hit send and leaned back, the weight of the decision settling in. Gifts meant nothing without honesty. I imagine her sitting in that cramped studio, the blinds half closed against the city lights, phone propped up on a stack of books. This time, her face on the screen looked different when the video reached me. Less polished, less rehearsed. She didn't try to sell an image. She didn't lean on excuses. Her voice was low, raw, the words halting. She admitted she had hurt us, admitted she had chased something that wasn't real. She said she missed the kids, not in the broad strokes of a mother playing for sympathy, but in the small details. Ethan's quiet jokes, Grace's habit of humming when she drew. When she said Grace's name, her voice broke. Tears welled, then spilled, and she didn't bother to stop the camera. For once, she didn't hide behind performance. I watched the whole thing in silence, the phone heavy in my hands. This wasn't the woman who stormed out with a suitcase. It was someone cracked open, stripped bare by her own choices. Whether that mattered anymore, I wasn't sure. We gathered in the living room again, the same spot where so many heavy truths had already been laid bare. I held my phone out, asked them both to sit. Grace curled up on one end of the sofa, pillow clutched to her chest. Ethan slouched at the other, arms crossed, jaw tight. I pressed play. Lisa's face appeared, tired, stripped of polish. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and when she said Grace's name, the tears came. Grace didn't look away. She watched every second, eyes glassy but unblinking. Ethan lasted barely a minute before he pushed off the sofa and muttered, "I don't need this." He walked down the hall, his bedroom door closing hard enough to shake the frame. The video ended, silence filling the space between me and Grace. She wiped her cheek with the back of her hand, then whispered, "What do we do, Dad?" I set the phone down and pulled her close. "We don't rush it," I told her. "No one has to forgive right away. We'll take it one step at a time." The trailhead was only a half-hour's drive from home, but stepping onto it felt like crossing into another world. The morning air was crisp, pine needles soft under our shoes, the sound of birds replacing the constant hum of city traffic. Ethan carried a backpack with water bottles. Grace clutched her camera, already snapping pictures of every twisted branch and wildflower she saw. We walked in rhythm, sometimes talking, sometimes quiet, the kind of silence that didn't feel heavy anymore. At the overlook, the valley stretched out beneath us, sunlight breaking through the clouds in golden streaks. Grace set the camera on a rock, the timer blinking red. "Come on," she said, tugging Ethan and me together. We stood awkwardly at first, then leaned in as the shutter clicked. The photo captured the three of us, messy hair, tired smiles, no perfection, no pretense. Just us. Later, when I looked at the picture on Grace's screen, I realized it was the first family photo without Lisa, and somehow it didn't feel empty. It felt like a beginning. Sunday morning, the community center buzzed with familiar faces, neighbors, old friends, people who had known us as the Hayes family for years. Grace tugged at my sleeve. Ethan lingered near the bulletin board, pretending not to notice the curious glances. A woman from down the street approached, her smile polite but her eyes sharp with questions. "Daniel, we've missed seeing Lisa. Is everything all right?" For a split second, I felt the weight of truth pressing at my lips, the urge to spill everything, to show them the photos, the videos, the evidence that had torn us apart. But I didn't. I forced a steady smile, nodded once, and said, "We're managing. The kids are doing well." It wasn't a lie, not exactly. It was the only part of the story that mattered in that moment. As we left, Ethan nudged me. "You didn't tell them." "No," I said, holding the door for Grace. "Not everything needs to be told. Sometimes dignity means carrying the story yourself." And for the first time, I believed it. The diner smelled of coffee and fried bacon, the kind of place where time seemed to pause somewhere around 1975. I slid into a booth across from Frank, his worn leather jacket creaking as he leaned back, eyes sharp even in retirement. He stirred his coffee slowly, then looked at me over the rim of the cup. "The truth sets a man free," he said, "but it's dignity that keeps him standing once the dust settles. Don't forget that, Daniel. Don't let anger write your story." I nodded, letting the words sink in. He'd lived a life of chasing lies, digging into people's darkest corners. If anyone knew what truth could do to a man, it was Frank. The waitress came by with a pot of coffee, and I ordered a slice of apple pie for both of us. Frank smirked. "Pie at 10 in the morning?" "On me," I said, managing a smile. "It's the least I can do." For the first time in a long while, the sweetness didn't feel like a mask. It felt like a small reward for surviving. Lisa had parked half a block away, waiting, hoping Tyler's text meant he'd be alone. Instead, she saw him first, arms slung casually around another woman, younger, laughing too loudly at something he whispered. They crossed the lot without noticing her, his hand guiding the small of the woman's back the same way it once had guided hers. Lisa froze in the shadows, her breath catching. For a moment she thought he might turn, might recognize her car, might explain. But he didn't look back. He walked her straight through the doors of the same hotel Lisa once slipped into, the same secret corridors now being recycled for someone else. Her phone buzzed in her hand, a notification she couldn't even read. She pressed the screen dark and shoved it into her bag. This was the moment she understood. Not partner, not love, not even priority. She had been a role to fill, and now she'd been replaced. So she pulled her jacket tighter and walked home under the streetlights, each step echoing with that realization. I had just locked up for the night when my phone buzzed. Her name lit the screen. The message was short, almost hesitant. "I want to take the kids to dinner. No cameras, no posts, just dinner." For a long moment I stared at the words, torn between the hope that she meant it and the memory of every time she hadn't. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I could have said yes, let her swoop in with takeout bags and shallow smiles, but that wouldn't heal anything. It would only confuse Ethan and Grace more. So I typed carefully, each word measured. "You can see them. But first, you sit down and tell them the truth. No more stories, no distractions, just honesty." I hit send and slid the phone into my pocket. The porch light buzzed overhead, casting my shadow across the driveway. For the first time, I didn't feel like I was chasing her choices. I was setting the terms, not out of spite, but out of protection. The booth smelled of coffee and fried onions, the kind of place where families gathered after church. Ethan and Grace slid in beside me, stiff-backed, their eyes darting toward the door every time it opened. Then Lisa arrived, shoulders hunched, hair pulled into a loose knot. She sat opposite us, her hands trembling as she wrapped them around the laminated menu she didn't read. For a moment, no one spoke. The clatter of dishes and the hum of conversation from other tables felt like a wall between us. Finally, she lifted her eyes to the kids. Her voice was raw, stripped of performance. "I need to say this once," she whispered. "I betrayed your father. I betrayed our family. I made choices I can't take back." Grace's lip trembled. Ethan's jaw locked tight. The silence that followed pressed down harder than any shouting ever could. Lisa didn't rush to explain, didn't plead for sympathy. For once, she let the truth sit there, heavy and undeniable. No excuses, just the words they deserved to hear. We walked out of the diner together, the late evening air colder than it should have been. The neon sign buzzed behind us, casting a flickering glow over the cars. Ethan shoved his hands deep into his pockets, shoulders tight, his eyes fixed on the ground. At the car, he finally spoke, just 4 words, clipped and heavy. "I need some time." Then he opened the back door and slid inside, shutting it firmly without looking back. Grace lingered. She stood in front of Lisa, clutching her pillow like a shield she hadn't brought inside. For a heartbeat, she hesitated, then leaned forward and wrapped her arms around her mother. It wasn't tight, wasn't long, just a brief contact, enough to say, "I hear you," but not enough to heal what was broken. When she pulled away, her eyes were wet, confusion written all over her face. Lisa reached for her again, but Grace shook her head softly and stepped toward me. The ride home was quiet, every one of us tangled in feelings too complicated to untie in one night. The coals hissed as I laid the meat across the grill, the scent of smoke and seasoning rising into the cooling evening air. Ethan sat on the steps, tossing a baseball from hand to hand. Grace was at the picnic table, doodling in her notebook, humming softly the way she always did when she felt safe. I glanced at the other chair by the table, the one Lisa used to claim during every barbecue, beer in hand, laughing too loud at my corny jokes. It sat empty now, catching the last rays of the sun. For a long moment, I don't move the chair. The wind lifts the napkin and drops it into the empty seat. For a second, it looks like a hand waving, and then it's just fabric again. The table was set simply. Pasta, salad, garlic bread still steaming. Ethan twirled noodles with a fork while Grace poured herself water, the ice clinking against the glass. I leaned back, watching them, feeling the hum of an ordinary evening return piece by piece. Trying to lighten the mood, I told one of my famously bad jokes, the kind Lisa used to roll her eyes at. For a moment, there was silence. Ethan staring at me deadpan, Grace blinking like she wasn't sure if she should laugh. Ethan let out the smallest breath that almost sounded like a laugh, then stared at his plate again. Grace smiled, but it faded when her eyes flicked to the empty chair. The room wasn't full of laughter, just the clink of forks and the truth sitting with us like a fourth-place setting. I looked at them both, my chest tightening not with grief this time but with gratitude. For the first time since it all began, I didn't reach for an answer. We ate in the kind of quiet you learn to live with. Not perfect, not easy, but finally in the right direction. The city slid past my windshield, rows of glowing windows blurring into streaks of yellow and white. Each one hid its own story. Families laughing, couples fighting, someone sitting alone in silence. For a long time I thought my story had ended the night Lisa walked out. But endings and beginnings share the same door. Forgiveness doesn't demand an immediate answer. It doesn't erase what was done. It waits, patient, until peace takes root inside you. I don't ask if she'll change. I don't ask if I will. The light turns green. I don't move right away. Cars stack up behind me, and for a beat, I just watch the signal blink, like a promise I'm not ready to make. The steak was untouched, the wine half full. She hadn't looked at me in 20 minutes. Claire, my wife of 18 years, laughed at a message, while I sat there holding the handmade necklace she'd never wear. And that was the moment I realized. The woman I loved had already left the marriage. All that was left now was the reckoning. In 3 days, at the town's biggest party of the year, every secret she's been hiding will hit the screen. She made her choice. Now it's my turn. The restaurant buzzed with conversation, silverware clinking against porcelain, but across from me, silence. Claire's face glowed in the dim candlelight, not from romance but from the screen she refused to put down. Her manicured fingers danced over the glass like a pianist lost in her favorite song. Every few seconds her phone buzzed again, pulling her further away from me, from us. I cut into my steak, the knife scraping loud against the plate. Once that sound used to make her flinch and laugh at my clumsy habits. Tonight, she didn't even blink. I watched her eyes, green, sharp, alive, only when they were locked on someone else's words. The same eyes that once lit up the moment I walked into a room. I cleared my throat, voice tight. "It's our anniversary, Claire. Can you put the phone down for 5 minutes?" She sighed, still scrolling, and I realized I was competing with a ghost I couldn't see. For a second, I let my eyes drift past the woman across from me and back into memory. I remembered Claire when she was 22, stealing fries off my plate and laughing like she'd never get full. She used to tug my arm across crowded diners, telling me I was the only person who made her feel safe. Back then, her laughter wasn't hidden inside a glowing screen. It was mine. Now that same woman sat polished in a designer dress, her smile reserved for someone else's words. The girl I fell in love with, wild hair, bare feet, a heart so open, had been replaced by this stranger who barely noticed I existed. I gripped the cherry wood pendant inside my pocket, the gift carved from hours of work, a reminder of who we once were. For a flicker of a moment, I almost convinced myself she might look up, might remember us. But the phone buzzed again, and so did the truth. The steak bled into a pool of cold juice, the lobster across from me untouched, its shell glistening under the candlelight like a corpse on display. Around us, laughter rose and fell, forks clinking, glasses toasting, normal people celebrating normal lives. At our table, the silence was heavier than stone. I pushed my knife down harder than I meant to, the blade screeching against porcelain. That sound used to make Claire wince, teasing me for being careless. Tonight, she didn't even twitch. I forced a smile, gesturing toward her plate. Your lobster's getting cold. $58 for decoration seems a little steep, even for you. Her jaw tightened. Her eyes flicked up, just for a heartbeat, then dropped back to her phone. The heat from the food was gone, but the heat inside my chest kept rising, pressing against my ribs. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the woman I no longer recognized. And then she smiled again. I slipped my hand into the inside pocket of my jacket, feeling the small box I'd carried all night. My heart pounded like I was 20 again, about to ask her out for the first time. Maybe the right gift, would spark something. I slid the box across the table. I made this for you. Her eyes lingered on it like it might explode. Jack, we agreed. No gifts this year. You agreed, I whispered. I just couldn't help myself. With the caution of someone defusing a bomb, she unwrapped the paper. Inside was the pendant, cherry wood polished smooth, our initials carved into the grain, suspended on a thin gold chain I'd saved months to afford. For just a breath, her face softened. I saw the woman who once treasured the smallest handmade things more than diamonds. Then her phone buzzed. The moment shattered. She smiled at the screen, not at me. She held the pendant up to the light, its grain catching a warm glow from the candle. For a flicker of a second, I swore I saw something, nostalgia, maybe even love, soften her eyes. Then, just as quickly, it was gone. She set the box back down like filing away an old receipt. It's beautiful, Jack. Thank you. The words were flat, rehearsed, already forgotten. You're not going to wear it? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Of course I will, she said, forcing a smile. Just not tonight. It doesn't really go with this dress. I glanced at the sleek black gown hugging her shoulders, the kind of fabric that cost more than a month of my paychecks. Everything about her screamed polished, expensive, untouchable. The pendant, carved from my hands and heart, suddenly looked cheap against her. I nodded, swallowing the burn in my throat. Right. Wouldn't want to clash with your image. Her eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Her green eyes lifted for just a moment, locking on mine. Once, those eyes were the reason I believed in love at first sight. They used to light up when I walked into a room, when I told a stupid joke, when life was simple and we didn't need money or status to feel alive. Now those same eyes looked through me, as if I were a stranger who had overstayed his welcome. No warmth, no recognition, just the polite disinterest you'd give a waiter refilling your water glass. I tipped my wine glass back, letting the burn coat my throat, swallowing the words I wanted to scream. When did you stop loving me? When did I become invisible? Instead, I just watched her fingers tap against the table, restless, already planning her next escape. The restaurant buzzed with laughter, but at our table, the silence grew sharp enough to cut. And I knew. I was losing her minute by minute. Around us, the restaurant pulsed with warmth. Couples leaning close, laughter spilling over glasses, servers bustling with practiced smiles. Music hummed softly in the background, a soundtrack to joy I no longer felt. And there we sat. A table of memories turned brittle, coated in silence. Claire's phone buzzed again, and she glanced down without a flicker of acknowledgement. Her lips curved into a smile for someone unseen, while my words dissolved into the air between us. I looked at the untouched lobster, the wine half full, the candlelight flickering over a dinner meant to celebrate years of love. Everything was alive around us, yet at our table, the air had thickened into a vacuum. The disparity hit me like a physical force, joy and intimacy everywhere, except for us. I pressed my hands against the table, feeling the grain of the polished wood, and realized the truth. We were already ghosts in our own marriage. Claire's phone buzzed again, sharp against the quiet clink of cutlery. She glanced at it, lips twitching in a brief smirk, and without a word, rose from her chair. I need to take this, she said, voice casual, almost rehearsed. I watched her walk toward the restaurant's entrance, phone pressed to her ear, the hem of her designer dress swaying with each step. The air seemed to tighten around me, the candlelight flickering across her back like a spotlight on someone else's life. Through the window, I saw her pacing, gesturing with one hand while the other clutched the phone. Her laugh reached the street, light, unguarded, full of warmth that hadn't been mine for months. I sat frozen, holding the pendant in my palm, a token of devotion already discarded. And in that moment, it hit me. She wasn't just distracted. She was already gone. I watched her silhouette through the window, phone pressed to her ear, laughing in a way I hadn't heard in years. That smile, radiant, effortless, alive, wasn't for me. It landed like a punch to my chest, twisting something deep inside me. The woman I had loved, who once greeted me with eyes that sparkled at the mere sound of my voice, now reserved that sparkle for someone else's words. Every memory flashed in my mind. Our first date, stolen kisses in the rain, late-night talks that made the world disappear. And now, all of it felt distant, like a story someone else was telling. I clenched the cherrywood pendant in my hand, feeling the grain press into my palm. My heart ached with the weight of betrayal, yet a cold clarity settled over me. She had chosen, and I understood, in that instant, that the reckoning had already begun, just not for her. I leaned back in my chair, the restaurant fading around me, and replayed the last several months in my mind. Nights spent alone while Claire stayed late at the office. Birthdays and anniversaries passed with polite texts instead of laughter. Conversations that used to flow freely had been replaced with clipped answers, distracted nods, and the constant hum of her phone. I remembered the dinners I cooked, the little surprises I planned, and the countless attempts to reconnect, each met with indifference or irritation. Every small gesture, every ounce of effort, seemed to dissolve into the void between us. It wasn't just a bad night, it was a slow erosion, a silent retreat she had been orchestrating without me noticing. I held the cherrywood pendant tighter, feeling the hours I spent carving it, each curve a testament to what we had once been. And I realized with a bitter certainty, this wasn't just neglect. She had already left, emotionally, long before tonight. I cleared my throat, voice tight, trying to bridge the invisible gap between us. Claire, can you put the phone down for 5 minutes? Tonight's our anniversary. She barely looked up, fingers still tapping against the glass. Jack, you don't understand my work, she said, voice clipped. The Henderson project is falling apart, and it's Saturday night. Success doesn't keep business hours. Her words hit me like a cold wind, dismissing not just my request, but me entirely. I opened my mouth to argue, to remind her that some things, our marriage, our life, were supposed to matter more than deadlines and clients. But she wasn't listening. I leaned back, studying her face, the same face I had loved for 18 years, now a mask of professionalism and detachment. The room hummed around us, laughter, music, the clatter of cutlery. And there we were, two people sharing a table, yet worlds apart. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitter realization. She had already checked out. I sat there, hands wrapped around the wine glass, feeling the burn slide down my throat. For months, I had built everything with my own hands, our house, our memories, the life I thought we shared. And yet, in Claire's eyes, it wasn't enough. I'm just a contractor, she seemed to say with every dismissive glance. A man who works with wood and nails, covered in sawdust, while she navigates a world of designer dresses, high-end clients, and meticulous perfection. I wasn't sophisticated enough, successful enough, or polished enough to hold her attention. The pendant in my pocket felt heavy, not from the gold or the cherrywood, but from the weight of all those unspoken judgments. I wondered how long it had been since she truly saw me, not as a provider or a handworker, but as the man she once loved. And then I realized, with a bitter clarity, it didn't matter. She had already moved on. I placed the pendant back in its box, staring at it as if it could somehow bridge the chasm between us. Every curve, every carved initial, was a testament to my patience, my effort, my love. I had spent hours shaping it, polishing it, imagining the smile it would bring to her face. But here she was, draped in silk and sequins, a world away, scrolling through a phone that connected her to a life I could never touch. My gift, a piece of my heart, sat powerless against the allure of her designer reality, against the distractions that had replaced me. I could almost see the pendant shrinking in importance in her eyes, dwarfed by the chandeliers, the polished floors, the perfect wine glasses, the subtle perfume of a life I had built but could not claim. And in that moment, the truth hit me harder than any knife. Love alone could not compete with her ambition, her distance, her indifference. I glanced past Claire, toward the empty chair where Emily should have been sitting beside us. My daughter, my little girl who once clung to my arm at birthdays and school recitals, now sat elsewhere, absorbed in her own world, or perhaps hers had become a mirror of her mother's distance. I checked my phone. A text from Emily. 3 words that hurt more than silence. Don't wait up. No emoji, no heart, just distance. She used to beg to come to our anniversary dinners. Dessert first, then jokes. Now she ghosted me like a stranger. Somewhere along the way, she learned that love in this house was something you watched from the sidelines. Her green eyes, once lively and trusting, barely registered my presence. A small sigh escaped me. I felt the weight of 18 years pressing down. All those nights spent reading stories, fixing scraped knees, teaching her how to ride a bike. It all felt erased in a heartbeat. I held the pendant tighter, a symbol of a family that no longer existed. Every laugh she shared with her mother was now a reminder that I was already absent from their lives, emotionally invisible despite physically being there. The room's chatter and clatter continued, oblivious to the decay at our table. I realized painfully that our marriage wasn't the only casualty tonight. Our daughter had already learned to stand on the sidelines of her own family. Claire rose again, phone in hand, her voice soft but purposeful. "I'll be right back," she said, already walking toward the entrance. The swish of her dress as she moved was a cruel reminder of how far she had drifted from me. I stayed seated, staring at the pendant lying untouched on the table, my fingers tracing the carved initials as if they could anchor her back to me. Around me, the restaurant thrummed with life, laughter, clinking glasses, the hum of conversation. But at our table, a heavy silence had taken root, suffocating in its intensity. I sipped my wine, letting the burn calm my chest, yet the ache didn't fade. Every passing second reminded me that I was alone, not just at the table, but in a marriage that had long ceased to include me. Through the window I could see Claire pacing, animated and alive, smiling at someone else's words. And in that moment, I felt the full weight of betrayal. The waiter approached cautiously, tray in hand, pausing as his eyes flicked toward me. I caught the subtle tilt of his head, the tiny furrow in his brow, the universal expression of pity reserved for someone who had already lost. I forced a smile, one that didn't reach my eyes, and nodded politely. The gesture felt hollow, a performance for someone who had no idea the storm raging inside me. Around the restaurant, couples clinked glasses and whispered sweet nothings, oblivious to the unraveling life at the table in the corner. My wine glass felt heavier with every passing second, the untouched steak mocking me. I gripped the cherrywood pendant again, the smooth wood now a painful reminder of love unreciprocated, effort unseen, and devotion wasted. The pity in the waiter's gaze wasn't just for a man ignored by his wife. It was for a life quietly disintegrating under the weight of betrayal. I realized then, everyone could see it, except Claire. I pushed back from the table, the chair scraping softly against the floor. The pendant still lay in its box, untouched, a small monument to a love that no longer existed. I picked up the check, slid 2 20s across the polished wood, and left the rest behind. It wasn't generosity. It wasn't surrender. It was acknowledgement that nothing I had to give, no gift, no gesture, no effort, would reach her anymore. The restaurant buzzed around me, full of warmth and laughter, but I walked through the doors into a cool September night, the sounds fading behind me. Through the window I could see her, Claire, leaning against the lamppost, phone pressed to her ear, animated and radiant, as if the life we had built together had never existed. I gritted my teeth, feeling a quiet fire settle in my chest. She had made her choice, and now the reckoning would begin. Outside, the night air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of autumn leaves and city lights. Claire stood beneath the lamppost, her phone pressed to her ear, laughing freely, completely unaware of me watching from the street. That smile, so full and unguarded, wasn't for me. Not for the years we had shared, not for the dinners we had cooked together, not for the late nights I had stayed awake worrying about her. It belonged to someone else. I gritted my teeth, fists clenched in my pockets, the pendant heavy in my jacket where I had stashed it. Every laugh, every tilt of her head, every light in her eyes that I used to know as mine, stolen. A bitter clarity settled over me like ice water. This wasn't just distance. This wasn't just neglect. She had already left me. And in that moment, I realized it was my turn. I stepped closer, the cool night brushing against my face, heart hammering with a mix of anger and disbelief. "Who's on the line, Claire?" I asked, voice low but sharp, cutting through the hum of distant traffic. She froze for a moment, fingers tightening around the phone, then tilted her head slightly, avoiding my gaze. "It's just work," she said, the words clipped, evasive, fragile. I could see through her. Every gesture, every pause, every forced smile betrayed her. That laugh, that warmth I had once thought belonged to me. It wasn't. The pendant burned in my pocket, a weight of unspoken effort and devotion. I clenched my fists, realizing that no matter what I said, no matter what I offered, I was already competing with a presence I couldn't reach. Her eyes flicked toward mine for a heartbeat, then returned to the phone, bright and alive. And in that instant, the truth crystallized. She had chosen someone else. I drove the short distance home in silence, the city lights blurring past the windshield. The streets were quiet, but inside me, a storm raged. Anger, betrayal, disbelief, all tangled together in a tight, suffocating knot. The familiar creak of the front door greeted me, but the house felt foreign. Every shadow seemed heavier, every corner more distant than I remembered. Furniture I had chosen, walls I had painted, memories I had built. They all felt like props in a story I no longer belonged to. Emily's music drifted faintly from her room upstairs, a reminder that even my daughter had become a spectator rather than a participant in our family. I placed the pendant on the counter, untouched, and exhaled slowly. The silence was absolute, almost physical, pressing against my chest like a weight. And in that stillness, I knew one thing for certain. The life I thought I had was over. Claire's voice broke the silence as she entered the kitchen, holding a glass of wine. "Jack, we've changed," she said softly, her eyes avoiding mine. I leaned against the counter, arms crossed, tasting the words before I could respond. Changed? Yes. But not in the way she meant. Our marriage hadn't merely changed, it had eroded, piece by piece, under her distance, under her distractions, under the life she had chosen outside of us. I remembered the dinners we'd shared, the late-night talks, the small rituals that once made a house a home. Now they felt like ghosts, fading echoes of a life that had slipped through my fingers. Her eyes flicked toward the pendant on the counter, then quickly away. I need space, Jack," she added, the words clipped, rehearsed, almost businesslike. And in that moment, I realized the full weight of it. She wasn't asking for understanding. She was announcing her departure. 18 years, I said, my voice shaking, louder than I meant it to be. 18 years, Claire. You think we can just change, like flipping a switch? You think I can watch everything we built vanish without a fight? She set her glass down, eyes cold, distant. Jack, I'm not saying it lightly. We're not the same people anymore. We want different things. I stepped closer, desperate to find the woman I once knew. Different things? We wanted the same thing when we stood at that altar. We wanted the same thing when Emily was born. We wanted the same thing when I built this house with my own hands. Don't tell me it's all gone. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw hesitation in her face, a flicker of doubt. But it disappeared just as quickly. Her silence was sharper than any word she could have spoken. And in that silence, I realized I was the only one still fighting. I stared at her across the kitchen, waiting for anything, an apology, a plea, even a lie. Instead, she took a long breath and looked me straight in the eye. There's someone else. The words hit harder than a punch. My throat went dry. Say that again. Her chin lifted, defiant now, as if daring me to break. I didn't plan it, Jack. It just happened. His name is Daniel. He understands me. He listens. I stared at her. Daniel? The name tasted wrong. Claire didn't have a Daniel at the firm. No Daniel in her circle. A decoy. Her eyes flickered. Barely. But I caught it. The tiny tell she'd never trained out. One more time, I said, calmer than I felt. Who is he really? Daniel. a name, a flesh and blood replacement for 18 years of my life. I laughed, but it wasn't joy. It was jagged, bitter. So that's it? Months of late nights, phone calls, lies, all for him? She didn't deny it, didn't flinch. Something inside me cracked then, but it wasn't weakness. It was steel, hard and cold, settling deep in my chest. Claire had made her choice, and now, so would I. I stepped closer, my pulse hammering in my ears.
What's his name?
Claire looked away, fingers tightening around the stem of her wine glass. Claire, look at me. Say his name. Her lips parted, trembling for the first time all night. Then, barely above a whisper, Ryan Carter. The name carved itself into me like a blade. Ryan Carter. A man I knew. Everyone in town knew him. Slick real estate golden boy, the kind who shakes your hand while checking the time on his Rolex. I repeated it, slow, letting the syllables turn to ash in my mouth. Ryan Carter. Claire swallowed hard. It's not what you think. It wasn't supposed to happen. Not what I think, I cut her off. You've been smiling at his texts while I sat across the table begging for scraps of your attention. Don't tell me it's not what I think. She flinched, and for the first time, I saw guilt. The shock rattled through me like a collapsing beam. Ryan Carter. Of course. The name wasn't just familiar. It was everywhere. His face plastered on bus benches, billboards, and every for sale sign in town. The real estate prodigy. 32, maybe. A polished suit, a perfect smile, and a reputation as the golden boy who could sell ice in a snowstorm. And now, my wife's secret. I let out a bitter laugh. So that's who it is. The community's favorite son. The one shaking hands at ribbon cuttings while I'm covered in drywall dust. The man who sells dreams while I'm breaking my back building them. Claire winced. Jack, please. No wonder you light up at his calls. He's everything I'm not. Younger, flashier, dripping with money and charm. The whole damn town knows his face. And now, my voice cracked, but I forced it steady. Now they'll know what he's been doing behind mine. I steadied myself against the kitchen counter, my voice low but sharp. How long, Claire? She froze, wine glass hovering halfway to her lips. Don't lie to me. How long? Her shoulders sagged, the fight slipping out of her. She set the glass down with a soft clink. 6 months. The number detonated inside me. Half a year. Half a year of dinners ruined by late meetings, of laughter muffled behind closed doors, of me blaming myself for a distance she'd already filled with someone else. 6 months, I repeated, the words like shards in my mouth, while I was saving every penny for an anniversary gift, while I was carving that pendant with my own hands, while I was trying to fix what I thought was broken. Claire's eyes glistened, but there was no apology in them, only a quiet defiance. 6 months of lies, 6 months of betrayal, and I'd been the last to know. 6 months. The number kept echoing, louder than Claire's voice, louder than the ticking clock on the wall. I felt something crack deep inside me. Not just anger, doubt. Was it my fault? Had I made it too easy for her to drift away? Every night I came home bone-tired, dust in my hair, boots caked in mud. Dinner, a shower, the couch. Maybe I had stopped trying. Maybe the man she married, the one who used to make her laugh until she cried, was gone, buried under bills and blueprints. I stared at my hands, calloused, rough, nicked with scars. Hands that built houses but couldn't hold on to my own. Claire's voice was faint, almost tender. Jack, it wasn't supposed to be this way. But the words twisted inside me. If I had been more successful, sharper, more polished, would she have stayed? Or had I always been a placeholder, waiting for a man like Ryan to come along? Claire set the glass down and finally met my eyes. Her voice was steady, almost rehearsed. Ryan believes in me, Jack. He supports my career. He doesn't roll his eyes when I talk about design competitions or late-night deadlines. He tells me I can do more, be more. With you... She paused, as if choosing her words carefully. With you, I always felt small, like my work was just a hobby, something you tolerated. Her words sliced clean through me. Clean. Support? Was that what she thought I'd been withholding? Every hour I spent on job sites, every check I deposited, every upgrade to the house. Wasn't that support? I clenched my jaw, fighting to keep my voice from breaking. So Ryan cheers while I pay the bills. He whispers about your potential while I break my back to give you a platform to stand on. Claire's eyes flashed, defensive, but she didn't argue. And that silence hurt worse than her words. I looked around the kitchen, suddenly seeing it with new eyes. The marble counters she had chosen, the chandelier she insisted on, the wine fridge stocked with bottles I couldn't pronounce. Every corner of this house bore her fingerprints, her taste, her ambition. And where was I? Just a shadow in the background. The one who paid, built, installed, repaired. Never the one celebrated. I've become a stranger in my own home, I whispered. Worse, a guest no one wants. The man who built these walls is now the one they shut out. Claire shifted uncomfortably but didn't deny it. 18 years, Claire, and now I'm the extra chair at the table, the forgotten photo on the shelf. Ryan gets your smiles, your energy, your dreams. Me? I'm just the guy holding the roof up so you can pretend this life is yours alone. For the first time, I wasn't pleading. I was realizing just how replaceable I had become. I didn't shout. I didn't beg. The fight drained out of me, leaving something heavier, sharper. Claire kept talking, words about space, about time to think, about how maybe separation could help us both find clarity. I heard them, but they washed over me like background noise. Inside, a switch had flipped. The ache in my chest numbed, and in its place settled a steady calm. Pain was chaos. This was order. I nodded slowly, watching her eyes flicker with surprise. She'd expected me to fall apart, to collapse at her feet, to plead for another chance. Not this silence, not this composure. Do what you need to do, Claire, I said evenly. Explore, think, breathe, whatever you call it. Just remember, I leaned forward, my voice dropping. Choices have consequences. Her lips parted, but she had no reply. I stood, collected the untouched pendant from the counter, and slipped it back into my pocket. The reckoning had begun. Claire poured herself another glass of wine, trying to appear in control, but her hand trembled just enough for me to notice. I walked to the drawer near the fridge, the one where I kept things she never bothered with. Receipts, spare keys, old notes, and one card I'd slipped in months ago, back when suspicion first gnawed at me. I pulled it out, turning it between my fingers. David Chen, the best divorce attorney in the state. Clean font, heavy stock, nothing fancy, just quiet authority. I set it on the counter between us. Claire's eyes locked onto it, widening as if I'd placed a loaded gun in front of her. You think I haven't seen this coming? My voice was calm, deliberate. I've been ready, longer than you realize. Her face paled, and for the first time all evening she looked uncertain. 18 years of love had ended. Now it was business. Cold, documented, inevitable. Claire stared at the card like it was burning a hole in the counter. Her lips parted, ready for the fight she thought we'd have. The shouting, the tears, the begging, but none of it came. You're awfully calm, she whispered. I leaned back against the counter, arms crossed, studying her like a blueprint I'd finally solved. What good would yelling do? You've already made your choice. She blinked, unsettled. Jack, I don't want this to turn ugly. I let out a dry laugh. Ugly? Claire, you've been laughing at another man's texts while I carved gifts for you with my own hands. You brought ugly into this house months ago. I'm just finally acknowledging it. Her breath caught, a flicker of fear in her eyes. For years she'd known my temper, my frustration. But this silence, this composure, was foreign. She expected me broken. Instead, she saw something colder, and that frightened her more than rage ever could. Claire's voice cracked as she tried to steady herself. Maybe I should stay with Nina for a few days, just until we both think clearly. I tilted my head, watching her like a craftsman inspecting a crooked beam. Nina, of course. She's been whispering in your ear for years, hasn't she? Telling you what you deserve. Claire bristled. This isn't about her. It's about us. I stepped closer, lowering my voice until the words hit like a hammer. No, Claire. This is about choices, and every choice has a price. She swallowed, her eyes darting to the lawyer's card still lying on the counter. You've made yours, I continued. You traded 18 years of loyalty for Ryan Carter's smile. You wanted freedom, excitement, a new life. Fine, just don't expect it to come cheap. Her hand trembled as she set down her wine glass. For the first time, she seemed to realize this wasn't negotiation anymore. This was accounting. She grabbed her purse, her movements sharp, almost defiant, as if determination could disguise the tremor in her hands. I can't keep doing this, she said, voice clipped. I need clarity, and I'll find it with Ryan. There it was, the final nail driven without hesitation. I didn't block the doorway. I didn't beg her to stay. I simply stepped aside, watching her heels click across the hardwood, each sound another crack in the life we'd built. At the threshold, she paused, as if expecting me to stop her. My silence unnerved her more than a scream ever could. You'll regret this, Jack, she whispered. I shook my head slowly. No, Claire. You will. And then she was gone, swallowed by the night, rushing toward Ryan Carter, the man who'd stolen her heart, her loyalty, and soon enough, her reputation. I stood alone in the quiet house, the weight of 18 years pressing down. But beneath it all, something colder stirred. The silence pressed in after the door shut, thick as concrete dust. I stood there, staring at the empty hallway, the faint echo of her heels fading into nothing. Then I pulled out my phone. My thumb hovered only a second before I scrolled to a name I hadn't used in years, Mike Torres, old sparring partner from the boxing gym, the kind of man who knew how to take a hit and how to deliver one where it hurt most. The line rang twice before his gravel voice cut through. Jack? Thought you'd dropped off the map. Yeah, I said, steady but cold. Life has a way of reminding you who your friends really are. A pause, then, you sound different. I am. I leaned against the counter, eyes fixed on the empty wine glass Claire left behind. I need that favor you once said I could cash in. Tomorrow. Mike exhaled. Sounds serious. It is, and it's only the beginning. Mike didn't waste time with questions. He'd always been that way, direct, no judgment, just action. You want dirt? He asked. I want proof, I said flatly. Receipts, messages, photos, anything that shows what Claire and Ryan have been doing. Not just in hotel rooms, business ties, deals, every thread I can pull until their whole story unravels. He whistled low. That's a tall order. You still got your guy who handles discreet work? Mike chuckled. Yeah, he owes me. If I make a call tonight, by tomorrow you'll have more than gossip. We'll get phone records, credit card charges, even a few snapshots if Ryan's sloppy. Ryan Carter lives on appearances, I said, jaw tight. He won't think anyone's looking. Mike's voice turned serious. Jack, you sure you want this? Once we start, you can't unsee what we dig up. I don't want to unsee it, I replied. I want the truth, and then I want consequences. The next morning, an unmarked envelope slid across the bar at Mike's gym. He didn't say a word, just tapped it once with his knuckle. I carried it home like it was radioactive. At the kitchen table, I opened it. The first photo hit like a fist to the ribs. Claire, hair perfect, lips curved in a smile I hadn't seen in years. Her hand rested on Ryan's chest as they slipped into the Marriott. I flipped to the next. Ryan's arm around her waist in the parking garage. Another, her laughing, head tilted back, his mouth at her ear. The timestamps told their own story. Nights she'd sworn she was buried in deadlines. Weekends she claimed were team retreats. My throat burned. These weren't just affairs of the heart. They were scheduled, rehearsed, documented. The necklace I'd carved for her lay on the table beside the photos. The contrast was almost cruel. Handmade devotion versus luxury lies. I stacked the photos carefully. Evidence. Ammunition. I spread the photos on the table like a deck of cards and felt something inside me change gears. The ache that had been a dull, constant drum turned sharp and focused. Not blind fury, but a cold, precise anger with a target. 18 years of birthdays, mortgage payments, late nights fixing pipes and mending fences. Every hour I'd given to that life had been braided into something she could so casually discard. Those pictures weren't just proof of betrayal, they were proof she'd been building a new life on top of mine. I picked up the pendant, turned it over in my hands, and the resolve settled. They would pay. Not with threats or empty screams, but with consequences that matched the scale of what they'd stolen. Jobs, reputations, the comfortable little world they'd been parading in front of everyone. I would pull the thread until it all unraveled. Mike had the contacts, I had the facts, and for the first time since that smile in the restaurant, I felt in control. Tomorrow, I would begin. The town was buzzing, banners strung across Main Street, booths popping up one after another. The annual block party, our community's crown jewel. Families unpacked picnic baskets, kids ran with balloons, and the mayor's team was setting up the stage where outstanding citizens would soon be paraded. Perfect. From my vantage point, it looked like a festival. But to me, it was scaffolding for something else. A reckoning. I'd already scheduled a surprise presentation, pitched weeks ago as a heartfelt tribute for Claire and me, 18 years together. Everyone thought I was preparing to celebrate our marriage. They had no idea I'd rewritten the script. In my bag sat the laptop. On its hard drive, photos, receipts, messages, proof of betrayal wrapped in the polished smiles of Claire and Ryan Carter. The block party would be their stage, and at the very peak of applause when they thought the town adored them most, I'd push send. Before the festival chaos swallowed the town, I made one stop. The gym smelled the same as it always had: sweat, leather, and disinfectant. It grounded me, reminded me of the man I used to be before everything soured. Mike was taping a kid's hands when I walked in. He caught my expression and waved the kid off. "You've got that look again, Jack. What now?" I set the flash drive on the counter, heavy as a brick despite its size. Backup, photos, receipts, call logs. If anything happens to me, or if I hesitate, you make sure this gets out. Mike frowned, turning the drive over in his hand. "You're dead serious." I nodded. Dead serious. Tomorrow's block party isn't just about fried dough and fireworks. It's Judgment Day, and I won't let them wriggle free. He slid the drive into his pocket. "You've crossed the line, brother. Just be sure you know where it leads." I already did. Straight to consequences. That night, I stood in the bathroom, the house empty except for the hum of the fridge and the faint creak of settling wood. The mirror caught me off guard. For months, I'd avoided it, afraid of the man I'd see staring back. Tired eyes, slumped shoulders, a husband begging for scraps of affection. But now it was different. The lines on my face looked sharper, the set of my jaw harder. My eyes didn't plead anymore. They calculated. Claire had expected me to crumble, to drown in self-pity while she drifted into Ryan Carter's polished world. Instead, she had forged something else. I leaned closer to the glass. "No more weakness," I whispered. "No more waiting for her to come back." The reflection didn't flinch. For the first time in years, I recognized myself. Not the man Claire abandoned, but the one who would make her remember what betrayal costs. Tomorrow, the whole town would see him too. Morning light poured over the glass tower where Claire's design firm operated. Sleek, expensive, untouchable, like the life she'd been building without me. I walked in wearing my work jacket, boots still dusted with grit. The receptionist faltered, her smile thinning when I said the name. "Mr. Green, tell him Jack Miller needs a word." Minutes later, I sat across from Howard Green, Claire's boss. Polished, silver hair, the kind of man who measured value in contracts and client lists. He offered a stiff smile. "Jack, I'm sorry to hear about personal troubles. What brings you here?" I slid a folder across his desk. Inside, printouts of texts, receipts, and photos. Claire and Ryan. Hotel bills disguised as client meetings. Howard's face drained of color as he turned each page. "Your firm has a problem," I said evenly. "She's not just cheating on me. She's cheating your clients. And I thought you should know, before the whole town does." Howard's fingers tightened around the papers, his eyes darting from one document to the next. A hotel receipt billed as a client dinner. An email where Claire adjusted a design bid, timed perfectly with Ryan Carter's latest property purchase. Phone logs that read more like a business pipeline than a love affair. "This," he muttered, throat dry. "This is conflict of interest. It's fraud." I leaned forward, keeping my voice steady, almost clinical. Claire has been feeding Ryan inside information, tweaking proposals, steering contracts to favor his properties. And in return? I tapped the photo of them slipping out of the Marriott, her hand clutching his tie. She gets more than business. Howard shut the folder, jaw tight. "Do you have any idea what this could do to the firm's reputation?" I gave a thin smile. "I know exactly, which is why I came to you first." Claire thought her secrets were safe. But secrets, I paused, have a way of becoming headlines. Howard pushed back in his chair, rubbing his temples as if the weight of a lawsuit had just dropped onto his desk. His polished confidence cracked, and for the first time I saw fear in a man who usually controlled every room he entered. "Jack," his voice was low, urgent. "If this gets out, we're finished. Clients will flee, investors will panic. The board will crucify me for letting this happen under my nose." I folded my arms, letting the silence stretch. He needed to feel the noose tightening. "You understand, don't you?" he pressed. "This isn't just about Claire. It's about the whole firm. The scandal would destroy us." I leaned in, voice calm but cold. "And now you know how it feels. To watch something you built with your hands fall apart because of someone else's betrayal." Howard swallowed hard, eyes flicking to the folder again like it might burst into flames. For once, the power was mine. From Green's office, I drove straight across town. Ryan Carter's name gleamed in gold on the glass front of his real estate office, Carter Realty Group. Inside, the place smelled of cologne and polished wood, every detail designed to scream success. The receptionist stiffened when I walked in, still in work boots, jacket creased with dust. "Do you have an appointment?" she asked. "Tell him Jack Miller's here. He'll want to see me." A moment later, Ryan appeared in the doorway. Immaculate suit, fake tan, teeth so white they almost glowed. His smile faltered the instant he saw me. "Jack," he said carefully, masking his nerves with salesman charm. "This is unexpected." I stepped into his office without invitation, letting the door swing shut behind me. "No games, Ryan. We're going to have a conversation. About my wife, about your late-night hotel bills, and about how quickly a golden boy's reputation can shatter." The smile on his face finally died. I pulled the envelope from my jacket and slid one photo across Ryan's mahogany desk. His eyes flicked down, then froze. Claire, arm hooked around his, slipping into the Marriott. I tossed another, her laughing in the parking garage, his hand on her back. And another, her lips at his ear. The photos landed like knives, cutting through the veneer of his office perfection. His salesman's smile collapsed. "Jack, I slammed my palm on the desk, the sound echoing off his glass walls. Don't waste my time with excuses." I jabbed a finger at the images. "That's my wife, 18 years, the mother of my daughter, and you treat her like some late-night secret you can sneak into a hotel room." Ryan's jaw clenched, his smooth polish cracking under the weight of the truth spread before him. For once, the man who sold everyone dreams had nothing to say. Ryan tried to gather himself, leaning back in his chair with a forced calm. "You're overreacting, Jack. You and Claire, everyone can see it. You haven't been happy in years. What you're looking at, it's not what you think." I leaned forward, my voice sharp. "Not what I think? She's sneaking into hotels with you. You call that business?" His mask cracked. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he exhaled through his nose like he'd lost the bluff. Finally, he dropped his eyes to the photos. "We didn't plan it," he muttered. "But it happened, and it's real." I let the silence hang, forcing him to keep talking. He looked up, this time with something like defiance. "Claire and I, we love each other. She deserves better than a man stuck swinging a hammer. I can give her more." The arrogance in his voice was gasoline. My hands curled into fists. "You just signed your death warrant, Ryan." I let his confession sit between us like a foul stench. Then I smiled, cold and deliberate. "Love," I said slowly, "doesn't absolve you from consequences." I tapped the photographs. You think your suit and your charm will protect you? You think a golden reputation is bulletproof? His bravado wavered. The office suddenly felt smaller, the glass windows less like status and more like prison bars. I have everything I need to make this more than gossip, I continued. Receipts, messages, time-stamped photos, proof that Claire used her position to steer business your way, evidence that ties you to deals and favors. Ryan's face lost color. You can't, he started. Oh, I can, I cut in. Tomorrow morning, these go to the firm, the licensing board, and the local paper. By tonight, everyone who trusted you will know what you did. He lunged for excuses, threats bubbling up, but I watched him deflate. You wanted her, I said, voice low. Now watch what happens when the town wants something back. The block party loomed just days away. Main Street was already a skeleton of tents, cables, and a giant LED screen the town rented every year. For most people, it would be a night of music, fireworks, and pride. For me, it was the perfect stage. I spent the evening in my workshop, the air heavy with sawdust and silence. On my laptop, the folder labeled Proof sat ready, photos, receipts, messages. The story Claire and Ryan thought they had hidden, neatly arranged into a presentation no one could ignore. I tested the file on a spare projector, watching their smiles beam onto the wall, then dissolve into timestamps and hotel receipts. It was damning. It was undeniable. Tomorrow, when the crowd gathered for celebration, the truth would cut through the music and laughter like a blade. They wanted the town's admiration. Instead, they'd earn its judgment, and I would be the one holding the remote. The day of the block party arrived bright and merciless. Sunshine poured over Main Street, painting every booth and banner in gold. Kids darted between balloon stands, couples carried paper plates stacked with barbecue, and a brass band blared cheerful notes that echoed off the brick storefronts. The air was thick with laughter, chatter, the scent of grilled corn and funnel cakes. It was the kind of picture-perfect Americana the town loved to boast about. A postcard moment. I moved through the crowd slowly, unnoticed, my laptop bag slung over my shoulder. Every smile, every handshake, every easy laugh only sharpened the blade inside me. They thought today was about community. For me, it was about justice. I found a seat near the stage where the mayor would soon speak. From here, I had a clear view of the entrance, the screen, the crowd. All I had to do was wait for Claire and Ryan to arrive. The mayor's voice boomed through the speakers, cheerful and oblivious. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at our annual block party. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome a longtime resident and community builder, Jack Miller, to say a few words. Applause rippled through the crowd. I rose slowly, my laptop tucked under my arm, and walked toward the steps. Each stride felt deliberate, like I was marching into battle. Claire and Ryan had just arrived, hand in hand, their smiles polished for the cameras. She spotted me climbing the stage and froze. Ryan whispered something in her ear, trying to look unfazed, but I saw the twitch in his jaw. I took the microphone, set my laptop on the podium, and connected the cable to the giant screen behind me. The blank display flickered to life. The town thought they were about to hear a neighbor's kind words. Instead, they were about to watch two reputations collapse in real time. I gripped the microphone, letting the hum of feedback hush the crowd. My voice came steady, sharper than I expected. Most of you know me. I've built homes here, fixed roofs after storms, laid bricks for the town you walk on every day. But what you don't know is what's been happening inside my own house. The chatter thinned, curiosity spreading like a ripple. I clicked the laptop. On the giant screen, the first photo appeared. Claire slipping into the Marriott with Ryan. Gasps cut through the music still echoing down the street. My wife, Claire Miller, has been in a relationship with this man for 6 months. While I was fighting to hold our family together, they were building something else. Behind closed doors, on company credit cards, in hotels you've all driven past. The crowd went dead silent. Children stilled. Phones came up to record. Claire's face drained of color. This isn't gossip, I said. It's proof. From the front row, a girl in a faded varsity hoodie pulled out her earbuds. Emily. She hadn't planned to be here. I could see it in the way her shoulders hunched, like she'd stumbled into a storm. Her eyes bounced from the screen to me, then to her mother. When the second receipt hit the LED, her face crumpled. quietly, the way kids break when they're trying not to make a scene. "Dad?" she said, barely a whisper, but the mic caught it. The crowd turned. Claire reached for her. Listen to me." But Emily stepped back, shaking her head. Not angry, just done. She climbed the steps, stopped at my side, and slipped her hand into mine like she used to when thunder scared her. No speech, no drama. A choice. Simple, visible, final. I clicked again. The screen shifted from photos to documents. Hotel invoices stamped with Claire's company card, receipts disguised as client meetings, and email threads where Ryan's name appeared far too often. Each image landed like a hammer strike. The crowd leaned forward, murmurs swelling, neighbors nudging one another, eyes wide. "This isn't speculation," I said, my voice carrying over the stunned silence. "These are dated transactions. These are emails where confidential project details were leaked. This is the life they've been living while smiling at you in church, at school events, at community dinners." Gasps turned into sharp whispers. Someone cursed under their breath. An older man near the front shook his head in disbelief. Claire covered her mouth, trembling. Ryan tried to pull her back, but the glare of the screen pinned them both like insects under glass. I let the silence breathe, the evidence doing the speaking for me. The truth was undeniable now. Claire's shoulders shook, her mascara running down in black streaks as she buried her face in trembling hands. Ryan stood stiff beside her, his face burning crimson, the confident smirk he wore so naturally now twisted into panic. The murmurs in the crowd swelled into a storm, neighbors pointing, whispering, some outright jeering. Phones were raised high, capturing every second. A woman in the front row hissed, "Shameful." Another muttered, "I trusted them." I let the noise build, then cut through it with a single line. "They thought they were above consequences. Tonight, you're all witnesses. Every secret they hid, every lie they lived, laid bare for the town to see." The words landed like a gavel. Claire lifted her head, her tear-streaked eyes searching for mercy. Ryan opened his mouth as if to argue, but the crowd's disgust drowned him out. They had wanted applause, admiration. Instead, they stood trial in front of their entire community. The crowd wasn't looking at the screen anymore. They were looking at the space between a mother and a daughter, and what had moved into it. Claire broke free from Ryan's grip and stumbled toward the stage. Her makeup was ruined, her hands shaking, her voice breaking loud enough for the microphone to catch. "Jack, please, we can fix this. We can start over. I'll leave him. I'll come home. Just give me another chance." The crowd hushed, every ear straining for my answer. I looked down at her, the woman who once laughed at my dumb jokes, who once made a cheap bottle of wine feel like a celebration, and all I could see now was the ruin she'd chosen. 2 days ago, I said quietly but firmly, I would have begged to hear those words. I would have forgiven anything. But that man died when you walked into the Marriott with him. Her lips quivered. I shook my head slowly. "No, Claire, we don't get to start over. You made your choice. Now you live with it." The silence afterward was heavier than thunder. Ryan shoved through the crowd, face red, voice cracking with fury. He jabbed a finger at me, spittle flying. "You think this little circus makes you a hero? You've just committed defamation, Miller. I'll have my lawyers bury you. I'll take your house, your business, everything you own." The audience recoiled at his outburst, murmurs rippling like a tide. Claire tried to tug at his arm, but he shook her off, eyes locked on me like a predator backed into a corner. I didn't flinch. I leaned into the mic, my words calm, razor sharp. Defamation only works if what's said isn't true. And everything I've shown you, every photo, every receipt, every email, I tapped the laptop with one finger, is documented fact. The crowd gasped, some nodding, some clapping softly. Ryan's face drained as if he suddenly realized the ground beneath him was crumbling. "You can threaten me all you want," I said, "but you can't threaten the truth." Emily's voice steadier now. "Mom, please stop." Not a verdict, just a plea from the only witness that mattered to me. Claire reached for her again, then let her hand fall. Some debts you can't pay with words. For a moment, the square held its breath. Then it shifted. A murmur grew into a wave. Neighbors who once smiled at Claire and Ryan now turned their backs. Mrs. Henderson, whose property deal Ryan had botched, shouted, "You stole from us!" A chorus of agreement followed. Phones were up everywhere, recording, streaming. But what mattered wasn't the cameras. It was the faces. Men I'd worked beside, women who once whispered that Claire had married beneath her, now looked at me differently. Respect. Even admiration. Someone clapped, then another. It wasn't the thunderous applause of celebration. It was sharper, heavier. Applause for a reckoning. Claire collapsed into a chair, tears soaking her dress. Ryan stood frozen, jaw tight, but the mask was gone. They weren't the golden couple anymore. They were exposed, stripped bare in front of the very town they had tried to charm. And me? For the first time in years, I wasn't invisible. I was undeniable. By the next morning, the fallout was everywhere. Local news sites splashed the story across their front pages. Interior designer fired amid scandal. Real estate license suspended pending investigation. Claire's firm cut her loose before noon, terrified of being dragged under with her. Ryan's Golden Boy license was pulled, his deals frozen. Clients who once lined up to shake his hand now called their lawyers instead. On social media, their names trended for all the wrong reasons. Friends stopped answering. Neighbors crossed the street. In less than 24 hours, the two of them had gone from admired to untouchable. That night, the house breathed differently. No speeches, no apologies. Emily stood in the hallway with a blanket around her shoulders. "Can I keep it?" she asked, nodding at the cherrywood pendant on the counter. "It was for your mom," I said. "Then let it be for us," she answered. I thought I had lost everything that night, but maybe I hadn't lost her. I looped the chain into her palm. It wasn't forgiveness. It was a start. That evening, I sat in the dim back corner of Mike's bar. The jukebox hummed, glasses clinked, and for the first time in months, I felt something like peace. Mike slid a whiskey across the counter. I raised it, meeting his eyes. "To consequences," I said. He clinked his glass against mine. "Damn right." And the burn down my throat tasted like justice. The bar was quiet, the kind of quiet that let a man hear his own heartbeat. I stared into the bottom of my glass, the reflection of a life I no longer recognized staring back at me. I'd lost a wife. I'd lost a family. The laughter that used to fill my house had been replaced with silence. But in that silence, I found something sharper than love, truth. And the truth is simple. Every betrayal carries a price. Claire paid hers, Ryan paid his. And me? I paid too, in years of devotion wasted. But from that wreckage, something new was forged. I'm not the man who begged for scraps of affection anymore. I'm the man who set the rules, who held them accountable, who turned pain into power. This isn't the end, it's only the beginning. Now I'll ask you, if it were your life in ashes, what would you do? Hatch Team Jack or forgive Claire?